able to perform much better. So they are also having a high stake in this hill state. And if we can talk about the tradition here in Himachal Pradesh, we have seen the 5 years of BJP is coming, and after that traditionally Congress is coming. But this time even the voters are very tight-lipped. So let's see that the election results will be very, very interesting, and whether the exit poll.
Looking out for that, because as far as the Congress party here is concerned, as Gurpreet has been giving the details out, the expulsions come just a day before the counting of the votes for the assembly polls that were held last month in the state, and acting on a resolution passed by the block committee, Himachal Pradesh Congress committee, the president Pratibha Singh, who has been expelled with the functionaries from the primary membership of the party. For the moment, Gurpreet, thanks very much for joining in. We'll just come back to you later. Let's talk about now the Aam Aadmi Party now, because this is as a fact that we are talking about India's election headquarters right here on Times Now, and it's the verdict day today for the two states, and 2 hours from now the ballot boxes that will be opened up and the counting will start. Now we here at Times Now's election news headquarters will be bringing you the latest and the fastest updates with the most accurate numbers as the early trends start trickling in. Now the verdict today will also bear an influence on the 2024 outcome as well. Riding high on the civic body poll win that happened yesterday, the Aam Aadmi Party declared that it will also register a victory in Gujarat and thereafter in 2024, because it's eyeing the very crucial general elections as well. Now the claim also being made because of the reduced footprint of the Congress party. From 30 seats in 2017, the Congress came down to 9 and lost almost 10% of the vote share. Now this, coupled with the projected poor performance for the Congress party in the Gujarat as well, led all to major voices of the Aam Aadmi Party to claim that we are the alternate to the BJP. If anybody can defeat the BJP, it is AAP.
तो दिल्ली के लोगों ने आज इस देश के अंदर एक बहुत बड़ा मैसेज दिया है कि पॉजिटिव राजनीति करो, नेगेटिव राजनीति बंद कर दो। 75 साल बीत गए इस देश को, 75 साल में हम पीछे रह गए। अब टाइम नहीं है, जनता बड़ी बेचैन हो रही है। अब अगर अपने को अपने देश को आगे ले जाना है, पॉजिटिव राजनीति करनी पड़ेगी, विकास की राजनीति करनी पड़ेगी। भ्रष्टाचार आई लव यू टू।
बीजेपी वाले कह रहे हैं आज का जो पोल एग्जिट आज वाला गलत साबित हो गया, तो कल वाला गलत साबित नहीं हो सकता। जो कल होगा वो भी गलत साबित होगा। गुजरात में आम आदमी पार्टी को बहुत बड़ा चमत्कार आपको देखने के लिए मिलेगा।
दिल्ली की जनता को बहुत बहुत दिल की गहराइयों से धन्यवाद, क्योंकि उन्होंने 15 साल की भ्रष्ट भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार को हटाकर ईमानदार, कट्टर ईमानदार केजरीवाल जी के नेतृत्व में एमसीडी में भी आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार बनाने के लिए बहुमत दिया है।
अब ये तय हो गया कि पूरे देश में नरेंद्र मोदी जी के खिलाफ एक ही विकल्प है, अरविंद केजरीवाल। पूरे देश में भारतीय जनता पार्टी का एक ही विकल्प है, आम आदमी पार्टी। जनता ने एक बहुत स्पष्ट संदेश दिया है कि उनका बेटा अरविंद केजरीवाल एक कट्टर ईमानदार नेता है, उनकी पार्टी आम आदमी पार्टी एक कट्टर ईमानदार पार्टी है।
Now, even when it comes to the Aam Aadmi Party looking to expand its footprint nationally, even though the exit polls predict that there is no big bang entry by the Aam Aadmi Party in the state of Gujarat, and the party, however, they seem confident that it will repeat the magic as it is done in 3 states. Now, in 2020, Kejriwal and company retained Delhi by winning 62 seats. 2 years later, it dethroned the Congress in Punjab by a landslide margin by winning 92 seats out of 117. In July this year, the Aam Aadmi Party made its debut in Madhya Pradesh as well by winning the mayoral poll in Singrauli. Remember, Singrauli Municipal Corporation is Madhya Pradesh's second richest municipal corporation after Indore in terms of revenue. And yesterday it was edging past the BJP also to win the MCD elections that removed the BJP who was in power in the civic body for the last 15 years.
तो 3 गारंटी दे रहा हूं बिजली के मुद्दे पे। पहली 300 यूनिट माफ होगा, दूसरा 24 घंटे बिजली देंगे, और तीसरा 31 दिसंबर 2021 पिछले वाले साल 2021 तक के सारे पुराने बिल माफ कर दिए जाएंगे। ये कुछ लोग रेवड़ी की बात कर रहे हैं, मैं बोल देता हूं। देखो, जो फ्री की रेवड़ी जनता में बांटी जाए उसको प्रसाद कहते हैं। वो भगवान का प्रसाद होता है। जो जनता में फ्री की रेवड़ी, अच्छे स्कूल बनाना, अच्छे अस्पताल बनाना, फ्री इलाज करना, फ्री शिक्षा करना, लोगों को फ्री बिजली देना, ये भगवान का प्रसाद है। लेकिन जो अपने दोस्तों को फ्री की रेवड़ी दी जाए वो
Well, it is a high-stakes battle for all the three parties, the BJP, the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress as well. We'll be keeping an eye out on all the latest figures as and when they start to emerge. You're watching Times Now special election coverage. We'll be back after a short break.
Never seen before poll tools, decoding the votes, seats and swing. Groundbreaking TV coverage, value for every minute spent. Result day live only on Times Now. Election News Headquarters.
As someone who comes from the south, the southern meal starts with the sweet. So let me start with a point of agreement with Mr. Verma. On the aspect of colonization and on the impact of colonization, I don't think I have anything to disagree with at all. That it has much more pernicious and far more, let's say, far-reaching effects than the use of the sword. I completely agree with on that. And I think we are still reeling from the impact of it, which is very clear. I don't think we are wearing the Mughal clothes, we are wearing the clothes of the British man for all practical purposes, at least some of us. So therefore, I understand that particular issue. But this much is clear from the points made by Mr. Khurshid and Mr. Verma, that one believes that that was a wave of migration and the other is clear, citing material, that this was not a migration, this was a bloody invasion, as bloody as it could get in the history of humankind. Now, this is what I wish to highlight to make one point. To choose to observe a strategic silence in the interest of peace is very different from actively indulging in denial of history. And that's exactly where the problem starts. So if an entire school is established that goes about whitewashing stuff as opposed to saying, let's not touch this particular aspect of history, which I think is also not possible. How do you choose to remain silent over one particular aspect of your history? That's not going to happen. So then the only option is to speak about it. Now, why should the discussion with respect to something that has happened in the past result in acrimony in the present, unless someone relates to the invader even in the present and someone does not relate to the invader even in the present? In which case, the two-nation theory is well alive and kicking. That's one. But factually speaking, one particular trope I think needs to be busted because I think it's been sold well beyond its sell-by date. I'm sorry to say, after partition, people did not choose to stay here. The elections prior to the partition of 1946 spoke volumes. And that's a very clear decision taken at the ballot. And therefore, when you choose to speak about history, let's be clear that perhaps practical considerations came into existence which prevented a mass migration, but certainly not patriotic considerations or Bharatiya considerations. I think that myth needs to be busted. And we cannot sell it any further. 3. On Ganga Jamni Tehzeeb, well, while I have several reservations with Dr. Ambedkar, the one thing that he was crystal clear about in his book, Pakistan or the Partition of India, which was published on the eve of the partition, 2 books were published by Rajendra Prasad in 1946 and Dr. Ambedkar in 1946, in which he clearly says that the so-called Ganga Jamni Tehzeeb, or the syncretic culture that is celebrated over and over again, is a product of the incomplete conversion of the converted Hindu to Islam. And therefore, multiple waves of attempts have been made on a regular basis to remove the remnants of that Hinduness from that particular convert, which is what has been pushed in this country as what we know as Wahhabism. To say that the new convert shall identify himself with the early converts to Islam, and therefore you cannot have any ties whatsoever or any cultural practices whatsoever which remind you of your ancestor. That starts with the language, that moves to dressing, so on and so forth. So let's be clear. if acrimony is the result or is going to be the result of a discussion with respect to the medieval period in current day Bharat and contemporary Bharat, that is because there are still people who relate to this particular person or this particular invader. Had that not been the case, why should there be a resistance with respect to the reclamation of a particular, let's say, structure that was built by an invader? Whether it's Babri Masjid or Gyanvapi Mandir or so on and so forth, these were built by invaders. Obviously, they were not built after the independence of this particular country. This is not a structure that has come into existence after 15th of August 1947. Why do you relate to this particular structure? Because the mindset that has been imposed on you at the peril of the sword and let's say at the pain of death prevents you from accepting your past, and therefore it's going to be a constant tussle each time there's a discussion with respect to the past. So I refuse to buy the fact that history is no more relevant or that it's possible for us to have these discussions objectively. I agree with Mr. Verma on this point. It cannot be objective.
Thanks very much for staying with us. Let's talk more about the Congress party now, because we are getting pictures there on your screens of a timer that has now been installed right ahead of the Gujarat verdict. The Congress party office in the state has kept a countdown clock ready. The party has been claiming that this is the hour of change, and the BJP has now fired a taunt at the Congress's side, saying that the party, the grand old party's time is now up. So you can see there, those are the last night pictures that are coming in of the Congress party office in the state of Gujarat just hours before counting, and the grand old party, which has been struggling to protect its fast decimating electoral base, would be more than happy if it wins Himachal Pradesh. That will be the ideal situation. But Makran, I'm told, is joining us live right now. Makran, ये जो पीछे टाइमर एक तरीके से लगा दिया गया है, काउंटडाउन लगा दिया गया है, इसका मतलब क्या है और क्या कांग्रेस पार्टी क्या संदेश देना चाहती है?
देखिए, कांग्रेस को जिस घड़ी का इंतजार है, ये घड़ी जब बंद होगी तब वो घड़ी आएगी, ऐसा दावा है कांग्रेस के नेताओं का। सीधे मैं आपको वो घड़ी दिखाता हूँ, वो टाइमर दिखाता हूँ, काउंटडाउन है। जब वो वक्त आएगा जब काउंटिंग खत्म होगी और कांग्रेस को ये उम्मीद है कि उनकी सरकार सत्ता में वापसी करेगी। 27 साल से सूखा है सत्ता का और एक बार फिर से वो सत्ता पे काबिज होगी। परिवर्तन घड़ी, इस घड़ी को नाम दिया गया है। इसको तब शुरू किया गया था जब कांग्रेस ने अपना प्रचार अभियान शुरू किया था गुजरात में। और ये एक टोटका है जो कांग्रेस के प्रभारी हैं रघु शर्मा, उनसे हमने बात की तो उन्होंने कहा कि राजस्थान में जब चुनाव था तब उन्होंने इस तरह की घड़ी का इस्तेमाल किया था। ये कार्यकर्ताओं को मोटिवेट करती है और इस वजह से जब राजस्थान में ये सफलतापूर्वक सरकार बनाने में इस तरह की घड़ी का मोटिवेशन काम आया था, तो यहां पर भी उन्होंने ये एक्सपेरिमेंट किया है और उनको उम्मीद है कि ये घड़ी जब बंद होगी, काउंटिंग खत्म होगी तो उनके पक्ष में नतीजे आएंगे। तो इस घड़ी को लगाने की वजह तो यही है, लेकिन अभी फिलहाल जिस तरह से एग्जिट पोल सामने आया है, उस एग्जिट पोल के सामने आने के बाद उम्मीद वैसे तो कम ही नजर आ रही है कि कांग्रेस सत्ता में वापसी कर सकती है, लेकिन कांग्रेस बहुत आशान्वित है और रघु शर्मा और तमाम जो बड़े नेता हैं,
अगर पोल वॉचर्स की तरफ से कहा जाए तो उनका कहना है अगर मेन ऑपोजिशन बनाए रखती है अपनी जगह कांग्रेस पार्टी गुजरात में, वो आइडियल सिचुएशन रहेगी कांग्रेस के लिए इन द स्टेट ऑफ गुजरात। धन्यवाद आपका मकरंद हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। लेट्स टॉक अबाउट द प्राइम मिनिस्टर देयर, बिकॉज द रूलिंग बीजेपी इन द स्टेट ऑफ गुजरात इज buoyed by the exit poll results. The party, which is aiming for a straight 7th win in the assembly elections of Gujarat, and upbeat BJP claiming that history will be repeated. Now in a direct attack on the Aam Aadmi Party and also the AIMIM, now the Gujarat State Home Minister Harsh Sanghvi and the BJP candidate from Majura constituency saying that the state will send outsiders packing.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने इतनी सारी रैलीज की, खुद पीएम भी आए, उन्होंने ये विश्वास जताया कि 150 से ज्यादा सीटें आएंगी। आप कैसे देखते हैं आंकड़ों को, आपका क्या मत?
देखिए, उन्होंने जो विश्वास जताया है वो सही बात है, क्योंकि जनता ने ये थाम लिया है कि ये संबंधों का, विश्वासों का जो चुनाव है, ये संबंध और विश्वास के चुनाव में एक नया इतिहास जरूर से लिखना है। और मैं ये स्पष्ट मान रहा हूं कि गुजरात की जनता एक नया इतिहास लिख रही है।
जी, इस बार त्रिकोणीय लड़ाई कही जा रही है बीजेपी, कांग्रेस और आम आदमी पार्टी में। और अगर हम AIMIM की भी बात करें तो खास करके सूरत में ये चर्चा हो रही है कि यहाँ पे जो है ज्यादा करके सीटें आ सकती है आम आदमी पार्टी और AIMIM की। तो आप इसको कैसे देखते हैं?
देखिए, आप आज सूरत के ही मेहमान हो, एक रात ही बाकी है, इसका भी जवाब आपको मिल जाएगा। देखिए, मेरे सूरत के लोग भावुक जरूर हैं। यहाँ पे सूरत में एक परंपरा रही है हमारे वहाँ, हमारे खून में मेहमान गति लिखी हुई है। हमारे कोई मध्यम
Well, looking at the current situation, let's straight away go across to our reporters joining us. This is the biggest team that the live coverage is happening right in the morning, early hour, as we are looking at Nibir, Rishabh and Aishwarya joining us live. Good morning to all three of you. It's going to be a big and a busy day ahead. Rishabh, to you first, because it's a high-stake battle as we are looking in the state of Gujarat. You've been right in the center of all the reporting while the two-phase elections happened in the state. What's happening there on ground?
So we are here at Chief Minister's residence in Gandhinagar, Amita, and you can see the barricades, the security here, the way it is looking. The security understand that it's a big day, and anytime during the day the supporters will start coming in at the Chief Minister's residence, or the Chief Minister might go to Sri Kamlam, the BJP headquarters. So in the wake of that, the security arrangements are very high here at Minister's Enclave, where all the ministers along with Chief Ministers stay. Remember, the exit poll has predicted a landslide victory, the 7th landslide victory for BJP. Last time around, Congress successfully stopped BJP in 2 digits, where they won 99 seats. They have changed to Chief Minister since then. Last time it was Vijay Rupani's face when BJP went into election. This time it's Bhupendra Singh Patel. Bhupendra Singh Patel himself is a candidate from one of the constituencies of Ghatodia in Ahmedabad, and today the BJP is looking at a record 7th victory. Remember, till now 127 is the number that BJP has won at the highest. This time around they believe that they will break their own record and win something between 130 to 140 is what the party sources are claiming. So we'll have to wait and see how things unfold. It's still 2 hours for the counting to begin, and actually 2.5 hours for the actual counting to begin, because the first half hour will be ballot, postal ballot counting. So throughout the day we'll be following the Chief Minister and the Chief Minister's candidate for
term, as the BJP has predicted another win in the state of Gujarat, the home state of the Prime Minister and the Union Home Minister as well. Aishwarya, coming to you now. If the BJP wins today, Aishwarya, it will also equal the left's front feet in the state of West Bengal. What do you have to say on that?
Well, certainly, and BJP is very confident of its victory today here in Gujarat, as the Home Minister Amit Shah, while rallying here in different parts of the state, clearly stated that he believes that this time it will be their own record that they will break, and after 27 years there will be no anti-incumbency. He see as it is a pro-incumbency for BJP in Gujarat after a lot of work done by the BJP in the state, and the love and warmth that the Prime Minister got every time he visited to the state and holded several road shows and rallies. Therefore, the reason after the exit poll production, the BJP clearly had been very confident, and they have gone one step further. They are planning for a mega oath-taking ceremony before the results comes out today, and they have all prepared to invite Prime Minister and other dignitaries for the mega voting ceremony, but it's too early to predict, because the exit polls have given them a clear projection of a victory. What will happen today is something which remains to be seen. But today where I am is Sri Kamlam, the BJP headquarters in Gandhinagar, where the Chief Minister, where the State President of the BJP, C.R. Patil, will be arriving soon, and they will be monitoring all the situation. If I can tell my camera person to also just quickly pan and show.
Kamlam is the BJP office there in the state of Gujarat, where Aishwarya currently is reporting from, and preparations have been done as he's just showing us around. Let me also introduce our other reporters joining us. Also from Delhi, we have Nyamika and Sabyasachi joining us live. Good morning to both of you. We also have Abhishek joining live. He is at the residence of C.R. Patil. He's also joining us live. Good morning to you as well, Abhishek. Let me go across to Nibir now. Nibir, the counting of the votes that will begin actually at 8 o'clock, but after a gap of 30 minutes, the commencement of the counting of postal ballot papers, the counting of votes of the EVMs, that is said to be beginning from 8:30 a.m. So there is still some time.
Yes, Over 37 counting centers in Gujarat, 3 in Ahmedabad. We are here in front of a counting center. This is the Gujarat Polytechnic, and as you know that the counting will begin initially with the postal ballots and later with the rest of the ballots that will be counted. And this is one of the most important polling centers as it is located in the Ahmedabad city. 16 seats in Ahmedabad city and other crucial areas will be counted here. And as you can see here, the security has been fully deployed. The security personnel are ready, and the counting will begin anytime soon. The arrangements are being made. The last minute arrangements are being made here in front of the Gujarat Polytechnic, where the counting center is situated. 3 counting centers in Ahmedabad and overall 37 counting centers. 30 districts will have 1 counting centers each, and everything is prepared for the counting to begin.
The Election Commission that has made fail-proof arrangements for security of all of the EVMs at the counting centers, both in the state of Gujarat and Himachal Pradesh. All strong rooms where polled EVMs are kept are under 3-layered security with inner cordon manned by the Central Armed Forces. Requesting our reporters to continue to be with us. We'll be back after a short break.
Never seen before poll tools. Decoding the votes, seats and swing. Groundbreaking TV coverage. Value for every minute spent. Result day live only on Times Now. Election News Headquarters.
अगर स्टार की फीस है, which is happened, I mean we don't have to go who, it's quite common, उसका GST 18% है सर, 18% तो GST है उसका. अब आप कह रहे हो आपने 16, am I right? 16 crores is the number? Yeah, 17 crores में आपने पूरी पिक्चर बना ली. मैंने सुना
कनाडा का रिलीज मिलके
कैमरा का
वो कनाडा में जो किए हम लोग,
हाँ, वो सब मिला के
वो उधर हमारा रिलीज का खर्चा मिलके वो 16 करोड़.
और कई लोगों के बजट ऐसे होते हैं. सर मैं एक YouTube चैनल चलाता हूं, उसमें मैंने किसी को बुलाना चाहा, उन्होंने कहा कि मेरी कंगी करने के लिए और ये करने के लिए 11 लोग आएंगे. उन सब
ये जोक मेरे सामने मारना था, मतलब
आप भी ले आओ सर 5-6.
आपको कंगी वाला जोक मेरे सामने बोलना था.
अरे वो तो मैंने सोचा ही नहीं सर. आप तो बियॉन्ड कंगी हो. पर
और मैं देख रहा हूँ कि 90% लोग यहाँ पर बिना कंगी के वाले बैठे हुए हैं.
नो, सो आई एम जस्ट सेइंग,
आई एग्री विद यू आर राइट.
मेकअप, नॉट जस्ट कंगी, इट वाज मेकअप, इट वाज दिस. कोई पानी लाएगा, मिनरल वाटर होना चाहिए. मैंने सुना है लोगों की 4-4 वैनिटी वैन होती हैं. दीज आर नॉट, सो दीज आर कॉस्ट स्ट्रक्चर्स विच आर सो. और एक एंड पे आजकल ऐसे भी कंटेंट बन रहा है. 15 करोड़ में आपने पूरी पिक्चर बना ली. यूट्यूबर्स तो बेचारे और भी कम में बनाते हैं, सम ओटीटी. सो व्हाट इज इट लाइक? क्या ये बॉलीवुड कोई, जो बॉम्बे है, हम भी वहीं रहते हैं मुंबई में, वो कोई और ही दुनिया में चल रहा है? या आप लोग कैसे, मतलब वेयर, हाउ कैन यू मेक अ फिल्म फॉर 15 करोड़ एंड दे आर मेकिंग फिल्म फॉर 400 करोड़ और उनकी नहीं चल रही है और आपकी चल रही है? ये कैसे हो, कैसे रहा है? व्हाट इज दिस?
देखिए ऐसा नहीं है. अभी कार्तिक आर्यन की फिल्म भूल भुलैया 2 चली, बहुत अच्छी. संजय लीला बंसाली की फिल्म विद आलिया चली, बहुत अच्छी. तो ऐसा नहीं कि बड़े बजट की फिल्में चल नहीं रही हैं. जैसा कि मैंने बताया कि लोगों को एंटाइटलमेंट अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है.
बताइए एंटाइटलमेंट किसी को समझा.
मतलब कि हम आपको बताते हैं कि अभी फिल्म कैसे बनती है, हम आपको बताते हैं कि क्या होना चाहिए फिल्मों में. दे आर नॉट इंटरेस्टेड इन दैट. दे आर इंटरेस्टेड, दे स्पेंड देयर मनी. ऑल्सो चेंज होता गया ना. पहले तो हमारे पास, हम सादे फिल्में देखने चले जाते थे, फिर डिफरेंट साधन हुए. आज लोगों के पास एंटरटेनमेंट के कितने साधन हैं. आप मॉल में चले जाइए, खाना खाने की जगहें हैं, ओटीटी प्लेटफॉर्म्स हैं, वगैरह वगैरह कितने सारे हैं. तो नाउ दे डोंट लाइक एनीथिंग. आई विल गो बैक टू द सेम थिंग, एनीथिंग विच स्मेल्स ऑफ फेकिज्म, इफ देयर इज अ वर्ड लाइक दैट. दे जस्ट डोंट understand that. They will rather go to see a Kantara, they will rather go to see a RRR, they will rather go and see some other film. American films क्या बिजनेस करती हैं यहाँ पर? मतलब they are also equally now our competitors. तो सर्वाइवल तो करना ही पड़ेगा ना. पर मैं अपने 38 साल में मुझे 532 फिल्में की हैं. बहुत सारे लोग आए गए, बहुत सारे लोग आए. बट सिंसेरिटी का और हार्डवर्क का कोई ऑल्टरनेट नहीं है। एंड मैं ये कोई ज्ञान की बातें नहीं कर रहा, तो ऐसे लगता है कि हम चलो अगर पैसे से बनानी है फिल्म, बट दिस इज मुझे लगता है अमृत मंथन है, ये चर्निंग है। अमृत मंथन का पीरियड अच्छा होता है, इसके बाद जो आगे फिल्में बनेंगी वो शायद अलग बनेंगी, डिफरेंट बनेगी। कभी कभी सोचने पे मजबूर हो जाते हैं ना।
You know, the usual opposition voices that have been repeatedly making themselves heard. I'm not saying the usual suspects. I'm not disparaging of the opposition. All I'm saying is that there are a group of leaders who did express a great disappointment at the fact that the Prime Minister didn't collar Xi Jinping or whatever they imagined he would be doing. So there's that. And there's, of course, the China question. Can we talk a little bit about that?
Look, when it comes to China, there is the reality of China, the second biggest economy in the world, our proximate neighbor, but also one with whom we've had, to put it politely, a difficult history, where we've had conflict. We have a very major boundary dispute, and where on many issues of high importance to us, they have not been supported. This could be our quest for permanent membership.
So as we stay with our reporters who have been joining us live both from Gujarat and also from Himachal and the national capital as well. Nyamika, you've been reporting yesterday at the Aam Aadmi Party office. Even though the exit polls predict no big bang entry for the AAP in Gujarat, the party however is confident of repeating the civic body magic in Gujarat.
That's absolutely right, as the exit polls had predicted not a big deal for the Aam Aadmi Party, but that is being taken by the Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal in a very positive manner, because he had reacted that it is a big deal for the debut, as he had said that if any party is getting 15 to 20% of vote share for contesting the elections for the very first time, then it is indeed a big deal. That is what Arvind Kejriwal has categorically mentioned, as the Aam Aadmi Party is basically eyeing to become a national party, and for that matter the Aam Aadmi Party just needs 6% of vote share or 2 assembly seats, and then the Aam Aadmi Party will become a national party. So that is what the Aam Aadmi Party is mainly focusing upon, and right now we are standing here outside the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters, and you can see in the visuals as well that the preparations have already started, because the counting of votes will begin at 8 o'clock. So we are here in the early morning, and you can see in the visuals as well that they have already begun all the preparations for this important day for the Aam Aadmi Party, because this will decide the fortune of the Aam Aadmi Party in the upcoming years, as the Aam Aadmi Party has been mainly focusing upon to become the main challenger for BJP in the 2024 general elections. That is what Arvind Kejriwal is also eyeing upon, who is the national convener of Aam Aadmi Party. So it is a crucial day for this party, for both for the state of Gujarat as well as for Himachal Pradesh.
Well, Sabyasachi, however, the BJP gave a tough fight to the Aam Aadmi Party in the civic body elections. However, in the state of Gujarat, it is looking at a bigger win since 2017 and also hoping to make a comeback in the state of Himachal.
Well, absolutely. See, that is why it is clearly visible at the preparations which are underway at the BJP headquarters. You can see this is a place where the spokespersons will be coming in, and you can see giant screens has been put up, and also inside the BJP headquarters, foods are also being prepared for the party workers at a massive scale. And BJP is confident that they are going to retain Himachal Pradesh as well as Gujarat, and that is a reason why these preparations are underway. And also, after the win, the Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself comes to the party office to address all the party workers, and this time around, once the results are out,
Prime Minister Narendra Modi can come in at the party headquarters to address the general public as well as the party workers, because Himachal Pradesh and Gujarat are a matter of pride for the BJP. From Himachal Pradesh, JP Nadda himself, Anurag Thakur, both union ministers come, and from Gujarat, Home Minister Amit Shah, Narendra Modi, both of them come from Gujarat. So clearly it's a battle of pride for the BJP, but they seem extremely confident that they are going to retain both the states and again form the government over there.
Because it's a high-stakes battle there, Swarali, as we've been also listening to the reactions that you've been getting from the ministers there in the Gujarat, saying that the BJP this time will be performing bigger and better. But let me also bring in Abhishek as well, who is joining us at C.R. Patil's residence there, and that has been what the BJP has been claiming, Abhishek, over the time, saying the BJP this time will return. However, there would be complete decimation of the opposition. Main opposition so far has been the Congress party, but is there an up factor in the state of Gujarat?
Yes, definitely, and we are standing right outside C.R. Patil's residence, and as the day passes, supporters will come in huge number, and he is expected to reach at around 9:30 Shri Kamalam, which is a BJP headquarters in Gandhinagar. In fact, BJP has always maintained a stand that this entire election is a bipolar election, and there is a direct fight with the Congress. In fact, they have also said that that they are fighting not only to retain power, to make records and to create history, and that's where the prediction of exit polls also we can see. And in fact, if we go by the statement made by C.R. Patil, he clearly said that we are breaking 3 records for sure: highest number of vote share, highest number of candidates, and definitely highest number of candidates, highest number of vote share, and this is the record they are telling that they will be breaking. And definitely, as the off factor is there, after the exit poll, you can see the statement made by Arvind Kejriwal that he seems to be satisfied with the 15 to 20% vote share, and it also implicates that they have dented Congress. The loser, if we see in the entire exit poll, is the Congress, but still they are hopeful that some miracle will come and they will form the government. But definitely these are predictions yet, and counting will start from 8 a.m. onward.
Of course,
you have to
when
wait
it
and
comes
watch.
to the numbers, you will be getting the fastest and the accurate updates right here on Times Now. This is an exclusive, live and a comprehensive election coverage that we are getting for our viewers. Swarali, when it comes to the outcome of both elections, will be important indicator for the BJP and also for the popularity of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, as the national elections are also slated in 2024.
Yes, so see, somewhere they are, trying to experiment in the state of Gujarat and Himachal Pradesh, and that's going to result into bigger picture of the coming election of 2024, because, somewhere it was said that in the rural pockets of Gujarat, somewhere BJP was lagging behind. BJP is bastion. Gujarat has been always bastion of BJP, but in the urban pockets, and this time exactly PM has hit hard on the rural pockets. If we look at his 30 explicit rallies, they have been planned across the urban and rural Gujarat to reach out to people and explain how PM Narendra Modi as well as the entire BJP has worked for the state of Gujarat and Himachal Pradesh. If we look at the subjects taken up by PM Narendra Modi or all the other dignitaries and leaders of BJP, we can see that with the national issues like security, they have been also talking about the basic issues of fishermen, as it's a huge coastline in Gujarat. So if we look at their strategies, now they are also trying to target urban as well as rural pockets where BJP has always lagged, and that's how they are experimenting these two states to have a look at bigger picture and the results of 2024.
Because it all comes down to numbers, isn't it, Rishabh? Because it will also be a springboard for the BJP's preparations for the elections in the other states. 2023 is also a year of elections. When it comes to the other states that the focus will be on, Karnataka, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh next year. So it will be a high-stakes battle for the BJP to perform better in next year elections as well.
Well, definitely. If you see, Gujarat is the benchmark that BJP would like to set for the upcoming year. Remember, it's not only Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, but also one northeastern state where BJP will wrestling it out, the Tripura, where BJP right now is in power. They wrestled it out against the left parties back in 2018, and this time around they will try and retain that. Remember, things have changed in Tripura and Meghalaya as well, where TMC has entered and they are pitching really high with the help of Prashant Kishore and others, but remains to be seen what happens there. But BJP will try and retain Gujarat with a comfortable margin, because remember, this model sells nationwide. BJP goes to every state talking about Gujarat model, the development that the party has brought in Gujarat, and hence BJP would need to retain this, and not only retain it, but retain it with comfortable majority to show that how only BJP can give continuity, only BJP can bring development. Remember last time around when Congress under Rahul Gandhi stopped BJP at 99, it sent a different message. Congress went to town saying that...
the Congress party here, let me take that with Aishwarya, because Aishwarya, Congress party last time had managed to give a tough fight to the BJP. However, does the spoil as far as the Aam Aadmi party is concerned? Does it change the game for the Congress by taking away a significant vote share in their favor?
Well, many political pundits and experts have been saying that in 2017 it was partidar agitation, it was different issues that the Congress party has brought in, and therefore the reason perhaps they got 77 seats back in 2017. But now in 2022 there are no such agitation, no such issues which the Congress can rely on, and therefore the momentum has completely shifted to the BJP. If we talk about the Aam Aadmi party, then 100% it will be Aam Aadmi party will be denting the vote share and the seats of Congress in certain pockets. Remember, Aam Aadmi party is very much relying in the Kutch region, in the Saurashtra region, and somewhere in Surat as well, where they have got victory in the earlier civic polls and had made their inroads. So they will try to convert their seats.
Because the first phase of voting was less than what would have been expected. However, it did pick up slightly in the second phase of polling that happened in the state of Gujarat. The counting of the votes today, that will be beginning at 8 a.m. 8:30 a.m. is the commencement of the counting of the postal ballot papers. We'll be back after a short break in this special election live coverage.
Never seen before poll tools. Decoding the votes, seats and swing. Groundbreaking TV coverage. Value for every minute spent. Result day live only on Times Now. Election News Headquarters.
सावरकर पर, जिसे वीर सावरकर बीजेपी मानती है, उस पर राहुल गांधी...
माफ करना, बीजेपी नहीं, पूरा देश सावरकर जी को वीर सावरकर मानता है।
बिल्कुल, वीर सावरकर जो हम सब के लिए हैं, उन्हें राहुल गांधी जी कहते हैं कि वो घुटने टेक कर चिट्ठी लिखा करते थे ब्रिटिश सरकार को, योर ओबीडियंट सर्वेंट, और इसके ऊपर बीजेपी ने गांधी जी की भी एक चिट्ठी निकाली। मैं पूछना चाहती हूं कि हमारे इतिहास का जो इस तरह से रोज डिबेट होता है पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज के बीच में, इसको एक ही बार सेटल नहीं करना चाहिए?
सेटल करने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है, सेटल ही है। ये वीर और अकेले सावरकर और वीर सावरकर का जो अंतर है ना, वो अगर समझ ले तो सेटल है। ये कोई पद्मश्री, पद्म विभूषण, इवन भारत रत्न नहीं है जो देश की सरकार ने दिया है। 130 करोड़ लोगों ने सावरकर जी की देशभक्ति को वीर नाम से सम्मानित कर आजीवन एटर्नल तरीके से उसके नाम के साथ जोड़ा है, तब कोई वीर सावरकर बनता है। और ये जो लोग आज टिप्पणियां कर रहे हैं, 10 दिन सावरकर जी जहां 10 साल रहे, वो जेल की कोठरी में रहकर बताएं। और समंदर के अंदर 600 किलोमीटर दूर से एक जहाज के अंदर से कूदकर आजादी के लिए जान दे देने का, आजादी के लिए जिंदा रहने का जो जज्बा था, इसके 10% भी किसी में हो तो सावरकर जी पर टिप्पणी करे। और देश में सबसे पहला प्रतिबंध अगर किसी पर लगाया अंग्रेजों ने, सबसे पहला प्रतिबंध लगाया तो सन 57 का स्वातंत्र समर उस पुस्तक पर, सावरकर के पुस्तक पर लगाया। सावरकर जी की पर टिप्पणी और इतनी भद्दी और ओछी टिप्पणी करने का अधिकार किसी को नहीं है। ये तो जब जाएंगे जनता के सामने तब जनता बताएगी उनको कि सावरकर जी के लिए बोलने का क्या मतलब होता है। मेरे जैसे कई लोग जीवन में सभी प्रकार के लक्ष्यों को छोड़कर वीर सावरकर के नक्शे कदम पर देश की सेवा करने के लिए आगे बढ़े। सावरकर जी के लिए इस प्रकार की ओछी बात करना किसी को शोभा नहीं देता है।
लेकिन क्या ये रिएक्शन नहीं है, क्योंकि बीजेपी भी बार बार निशाना साधती है जवाहरलाल नेहरू पर, वो भी देश के पहले प्रधानमंत्री थे।
देखिए, दोनों में अंतर है। जवाहरलाल नेहरू एक राजनीतिक दल के अध्यक्ष रहे, आजादी के बाद प्रधानमंत्री रहे और उनकी लेगेसी को एक पार्टी आज तक भुनाती रहती है। सावरकर जी ना प्रधानमंत्री रहे, ना कोई राजनीतिक दल उनका चुनाव लड़ा है। दोनों के बीच में अंतर है। सुभाष बाबू और जवाहरलाल जी के बीच में अंतर है। जब मैं राजनीति में आता हूं तो मुझे लोगों की टीका टिप्पणियों सुनने की सहनशीलता रखनी चाहिए। क्यों ना करें लोग आरोप? मेरे व्यक्तिगत जीवन पर भी आरोप कर सकते हैं, कपड़े पर भी कर सकते हैं, बोलचाल की भाषा पर भी कर सकते हैं और करते भी है। जब आप राजनीति के अखाड़े में आते हो तो अलग बात है। सावरकर जी इस देश के पूरी देश ने जिसकी देशभक्ति को सर्टिफाइड किया है, स्वीकारा है, सम्मान किया है, ऐसे निसंदेह देशभक्त है। इस पर इस प्रकार की ऊंची बातें नहीं करनी चाहिए।
Which foreigners? There are some foreigners and there are some Indians in foreign lands who have a slightly different view, more oblique view, more pessimistic view of our politics, for example, of what they now popularly suggest is a democratic backsliding that is happening. And you know, the attendant commentary that goes with it in various journals around the world. So there's that conversation also. Does that worry you, that all this bad publicity might deter investment because there is continuous talk of a democratic deficit, which is so essential to keep all these processes, these procedures, these policies on track? If India is sort of being torn asunder by so many vociferous political interventions, debates, social turmoil, what happens?
Well, look, at one level, I shrug my shoulders and say, in a globalized world,
Thanks very much for staying with us. Well, not just the state of Gujarat and Himachal Pradesh will have their fate sealed today, but the results of the 7 bypolls in 5 states will also be declared in the coming few hours. And possibly the most crucial outcome would be the opposition will be closely watching is one of Mulayam Singh Yadav's bastion, which is Mainpuri. Now, the counting of the votes for Mainpuri by-election will begin at 8 a.m. While the first trends are expected to emerge soon, the final picture will be clear by noon. Even as Dimple Yadav looks to save the family citadel from the BJP, which has gone full throttle in its campaign in a constituency, Akhilesh Yadav's election strategy team has left no stone unturned to ensure the seat doesn't go away like Azamgarh and Rampur have gone. That is out of the control of the Samajwadi Party. We have Mayank joining us live right now. Mayank, good morning. As we look at the very crucial Mainpuri Lok Sabha seat and the Rampur Sadar Assembly seat of Uttar Pradesh, even as the two main contenders of both the Samajwadi and the BJP have accused each other of disrupting electoral process, and Mayank will be joining us live shortly as he is still getting connected. But this has been the state of affairs as a fierce battle that had ensued between the BJP and the Samajwadi Party. Mayank, good morning. It's a chilly good morning here. As far as you have been reporting from Rampur Sadar, I'm told. Just tell us about how a high-stake battle it is for the Samajwadi Party to regain its bastion also in Mainpuri.
Well, good morning, Amita, and absolutely it's a matter of survival for the Samajwadi Party, because having tested defeat in the assembly elections earlier this year and then losing the bastion of Azamgarh and also Rampur in the Lok Sabha by-poll because that was vacated after Azam Khan himself was elected to the assembly elections earlier this year. Later on, when he was disqualified, again another by-poll held, and that point was highlighted well by Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath when he led BJP's high decibel campaign, and that raised the stake in Rampur between the Samajwadi Party and the Bharatiya Janata Party, because it's a very bitter political fight between the two parties. There have been multiple charges leveled both by Akhilesh Yadav against Yogi Adityanath and Yogi Adityanath against Akhilesh Yadav. Giving the context and perspective of this Rampur Sadar constituency, here counting will be happening from 8 a.m. and the votes will be counted. Remember, there was only 34% of voting done, and the Samajwadi Party alleged that police was overplaying its hand and that they were obstructing voters from the community, which were favorable on the part of the Samajwadi Party, but those allegations were denied by the police and also the election commission. One thing is particularly clear, that the BJP's candidate Akash Saxena, who was the complainant himself in the hate speech case, that got Azam Khan disqualified. So that is the stake, and against him is Azam Khan's
BJP versus the Samajwadi Party, or other parties also in the fray. We also have Amir Haq joining us this morning. Good morning to you, Amir. In Mainpuri, even as the two contenders from the Samajwadi Party and the BJP accused each other of disrupting the electoral process, it will be interesting to see what happens today, Amir.
Well, yes, absolutely, and which is why there are a large number of people who are poised for the counting to begin here. It will, of course, start at 8 a.m. this morning, so there's still over an hour to go before the counting starts. But yes, the Samajwadi Party leadership had been trying to ensure throughout this period that each of the votes gets counted, and also that their agents and their party men also keep an eye on the strong room. Behind us, you can see the large number of police personnel and paramilitary forces put in place to ensure security as the counting progresses here from 8 a.m. The Samajwadi Party, as I said, had been on the edge over the last several weeks, trying to ensure that their voters get to vote during this by-polls, and also that each of the EVMs which is kept in the strong room is also looked at, and a vigil is maintained on all such EVMs and strong rooms by Samajwadi Party leaders and workers. So we do expect, while BJP workers and leadership will also be here to ensure that the counting progresses smoothly and that their interests are taken care of, Samajwadi Party workers and leaders are quite conscious of this, and therefore people have been assigned duties to stay here at the
over 40% voter turnout that was recorded in UP's Mainpuri Lok Sabha seat, which is witnessing by-polls following the death of the party patriarch Mulayam Singh Yadav. For the moment, thank you very much, Amir, and to you, Mayank, as well. This is the biggest live and the latest election coverage that you will be watching right here on Times Now. We will be back after a short break with the best team of experts and the biggest team of reporters there on ground. Keep watching Times Now for all the live updates.
Never seen before poll tools. Decoding the votes, seats and swing. Groundbreaking TV coverage. Value for every minute spent. Result day live only on Times Now. Election News Headquarters.
As someone who comes from the south, the southern meal starts with the sweet. So let me start with a point of agreement with Mr. Verma. On the aspect of colonization and on the impact of colonization, I don't think I have anything to disagree with at all. That it has much more pernicious and far more, let's say, far-reaching effects than the use of the sword. I completely agree with on that. And I think we are still reeling from the impact of it, which is very clear. I don't think we are wearing the Mughal clothes. We are wearing the clothes of the British man for all practical purposes, at least some of us. So therefore, I understand that particular issue. But this much is clear from the points made by Mr. Khurshid and Mr. Verma, that one believes that that was a wave of migration and the other is clear, citing material, that this was not a migration, this was a bloody invasion, as bloody as it could get in the history of humankind. Now, this is what I wish to highlight to make one point. To choose to observe a strategic silence in the interest of peace is very different from actively indulging in denial of history. And that's exactly where the problem starts. So if an entire school is established that goes about whitewashing stuff as opposed to saying, let's not touch this particular aspect of history, which I think is also not possible. How do you choose to remain silent over one particular aspect of your history? That's not going to happen. So then the only option is to speak about it. Now, why should the discussion with respect to something that has happened in the past result in acrimony in the present, unless someone relates to the invader even in the present and someone does not relate to the invader even in the present? In which case, the two-nation theory is well alive and kicking. That's one. But factually speaking, one particular trope I think needs to be busted because I think it's been sold well beyond its sell-by date. I'm sorry to say, after partition, people did not choose to stay here. The elections prior to the partition of 1946 spoke volumes. And that's a very clear decision taken at the ballot. And therefore, when you choose to speak about history, let's be clear that perhaps practical considerations came into existence which prevented a mass migration, but certainly not patriotic considerations or Bharatiya considerations. I think that myth needs to be busted and we cannot sell it any further. 3. On Ganga Jamni Tehzeeb, well, while I have several reservations with Dr. Ambedkar, the one thing that he was crystal clear about in his book, Pakistan or the Partition of India, which was published on the eve of the partition, 2 books were published by Rajendra Prasad in 1946 and Dr. Ambedkar in 1946. In which he clearly says that the so-called Ganga Jamni Tehzeeb, or the syncretic culture that is celebrated over and over again, is a product of the incomplete conversion of the converted Hindu to Islam. And therefore, multiple waves of attempts have been made on a regular basis to remove the remnants of that Hindu-ness from that particular convert, which is what has been pushed in this country as what we know as Wahhabism. To say that the new convert shall identify himself with the early converts to Islam, and therefore you cannot have any ties whatsoever or any cultural practices whatsoever which remind you of your ancestor. That starts with the language, that moves to dressing, so on and so forth. So let's be clear. If acrimony is the result or is going to be the result of a discussion with respect to the medieval period in current day Bharat and contemporary Bharat, that is because there are still people who relate to this particular person or this particular invader. Had that not been the case, why should there be a resistance with respect to the reclamation of a particular, let's say, structure that was built by an invader? Whether it's Babri Masjid or Gyanvapi Mandir or so on and so forth, these were built by invaders. Obviously, they were not built after the independence of this particular country. This is not a structure that has come into existence after 15th of August 1947. Why do you relate to this particular structure? Because the mindset that has been imposed on you at the peril of the sword and let's say at the pain of death prevents you from accepting your past, and therefore it's going to be a constant tussle each time there's a discussion with respect to the past. So I refuse to buy the fact that history is no more relevant or that it's possible for us to have these discussions objectively. I agree with Mr. Verma on this point. It cannot be objective. That's exactly why I concluded my first opening submission by saying all of us have our biases. It's impossible for us to say that we don't have biases. We are human beings. Impossible. We may choose not to bring out certain proclivities and, let's say, ideological leanings to the fore for reasons of pragmatism, whatever it may be. But let the evidence speak for itself. But if the evidence leads to a different conclusion and it has consequences on the street or elsewhere, then the people who choose to resort to the street merely because truth is being presented in a public forum are to be blamed. History is not to be blamed, and certainly not those people who wish to present that version of history before the public.
What do you think of the relationship as it evolves? I've been reading a lot of commentary that this extension of Mr. Xi's term in power, perhaps indefinitely, is going to create more friction between the two countries. He is in a different mold from his predecessors. Do you share this assessment? Are we really headed for a fraught relationship as we move forward?
No, I don't think we should approach the China relationship, and we haven't actually approached it as a behavioral or a term-driven policy. I think we have structural long-term challenges. My regret is we have...
Morning, our family of viewers, a very good morning to you, and just like we have done for close to now 2 decades, viewers, we are going to be bringing you once again a very exciting day. Times Now is the election news headquarters, and it's you who have made Times Now the election news headquarters by literally voting for us, by watching us every time, every single time. And we are in deep gratitude, and we hope that through our very innovative instrumentalities, cephalogical insights, we will keep you hooked all through the day. With me is Padmaja Joshi, and also of course our in-house cephalogist who needs no introduction, Jairam Thakur, who is with us once again after a break. Good morning, Jay. How are you? You're looking all very stripy today.
Yesterday was the Katal ki raat. I haven't slept, so.
I know. You've been poring over those numbers.
And she's volunteered to pay my health insurance the next time.
I have done no such thing, Jay. You have put your neck on the line, and today you have to earn your stripes. Sorry for an early morning bad pun. Thanks very much for tuning in. Election, we have brought you the fastest numbers and the analysis. In just an hour from now, the postal ballots are going to be opened. 68 seats in Himachal Pradesh and 182 seats in Gujarat. We are going to get you the numbers as these 2 states, plus very critical by-poll numbers as well, including 3 by-polls in Uttar Pradesh alone.
I have a question for you. We always start the coverage with the numbers coming in at 8 o'clock. And we are already telling our viewers that at 8 o'clock the counting begins and all the centers. But we always keep saying it's postal ballots, while all the numbers are racing ahead. How does this work, Padmaja?
Well, initially it is the postal ballots which are opened, and those are just the initial numbers. It's 8:30 when in right earnest, you have all the numbers really coming in, Rahul. So actually the funny thing this time is that we've in the election mode from yesterday itself, because you had the MCD results in Delhi. So all of those numbers have in a way already set the stage for what we are expecting. Already the Aam Aadmi Party, tasting blood in Delhi, has claimed that it is the challenger for 2024 on a national scale.
Let me tell you what's going to happen. And I predict this, and we might even start trending. On top, if you can see, there is a grid, and we are flashing numbers in anticipation. Someone's going to take a shot of our screen. It will stop at 111, 110, 105, 102, and they'll say, look, Times Now doesn't even know that there are only 182 seats in Gujarat. They've already forecasted much before anyone else has. So they will say that these numbers that are toggling so quickly up on top are the real numbers.
Let's hope that does not happen. That is definitely not the kind of virality that we want.
Yeah.
But it's important to understand, because as we get you the numbers in just a while from now, what are these regions that are voting? In Gujarat and in Himachal, there are very specific regions, and the way that they vote, the way that they are made up in terms of their caste makeup, the caste constituencies. Let's quickly take you through the different regions of Gujarat and of Maharashtra, and for that let us go across and show our viewers here are the regions in Gujarat which have voted and for which counting is going to take place today. 5 major regions, and each one of the seats that are there in these different regions. Let's get the first region from Jay. Kutch, Saurashtra, you've got 6 in Kutch, and in Saurashtra you've got 48.
So
all right, so
they're treated as one unit for all practical purposes.
So total of 54. This is the largest chunk of seats anywhere in all of Gujarat.
It is the largest chunk. It is the actual belt which is the biggest challenge for the BJP. The fair deal of partidars here. This is practically a desert district. There is a fair sprinkling of coolies all across the coast. On the trivia side, very important, very few people realize, because of this jaw-shaped shaped structure, they're not able to imagine the actual length of the coastline of Gujarat. Actually, it is longer. It's even longer than Andhra Pradesh. So therefore, you have a lot of communities that go along the coastline, like the fishermen, the coolies, that are actually very dominant over here.
So this is the area which the BJP needs to wrest back from the Congress.
Absolutely.
It is the area where the Congress performed the best in the 2017 elections. Keep that in mind as the numbers start coming in, and we are going to give you the numbers breakdown also of the different regions. From Kutch, Saurashtra,
the most defectors were from here. Strengthen the BJP post 2000.
There were nine defectors from the Congress out of the total 13, I think, that went from the Congress.
13 that they won, 9 were from.
So after the 2017 elections, 13 Congress MLAs actually defected to the BJP, and the maximum chunk, 9,
There's
was
beautiful
from
maths behind that.
Okay.
More than 13. 15 resigned, 19 by-elections. The BJP lost 2, gained 1. The final tally was 13.
All right, fabulous. North Gujarat that we are talking about. Now, the thing about North Gujarat is that here it shares a border with Rajasthan, again a place here which is very strong influence area for the Congress.
Absolutely. This is the area where both the Congress and the BJP brought in tribal ministers and leaders.
So here you've got tribals and here you've got Dalits, a lot of milk cooperatives over here.
Milk cooperatives, and something more fascinating.
So I just want to ask one question. Where is this election going to be decided?
Kutch, Saurashtra.
Kutch, Saurashtra. Now, look, let's just very quickly, as we look at these regions, also say two things, viewers, and it's very important that you realize this. There is not just an election happening in Gujarat, but also in Himachal Pradesh. There is also a very important series of by-polls that are happening in Uttar Pradesh. Yesterday, we've already seen, of course, a result coming out of Delhi. Taken together, it gives you a fairly good idea of the mood, representative idea of the mood of voters, of electors. What is it now? About 18 months before the big election, right? Ashutosh ji, right? Raja Gopalan ji.
Hey, Rahul, you brought out a very important point. When there was an upset for the BJP in 2004, in Gujarat, the Congress won a substantial number of Lok Sabha. That time, most of them were from Saurashtra. So it actually pinned the right region.
If BJP starts breaking away and doing well in Saurashtra, this basic story is over for the opposition. Is that, can we hazard
yes, because Saurashtra is their hope.
Okay, so Saurashtra, viewers, is the number that you need to be looking at. And Padmaja, Saurashtra has an interesting dynamic, doesn't it? There is it's a lot of three-cornered contests.
Exactly. Kutch, Saurashtra put together 54 total seats in this area. In this particular region, the Aam Aadmi Party very strategically has put its strongest candidates in those seats which are either rural and there is anger against the BJP, or where the sitting MLA is that of the Congress. Remember, Arvind Kejriwal, 1 week before polling was to take place, said it very boldly. Don't waste your vote on the Congress. Give your vote to the Aam Aadmi Party if you are a Congress voter.
Let's ask. Actually, that's a very good point, Padmaja. Very good point. Dr. Akashdeep Muni, what is the expectation of the AAP? Yesterday, you said that, look, we are going to win in Delhi. You have won. May not have been the most convincing victory. It might have been a very hotly contested battle. Here, is there a contest? Are you even in the contest, Doctor?
You know, Rahul, I am reminded today of what the Honorable Home Minister said, that there is no chance of a third party in Gujarat. But remember, Prajasakti Shakti Party, Shankar Singh Waghela, Keshubhai Patel, everybody tried in Gujarat but failed. And as per your predictions, Aam Aadmi Party is getting 24% votes. That is a huge margin, which says that there has been a third entrant, that is Aam Aadmi Party, a big dent, and taken along the vote share of Congress and some of BJP as well.
So this is actually the funny thing is that I remember about a month ago Arvind Kejriwal had said कि हम 90 सीटें जीत रहे हैं, and day before yesterday he said कि हम 20% vote share ले रहे हैं.
That's great news.
20%.
He said the exact tweet was, we're a new party, we're getting 15 to 20 in the exit poll. That's great news.
So
now juxtapose that with a written confident bravado of 92 plus.
Let's try to pull out that visual, because I remember him sort of standing there and he was pointing to, or there was some sort of a meme or whatever it was, pointing to some sort of an envelope.
So that letter he had written about the three people, he said कि आप लिख के ले लीजिए, ये तीनों जीत रहे हैं. But he had said, आशुतोष जी, कि 90 सीटें आ रही हैं. आप ये मैथ समझा दीजिए कि अगर 20% वोट शेयर आ रहा है तो उससे 90 सीटें कैसे आएंगी?
Actually, I'm reminded of a very old saying by Lalu Prasad Yadav in, I think, 2004 or 5 when the election happened. Before that, he said, we are going to sweep election, we are going to get 2/3. So when the election result came out, and the same question, he said, during the election, do you think I will say that I'm going to lose it? No, I will not. So I think...
But this is bravado, you're saying?
Obviously, because bravado. You have to enthuse your cadre.
Let me bring in GVL Narasimha Rao this morning from the Bharatiya Janata Party, Member of Parliament, National Spokesperson of the party. GVL ji, good morning. Aam Aadmi Party says we don't fight to lose. We have proven what we had to in Delhi. We have bearded the lion in its own den. And Gujarat, here we come. In fact, even the Congress, outside their own party headquarters, has hung some sort of a countdown clock. Countdown to when you're going to be voted out of power. What is making these opposition parties so confident that you're going to be booted out?
Good morning. Very early good morning to you and all the guests on the show. I think you see, if you make such tall claims which you know have absolutely no basis, you end up losing credibility. So if AAP is also in the same league as Lalu Prasad Yadav, it will be seen with the same amount of suspicion and same amount of lack of credibility. Yes, see, let me make one prediction. I will be with you possibly sometime in the afternoon or later in the evening.
Yeah.
You will possibly think if you can change the graphics, you will take out AAP from there, because there is nothing that there is going to be figuring out there.
Oh, 0 seats for AAP. That's a big, bold prediction by the Member of Parliament and the spokesperson of the BJP. 0 seats.
Who has been a cephalogist.
He's been a cephalogist. Let's break that. Big news. I actually want to bring in Padmaja here.
Padmaja, just one more.
Okay, one more prediction.
0 or 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3. Not more than that. Okay.
Yes. All right.
Wonderful.
So thank you very much, Mr. Rao, for that heads up. We will quickly have that version also with the Aam Aadmi Party.
I want to ask you, Padmaja, this is very important. There is a triangular fight. You've talked about it. How have triangular fights done in the past?
So in the past, triangular fights have not worked out, and we've discussed this, but the important difference to mark out over there is that in the past, when we had people like Keshubhai Patel and Shankar Singh Waghela, they were breakaways. They were not, established parties with governments in other states, as opposed to an Aam Aadmi Party, who not only now is in the municipality in Delhi, they have a mayor in Madhya Pradesh in Singrauli, they've got 2 state governments in Punjab and in Delhi, of course, as opposed to these people who were essentially rebels, who had got a few MLAs and leaders who'd come away with them.
The other triangular contest is the 1990 Janata Dal versus BJP versus Congress election. There are some similarities. The Janata Dal was also led by Vishwanath Pratap Singh, a non-Gujarati leader. The AAP is led by Mr. Kejriwal.
BJP came in as the third pole.
Third pole, yeah.
So
very by a tad 4%.
Exactly. So when people say that the third pole has never worked in Gujarat, BJP in Gujarat started out as the third pole in the Janata Dal versus Congress fight. So an established party has worked. We've got big news coming in fact, from Gujarat. Speaking of confidence, the BJP and sources within are telling us that already a date has been finalized for the swearing-in ceremony. What more do we know about this?
Confidence, Aishwarya.
Let's go across to Aishwarya for that. Aishwarya, what more can you tell us? Have the preparations already started? The date, the invitees, cards chhap gaye?
Well, the BJP is very confident of its victory here in Gujarat, and therefore the reason C.R. Patil, the BJP state president, I've already stated that the preparations have begun. They will be inviting Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and the date have been decided. It will be between 10th to 12th December, and the timing of the voting ceremony have also been decided. It will be 12:39 p.m. post 12 noon on 10 to 12 between 10 to 12 December, and just not the Prime Minister, but it will be grand oath taking ceremony. All the chief ministers, all the central leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party will be invited here in Ahmedabad, and a mega show by the BJP will be conducted. BJP is confident after the exit polls prediction, and therefore let
me bring in Mr. Raja Gopalan. Is there a national message in this election? What is the national message?
There is a national
I mean, how can there be a national message when an election is being fought, sir, in the BJP's own bastion? Obviously, they expect. I mean, Prime Minister comes from there, the Home Minister comes from there, the entire juggernaut of Mr. Modi began from Gujarat.
There is a national message. Beware the regional parties, beware
of BJP. That's one. You all talked about number crunching, the date of swearing in. I tell you a breaking story.
Is there a national message from Himachal or from Gujarat?
1 second, Rahul. This morning, 2:30 a.m., 8 telephones were busy at Amit Shah's house. This morning. A gentleman
What
who
time?
was present, 2:30 a.m.
2:30 in the morning?
In the morning.
This
Just
is
6
breaking
hours
news?
before.
No, what was happening?
8 telephones were busy. Himachal, Gujarat are their concern. And the operation man, whatever studio you make, number crunch, Padmaja, you, Jay, Vagara, everything is in Amit Shah's mind here. He does everything and 8 telephone calls.
Talking on 8 telephones at the
8
same
telephone calls. A gentleman who saw that told me an hour ago that, up to 2:30 he was also
So 2
with him.
telephones are for Himachal and Gujarat. बाकी 5 phone पे किससे बात होगी?
Delhi hoga.
Okay. So the other 5 were, I'm assuming some of them were for Uttar Pradesh.
Yeah, I'm asking you about national.
You asked about national.
Yes.
It's a warning to DMK, it's a warning to TMC, it's a warning to YSR, it's a
Ashutosh ji,
warning to everyone.
let's call this election out for what it is. Look, is the BJP expected to win Gujarat? Yes.
I think so.
Is it expected to win Himachal?
I'm not very sure.
You're not very. If it doesn't win, what does it mean?
Where?
If it's a 1-1, if it's a 1-1 scene, lost one, gain one.
It's too early to predict anything for the simple reason, because if you look at in 2018, that year was a bad year for the BJP because in Karnataka they couldn't form the government. In Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, all 3 they lost to the Congress party. Still they got more than 282 seats. In fact, they improved that seat tally in 2019.
Look, let me just tell you one thing. 5 people are speaking to me inside here right now as I'm beginning, and you're saying that Amit Shah ji was speaking to 8 people at one time. I don't know. I'm very confused. GV Narasimha Rao, is there a national message? Is there a national message, GV Narasimha Rao, or are we just basically, over analyzing what is an expected result?
Regional parties should be careful about Gujarat.
Regional parties, but
Congress Bharat has become regional party Mukt Bharat.
Yes, especially DMK.
Are you trying to suggest that in Tamil Nadu the BJP is going to sweep?
Yes, especially in
Andhra Pradesh.
Okay, are we over projecting, GV Narasimha Rao? Over projecting this?
No, every election is important because it sets the tone for the national mode. But Gujarat election is certainly very important because Honorable Prime Minister has been Chief Minister there and we have been in power for 27 years. So certainly a Gujarat outcome. Himachal, I would, in a national perspective, I would certainly I would not give it great importance, but every election is important. Delhi elections are important because it's the national capital. It gets talked about more than other states. Himachal would certainly be a localized outcome.
Okay.
But for us, winning even a 1 seat, 1 parliament seat state is very important. From that perspective, for BJP, it's of a great deal of importance. But in the national political scenario, I would certainly think Gujarat is more important.
If I may just differ respectfully for just a small point, because when you talk about Himachal, Mr. Rao, it will be interesting in the national picture to see if that Raj nahi Riwaz badlenge slogan actually comes true for the BJP, because that will be quite a comment on how traditional patterns of voting have been broken by the BJP. They've done it in Uttarakhand, they've done it in Uttar Pradesh. If they manage to do it in Himachal as well, that in itself will be a message following for the Rajasthan elections. So that will be an interesting takeaway from there.
For BJP, every election and the Himachal election is of great deal of significance. But as I said, in the national political context, as an analyst, if I were to look at it dispassionately, I would certainly think states like Uttar Pradesh, Gujarat, Bihar, West Bengal, Tamil Nadu.
So there is a fundamental question, Padmaja, and let's ask that question. I want to ask you also, I want to ask the entire panel. If the AAP today ends up losing both states, let's hypothesize. Are we saying that the AAP is over? Padmaja, let me first, she's been on the ground. So,
Here's the thing, Aam Aadmi Party, and Dr. Akashdeep Muni will also bear that out, has made it very clear that they are not aiming for 2024 or perhaps even 2029. They have a larger game plan at play, and their calculation is that over time keep chipping away at the Congress party till the time you have made that space in people's minds and said, we are the principal opposition.
And you were there.
Don't waste
you
your
spoke
vote.
to a large number of AAP people. And what were they telling you?
And you have to say, Rahul, when you go on the ground, if I speak very narrowly about Gujarat, most people would acknowledge that Aam Aadmi Party jeetegi nahi shayad, except maybe 1 seat, maximum 2 seats. Even the most die-hard Aam Aadmi Party supporters would say that. But when you see their drive, when you see the energy with which they are going out and campaigning, it is definitely more than the Congress in many, many seats. We've got big news, in fact, coming in again from Congress as well. One would think that the Congress was down and out of it, but at least in Delhi, they are putting up a show of confidence. Niyamika is there at the Congress headquarters. You have the clock of Parivartan at the Congress office in Ahmedabad, but at Aam Aadmi Party, what's happening in Delhi? Niyamika, over to you. Are they saying they are winning 90 seats, 100 seats, 180 seats?
Well, no, absolutely not. But the Aam Aadmi Party is surely eyeing to become a national party after these election results will come out in the state of Gujarat and Himachal Pradesh. As we are standing outside the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters, and you can see in the visuals as well that posters are being prepared here, and that clearly mentioning that Aam Aadmi Party के राष्ट्रीय पार्टी बनने पर आप सभी को सादर आभार. As the Aam Aadmi Party has been clearly giving out a message that they are going to become a national party after these results of the assembly elections in Gujarat and Himachal Pradesh will be out, as they just need 6% of vote share in these elections, and after that if they will be able to get this 6% vote share, they will be.
But ये poster उल्टा क्यों पड़ा है वहाँ पे? Just on a lighter note, I think the people are yet to come about in the Aam Aadmi Party and put up their posters, but we've been talking about some of the key fights, and in the key fights, Jay, here let's talk about central Gujarat. Central Gujarat is an area which again the BJP has a stronghold. It's a rural area, tribal area, but they had a problem here with the Patidar agitation as well. Key fights, we're talking about Hardik Patel in the seat in central Gujarat in Viramgam. Do you think he's going to win it?
No, fine. It's a fairly triangulated.
Hardik Patel is speaking.
Hardik is speaking, yes.
जन गुजरात के लिए है ही नहीं. जहां शादी हुई है वही रिश्ता निभाना चाहिए. गुजरात का चुनाव है और आप यात्रा भारत जोड़ो के दूसरे राज्यों में करते, फिर आप ये भरोसा रखते हो कि हमको गुजरात पसंद करेगा. कैसे करेगा? आपका विजन है गुजरात के लिए कि आने वाले 5 साल में गुजरात कैसा होना चाहिए? कोई विजन तैयार किया है कांग्रेस ने? नहीं किया, इसलिए लोग उनको पसंद नहीं करते.
और आखिर में आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे, कितना आप एक्सपेक्ट करते, कितना सीट आएंगे इस बार बीजेपी को गुजरात में?
100 आपका एग्जिट पोल है, उसी हिसाब से सीट आएगा.
आप टाइम्स के एग्जिट पोल से सहमत है?
यस.
All the way, Hardik Patel ji. So this was Hardik Patel. He says that BJP will definitely sweep the polls this time, and he stands by the exit poll.
So you've got Hardik Patel. We were talking about Viramgam. Jay, quick comment.
So now the AP quite strategically has fielded a Thakur against him, who are equally numerous in Viramgam. So in a way, we don't expect it to be an easy one-way fight. Lakhabhai Barwad, who contested last time on the Congress and won, had won against a newcomer defector of the Congress to the BJP. Tejasriben Patel went to the BJP yet lost. So it's not going to be an easy seat for him.
Okay, let me ask you one thing, because since Hardik Patel referred to Times Now's exit poll, 139 plus for BJP is what we have predicted, 30 about there plus for Congress, and 11 for Aam Aadmi Party. Is there a possibility, Jay, that the Aam Aadmi Party is going to bag 11 seats, and if it does, would that not be a massively good showing for a party that has come out of nowhere really?
Yeah, I believe the tally would start anywhere from 4 or 5.
But which are these seats that you think could have an AAP presence?
Yeah, one is Garyadhar in Saurashtra, where the AP candidate is a COVID Samaritan. He's really worked there. One is that seat. The other seat we are looking at is Devgarh Baria in central Gujarat, going back to that reference. We are also looking at a couple of seats in Surat, maybe Katargam, Varacha Road, and maybe one more tribal seat in North Gujarat like Khed Brahma. So 4 or 5 like a base.
Here in South Gujarat, which is the gentleman Vasava, who was Chotu Vasava's right-hand man.
Chaitar Vasava from Dediapada.
So, you know, Dediapada, Rahul, lot of people there said that Chaitar Vasava is going to win only because he is Chaitar Vasava. It doesn't matter, he could have contested as independent. It is just this thing, you know, when we talk about the tribal vote, and this is where the BJP is really making a concerted push. This used to be almost like a captive vote of a certain party, like the BTP, for example. The Bharatiya Tribal Party of Chotu Vasava was a sure shot in many of these seats in South Gujarat. Now some of their workers have broken away. We'll talk at length about the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party later in the day.
You know what is interesting, Padmaja, and I want to welcome also, good morning, Tehseen Poonawala. You talked about Rivaz. Padmaja, इन्होंने तो लिबास भी बदल लिया. आज you are today in a fuchsia color. I love this. Always make a fashion and a style statement. Good morning. GVL Narasimha Rao in his saffron. You're in your fuchsia.
In the pink of health.
In the pink of health. Is the Congress, I've come straight to the point. Is the Congress in the pink of health? It's amazing. And it feels odd, Ashutosh ji, that we're starting a morning on Gujarat, on Himachal, without talking about the Congress party. We are so focused on the
I think we are little bit unfair with the Congress party for the simple reason because Himachal they have a good chance to come back.
Good chance.
Good chance to come back.
Congress is winning Himachal. One of the keys will be the key BJP rebels in Himachal. They are going to split the BJP vote. The Congress has fought a good fight in Himachal, and
so the Congress is not winning because of Rahul Gandhi's message. It is winning because the BJP is imploding.
Number of factors. Priyanka Gandhi campaigned there a lot. So I think the Congress is winning Himachal. They raised the right issue, the old pension issue.
If the Congress wins Himachal, who gets credit for it? Priyanka Gandhi?
The Congress party gets credit
the
for
Congress.
it.
So,
led by Kharge.
Okay. So will you say that the march has changed the metrics? If Himachal, the Congress sweeps to power?
I don't think the march was meant to change political metrics at this stage. It is meant for 2024. It is meant for something larger. But yes, it has sent a positive message across the country. It is uniting people across the country.
So 1 second. So you're saying you're sweeping Himachal?
I won't say sweeping, but I think the Congress has an edge in Himachal. I think the Congress will win Himachal.
Okay, what does that mean, GVL Narasimha Rao? What does that mean? If the Congress still trounces you, what is the sentiment that you're going to read out of it? You talked about how this election has a national sort of resonance. What will it mean? Should we say that, oh, the BJP is being punished for perhaps ignoring the flagging economy, as the opposition has been sort of saying to you, not being strong enough, laal aankhein nahi dikhate aap China ko, for not doing enough to create jobs? How should one read that?
Rahul, I think it's simply not happening. So I don't think it really deserves a comment. I need to.
No,
I need to stretch my imagination.
Please, come on. Indulgence.
No, I think it's Congress is not in with a chance in Himachal.
No. All the exit polls are saying. In fact, there is one Padmaja, one exit poll that says that it's winning.
Very close contest, very close contest, but the Axis poll is saying that the Congress has its nose ahead in Himachal. But that being said, Rahul, I have to say that in Himachal, it has got a lot to do with the rebels within the BJP, more than the Congress's performance. Yes, the Congress has its fair share of rebel troubles in Gujarat, in Himachal, and the Gujarat BJP also has rebel trouble. But in Himachal, as somebody was explaining to me, where the margins usually are very small, if you have a rebel, a lot of seats are won and lost, Jay, by 1,000, 1,500, yes. Some even about 27 votes people have lost. Yes. So there, if you have a rebel cutting into the BJP's share, it makes a world of a difference.
And in Himachal, there have been close contests, you're saying, even in the past.
And there have been a number of rebels for the BJP this time around. So that is the real worry for the BJP in Himachal, more than the Congress's performance.
The rebels believe BJP, not Congress. Simply as that. That is why 8 phone calls are missing.
Okay, 8 phone calls were busy. We've got laddus being made in the BJP headquarters in Delhi already.
Congress has expelled 30 members for anti-party activities. Where has this happened?
Himachal. This is happening in Himachal.
Already.
Yesterday itself at night, they expelled 30 people for anti-party activities.
Well,
so when we said that there are rebel troubles in both the camps, that is a fact. Here is the difference. Day before counting, Congress expels 30 of its people. But when the BJP is concerned, 3 months ago itself, the phones were being worked, and at the highest level, the rebels were being called and saying, what are you doing? Listen, you have to step down. So that has also happened.
One of those calls went viral.
Yes, one of those calls did go viral. We are not vouching for the authenticity of that call.
The rebel did not agree.
Okay, so let me just quickly cut across to the visuals that we are getting from the BJP headquarters. Apparently, laddus are already being made, and this is like a very standard process. It always happens early in the morning. There will always be one guy who's sitting there making besan laddus. There'll be like the flowers and the malas, evening preparation, sacks full of malas.
Sabyasachi is live.
I see these laddus now. I'm always reminded of 2013 when Harshvardhan was already, and every laddu was there, and the BJP was the leading party. But within few hours, the things changed.
Ashutosh, it happened in Karnataka also. Remember when it was a very close call, and people came. It also happened with Nitin Patel ji, who had already started accepting congratulations for being the chief minister.
Already stitched the blues 2000.
Let me also say, it also happened in Bihar. It also happened in Bihar.
Oh, sorry.
It also happened in Bihar.
Yeah, of course.
And after that, suddenly, an in-swinger became an out-swinger
But
after 12 o'clock in the
hear the
afternoon.
Bihar thing. There were these analysts, one very senior journalist who works for one of the publications you're not very fond of, who kept saying on one of the
all publications.
who kept saying on one of the Lucian's TV channels why Nitish Kumar has lost. He gave an entire spiel of why Nitish Kumar has lost, only to realize Nitish Kumar has won the election exactly 10 minutes later.
GVL Rao is raising his hand. Yes, Mr. Rao.
Yeah,
Good
therefore
morning.
I think until 10:30, I think at least in closely contested elections like Himachal, I think you need to really hold your horses and not come to final. I was actually congratulated for one election at 9:30 in the morning. They said you have won, so this is a big. I said no, I'm not going to give any victory speech because I think it's too early. I'm not really going to comment on these results. And as it turned out, I think the result flipped by 10:30 or so. And in another election in Gujarat, in 2012 Gujarat election, I was by the side of one of the anchors on a Hindi TV channel. It projected at 10 o'clock, BJP is losing in Gujarat. At 2012, I said, no, I won't believe. We are winning this election. We'll need to wait until at least one round is completed. The problem with the counting process, Rahul, is it's important to know after postal ballots, machine by machine counting is done. On each round, some 14 machines are kept on tables. And what we do, sometimes the reporters send the first EVM count. And based on that, you start looking at the numbers, because you might get one machine count for 182 seats, but that doesn't really, that is not representative.
That's an important point. And this is a
psephologist. At least until the first round is completed in all the assembly seats, and that will be very close to the final result.
All right, so we will wait till the time that we have at least the first round.
That's why I began by asking you, Padmaja, how does this work? Because we will get breathless by 8:15, and then things start crystallizing at around 9:15, then at 10 o'clock things becomes more obvious, but by 12 things could change. The glorious uncertainties of cricket.
Because like
in the last Gujarat election itself, 2017, at around 10 o'clock, in fact, I was told when I went to Ahmedabad for my field trip this time, a close, associate of one of the state Congress leaders, he said that, at about 10 o'clock, it was showing as 85 Cong and 85 BJP, and actually the senior leader received a call from Mr. Rahul Gandhi, allegedly.
Those are the polling
So it can be that misleading.
Yeah, and especially in states where the margins are small, like GVL Rao just said, we are getting these visuals from the polling centers, and in just a while we are going to see the postal ballots being opened, the counting centers, from Gujarat, whose live visuals we are getting. Let's cut across to Sabyasachi as well. Like we said, we are going to wait for the first round before we make any conclusive statements, but the BJP will be hoping here at the BJP headquarters, Sabyasachi, that they win both Himachal and Gujarat, and in that way unke dono haath mein laddu honge. Sabyasachi.
Well, absolutely. The BJP is extremely confident in retaining both the states, and that is why the preparations are underway. As you can see on screens, the laddus are being prepared, and also flowers have been brought in. In some time, the entire BJP headquarters would be decorated by flowers, and the party workers will start to come in. So clearly the BJP has upped its ante and started decorating, and preparations are underway for the retaining of the state of Gujarat and Himachal Pradesh, and in the evening, as usual, Prime Minister.
Let me just ask you this: what is the BJP's narrative going to be coming out of these elections? If they win both, if they lose one, more importantly, if they lose one of them, what's the narrative? What are they going to say? How are they going to manage the messaging?
Well, the BJP, if they lose one of the elections, then we have seen that few days back there was a high-level meeting which was chaired by Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself, and in that particular meeting all the organizational head was called in to discuss the strategy for the Lok Sabha election. So after this, the major focus will be on the Lok Sabha polls, and also they are going to scrutinize the 2019 election as well, the states where they have lost, the seats that they have lost. So what can be done?
Scrutiny is fine, but what will be the messaging? And I want to come out to you because yesterday, Padmaja, when the Delhi results started coming out by around 10 o'clock in the morning, the BJP started putting out very interestingly how this was a moral victory for them. Because they said the AAP's vote share is down by X amount, it has lost in its boroughs where Sisodia and Mr. Jain, etc., are really influential. That tells you that this is a moral defeat. Corruption has caught up, etc. What do you think is going to be the messaging?
So here's the thing, as far as the MCDA is concerned, the statistics speak for themselves. It is a matter of fact that when it comes to Patparganj, whether it comes to Kalkaji, which is represented by Atishi, whether it comes to the constituency of Satyendra Jain, Amanatullah Khan, who is supposed to be quite a heavyweight in Okhla, there were a number of seats, in fact majority of the seats that were lost. Kalkaji, they lost all seats to the BJP. Right. Okhla, only one seat was won by them, so that is a fact. Also, very quickly, let me recap some of the statistics from yesterday. 20 wards BJP won with a margin of less than 1,000 votes. 24 wards Aam Aadmi Party won with a margin of less than 1,000 votes. Yes. So it was extremely closely fought. So here was a party putting out a message saying, listen, we've been 15 years of anti-incumbency baggage with us. Despite that, we were not wiped out, as has been predicted. So all is not lost when it comes for the next election that Delhi is going to be facing. This was more of a localized election.
If they lose Himachal, what are they going to say? 5 years and we couldn't deliver and therefore we've been booted out? Or will they say,
that is a message that they will have to send out. More importantly, about why you could not manage the rebels. Just to give a little bit of statistic again about Himachal, 15 rebels are there in the fray from BJP, 8 Congress rebels are in the fray. And what is interesting is that some of the rebels are in the fray from Hamirpur, which is the most important prestige seat for the Bharatiya Janata Party. Why, Jay?
Yeah, because it's the seat of the family seat of Mr. Thakur himself.
Exactly. Prem Kumar Dhumal, that is his region, Hamirpur, and Amit Shah himself went to go and do prachar, election
so
campaigning.
This question then we must ask of GVL Naswar.
Naresh Darji, the rebel, is supposed to be a heavyweight and is supposed to, Naresh Darji.
Okay, so let me go across to Mr. GVL Naswar. I'll come to you. Yeah.
But Rahul, I think these rebels we are over-exaggerating for the simple. Every election they are rebels on either party, whether the Congress, BJP, or Aam Aadmi Party, wherever you go. See, like you take example in Delhi. Even in Delhi, there are many rebels candidates which contested against the Aam Aadmi Party.
That's true.
But the fact is that in Delhi, this is your borough, this is your strongest fort, and in that strongest fort, despite 15 years anti-incumbency against the BJP, you managed to win with a margin of 3% vote share. Don't forget, the Aam Aadmi Party won 67 seats in 2015, 62 seats in 2020, and if you got such a huge number where your entire leadership lips comes from Delhi, and if you manage only by 3% vote share, I think they should not rejoice. There are serious concerns for them.
No, really, Rahul, this is very interesting that 1%, there has been an increase of 1% of BJP vote share, and there has been increase in Aam Aadmi Party vote share. There has been since in municipal elections, last time also after winning assembly, municipal elections were lost by Aam Aadmi Party. Still this time, for the first time, Aam Aadmi Party is able to make a mark in the municipal election. I think that's good for accolade for the Aam Aadmi Party.
That's an accolade. Okay, so GVL Narasimha Rao, let me then ask you this question. We've heard Ashutosh ji saying that, look, don't overemphasize the rebel factor. You are a party that prides itself being disciplined, etc., etc. So I want to ask you, let's put that out of the equation. A loss is a loss. What is the message that is going to come out if you lose Himachal?
No, Rahul, certainly in assembly polls or even local body corporate civic polls, certainly a rebel factor is an important factor. You cannot undermine this. In Lok Sabha elections, it doesn't really matter much because people tend to vote more on party lines, and candidates matter significantly less in parliamentary polls. But in assembly polls and even in civic body polls, candidates are important. So the rebel factor cannot be ruled out. That will certainly
Are we seeing the creation already of an alibi, Padmaja? And also, of course, there is the history.
Not alibi. I'm saying it will certainly reduce our performance. But I still expect we still expect to win Himachal convincingly. But the numbers could somewhat be less because of rebel factor.
So,
they are the BJP rebels even in Gujarat.
Jairam Thakur's house.
Absolutely. And
Jairam Thakur's house.
In fact, not just that, you've got Congress rebels in the fray as well. Jairam Thakur will have his neck on the line. Interesting trivia, barring one man, Shanta Kumar, all the chief ministers that Himachal has had have all been Thakurs. So it will be up to Jairam Thakur to really prove his mettle, and we have Gurpreet outside his house. Are there any pujas happening? It's a very crucial day for the incumbent chief minister. Over to you, Gurpreet.
Well, yes, of course, we are reporting in front of Jairam Thakur's residence, but here no political activities happening. If we can talk about the central leadership, we are seeing that the central leadership is keeping an eye on each and everything. Not only BJP's central leader Vinod Tavde has already been reached here. We have seen the central leadership from Congress party, Bhupinder Singh Hooda, as well as Rajiv Shukla. They are also keeping an eye, and what we have learned from the sources, they have already reached at Chandigarh. And once the rujans will start coming, after that immediately they will adopt the strategy. What we have learned from the Congress netas also here in Himachal Pradesh, they say that all the netas have already been apprised of each and every condition which the central leadership has already indicated, that once they are going to win the election, they will get the certificate, and immediately one of the Sangathan member, he will try to take stock of the situation. At the same time, we have seen here at Jairam Thakur's residence, where we are reporting at this point of time, we have seen no political activities happening, and fingers are crossed. We have seen that the exit poll are indicating that BJP can come back. But if we can talk about the leadership, they are very confident, both the sides, whether it's the Congress side or the BJP side, and this time this will be very, very interesting results which are coming from the Himachal Pradesh.
So, how do we understand this, Rajgopalan ji, that counting abhi shuru nahi hui hai aur observers already पहुंच चुके हैं शिमला? विनोद तावड़े ऑलरेडी वहां लैंड करने वाले हैं.
As Ashutosh said, rebels, Nota, these observers are a common factor in every election, Padmaja. Don't take it seriously, but at the same time...
So this is not an indication that it could be a very close fight and some intervention will be needed.
To any other side, you know. My understanding is, as of today, BJP has an edge in Himachal Pradesh.
Observers are there because there's a cliffhanger. Nobody knows exactly whether the BJP is going to win, or the Congress is going to the last minute manipulation in the sense, take
intervention.
This, get them all let's
call it intervention.
Any rebel of BJP will never cross to Congress. Take it from me.
That's not.
And similarly,
that
is not accurate.
But sir, aren't there ex-BJP candidates who are contesting from the Congress as well in Himachal? Rajgopalan,
there are like that. See, even Congress.
So then how can you be so confident that they won't cross over to the Congress?
What happened in Karnataka and
CBI and ED. CBI and ED. He is confident of CBI and ED.
What happened in Karnataka? What happened in Karnataka?
Padmaja,
what happened in
CBI and ED happened in Karnataka, or what happened?
Okay, they answered conscience call.
The conscience call of the ED officer, Mr. Mishra, who has not been transferred.
Or maybe they answered one of those 8 calls that were being made yesterday.
In between the Prime Minister stopping the Russia-Ukraine war. But more importantly, let's, Himachal is a state where the Honorable Prime Minister said, don't even look at the candidate, only vote for me. That tells you the BJP is in trouble. It tells you Jairam Thakur is in trouble. For the Prime Minister to stick his neck out and say, forget the candidate, vote for me, I think it's a big statement.
But if I'm not mistaken, Tehsin Poonawalla, he said that in Bihar as well. where he said कि आपका वोट आप मुझे दीजिए, because I mean for him to not say that, लोग बेवकूफ नहीं है, obviously लोग मोदी को ही दे रहे हैं ना. आप कह रहे हो दिल्ली लोकसभा में उन्होंने मोदी जी को ही दिया ना.
in Gujarat, he didn't say that in Maharashtra.
But no. So in Gujarat, most of the road shows that have happened, Tehseen, have had Bhupendra Patel along with the Prime Minister. So the Prime Minister is the face of
I'm not
BJP campaign.
disputing it, but he didn't say it in so many words. He's not said it in any other state.
He said it in Bihar, I remember very distinctly.
Both places they were in trouble.
BJP was in election as well. In Bihar, BJP was in trouble. The difference of vote share was 0.07%. Just that. So the BJP was in trouble.
Yes. And yet they ended up being the single largest party because the Prime Minister knew and the BJP knew this is a Brahmastra. Why be shy about it? They're saying, "Haan, hamara Brahmastra hai. Do isko vote."
I'm not getting into the legality of it. Of course it is Brahmastra, but the morality of it, the Prime Minister saying that your MLAs don't bother who your MLA is, who your local representation is, only vote for me. Is the Prime Minister going to give you water in the house? Is he going to make the sadak outside yours? I think as a democracy we need to evolve and ask these questions. Do we want to be, and this is what Ambedkar had cautioned us about in the constitutional debates, that we cannot have a one-man figure running the country.
Very respectfully I say, at least, very respectfully I say that at least in the BJP's posters you had the Prime Minister and Bhupendra Patel. In the Congress's posters, at least what I saw in Gujarat, other than Rahul Gandhi, people did not even know who the state president was, leave alone who the chief minister's face is. Usually there used to be a candidate and Rahul Gandhi. Let me cut across because we're talking about the Congress. Because we're talking about the Congress, we'll cut across to the Congress office in Ahmedabad. Everyone is talking about Parivartan. It all started with Bengal, where Parivartan was, one of the slogans. Now, Aam Aadmi Party on counting day, on polling day, tweeted Parivartan, and now the Congress is also claiming that Parivartan is going to happen. It's over. To my colleague at the Congress office, here you have the countdown that they have put कि 5 घंटे में या 5 मिनट में परिवर्तन होने वाला है. मकरन जी.
5 hours. देखिए 5 घंटे 34 मिनट और 11 सेकंड का वक्त है जब परिवर्तन होगा, ऐसा कांग्रेस का मानना है कि एक बार फिर से गुजरात में 27 साल के बाद कांग्रेस की सत्ता वापस आएगी. तो ये काउंटडाउन उस समय लगाया गया था, ये घड़ी उस समय लगाई गई थी जब कांग्रेस ने अपना यहां पर कैंपेन शुरू किया था. इससे पहले राजस्थान में ये तरीका अपनाया गया था. जो प्रभारी हैं गुजरात कांग्रेस के रघु शर्मा, उन्होंने टाइम्स नाउ से बातचीत में बताया कि राजस्थान में जब ये घड़ी लगाई गई थी, जब ये काउंटडाउन लगाया गया था, तब सफल रहा था प्रयोग और इस प्रयोग को उन्होंने गुजरात में दोहराया है. तो एक तरह का टोटका उन्होंने इस्तेमाल किया है कि शायद ये कार्यकर्ताओं को मोटिवेट करे और उससे सत्ता में वापसी हो कांग्रेस की. लेकिन अभी फिलहाल एग्जिट पोल के जो नतीजे नजर आ रहे हैं उसमें इस तरह का परिवर्तन होगा ऐसी उम्मीद कम ही है. लेकिन फिर भी कांग्रेस के तमाम नेता, वरिष्ठ नेता इस बात को लेकर के कॉन्फिडेंट है कि चौंकाने वाले परिणाम सामने आएंगे. और वो चौंकाने वाले परिणाम क्या होंगे, संख्या क्या होगी उनकी सीट की, ये कोई भी बता नहीं.
But I just want to very quickly come out to Jay. Jay, you've got some numbers on you.
Yeah.
Himachal? Gujarat?
No. This I'm just holding the iPad. It's a prep.
Okay.
It's a prep.
It's
I'm just getting ready for the.
Okay. So I just want to ask you, Himachal, what is your basic takeaway from Himachal? Do you think that there is going to be an upset? If so, what are the regions that will determine the outcome? Or is it agnostic, region agnostic?
There is only one example close to an upset in the past. It's 1998 when both the BJP and the Congress got the same tally. The Himachal Vikas Congress of the former Minister Sukhram was then the kingmaker. The BJP won them over. Now the key region in Himachal which drives this is Kangra. So whoever sweeps Kangra, it's the largest region, that's the party that takes the state. So we're really going to watch out for Kangra.
All right, big news in fact coming in is that the Congress has taken a decision to shift its winning MLAs to Rajasthan immediately to avoid horse trading. That is what we are learning.
The Gujarat MLA?
No, but I don't understand.
I'm not sorry, Rahul. I think these will be Himachal MLA. These will be Himachal MLA.
No, even about that Gujarat clock, I have a little humorous anecdote. So when we are going around in Ahmedabad,
it couldn't be Gujarat, it must be Himachal, right?
Must be Himachal Congress MLA. Himachal Congress MLA.
Gujarat, I don't think...
No, that clock, I tell you the motive of that clock, why that clock seems to be there. So now again, some nice trivia. You know, we call the AAP symbol Jhadu over here, you know, in Delhi and all across India. In Gujarati, it's actually called sourdough. The sweeping broom is called sourdough. Now, it literally translates to the English words sour, S-U-U-R, sour, and D-U-G-H. Okay. So that sourdough, the way you pronounce it, sourdough, you pronounce it. So when we're speaking to some local Congress leaders, you know, so they said, look, our hope is hung, let's hope. No, BJP may get 130, we'll get 20. No, but some survey is saying BJP is going to 80, there is going to be a hung. Then he confidently comes out in the end and says, no, सावरडो पकड़वा माटे हाथ तो જોઈએ. Basically translated Hindi it means झाड़ू पकड़ने के लिए हाथ तो चाहिए. So that's the motive behind the clock. That someday the hand will hold the broom.
अरे हाथ तो झाड़ू पकड़ने को तैयार है, but क्या झाड़ू हाथ के अंदर जाने को तैयार है कि नहीं है? That will also be a key question.
Let me ask this question of GVL Narasimha Rao. GVL Narasimha Rao, whether it is Delhi, at around 8 o'clock yesterday, Mr. Sisodia comes out and says that approaches are being made to our cooperators. Whether it is Himachal now, the Congress already thinking about putting all its MLAs into a resort. This doesn't speak very well of the culture of BJP's politics, some people will say. They say, look...
Rahul, the Congress party, which has broken 100 governments in the country and imposed president's rule, indulged in defections, and it today has the guts to paint BJP as the villain. If they are winning election in Himachal, who are not, so obviously Congress party is scared. They are certainly seeing a defeat in Himachal. If they were to win Himachal, what on earth can prevent them from forming a government in Himachal? Is this not an admission?
Today, right?
No, is this not an admission that they are losing Himachal?
It doesn't justify it. Mr. Modi promised a new India. Mr. Modi should have said new India is exactly what
come on, you are
Mr. Rajagopalan.
Rahul Gandhi said 2 Indias. What is his answer?
Rahul Gandhi didn't say that. We said that.
2 India, 2 Indias. 2 Indias.
Rahul Gandhi said 2
Indias. Rahul Gandhi said 2 Indias.
We suddenly said 2 Indias. We said it. Not we suddenly. We've done. Sorry.
Nobody wants to lose power. So by this way or that way, when the Congress was there, they did it. Now the Modi is there. He is also doing it. So why to blame only the
hypothetically speaking, what do you think? If the Congress is just a little short of majority in Himachal, and if the Aam Aadmi Party say ends up winning 10, do you think that the two will come together?
I think so.
You think so? After that entire fiasco in Delhi saying कि मैं बच्चों की कसम खाता हूँ.
In 2013, you remember, the entire Aam Aadmi Party campaign was against Sheila Dikshit. I'll send Sheila Dikshit to jail. And the Congress got 8 seats, they got 28, and together they came together, they formed the government.
See,
so I think but
then they got so much back for it, and then they said
but under pressure,
Congress, Aam Aadmi Party will join.
Under pressure to take a small break.
I go with that. Ashutosh Party cannot afford to go with the BJP, come what may.
If the Congress joins hands with Aam Aadmi Party, it will be the end of the Congress in Himachal. The Congress should not sit in opposition.
10 minutes to when the first postal ballots, the first round, call it what you want to, gets underway. We're going to take a very short break. We are back very quickly, viewers. Stay tuned. It's all going to kick off in the next 5-7 minutes.
Never seen before poll tools. Decoding the votes, seats and swing. Groundbreaking TV coverage. Value for every minute spent. Result day live only on Times Now. Election News Headquarters.
अगर स्टार की फीस है, which has happened, I mean we don't have to go who, it's quite common, उसका GST 18% है सर, 18% तो GST है उसका. अब आप कह रहे हो आपने 16, am I right? 16 crores is the number? Yeah, 17 crores में आपने पूरी पिक्चर बना ली. मैंने सुना
कनाडा का रिलीज
मिलके
कैमरा का
वो कनाडा में जो किए हम लोग,
हाँ, वो सब मिला के
वो उधर हमारा रिलीज का खर्चा मिलके वो 16 करोड़।
और कई लोगों के बजट ऐसे होते हैं। सर मैं एक YouTube चैनल चलाता हूं, उसमें मैंने किसी को बुलाना चाहा, उन्होंने कहा कि मेरी कंगी करने के लिए और ये करने के लिए 11 लोग आएंगे। उन सब
ये जोक मेरे सामने मारना था, मतलब
आप भी ले आओ सर 5-6।
आपको कंगी वाला जोक मेरे सामने बोलना था।
अरे अरे वो तो मैंने सोचा ही नहीं सर, आप तो बियॉन्ड कंगी हो। पर
और मैं देख रहा हूँ कि 90% लोग यहाँ पर बिना कंगी के वाले बैठे हुए हैं।
नो, सो आई एम जस्ट
सेइंग, आई एग्री विद यू आर राइट।
मेकअप, नॉट जस्ट कंगी, इट वाज मेकअप, इट वाज दिस, कोई पानी लाएगा, मिनरल वाटर होना चाहिए। मैंने सुना है लोगों की 4-4 वैनिटी वैन होती हैं। दीज आर नॉट, सो दीज आर कॉस्ट स्ट्रक्चर्स विच आर सो, और एक एंड पे आजकल ऐसे भी कंटेंट बन रहा है, 15 करोड़ में आपने पूरी पिक्चर बना ली। यूट्यूबर्स तो बेचारे और भी कम में बनाते हैं, सम ओटीटी। सो व्हाट इज इट लाइक, क्या ये बॉलीवुड कोई, जो बॉम्बे है, हम भी वहीं रहते हैं मुंबई में, वो कोई और ही दुनिया में चल रहा है? या आप लोग कैसे, मतलब वेयर, हाउ कैन यू मेक अ फिल्म फॉर 15 करोड़ एंड दे आर मेकिंग फिल्म फॉर 400 करोड़ और उनकी नहीं चल रही है और आपकी चल रही है? ये कैसे हो, कैसे रहा है? व्हाट इज दिस?
देखिए ऐसा नहीं है। अभी कार्तिक आर्यन की फिल्म भूल भुलैया 2 चली, बहुत अच्छी। संजय लीला बंसाली की फिल्म विद आलिया चली, बहुत अच्छी। तो ऐसा नहीं कि बड़े बजट की फिल्में चल नहीं रही हैं। जैसा कि मैंने बताया कि लोगों को एंटाइटलमेंट अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है।
बताइए एंटाइटलमेंट किसी को समझा?
मतलब कि हम आपको बताते हैं कि अभी फिल्म कैसे बनती है, हम आपको बताते हैं कि क्या होना चाहिए फिल्म में। दे आर नॉट इंटरेस्टेड इन दैट। दे आर इंटरेस्टेड, दे स्पेंड देयर मनी। ऑल्सो चेंज होता गया ना। पहले तो हमारे पास, हम सादे फिल्में देखने चले जाते थे, फिर डिफरेंट साधन हुए। आज लोगों के पास एंटरटेनमेंट के कितने साधन हैं। आप मॉल में चले जाइए, खाना खाने की जगहें हैं, ओटीटी प्लेटफॉर्म्स हैं, वगैरह वगैरह, कितने सारे हैं। तो नाउ दे डोंट लाइक anything, I'll go back to the same thing, anything which smells of fakeism, if there is a word like that. They just don't understand that. They will rather go to see a Kantara, they will rather go to see a RRR, they will rather go and see some other film. American films, क्या business करती हैं यहाँ पर? मतलब they are also equally now our competitors. तो survival तो करना ही पड़ेगा ना। पर मैं अपने 38 साल में मुझे 532 फिल्में की हैं। बहुत सारे लोग आए गए, बहुत सारे लोग आए, बट सिंसेरिटी का और हार्डवर्क का कोई ऑल्टरनेट नहीं है। मैं ये कोई ज्ञान की बातें नहीं कर रहा। तो ऐसे लगता है कि हम चलो अगर पैसे से बनानी है फिल्म, बट दिस इज, मुझे लगता है अमृत मंथन है, ये चर्निंग है। अमृत मंथन का पीरियड अच्छा होता है, इसके बाद जो आगे फिल्में बनेंगी वो शायद अलग बनेंगी, डिफरेंट बनेगी। कभी कभी सोचने पे मजबूर हो जाते हैं ना।
You know, the usual opposition voices that have been repeatedly making themselves heard. I'm not saying the usual suspects. I'm not disparaging of the opposition. All I'm saying is that there are a group of leaders who did express a great disappointment at the fact that the Prime Minister didn't collar Xi Jinping or whatever they imagined he would be doing. So there's that. And there's, of course, the China question. Can we talk a little bit about that?
Look, when it comes to China, there is the reality of China, the second biggest economy in the world, our proximate neighbor, but also one with whom we've had, to put it politely, a difficult history, where we've had conflict. We have a very major boundary dispute, and where on many issues of high importance to us, they have not been supportive. This could be our quest for permanent membership of the UN Security Council and reform of the UN. It could be our candidature for becoming a member of the nuclear suppliers group, or it could be those issues you mentioned, listing of UN terrorists, and it could be something far more basic. And this is something which goes back to the 1950s and 60s, which is their relationship with Pakistan, and how that relationship in Pakistan
Hello and welcome, viewers. You've been watching Times Now since the morning, and thank you for that, and do continue to do so. This is a big day, and on big days, Times Now always keeps you ahead. We will keep you ahead once again, giving you the first picture with the greatest accuracy of the numbers as they emerge. And we can tell you that the counting centers in both Gujarat and Himachal Pradesh are already buzzing. We've been showing you visuals from there. We're going to try and project those visuals right now on our screens. But let me tell you, viewers, this is a very important bellwether election. There will be a lot of people in the BJP who will say that this election will set the tone for 2024 because they're expecting to sweep. They're expecting to sweep both Himachal and Gujarat. But viewers, let me also tell you that the Congress is in with a chance in Himachal Pradesh. If you just look at all the exit poll, barring Times Now's exit poll, all of them suggest that either the Congress is winning or it's going to be so close, Padmaja, that it will be difficult for anyone to call this election till the last vote is counted. Now, if that is indeed the case, what will be the message? What will be the message?
So here are the 5 reasons that you should watch out for today's election results. Remember, this is not just about Delhi, about Gujarat and Himachal Pradesh, but also the by-elections which are being held in different states across the country. 3 very important ones happening in Uttar Pradesh itself. Point number 1. In Gujarat, if the BJP manages to hold on to government, it will overtake the left in terms of the uninterrupted years in government, because now they will take on 32 uninterrupted years in government. They already have 27 years in government. In Himachal, they have gone with the slogan Raj Nahi Riwaj Badaliye. So they will again break the chain of a state constantly rotating between parties after Uttarakhand and Uttar Pradesh.
Since 1985.
Absolutely. Right? And it will send out a message that this whole trend in Uttar Pradesh, remember, Yogi Adityanath broke many taboos. No chief minister ever comes to Noida. He came repeatedly. He said on a Times Now platform, "Main aunga na." And indeed it happened. So that will be a message that will be taken forward by the party into the next election of Rajasthan, which also has a similar trend where they'll say, it doesn't matter, these trends are obsolete now. People are voting on issues and not on trends. Point number 3, in the by-elections that are being held in Uttar Pradesh, especially those in Rampur and the one in Mainpuri, the future of the Samajwadi Party is hinging. They have already lost Azamgarh, which was a huge prestige battle. Now if they lose Mulayam Singh Yadav's seat itself, what does it mean for them in 2024?
And what does it mean for the opposition space?
Absolutely. And finally, who is going to be the primary challenger is going to be outcome of all of these elections, the by-polls, the NCD, the state elections for 2024. Who is going to take on the BJP for the mother of all battles that is going to happen in 2024, and that is why stay glued to the election results. They will tell us a big story.
And I want to bring in another point, viewers, which is an important one. And let's just think about this and reflect. What have we been hearing? We have been hearing from Rahul Gandhi, who has been marching through very creditably through a large number of states, making an effort to suggest that India is a country divided. It's divided into many, many fractions which are contending with each other for different reasons. And therefore, there has been an utter failure of governance. There is the Aam Aadmi Party that says its model is perhaps the best to uplift people, especially those that are distant from all sorts of programs that could lead to their betterment. Because this government has not paid attention to those people, and I'm talking about the governments at the center or BJP governments in the state have not paid attention to the needs of the people over the last 2 years, specifically on the back of the COVID outbreak. Then you have a whole bunch of other opposition parties who are saying that today politics, especially in their states, is very, very clearly one that is positioning the non-Congress parties against the BJP because the Congress is disappearing. So, viewers, there are many trends that can be spoken of, but is this the election that will actually lead us to conclude definitively that there is a trend? And counting has begun. We are getting already one lead coming out of, it appears, Gujarat, the BJP there. Very early days, isn't it?
One for the BJP. Very early still. We don't know the constituency. It's just the number that.
Okay, so before the numbers start coming in thick and fast, let's go straight across, viewers, because through the day, how are we going to show you the results? It's not just going to be a breathless rattling off of numbers, but we also want you to get the message and the context. So here are all the different tools that we have. We've kept it simple. We don't want it to become, a lot of jargon. So let's take you straight across first to our data center and our data scientist, Jay, and our also in-house Gujarati, by the way, who's full of data and of anecdotes. First up, we are going to show you here on a map. What is the color coding? This color coding will essentially tell you which seats have gone to the BJP. This will fill up with saffron, with green and with blue, which stands for the BJP, the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party respectively, and the grey, which is standing for others/independent. So this is the map. Now when we go across to the map compare. Jay.
Absolutely. So there's a comparison. It's quickly going to tell you actually how the switch is going to take place. It's
this
very
is 2017, 2022. So it will be in sharp relief. You can say, अच्छा ये सब saffron था, ये saffron footprint कम हो गया, यहाँ पर grey आ गया या blue आ गया or whatever.
Absolutely.
It will be visually very established for you how the seats, if at all, have shifted and vice versa. Compare with the previous election. How does this
What
work?
is the change? So you can actually see the dip up or down in percentage points, whether it's going between 0 and 1. They just normalize the scale. It shows a dip up and down. The most interesting one is the next one, the spider web. Now here we've actually put together different cluster demographies of the state.
This is the part that you must take a look at. What we've done is we have actually identified the key components along which people may have voted. What about the seats where the BJP has dropped its sitting candidate?
Absolutely.
What are the seats where key BJP rebels are there? Which are the minority seats? Which are the seats with the partidar effect? Which are the seats which are purely rural? Now each one of these seats has voted in a specific fashion in the past, and then here on the web we will chart out for you. Okay, so here is the U seats, which is the urban seats. You will see a chart over here like this web going up, which will say, all right, 2017, here is where the BJP stood, this saffron web.
No, so this is for this election, 2022. So what it's going to do is the relief spread of each of the parties is going to be juxtaposed with the other. So within one spider, why it's called a spider web? Because the relative performance comes up as a spike or a running line below to show the difference in performance.
Padmaja,
so
let me very quickly direct our viewers' attentions to also the screens now. 6 leads are coming in from Gujarat. Early days, postal ballots, we don't even know from which area right now, so we're going to get you more fine focus on that. So if both of you now would sort of start.
So we are going to keep our screen split over here between Himachal and Gujarat.
And also, of course, there is going to be the numbers now starting to come out of Himachal also. Remember, viewers, these are only leads and trends. These are not results. These are not results. These are just leads. These are just leads and trends, not results. I want us to very clearly emphasize that. And again, as you can see already, you're getting a sense, at least from Himachal, where that initial lead is coming from. Jay will be over with us in just a few moments, but that seems to be central region of Himachal, the lower areas.
This will fall in the Shimla region, if I'm not mistaken. So here is the Shimla region. You will here also see the color coding, the one that I showed you on the map there. This will show up here as well. So you get an idea of where the initial leads are coming from.
Let me just very quickly also introduce our panel. Smita Prakash, good morning to you. Thank you very much for being here. As always, Dr. Anand Ranganathan, Dr. Raman, Mr. Jindal of the Congress, and of course Ashutosh ji, who's already been here an hour.
We finally managed to narrow down the information. Himachal, the first lead is Anni. The BJP switched the candidate, but the BJP has managed to retain the seat. It's a very early lead.
Okay, you're going to come right across and you're going to take your position here. And I just want to open this up very quickly. Leads coming in, let's not get beyond ourselves by predicting anything. But Smita Prakash, the trends coming in from Gujarat seem to indicate that the BJP is striking ahead. Not unusually so. Would you say? Not unusually so.
I think exactly what the exit polls were saying, that the BJP is in a comfortable position in Gujarat. They are expecting to better their record, and one is, the trends, early trends are going to show that maybe not a windfall immediately, but it's going to be going in the BJP's favor.
All right. So also, can you explain for us, usually this might be, but what I remember from recent memory, Jay, usually when postal ballots happen, they tend to go in favor of the BJP. I remember reading some analysis about, is that really a trend?
No, not
and
exactly.
why does this happen? And who are these postal ballots really that are opened right at the beginning? So who are these people who send in postal ballots?
It's a very good question. Most of these postal ballots are from servicemen and the government servants deployed outside the state. They normally take interest in the postal ballots. Now, that's very important for Himachal because it's, a lot of the middle class depends. I mean, there are soldiers, there are government officers. Himachal and Uttarakhand are traditionally called the pension economies. They run on the pension. I mean, most of them are there for...
Which is why old pension scheme was such an issue over here.
So it's the postal ballots are crucial in Himachal. But the news here is that we've got even the second lead from Himachal. That too is a BJP retain right now.
Which is Baijnath.
BJP retain.
Baijnath, Mulk Raj is the incumbent. And Mulk Raj was renominated again as candidate. And so far early leads show that Baijnath...
Let's quickly go around the table very quickly. Dr. Ranganathan, what's your big takeaway tonight? I mean, this morning. What are you looking at?
I think it's going to be a done deal in Gujarat and a cliffhanger in Himachal.
How many seats in Gujarat?
I would say between 120 to 130.
And in Himachal?
Okay. We've got quick news to second you from Gujarat. 2 leads now. Let's have a look at the screen there.
Yes.
2 leads from Gujarat here. Okay. This is Limkheda. Okay, and this is the second seat, which is Ankleshwar. Both of them are BJP retains right now. Okay,
and you have one in Bhuj also.
Yeah, Bhuj is also a BJP retain. The sitting MLA is from the BJP. They've changed the MLA, they changed the candidate, but the BJP is retaining it.
So Acharya Dr. Neema Ben Bhavesh Bhai was the incumbent. She was the outgoing. She's the incumbent, and Keshu Bhai Patel is the person who has been given the ticket.
It's the namesake of the former.
Different Keshu Bhai Patel.
Dr. Raman,
and is in the lead.
Raman, quickly look at the numbers. Gujarat 20 leads. Actually 29 leads out of 182. The BJP now coursing ahead at 27 for the Congress. These are leads and trends up to.
Rahul, I'm completely flummoxed. It's now 808.
Yeah.
Even, for the postal ballots to be, I've been in voting counting centers in the past.
Yeah.
It takes 20 minutes, 15 to 20 minutes. Where on earth are these leads coming from? How is the
numbers
election
come out of
commission,
machines. Ashutosh.
I'm just. I know Ashutosh has been there. Ashutosh, you tell me, Ashutosh.
Let's build.
Can you have 30 leads out of 182 in 9 minutes?
Mr. Raman, divulge the secret. Mr. Raman, how the process works? I'll tell you how the process works. The process works in this way. Which was the agency collecting the data? There's a media pass, okay, for the person who can go inside the polling booth. There's a genuine legal media pass. Now that person on his mobile can carry a mobile app, and whatever is the first declaration,
that's what is happening.
It comes online.
The problem is, I'll tell you what the problem is.
The point is for that data to be registered.
No, I'll tell you
from the machine.
You're not understanding the process here. There is a certain shortchanging. No, hang on. There's a certain. Okay, one second. I'll tell you how it works. If you allow me.
I don't know how it works. Let's go there. Okay. Now we continue to build the excitement.
Yes. No, come on. Let's talk about
Gujarat. One more. In Gujarat we have one more. This is Amreli. Now it's very interesting. Again, we'll not come to conclusions very early, but it's very important. This is the seat of Mr. Paresh Dhanani, who is the leader of the Congress party in the outgoing assembly. And currently the BJP has taken an early lead in his seat.
Okay. So what are we seeing? In Himachal, viewers, you have leads coming in from 8 out of 68. The BJP at 6 leads, Congress at 2, the others up 0. Here in Gujarat, you have leads coming out of 33 out of 182. Very early days. Let me tell you, postal ballots. We are getting information straight from the counting center. You're putting it straight out.
Okay, Himachal is giving some very interesting story. Shimla, again, we will not jump our horses, but Shimla rural, which was actually held by the Congress last time, Vikramaditya Singh, now the BJP's candidate has taken an early lead there.
I think we should hold our horses on that, because for Vikramaditya Singh, they are still early lead. Vikramaditya Singh pretty much, he's going to make up. But again, from Gujarat, now we have 12 leads, and the interesting story we are getting is that all these 12 leads, 3 were seats which were with the Congress in 2017. Those 3 seats are Nizar, where Sunil Bhai was there last time around, and this time the BJP has an early lead, Jairam Gamit. The other seat is
another Mandvi.
This is all still based on postal ballots.
Exactly.
So I just want to ask you, because you made an important point. 1 second, gentlemen. An important point was made. Jay, how should we assess these postal ballots?
They can be misleading. I remember
Padmaja was talking about research she read that seemed to suggest that a lot of people who are itinerants, they're servicemen, have a conservative point of view, etc., etc. Perhaps will be BJP inclined. Does that bear out?
No, not exactly. In fact, in Karnataka, we had the exact opposite experience. They were not BJP inclined. In the morning, I remember in 2018, when the counting started, the postal ballots actually gave a big lead to the Congress. And Axis, which had projected a Congress win in Karnataka, that time was rejoicing. And by 9:30, the whole picture turned.
But in Karnataka, the postal ballot is not so many 4Gs. But in Himachal there is. Himachal is known for that your money order economy, and you're known for 4Gs who are doing the postal ballot, whereas in Karnataka it's not the case.
What's the percentage of postal ballots compared to the normal?
Now here, I need to give some very interesting story. In Gujarat, let's go down here. Okay, let's put the comparison map, guys, 22 and 17.
We'll get that in just a few moments. We'll just get that in. Actually, that's where it is. You could just go across to the big wall, the data center, and you'll see that.
Perfect. We are there. Perfect. Now look, again, postal ballots, we'll not comment, but if something like this happens, then it could be suicide for the Congress. I'll tell you what's exactly happened. These are old Congress strongholds. Okay? This is again a old BJP stronghold, that is Pardi. Now what's happening here is, in these places, the AP was determined to eat into the tribal vote. Let's not forget, this is Bharuch and Ankleshwar. Yahan pe bhi abhi tribal impact hai. Okay? And there, if the Congress had won earlier, and now the BJP is taking a lot of lead over there, if that sort of a trend persists, it's worrisome for the Congress. The AP could have cut it from the bottom.
Now here see, when we are talking about, when we are looking at regions, Rahul, here is the Saurashtra Kutch region, which last time was a lot of green. This time around, this green seat,
one single green
based on early trend is showing as saffron.
And that's the region you were saying also we need to be looking out for, because this election can be won or lost.
54 seats out of 54 chunk. 30 came to the Congress in 2017.
Oh, I see.
So if even half of them turn around to the BJP, then they are going to romp.
And the story, therefore, from Gujarat will be that AAP will have damaged the Congress to the extent that the Congress was out of the picture. Now, very quickly, let's have a quick look at the numbers once again. Leads from 53 out of 182 in Gujarat. We're going to break it down in the data center in just 30 seconds. 42 for the BJP. Leads, viewers, trends, leads, call them what you want to. Congress up at about 8. Aam Aadmi Party at 1. The number for the Aam Aadmi Party may not go up, viewers, in Gujarat, but its vote share, as we predicted in the exit poll, could even hover around the 20% mark, and that could be, as Jay was saying, suicide really for the Congress. In Himachal, we've got leads coming in, and I'm just going to quickly go across the Himachal numbers. If you can just pull out, yes, that's it. 20 out of 68. Remember, here, viewers, 24 is the halfway mark, and you're already beginning to see quite a few leads coming through in Himachal. So we're going to bring you the Himachal in just a few moments.
Comparison for Himachal.
10 out of 68. Let's split this screen.
We'll put a comparison.
Let's go straight across to the data center.
Okay, so we are going to show you the comparison now for Himachal. 3 regions largely that we have in Himachal, which is Mandi, Kangra and Shimla. Now the trend so far seems to be pretty much in line of what happened last time around, except one swing that we are seeing, which is in Chamba. So Chamba, Pawan Nair is replaced by Neeraj Nair of the Congress. Pawan Nair was BJP incumbent. Neeraj Nair here has the
similarly. We've got one more similar trend for Himachal. It's Chopal seat, where Balbir Singh Verma of the BJP has been replaced by Rajneesh Kimta, leading again early leads right now.
Alright, these are the initial leads that we have. 7 leads for the BJP, 3 for the Congress. We had shown AAP in the lead for just a second there. It has quickly gone back there. And this pretty much is the story. Baijnath, Mulk Raj continues to be ahead as
and Gujarat behind you. Gujarat behind you. I'm beginning to see more movement in Saurashtra. The number in Gujarat, 57 leads coming in 182 early days. We don't even know if the first round is being counted as of now. But I can tell you, viewers, 45 leads for the BJP, the Congress 10, the AAP at 2. This number is going to vary. Many people, including the BJP, believe that the AAP will perhaps not even open their account, but it will be their vote share that we'll have to look at. Let's go back to the data center. Yes.
No, very clearly, AAP has picked up 2 in the Surat region. We're still getting the clarity where it is, but all that AAP is doing well is only and only in the Surat region. If this trend persists,
and where is the Surat region exactly?
It's
in
in south,
the southern Gujarat.
south.
You
It's
just
in
look
South
at it.
Gujarat.
You find this small blue diamond shaped
But it is not opening up.
It's not opening up.
Yeah.
Perfect. But so this is the AAP seat. Okay, these are the two seats in the Surat region.
Right.
But this is hardly surprising because Surat, remember, is where on the back of the Patel agitation, Aam Aadmi Party had done really well. This is also the region, by the way, from where Alpesh Katheria in the general region of Surat has been fielded. He is one of the leaders of the Patidar Anamat Andolan Samiti, which is PAS, which was led by Hardik Patel. So there is a huge groundswell, or at least there was a huge groundswell, and the Aam Aadmi Party tapped into it. So the analysis was that if they end up winning any leads, it is going to be largely in this area.
Okay,
That of Surat.
we've got that final single seat. We located it. It is Varacha Road of Alpesh Katheria.
That's the one you were talking about.
Alpesh
That's the
Katheria.
one you were talking about. Very important.
Absolutely.
Okay, viewers, very quickly, let's go back to the leaderboard once again. 78 trends out of 182, 58 leads for the Congress, for the BJP, 17 for the Congress, the AAP still at about 2-3, it keeps sort of changing there depending on, and of course Himachal 26 out of 68 leads coming in, trends, call them what you want to, the BJP and the Congress neck and neck. It's already getting interesting, this contest in Himachal. Yeah. Very quickly, I want to go across to Ashutosh and Smita Prakash. Ashutosh, Himachal may not be that canter for the BJP, and if it isn't, what do you think is a message that will go out?
Can I talk back? See, it's difficult, but the fact of the matter is because Himachal Pradesh BJP has already done very badly in 2021 by-elections because they lost all four, 1 parliament and 3 assembly elections. So that means there was something wrong with there had been something wrong with the Himachal Pradesh leadership. And Prime Minister going there and saying you vote only for me, not to the party and not with something else.
Right.
So I think maybe BJP has to look why they are losing states. State where they got a new chief minister and ignored Prem Kumar Dhumal. Is it working against them?
Well, I think before the exit polls, the general feeling was that the Congress seems to have a slight edge instead of the BJP. And last time they had 42 seats. But this time, the whole rebel candidates issue. So there are some 20, if I'm not mistaken, rebel candidates. So that is where all the focus can be, So already one is hearing that resorts are being booked in Rajasthan.
Okay,
so
let me go across to a data center very quickly.
The other lead in Gujarat, it is Mr. Gopal Italia from Katargam.
Gopal Italia,
so that was to save the credibility of Mr. Kejriwal. Those two guys are...
No, and both of these are in the Surat region.
In the
right?
Surat region.
So they're both in the Surat region. Quickly, I want to get out a couple of big stories that we are getting in outside of Gujarat and Himachal. Congress Lok Sabha MPs are going to meet at 15 minutes past 10. The CPP chairperson may also attend. So far, Dimple Yadav is leading in Mainpuri. Keshav Maurya, the Deputy Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, has said, आज यूपी के उपचुनाव परिणाम भविष्य के लिए निर्णायक संदेश देने वाले होंगे. Exactly what we said in the morning. That it will decide over the next few years.
Are these indications clear enough? In Gujarat, 78 BJP and the Congress 20, the huge gap of 50 seats.
Huge gap. No, and
in Himachal,
we can actually, I've asked them to load.
No, but let's be very honest about this. Let's be very honest. These are, I don't know, they might even be beginnings of the first rounds. I mean, there are 12 to 13 rounds.
What percentage of the votes are postal
There are 12
ballots?
to 13
What
rounds.
percentage roughly?
Our correspondents, our reporters, Ashutosh ji, who are there, are just sending in material as they see it.
I agree, but look at Himachal.
Yes.
They're still
but
close.
I'm saying you're absolutely
in
right.
Gujarat, it's a...
Ashutosh ji, the postal ballots are less than 1% of the total number of this thing, so it's hardly indicative.
Look at the numbers.
And I'm going to try and ascertain whether this first round of counting has begun. We may still be thinking that these are postal ballots, but they may not be. We might be seeing the first rounds, and let's be honest that it's very difficult to count an election or call it on the basis. But yes, a general trend is emerging, and it is very much in line with our exit poll predictions.
When we are talking about the trend, now look at the map comparison from 2017 and 2022 here at the data center. This part, which was a lot of green, and this chunk, which was hugely of green, has got a lot of saffron creeping in.
This is the real problem. You know, if this trend persists, I mean, we'll go with the disclaimer, but if this trend persists, just look at what's happening here.
So, look here in North and Saurashtra.
Which means the AAP has actually worked to hand the state over on a platter to the BJP.
Let's quickly look at the larger numbers.
I thought that was AIMIM.
Within 15 minutes of the broadcast, I think we start talking about BT.
Yeah, let's be careful. Let's be careful. You're right. 89 out of 182 trends coming in. The BJP looks to have now pulled ahead, hasn't it? Pulled ahead of the Congress here, 66-21, up to, not unexpected, I think those two leads of AAP are coming from
perfectly from this Qatargam, Mr. Gopal Italia, and Varacha Road, Mr. Alpesh Kathiri.
I would be very interested to see what happens in Khambalia.
This is what Padmaja and
this is what it looked. Look at the huge spread of saffron.
This Saurashtra, as you were saying, and South Gujarat.
This area was largely green last time.
Look at that. You see this huge chunk of green over there?
Yes.
And now see how it seems to have turned. That's Saurashtra.
So that's 2017. Look at the map. Look at the map, all of you. Look at the map. Greens, big greens in the south of Gujarat, Saurashtra, etc. And look now how we are beginning to see these greens disappear, dissipate, and the saffron
also in the north.
over.
See up there in the north.
When you may judge, right, we can call out the spectrum. I think it'll just plot it out.
We will. We will call out the spectrum in just a few moments. But I just want also very quickly for you to take our viewers through this Gujarat map, where we are seeing some of the initial trends coming from which seats. What are these seats?
Perfect. So this is Nijar and Vyara. They're primarily tribal seats. Now
I think Vyara is a
reserved seats. So if the Congress is not doing well there, last time these were green, now they are saffron. Early theory, the AAP cut into them. Okay, this seat is Paradi, where the Congress is leading. This is one case of a reverse rebel impact for the BJP. Here there was a BJP rebel contesting on an AAP ticket. He seems to have helped out the Congress. Early leads. Again, this is the coastal seat of Wagra. Here, there BJP takes a lead. It's traditionally a Congress seat. They could have been, undercut.
And what is this? I'm going to be a bit mischievous. Is this you coloring here? What is this little green dot?
I personally think this could be one small seat somewhere in Ahmedabad. Maybe Daryapur or Jamalpur Khadia, which the Congress could traditionally expect to retain. That's why it's a small dot.
It's a small dot, not you coloring in green.
No, it's not me coloring.
Okay.
No, so this is Dani Limda. So Dani Limda is a reserved seat for scheduled castes, and it has a large Muslim population. Sitting MLAs of the Congress, and this is interestingly one of the 13 seats where the AIMIM also was setting up its candidate.
Dr. Ranganathan wants to make a point.
The leads are really startling. I mean, 111, but let me remind you, in 2014 from Chandni Chowk constituency, even Ashutosh was leading in the postal ballots.
That was really underhand, Dr. Ranganathan. That was really...
The first lead was Shazia Ilmi, which she lost by more than 6 lakh votes.
But see, that is because soldiers love Ashutosh.
Now, one second. Dr. Ranganathan, either that was an incident of your elephantine memory, or it is a souffle born out of your fiction.
But see, Ashutosh ji can spin it around and say postal ballots usually are government servants and soldiers, and they both love me. Because I am the real patriot.
Okay, let's have a look on that humorous note, lighter note. 145 out of 182 trends. Look at this. The wall for the BJP. 111. Triple Nelson. Congress 29. Usually one person would be standing up like that saying let's not collapse from here forward. Triple Nelson always seemed to be a bad omen, but not for the BJP. Look, it's gone to 114. Congress 29. The Aam Aadmi Party 5. I don't know if this is going to hold.
But look at the trend over here. It is almost going neck and neck since the time that we have started out in Himachal.
Very close.
What explains this? There is AAP here also. So what explains this? How can the AAP affect the Congress so much in Gujarat and not do any damage to it in Himachal?
I'll again go for an anecdote. I'll call it the Modi effect. Okay. Because the last time the BJP...
Yahan bhi Modi.
I'll give you history.
BJP or Modi? Whenever they contest election.
I'm giving history. Last time, when they said, no, Congress is going to come back in 1998, great, strong performance, the BJP actually snatched victory from the jaws of defeat. They went and took the state. That time, Mr. Modi was the General Secretary in charge of Himachal Pradesh.
Oh, I see.
In
So
fact,
that's
he spoke about it when he was in Shimla. He said कि मैं यहाँ का प्रभारी था. If I'm not mistaken, he also said something like कि यहाँ पर एक चाय की दुकान होती थी, वो अभी भी यहाँ पर चाय लगाते हैं क्या? मैं यहाँ पर जब प्रभारी था तो मैंने बहुत टाइम यहाँ पर बिताया है. So it's always that, and also remember Himachal is the place where Mr. Modi went and said कि आप कैंडिडेट की चिंता मत कीजिए, आप मुझे वोट दीजिए.
Okay.
So it is.
I'm
Mr.
hearing
Modi
that Hardik Patel might be trailing. Is
right
that true?
now?
Okay.
Viramgam he is
How
trailing
is that?
right now. So Viramgam also
Modi
is
effect
going
for
to be
him?
so it's going to be a tight fight. We should still wait for it.
Okay.
Why? Because remember Hardik's first election.
Okay.
First time he is qualified age-wise to contest an election.
But one second,
I've got some pet and good news for you. Your favorite AP candidate, Chaitar Vasawa, he's leading.
Oh, okay.
Congrats to you.
Okay, why? Okay, do I know something here or
Yes.
don't know something? Okay, what is this?
No, so I'll tell you what, because we were
Favorite-
talking, we were betting on how, which are the seats that the Aam Aadmi Party is likely to win. And in all likelihood, Chaitar Vasawa is going to win the seat. It's a tribal seat. It is one of those seats which, because he was in the BTP or Chotu Vasawa earlier, and BTP is largely a party where people are known as Robin Hoods, and tribal से हम आदमी को वोट दे रहे हैं, चाहे तो वो इससे खड़ा हो या उससे खड़ा हो. Chaitar Vasawa is one of their strongest.
And there is one, AP
Raman,
has
let
finally
me bring
shown
you in.
its presence across regions.
Okay.
There is one seat in Saurashtra where it's leading right now, Dhari, which is a very, very Patidar dominant seat.
Okay, Dr. Raman, very quickly, this is the question I want to pose to you. In Himachal, the AAP seems to be not denting the Congress, maybe pegging it back a bit, but in Gujarat, it's having an overwhelming impact.
I think the AAP walked away from Himachal, right?
Walked away from Himachal.
Early on, when they didn't get the feedback that they were hoping for, I think they decided to sort of focus on Gujarat.
No, but
which is
why are
what
they
you would have
getting
seen
more
the latter
traction in
part of the
Gujarat?
campaign.
Why are they getting more traction in Gujarat and not so much in Himachal? That's the Himachal is a border state to Punjab, where the AAP just swept what was it? Less than a year back.
AAP's in charge of Himachal is in jail for the last 5 months.
Satyendra Jain.
Entire leadership had joined BJP.
Okay.
Can I also add to this, Ram? Now, for if I may presume to speak on behalf of the Aam Aadmi Party, even though they don't speak to us, you have a strategic number of people and cadre. In Gujarat, they don't have any. In Himachal also, they have very limited. They have nothing. So and largely, what was the campaign led by? Leaders from Punjab and Delhi.
Right.
So if you have to hedge your bet, you will say, chalo, Gujarat I stand a better chance. Let me send all my people there. For example, some of the tribal areas that I went, most of the people said, हाँ जी सरदार जी आए थे, मैंने सरदार जी देखे हैं यहाँ पे. When I said कि आपको झाड़ू पार्टी के, जैसे हाँ सरदार जी है ना, सरदार जी आते हैं यहाँ पे.
Okay.
Why
Well,
Punjab MLAs are there camping
There is
last
a
5
very
months.
interesting angle to the Himachal Pradesh because before Aam Aadmi Party decided to form the party Aam Aadmi Party, before they decided to contest election in Delhi, they had gone and done a survey in Himachal Pradesh in 2012 whether they can contest election. So Himachal Pradesh was the first state where before forming the party, they were thinking to contest election.
So what was the finding of that?
Sanjay Singh and Manish Sisodia had gone there, did a recce for 15 days, and this happened when Anna Hazare was there, and this was decided in a meeting. Somehow Himachal Pradesh is a non-starter because they thought it's a very small state. They had a good amount of traction when Anna movement was happening.
Okay, very quickly.
One second,
Let me just give the overall picture. 166 trends coming in, 182 is of course the full number of seats there in Gujarat. BJP at 124, Congress 35, the Aam Aadmi Party at 7. This will be a big number. If they manage to retain
and
this, it will be a big number.
Now we are getting the
Himachal, it's neck and neck.
Himachal, again neck and neck. 24 and the Congress has gone ahead as of the trends right. Okay, now again it's equalized even as we spoke. 25, Aam Aadmi Party not opening its account, and the leads that we've got now in Gujarat are very interesting because more and more AAP seats are showing up.
Now the AAP is showing up as a Saurashtra party. Yeah, it's showing up as a Saurashtra party. It's picked up my candidate, Sudhir Vaga. Okay, my bet. So it's picked up two, Garyadhar, Dhari, and one more third seat in Saurashtra, Lathi.
So I want to go across now to the data center. Let's go straight across to the data center. No results. No results. Now, this is it, viewers. This is 2022. This is where you're seeing what is happening right now. This is the past. This is 5 years ago. Look at the colors as they fill in. A lot of this was green. This is where this election can be won or lost for the BJP or won for the Congress if they want to do better than the 77.
This was the catchment area of the Congress.
But here you have a situation where the BJP is filling in.
And the secret is this blue, which seems to have undercut the green.
Let's have a look. This is Dhari.
Yeah. So Dhari is in the Amreli district.
Leads.
It's an absolutely Patidar dominant seat.
Okay.
Switched completely.
Right.
This seat here
is
Garyadhar. AAP, as we said, they actually penetrated through the NGO network. This was rated as the #1 seat for them.
Okay.
This seat here, it's not showing up easily. It perhaps is Bhavnagar West.
That's
Dediapada. That is Chaitar Vasava.
Yeah.
And this seat is perhaps Bhavnagar West, which is they have a Kohli leader over there, Raju Solanki, who's contested that seat.
Right.
So, couple of prominent candidates here. This Kohli and Patidar pocket. The caste strategy of
Naroda
AP
Payal
Kukrani is leading. This is the Naroda Patia seat.
All these other seats are pretty much going according to the BJP's
plan. But look at the greens that are breached.
Absolutely.
All the greens are done away with.
This entire swath you're saying was green earlier. As you can see, barring a few here, a lot of this was green. So what are we talking about? We're talking about Visavadar.
This is a state of former Keshubhai Patel.
Dhari. We're talking about Amreli. We're talking about Lathi. We're talking about Savarkundla. We're talking about
the entire
Rajula,
Amreli district.
We're talking about Kodinar. We're talking about Talala. All of this.
This Junagadh. So this entire Junagadh and Amreli was the Patidar stronghold that backed up the Congress.
Let's go back to the leaderboard.
Kham has stayed with the Congress or not stayed with the Congress? That whole
So here's a very interesting thing somebody told me, that after Kham, now apparently the Congress brought up a new formula of Badam. So it is not KHAM anymore. Now it is about backwards, Adivasis, Dalits, Muslims. So there's a new formula, is not Kham, it is Badam. That being said, Adivasis and Muslims, and I personally feel that will be the story of both North Gujarat and Saurashtra will be the Congress's undoing because of Aam Aadmi Party.
Bihar is also eating the badam.
For the first time, I can tell you, viewers,
Aam has eaten the Congress's badam.
Okay. That seems to be
but
the
story is in Saurashtra, because I remember very distinctly in 2007, many journalists from the Delhi had gone to Saurashtra and declared that Modi is losing. And so Saurashtra has been a very strong hold.
Yes. Now very quickly, what do we have behind us? We have the spectrum. And for the first time, let me tell you, viewers, 179 out of 182 trends being reported from Gujarat. So we've almost been able to cover all the seats in Gujarat, barring 2 or 3. We're going to try and find out which one those were. Here is the spectrum, and very, very important, let's decode the spectrum, which is your only go-to source, the only channel that has something like this. What is it exactly? What does it tell you?
Perfect. Now we start from the right hand here, which is essentially the Congress strongholds. These are seats that the Congress has retained for over 3 elections with beautiful margins, more than 15%, 3-time winners. Look at the breaches. This is Vyara and Nijar, those tribal seats that it is now losing. These are seats in Saurashtra like Chotila and Surendranagar, which are actually hardcore Congress strongholds. All of them breached. They can obviously say this is courtesy AAP. Now look at what happens to all the mild and intermediate seats. Okay, these are seats that it has won twice, one with shallow margins like 5%. All of it going to the BJP. Now, the more to the right it is actually having a historic tendency to go closer to the Congress. This is like the Congress end of the spectrum. That saffron is like the BJP end of the spectrum. Look at this. Here, there's only one breach. This breach is that seat which I said Pardi, where...
So you're saying that the BJP is retaining all its strongholds, barring one here?
Barring one. Here they have a rebel who's gone to the AP in Pardi in South Gujarat. That's the only one that they're losing to the Congress.
And it is also beginning to consolidate its mild seats.
Its mild seats.
That actually could be a runaway, and Amit Shah has said that it's going to be a 2/3. Wasn't it, Padmaja? That's what he had said, 2/3 runaway.
You know, if you're looking at the seats in particular, this Rajkot West seat, if it indeed turns out to be this way, is going to be very important for the BJP, because we are saying that it is breached by the Congress in 2022. Now, Rajkot is the place where they changed all of their sitting MLAs. It is the place where you had the former Chief Minister Vijay Rupani coming from. I'm talking about the general district, not his own seat.
This is actually Mr. Rupani's seat only. So maybe we should wait a little bit.
Exactly.
You know, this is just early leads, because here...
No, but they changed all their Rajkot urban.
Yes.
Not just Mr. Rupani, they changed all their Rajkot urban.
That's fine.
So that is going to be important if we are saying, but this is very early lead, so let's wait on it. Also, let's wait on Jasdan.
Look at this. Jasdan, okay? More than Jasdan. Kuwarji Bavalia has been like the standard bearer of the Congress in Saurashtra, very tall Kohli leader. Now, Kuwarji Bavalia is with the BJP. 2017 Congress, it's breached. There are two phenomena, Rahul, that have taken place. One, the AP undercutting the Congress. Second, all the leaders that the BJP got over to its side after 2017.
But are we overemphasizing this AAP factor? My only point is, wherever the Congress loses, are we going to say that the AAP has suddenly dented it to the extent, even in its strongholds where it has margins of, that means the Aam Aadmi Party is getting anywhere between 20 to 15 to 20% of the vote share. That's an amazing start.
That is what our exit polls said, because they are getting 25% votes.
Yes, look at this, Padmaja. I mean, these are strongholds of the Congress. And if they are being breached and it's all coming down to the AAP, then it seems that the Aam Aadmi Party is outperforming everybody except
if you see this map, Rahul, if you see the comparison map of Gujarat in just a second,
we will go.
Most of those, let's look at the data center before we go across to Niyamika. And since you're talking about Aam Aadmi Party and whether we are overemphasizing their importance, let's show you on the map that this is not an overemphasis. Why? Take a look at this area and how it has changed. Now, this was the major chunk that went to the Congress, and if this green, especially these areas and these areas, why is this important, Rahul? This is the Saurashtra Kutch region, which was deprived of water for the longest time and which has benefited the most from the water of the Narmada. Now, this parched region gets water. They are anyway have a little bit of resentment from the Congress. Then that whole Medha Patkar thing happened and general listlessness of the Congress. With the result, this green, because of this blue, has turned into saffron. That would be the pop analysis at present, and that is the importance of the Aam Aadmi Party.
Even data-wise, looking at it, this is the only region in the state, Saurashtra, where the blue is showing up. So it does mean that they have a measure of strength over there. And the measure of strength contributes to the resurgence of saffron and the dumping down of the green.
And while we are talking about three colors entirely, I want to point out the two greys and the interesting story about it. For our viewers, it will be interesting. You see this grey over here. This is a seat called Kutiana. This is in Porbandar. And you must have seen this very famous movie called Godmother. This was about Santokh Ben Jadeja. And this place where the fishing community is, holding sway is like the Jadeja's family fief. So her son, who is Kandal Jadeja, has this time around contested as an independent or as an NCP guy.
Okay, let's very quickly also go back to this map. This is a very interesting map. It's called the Life Tracker. Now, this is more like a Sensex, viewers. What it tells you is how, when the election got underway, within the first 10 minutes or so, everything looked as if all the parties were sort of neck and neck. But as the number of seats started being projected, you could immediately see the BJP's sort of escape velocity, its graph constantly rising to the point where it is almost double or triple of the other parties. And it just tells you how the BJP is just going to go further up in this metric, which tells you how obviously from the very beginning, this mandate is overwhelmingly pitched towards the BJP, and they're going to come back with a record number in Gujarat most probably, because if this continues, it's
Rahul, we'll complement that understanding with the spider web. We'll quickly load it at the data center.
And while you do that, let's quickly cut across to Niyamika as well, because already you have the Aam Aadmi Party putting up posters saying that we have a national footprint now. Quick look at Himachal also over here. And we'll draw up a comparison graphics as well. So here you see the Congress and the BJP, the saffron and the green, almost evenly placed out, and that explains to you the leads that we have, where both parties
have a look
are
at
neck
the
and neck,
Himachal.
35-33.
Yes, 35 and 33. Now, where
And
are
it's
all
borne
these
out in
leads?
the map.
Where are these leads for the Congress coming from? I'm still not convinced, viewers, as you've sort of been hearing me add that caveat, that a party like the AAP, where Ashutosh was saying that was looking really at its first expansion out of Delhi, which was Himachal, is crumbling away. But in Gujarat, where it is not really such a big factor, at least historically speaking, it is going to be doing so well as to get 20%
Let's
of the
ask
vote.
Huda Zariwala. Huda Zariwala, was this a conscious decision by the Aam Aadmi Party to do a strategic retreat from Himachal in order to capitalize all of your resources and your focus on Gujarat, where so far seems you have made a dent? Huda Zariwala.
Well, good morning. Thank you so much for having me on the show. Exciting day, nervous day. Well, Aam Aadmi Party obviously did see a lead in Gujarat, especially after the Surat local body election, where AAP had performed significantly well. I mean, in fact, we had gotten more votes than the Congress itself. So that definitely gave a new, energized, sort of a vibrant, hope to probably put more resources, do the hard work more in Gujarat, whereas in Himachal Pradesh, perhaps, the much needed leadership, was not there. I mean, Durgesh Pathakji had gone,
was in
but
jail,
after...
and Satyendra Jain, in fact, the Aam Aadmi Party said that Satyendra Jain was put there because he was in charge of Himachal.
Yes.
Neeti Jain?
Absolutely. That did cause a dent. Yes.
Neeti Jain, did you put Satyendra Jain in jail because this is the result you wanted in Himachal?
Yeah, but the courts did not keep him there, right? So that is a completely illogical kind of an insinuation that is being put on the BJP. He is there because of what he did, not because of the Himachal elections or any other elections for that matter. So let's not bring in Satyendra Jain in this entire scenario. You left Himachal for reasons best known to you, and the result is obviously showing that.
So tell us this, when you're looking at the impact of the Aam Aadmi Party in Gujarat as well, do you think now there is going to be a race between the AIMIM and the Aam Aadmi Party to be dubbed the B team of the BJP? Because in the end they are ending up denting your principal challenger, the Congress.
No, I don't think that is a way to look at that, Padmaja. I think they're coming in. It is a democratic setup. Nobody can stop any party to fight an election in any state. So to dub them as a BJP, I think it's a question that needs to be asked of Congress.
Okay, very quick. Morbi updates coming in. Morbi, the BJP candidate is leading, which points to, of course, the fact that the tragedy there has perhaps not hit Mr. Amrutia's prospects. But
you know why is that? Why is that?
One second. Gentlemen, one second.
Replaced.
Okay, because the sitting MLA was replaced.
And he was very prompt.
Okay.
He showed
one second. I just want to tell our viewers that for the first time we have total trends coming in from Gujarat and Himachal. So all seats are now being counted as we speak. These are trends, not results. I want to bear in mind, in Gujarat, 182 out of 182 trends are in. You are beginning to see the BJP going towards a landslide victory.
126.
Yes, the AAP at 3.
They are just one short of overtaking their past highest. Two short of overtaking their past highest.
Now they've gone ahead.
Okay, they've gone ahead. This can keep sort of going back and forth. But will it actually cross to the point where the Congress will come down below 50? In one of our exit polls, we have sort of given them about 45, 50 seats. So this is where the Times Now exit poll right now looks to be absolutely spot on.
Perfect.
In Himachal, this would, if this number holds, then again Times Now's exit poll viewers would be absolutely spot on, because we said that the BJP would make a wafer thin by about 3. The majority mark, which is of course at 34, 35, and here the Congress just a bit under that, but the Congress already wanting to take its MLAs and park them into resorts. So that's very interesting.
Okay, so
that's
2 leads and 2 trends that we are getting. Gopal Italia, I'm being told, is leading at present. And as far as Morbi is concerned, here's 2 things about Morbi. One, The sitting MLA was replaced by the BJP. Second, you have Kantilal Amrutia, who the first visual, I still remember because we were in office that day, was of him and he was swimming. He swam out and he pulled out people who were there in the water. He was almost immediately, I think the list was released the week after. He was rewarded and he has been a two-time MLA before that as well.
He's been a two-time former MLA.
He's been a two-time MLA of the BJP.
Let me go to the data center. Let's go to the data center once again. This is an important point of inflection here in this election story
now,
for Gujarat.
If we just load the spider web.
Yes, we'll come to that. Just have a quick look at the map, viewers. Swaths of green gone.
Swaths of green gone.
Doctor, swaths gone.
I think a couple of things here that I think Jay could also focus on, which is in 2017, not many people give credit, but in constituencies, more than 32 constituencies where the Muslim population was more than 20%, BJP actually did quite well, surprisingly well. They won 12 seats.
Okay.
So, you know, this kind of thing that...
Just one point. I mean, there was some kind of talk that the Aam Aadmi Party may not pull its weight in Saurashtra as much as they would in South Gujarat. Now, if these trends are accurate, then it possibly means that that's not true. That means the Aam Aadmi Party has significantly polled a sizable vote share in Saurashtra if they are sinking the Congress there.
For the first time, we are going to project the assembly and how it looks. We're not calling this election. We're not calling this election. I'm just going to show you. That's what the assembly looks like at this moment. You can look at that. It's an absolute sea of saffron cascading away into the Congress. The Congress had about 77 seats the last time. It is down
79.
79. It's down to less than 50 or something like that. 54 at this moment. And the AAP opening its account, I don't know if that number is going to hold. Many people from the BJP, and we had an MP with us who said that the AAP either zero or maybe 1 or 2 at the very most.
So here's the interesting thing. Even though the makeup of the assembly looked very different in Gujarat and Himachal last time around, the actual voting percentage, interesting trivia, was exactly the same for the BJP and Congress. It was 49% for the BJP in Himachal, 49% for the BJP in Gujarat, and in 41 for Congress in Gujarat and 42 for the Congress in Himachal. So the vote share was almost the same.
Initial thoughts.
See, I'm very interested in looking at Aam Aadmi Party because they need to have those at least 10 seats to be declared as a state party, and if they come across as a state party, then it becomes a national party. So their entire aim in Gujarat is not to form government. They are realistic enough to know that they can't form government. Whatever resources they had, they decided to back out of Himachal and give it all in Gujarat. So Kejriwal has the single focus. He wanted to breach Gujarat in some manner and make the BJP feel that here we are a contender. We are the ones who are going to make you uncomfortable in Gujarat. He's not forgotten that in 2014 he took on Modi. He lost miserably, but that smarting was still there. So he's gone out there and he wants to be. It's personal.
It's personal.
Everything about Kejriwal is personal.
It's personal.
It's personal completely. I mean, Ashutosh would know this.
Lokesh Jindal, is it impersonal for the Congress? Rahul Gandhi still walking? Does he need to continue to walk? What's happening? Bharat Jodo.
As he is walking, even the Congress seats are rising. It's 55 now, and over a period of time, as time will pass on, I think 65, 70, 75 is what we can.
As he is walking away
Let me complete. I am still hopeful. I am still hopeful for gains in Saurashtra.
Okay.
It's too early. It's too early.
Are we getting beyond ourselves? Lokesh Jindal says, relax. It's only 2 rounds of counting. Why are you getting all excited, whipped up into a frenzy? We are coming back.
Certainly, we are. I think the story is.
Okay. We have one.
Let Dr. Ranganathan finish his point.
Of course, Rahul Gandhi might be walking, but he's walking on a treadmill. He's not going anywhere. But couple of points that are very important here. You know, every one of us since morning has been taking the postal ballots with a pinch of salt, and reasonably so. And many people would say, if you look at Gujarat, you would have to take the but you see the control. Scientists always say the control is spectacular in Himachal Pradesh. So it's not one-sided. They're very close to what the exit polls have predicted. So, you know, I'm not going to just throw out irrationally what the leads right now are.
Okay.
No, I have 2 important points.
Yes. Okay. 2 important points.
2 important points.
Jay coming up. Yes.
First, look at this. What the spider web says in each demography, how every party is doing as compared to the other party. Now the saffron line, the BJP, is completely enveloping the green of the Congress and the blue of the Aam Aadmi Party, which means in every demography that matters, the BJP has surged ahead. That's point number one.
That's an amazing result.
Amazing thing coming out.
I want you to, do we have the vote shares right now? We don't. We don't have vote shares.
We'll have vote shares after half an hour.
About half an hour, 45 minutes, viewers, because that will tell us really the story in Gujarat, whether the AAP is actually the factor or Congress is losing because of its own self. And in Himachal, yes.
One hint, Rahul, that AAP could be the factor. We have a surprising sort of upsetting sort of lead from Viramgam, where Hardik is trailing behind the AAP candidate. So maybe AAP is a factor.
Because he is a Thakur candidate.
And
Hardik is a Patel there. Thakur community very sizable. And of course the agricultural.
Very quickly,
Rahul, my interest was whether the BJP could get 149. As in the morning, it appeared that they might get that. I think there are some around 115, 120 seats in Gujarat.
Yes.
But Himachal is, I'm telling you, very, very interesting. And BJP will have a very tough time there.
Let's have a very quick sidebar. Dimple Yadav is leading by narrow margin of 1400 votes so far. From
what does that mean? Let's open this up. What does that mean, Smita Prakash? Dimple Yadav squeezing ahead right now. If she loses, what does it mean?
Yeah, in fact, the strange thing is that the exit polls were saying that she seems to be trailing and she will not do well. There was a lot of crying which was going on and writing off the Samajwadi Party. So regional parties can never really be, you know...
but we don't know. She's just squeezing ahead. We
so
don't
she
know.
might,
Early days.
exactly. There's a lot of...
tough election for the Dimple, for the simple reason the demography there. 4.5 lakh Yadav, 70,000 Muslims, but Shakya is 2.5, Kshatriya is around 1 lakh, Brahman is 1 lakh. So the social composition of both are pretty solid.
And also they're going to be harping, they were harping on, you know, on being Mulayam Singh's constituency and his
optics
his
matter
and things like
and
that.
And a very large population of Dalits as well. So if you put together Brahmin, Dalit and Shakya, then they overtake the Yadavs and the Muslims, which is basically the MY of the Samajwadi
Optics
Party.
matter very much in politics, viewers, and I can tell you this, that the BJP, if they manage to wrest the Yadav stronghold from the Samajwadi Party, they will say that this is a vindication in India's biggest, most electorally significant state of the BJP's years in power, despite what the opposition is saying, and the opposition will lose a lot of face and a lot of steam going into 2024.
Because the last seat that was taken away from the Samajwadi Party in Uttar Pradesh, Rahul, is a Muslim majority seat, which is of Azamgarh. It was represented by Akhilesh no less. When he gave it up to become an MLA, Dharmendra Yadav contested, and imagine the first cousin, the big name of Yadav family, lost from Azamgarh, which is why the BJP said, "Arey Musalmanon ne hame vote diya, unke vote
1400 votes, viewers, is the margin there. Dimple Yadav just about ahead. Prestige battle. Very quickly, let's look at the numbers once again. This is the 2017, this is the 2022 map of Gujarat. 99 leads, 123 leads for the BJP, Congress 54, AAP 4, others 1. Look at the numbers and look at how it's related.
With our sunburst, we can break it down region-wise.
Very good. Let's go to the sunburst. One quick Himachal numbers, 68 out of 68 trends. Look at this race, viewers. The Congress squeezing ahead of the BJP. What does that mean for the national narrative? We'll tell you. But first to the data center.
Now let's look at, you know, we've loaded the sunburst for the Kutch Saurashtra. Last time this number for the BJP was 23.
Let's look at it here.
It's here. Last time this number was 23. Now it is 33. We are almost 10 up for the BJP. Okay. The Congress last time was at 30 in this region. It's at 18. It's 12 down. The culprit is here, the AAP, which has actually picked up 2 seats in this region. This is one, the godmother seat. One which is on the Samajwadi Party. Now, interesting snippet for the viewers. It is told that on this seat, the BJP and Congress had done a deal that they would not leave a seat for the godmother's party, that is for the SP. The Congress would hold one, the BJP would hold it, but the SP has held through. Okay, perfect. Let's go back. We can now quickly go back to our next region here. Let's look at South Gujarat, the other one where all the story is coming from. Look at this. AP just left to the city. This one seat is the city of Surat. It is Katargam. What the AAP has done in this process of trying to push into South Gujarat.
Katargam is Gopal Italia.
In the process of pushing into South Gujarat, it has actually jacked up the BJP's tally. The BJP was 25 here last time. It's 4 gains. It's up to 29. All the vote undercutting done by the Aam Aadmi Party.
All right, so this is interesting. Now let's look at the next and the final region that we're going to look at, which is Central Gujarat.
Yeah,
because
perfect.
in Central Gujarat, you've got the BJP at 30, Congress at 10, and the Aam Aadmi Party making no inroads
But
there.
again, there is a damage. In this Central Gujarat last time, the BJP guys was at 25. So again, 5 bonus.
Let's switch focus now to Himachal. Look at the spectrum. Jay, come in here because the spectrum is important. This is a very tight contest in the war of narratives.
Very tight.
In the war of narratives, viewers, Himachal is going to play a big role today. Let me tell you. Here it is. This was the BJP stronghold seats, and they have lost a few to the Congress, isn't it? There are 4 of them.
There are some seats in the Kangra region that the BJP has lost to the Congress here in Himachal. Now, if you come to this end, this is the Congress end. Guys, look at this story. These are seats like Roru, Thiog, which are actually strongholds of the Congress.
Thiog is with the CPM.
CPM, yeah.
It's a left seat,
It's an opposition seat. Yeah, perfect. So, now look at that. Here, you are suddenly finding saffron. So, I think the story, Rahul, is while at that end of the spectrum, anti-incumbency plays up.
But I think the story here is it's actually all across.
No,
the story is that miles
here.
There is no loyalty right now.
In NDA mild seats, the major gain for the Congress.
Exactly, there are major gains. So, viewers, this is a razor-sharp election, and I think it will be very difficult to call this for the next 2-3 hours.
So we've got a few seats names also from Himachal, where of the trend so far. The 4 seats in Una district, BJP is leading in all of them. In Sulai and Palampur, BJP is leading so far. In Kutlehad, Congress is 800 ahead in the first round, and in Kasauli, Congress is also leading. Vinod Sultanpuri is leading from Kasauli. Let's take a look at the comparison, the map comparison that we have in Himachal between 2017 and 2022, and largely if we look at the Congress's gains, you will see it happening in this belt, the middle belt of Himachal. Here is where the BJP had got a lot of support last time. In places like Manali, for example, Govind Singh Thakur is the incumbent, but here Bhubaneswar Gaur of the Congress is leading right now. Couple of other seats which have changed from last time is Baijnath, where BJP's Mulk Raj is the incumbent, but Kishori Lal has overtaken. Any insights on why this middle region Congress is making inroads?
One important thing is, if you look at Himachal Pradesh, it has got a major of rural population, around 89-90%. And the nature of policies that BJP had been resorting to, same as AAP, it has been with the urban bias, more and more urban bias.
There you go.
In Himachal Pradesh, that is going to be a major dent on BJP, and that is going to start the entire narrative of an urban bias of the ruling party. I think that is going to...
The poor are hitting back at the BJP, says the Congress party, for not doing enough for them, especially during this corona aftermath period.
Entire tourism sector was
well, this is a big charge, and I don't know. Yes, doctor.
No, just to slightly correct Lokesh, I mean to say that, talk about rural and urban in Himachal is a bit of a misnomer, because the whole state is kind of built upon the bedrock of rural area. So there, the distinction is, if you look at the GSDP of Himachal, the rural area is almost the same as urban, which is a stark contrast to every other state that you look at.
89% of rural area of Himachal Pradesh.
I want to add one more thing. While you may be right about the rural factor, etc., I don't necessarily think it's about the policies. The two major issues, one is Agnipath, because in rural areas, in rural areas, boys go to join the Indian Army. It became a huge issue, and you'd be surprised to know that Himachal Pradesh is also one of the very few states where almost 15% of the population is above the age of 85, and most of them are people who are ex-government servants, and OPS, which is the old pension scheme, became quite a rallying cry, which is why both the Aam Aadmi Party and Congress said कि हम अग्निवीर भी हटा देंगे, ये कांग्रेस ने बोला.
I agree. Apple prices going down?
Yeah, so apple prices largely should be in the Shimla area. More than the apple prices, Ashutosh ji, what happened was that apple packing, जो शिमला एरिया है, apple packing है, उसमें GST I think 12 से बढ़ा के 18% कर दिया गया. So that became a very big issue.
left-hand
with the
stool has
apple.
finally loaded the whole thing. So we have the apple growing belt, we have the Dhumal influence belt, we have the armed forces belt. Fascinating story here. If you look at the apple growing belt, which is A, the BJP did retain an edge. But if you actually looked at the armed forces belt, which you've called O, clearly the Congress has taken a lead.
So you're saying this
I'll tell you what's the reason
that we were discussing.
Padmaja, I'll tell you what's the reason. BJP leader himself said that pahadi ka pani, pahadi ki jawani, pahad ke kaam nahi aate.
Let's get the BJP to respond.
There was a policy of no development for Himachal Pradesh. There was only out-migration that was taking place.
Sorry, Neeti Jain of the BJP listening into this. Neeti Jain, this is not looking good for the BJP at all. The narrative coming out is that you ignored key constituencies. One, the defense establishment. Number two, the poor. Neeti Jain.
No, I don't agree with that, Rahul. First of all, these are very early trends, and you know that as well as I do. The early trends can change. It looks like a very neck-to-neck kind of a fight, but let's just wait before calling it right now. I think for the defense forces, the BJP has come up with the different agenda. So, for example, the one rank, one pension scheme, that was something that had huge benefits for the defense forces as well. So, there is the defense spend and all the initiative that has been taken by the government.
Well, it's not bearing out. It's not bearing out, Neeti Jain. You'll have to come up with a bigger one.
Yeah, the
bigger,
trends
better
right
explanation.
now are telling us a story. Before we go on to the next trend, let's quickly get in Mr. Harish Rawat, former Chief Minister of Uttarakhand and somebody who's also campaigned extensively in Himachal Pradesh. Before we go across quickly the story you were talking about, Jim.
So
and by the way, let me quickly give an update that Vikramaditya Singh is now leading in Shimla Rural, which is why Smita was saying let's hold off on that, because that is the former Chief Minister's Pushteni seat. Yes.
Absolutely. Now you look at the OROP belt here, okay? If you just look at the envelope of the saffron color, it's below the green, right? So here in the OROP belt, the Congress actually has taken a lead, 14 on 25 seats.
Okay, Harish Rawat there with us, smiling away.
हरीश रावत जी, खुश तो बहुत होंगे आज आप. अभी कांग्रेस नेक एंड नेक चल रही है बीजेपी के साथ साथ. किस तरफ पलड़ा भारी होगा थोड़े देर में. अभी आपको आंकड़े बता दूं, कांग्रेस 32 पे, बीजेपी 36 पर.
36 का आंकड़ा.
हरीश रावत जी.
हेलो.
हरीश रावत जी, आपको आवाज आ रही है?
हेलो.
हाँ, बीजेपी 36, कांग्रेस 32.
Himachal will win. Congress will win the Himachal poll, and I'm confident that we'll cross 40. We'll get the comfortable majority. Himachal was in a complete mood for the change, and
because of what factors? Because of what factors? Largely, let me tell you about the trends. The trends that we are mapping so far, sir.
बदलाव के लिए वोट दिया है.
किसने वोट दिया है?
हिमाचल ने कांग्रेस 40 से सीटें लाई.
Try to when we stabilize. Let me just very quickly take this on. Also, news coming in that in Naroda and Godhra both. The BJP candidate is leading. Now remember, this is on the back of the Bilkis Bano episode where one of these particular candidates was part of the remission panel. The Godhra, Mr. Rahul Ji. Yes, he was part of the, okay. So 128, 182 out of 182 trends in, 128 the BJP leads, 50 the Congress. That number is holding pretty solid for the Congress. It hasn't gone below.
And therefore the question for the Indian National Congress is, did they have their own self-assessment of their reserve strength? If this was their reserve strength, they should have actually worked on the election. Mr.
Rahul Gandhi should have been there. A sin of omission from Rahul Gandhi. Maybe it's there because he didn't go. It could also be that. I don't know. Himachal, 68 out of 68, 36
and 32.
So if this holds, the BJP squeezes through. Times Now's both exit polls would be absolutely spot on. ETG would have got it absolutely right. Let's go straight back to the data center.
Yes, since we are talking about this general area, of Godhra, Naroda, all of these fall in central Gujarat. And central Gujarat, also remember, and a very small aside about C.K. Rahulji, since people are talking about how C.K. Rahulji, you know, he said that ye Brahman hai, inka character acha hai. Yes, he is a BJP MLA, but he was in the Congress and has switched just a few years ago from the Congress to come into the BJP. That's point number one. Point number two, we are talking about the general Ahmedabad area, and if you see Ahmedabad here in central Gujarat, again, whatever remaining spots of green were there last time around, here you see the seat that we've opened up, Godhra, C.K. Rahulji, he is retaining that seat, and the rest of Ahmedabad has also now turned Saffron Jai.
Absolutely. Couple of interesting
about
points.
20 seats, by the way, fall in Ahmedabad, which include urban and rural.
Can we quickly take a quick glance with our panelists on the national picture? Quick comments, opening comments. We have a whole fresh set of panelists that have entered the studio. Tehseen Poonawalla, look at the numbers. What's the national picture emerging? In Himachal, you might get pipped to the post. It's a very close contest. But in Gujarat, you have been eviscerated. I don't know whether it is through the AAP right now or your own doing. But if this, as Jay was saying, is your reserve strength of 50 and you're holding on, did you underestimate your own strength? Should Rahul Gandhi have come in there? Should he have galvanized the party? Is this a failure of the leadership to seek an opportunity?
I think Himachal Congress is still winning. I'm still standing by that. Himachal is set for a change. As so far as Gujarat is, the Congress took a different strategy. Their senior leaders did campaign, whether it was Khargeji, Ashok Gehlotji, Sachin Pilotji, etc. And I think that the AAP factor, we'll have to see how much percentage of vote they get, because if this is 38 right now, the Congress will end up at about 60. Okay. I still believe it.
Sanjay Jha, bad news for the opposition. The AAP hammered into pulp. The Congress, even in the state where there was a green shoot, it might be slipping back. Very early days, I don't want to preempt, but it doesn't look healthy. This entire narrative that was built upon about mismanagement after COVID, this, that, the other, the voter doesn't seem to have bought it.
Well, as far as Himachal is concerned, that could be actually, in my opinion, the big story for the Congress in case it manages to finally triumph.
But at this moment, it's not. It's got, for the last 10 minutes, unfortunately, the Congress has begun to sort of not move anywhere beyond that mark, and that's worrying. Now, even in Gujarat, in fact, it's fallen from 50 to 39, and it's falling behind a little bit also in Himachal. It was at about 34 about 15 minutes back. Now it's at 31, pretty much out of the race. You know,
Rahul, for me, Gujarat is really the bad news for the Congress, and I'll tell you why. In the last election, the Congress actually fought to get to 77. In a normal, world, the Congress should have actually built on it and tried to form the government in this election.
Okay.
Instead, it seems to have got devastated.
Well, the Congress is gone. The opposition is going. Dr. Raman, this is an absolute abnegation of, and if Dimple Yadav is only ahead by in the Yadav bastion, it tells you that the BJP must be doing something right. Its first policies, its program, its leaders are all connecting.
No, I want to point out one contradiction. If the Congress is doing so badly in Gujarat, AAP can't be doing badly. So either the Congress is doing badly and the AAP is doing better.
No, I'll tell you what.
No, you can't.
I'll just tell you. I'll tell you. No, 1 second. No. Sorry. I'll tell you what it is. I'll tell you what the problem is.
If not Gujarat,
1 minute. There's another way. 1 second. Tehseen, please. 1 second. 1 second. There is another way. Let me just give me 30 seconds. There is another way of looking at it, and it's not very far from where you are. All I'm saying is that there is definitely anti-incumbency in Gujarat. No doubt about it, because you will see a proportion of the vote share, which we will just see in a few moments, going away from the BJP. Absolutely. But they may not have lost in absolute terms because the opposition vote is fractured. But look at this. The voter doesn't have confidence either in the AAP or the Congress.
Can I make another submission?
I mean, why should we not assume that Mr. Rajagopalan, no confidence in the AAP model? No, 1 minute. No, I'm sorry. No, that is extremely.
And the AAP would concentrate on Gujarat.
That is an extremely.
This is a deal between
Mr. Rajagopalan. You know, Pat bhi meri, chit bhi meri. ये कैसा हो सकता है? How is this?
I'm telling you this.
Rahul, what
Amit Shah was made in the house of.
Rahul, you are hearing me. So why you are talking him?
Okay, please.
You
must hear me. What is that? बार-बार बोलते रहते हो.
Tehseen, 1 second,
नहीं,
please.
Rahul, what Amit Shah said that Congress is the main opposition, not Aam Aadmi Party in Gujarat. That stands now. Because whatever the number Congress is getting, BJP is indirectly encouraging Congress.
Tonight we have the first story from the vote share.
Okay,
now,
one
the
second,
vote
just
shares
one
are
second,
yet.
1 second, Mr.
The vote
Raman,
shares are
1 second,
yet.
Dr. Raman, just 1 second, 30 seconds. Dr. Raman, I just want to ask you a question, and it's a fundamental question, and we will expand on it. I'll go back to the data center. I want to ask you this question. Kejriwal did not contest in Gujarat to end up last with 3 seats and a green shoot. He said, no, please, I'm going to pull out that visual. We've got that visual. He sat there and said, we are sweeping. He talked about 91 seats.
Which political leader will go and say, please vote for us, this is our first
Only a deluded leader who thinks that his model, who is bought into the propaganda of his own model would have said this.
I am telling you, if the Congress is two things.
So why shouldn't I hold him to his word?
No, my point is
so it's all
BJP's vote share.
This is rather ridiculous.
Punjab ko Aam Aadmi Party is nowhere.
Okay, let's go to the data set.
Aam is nowhere.
Deal between BJP
Okay, if you are getting
absolute deal.
Oh wow.
Abdicate MCD.
Wow.
So BJP
Data
can
center.
go and
Guys,
Data center.
we are going to provide
Data
these to your
center.
debate now.
Yes.
Look at this data science property here. The vote shares are beautifully coming out. These are early vote shares.
Yeah.
But just look at these two. The BJP they are saying is about 6% higher. Maybe it's going to settle down. But look at these two. The AP at 17, the Congress at -18. So it clearly says what the AP has stolen is from the Congress.
Sir, it doesn't need to be a deal. It just needs to be somebody just sitting back and chilling while another party is going out and fighting.
So
and the fighter gets
may I humbly ask you, why did we ask chair in MCD then and allow
has the
BJP to
Congress
come back?
struck a deal with the BJP? They go and campaign. Now you go and campaign, people will vote for you.
Congress campaign, Kharge ji campaign, Gehlot ji campaign, Sachin Pilot campaign, you did not.
Rajgopalan ji, I think you will better talk about that campaign. I will. Tessie, Kharge ji campaign. First rally he went and said कि क्या तुम रावण हो. Second rally he said कि तुम झूठों के सरदार हो.
Bilkis Banu's rapist, that's good. See, let's
You can't keep bringing up
what I'm
Bilkis.
trying to tell you is the macro picture.
Sir, all I'm telling you is
Forget
that
who said what. I am saying that this was a deal between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party. The Aam Aadmi Party abdicated MCD so that the BJP could come into MCD.
Party back in 2007. There was
Arre,
no
but
Aam Aadmi
right
Party back
now,
in
because the
2012.
BJP was set to
There was
lose
no Aam
these
Aadmi Party.
Tessie, I have a simple question to ask. Are you saying that you expected, the Congress expected
Why
as
Manish Sisodia not
Let me
arrested?
finish.
Why we not arrested?
Let me finish the question. My question to you is, did the Congress expect that we will not contest the elections, we will not fight the elections, we will fight some different part of the country and spread love, but people should vote for us? Why should Gujaratis vote for you, bhai?
First of all, the Congress fought a good election. The Congress tried its best and it had its leaders.
I mean, you are in a minority of one right now.
But in a democracy, even the opinion of the minority counts at times. Now give me that platform. This is not the BJP headquarters where minorities don't count.
Okay. We have another headline which we are just ignoring. For all last 20 minutes, in Mr. Isudan Gadvi's seat, he is trailing in Khambhalia. The BJP is leading.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. I don't know if we are overplaying the AAP factor in Gujarat. I have a sneaking suspicion that we might have. The Congress might be losing there for its own reasons. The AAP might have made some strides here and there, but to think that they've completely eviscerated, as Tehseen Poonawalla is saying, with some deal with the BJP, the Congress would be perhaps reading too much into it. Let's look at the spectrum.
As the data science property
Let's just look at the spectrum.
AAP is around the vote share you estimated. Okay. You said 15, it's about 17.
Well, our exit poll suggested it would be around 24%, 26%, somewhere there.
It's around
but it's
15,
nowhere
17.
near there. 15, 17, at a time when there is obvious, even in its own strongholds, in the Congress strongholds, disaffection, they are not voting for the BJP, they'll vote for anyone. So they pick the AAP a little bit here and there.
Absolutely.
Let's have a look.
Now let's take a look at these things. The Congress has actually only retained the regions of Mr. Bharat Singh Solanki, the Anand and the Kheda district. It's retained a few of the Muslim seats it used to always hold around the strongholds of Mr. Ahmed Patel, like Wagra and Jambusar. So these are these green lines you're seeing. Okay, Wagra, Jambusar, seats around the Anand and Kheda districts, and a couple of seats in North Gujarat, like Mr. Jignesh Mewani's seat.
Okay.
So North Gujarat, tribal, North Gujarat, Bharuch, Central Gujarat, Mr. Bharan Singh Solanki, it's very leader based.
Okay, leader based. Big changes happening, and let's pull it out on the data center in Himachal. The Congress has coursed ahead of the BJP there. Coursed ahead, and as of today, as of this moment, things can change, viewers. Remember, just a few moments back, the Congress was at 31, the BJP was at 37. Now things have changed exactly the opposite way. If that were to stand, then the Congress can make the government in Himachal.
And we've got Pratibha Singh, who of course is the widow and now of the former Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh, and also the Congress chief in Himachal right now. But before we go across to her, we will just request you to wait for a second, ma'am. Let's show you the regions where the Congress has made gains, and the mid-Himachal region is where the Congress has found most of its seats coming by. Whether it be Kullu, whether it be Banjar, whether it be this area of Bajnath, of Rohru, and down here in...
I'll just help you deconstruct that map, what it means. You look at this, this is what you actually call the new Himachal. Okay, this is the lower part of Himachal. This, where it's completely saffron, is what you call the old Himachal, which was an extension of the Punjab. Himachal was carved out of the Punjab state. ये जो पूरा new Himachal है, वहाँ पे BJP को setback हुआ है. So these are the more lower seats in the hills, plains. Okay.
So ये जो सारे इलाके हैं, Banjar etc., all of them cleanly have gone from the BJP to the Congress over here. It will also be interesting to see whether there is another factor which is at play over here. The Aam Aadmi Party had fielded anyone. But before we analyze that and look at the vote shares, I want to quickly cut across to Pratibha Singh, who my colleague spoke to just a second ago, and how she analyzes these leads so far.
हाँ बिल्कुल, हमारे साथ प्रतिभा सिंह जी हैं और इस वक्त मौजूद हैं, और रुझान जो है जाहिर तौर पर बहुत पॉजिटिव हैं कांग्रेस के लिए। मैम, जिस बात की उम्मीद कांग्रेस कर रही थी, काफी हद तक रुझानों में वो सकारात्मक
दिख रहा है।
जी,
मैंने आपको बोल दिया कि कांग्रेस के पक्ष में ही रिजल्ट आएंगे, कांग्रेस सरकार बनाएगी और हम जीत कर आएंगे।
कितनी सीटों तक?
40-41, और उससे बढ़त भी हो सकती है।
Okay, so Pratibha Singh has called it at 41.
41, she says. That's, look, anything can happen, viewers, and remember, in the game of glorious uncertainties that is Indian politics, at the end of the day, it is the voter and his opinion that matters, nothing else. But let me tell you, in Gujarat, viewers, the story seems to be veering towards a landslide, and when we get the vote shares, we'll be able to tell you a little bit more about the quality of the BJP's domination and why the Congress is exactly lost, where it has lost, and whether it is because of the AAP factor, the much wanted AAP factor, and what it actually means. But here it is, the leaderboard, 141 for the BJP. 141, that's the ballpark area that the Times Now exit poll had projected the BJP. The Congress at about 28, so that number going down. No wonder perhaps the Congress gave up on Gujarat. Its top leadership, Rahul Gandhi, etc., just completely walked away from the state. The Aam Aadmi Party appears to be a party that has now begun to sprung. Whether this will be sustainable or not, we don't know. But let's just look at the vote share numbers that are coming in.
I've loaded the vote share numbers here.
So let's go to the data center. Just a quick top line of them. 11.98% for the Aam Aadmi Party. Much less than what the exit poll of Times Now had predicted. 25 for the Congress. So the Congress still retaining some amount of its vote share, 58. Even if you were to add the AAP and the Congress, viewers, it would not really have dented the BJP. That's a fundamental, obvious statistic that is coming out here.
Yeah, perfect. Just a little updated figure here. BJP is at 56.7. Now, Rahul, this 6% gain for the BJP has been sustaining over the last 20 minutes. Maybe it's serious. We need to just watch it out. What is the key factor is that the AP is just about 13%. The Congress has lost 16%.
Yeah, but we need to know.
But Mr. Kejriwal said 20% they will do.
Yes, I also want to find out, Jay, where are these losses from the Congress, and what is the AAP voting percentage in those seats that the Congress lost, especially its bastions, because if the AAP there is insignificant and the Congress has been actually trounced by the BJP, there's a very different conversation that comes out of Gujarat.
Absolutely,
that is that
absolutely.
the AAP didn't even have an impact. So it didn't have an impact in Himachal, and if it hasn't had an impact in Gujarat, then viewers, the AAP story beyond Delhi looks to be stumbling. Remember, in Goa it stumbled. Remember, viewers, in another particular state where it fancied its chances, apart from, yes, Uttar Pradesh it stumbled, Haryana it stumbled. It obviously has won Punjab, very creditable, but because there was a massive problem there for the BJP, it has never really had a organization there and could not perhaps sweep up the anti-incumbency against the Congress.
Rahul, before all of it goes on a graphic, the vote share data are available.
Manoj Tiwari.
Okay, we have Member of Parliament Manoj Tiwari joining us now. गुजरात में बीजेपी कंफर्टेबल दिख रही है मनोज तिवारी जी, पर हिमाचल में बहुत कड़ा मुकाबला अभी चल रहा है. कांग्रेस अभी लीड्स में आगे है. आम आदमी पार्टी ने आपको डेंट किया, मतलब बीजेपी को डेंट किया दिल्ली में, पर आपको फायदा दिलाया गुजरात में. मानेंगे आप?
देखिए, गुजरात में मैं जितना घूमा हूं और जितना देखा हूं, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी के डेवलपमेंट वर्क के प्रति और नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने जैसे गुजरात को लेकर के दोबारा से खड़ा किया, वो एक ऐसा हृदय में जगह छोड़ा है जिसके कारण मुझे लगता है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी वहां बहुत मजबूती से है, क्योंकि मोदी जी दिल में है. तो निश्चित रूप से वहां का जो रिजल्ट अभी दिख रहा होगा वो भी, और जैसा हम लोगों ने ग्राउंड पे देखा वो भी, वो एक अलग लेवल है उसका. हिमाचल की जहां तक बात है, हम अभी इंतजार कर रहे हैं, लेकिन
आपसे एक और सवाल पूछना चाहूंगी. आज आम आदमी पार्टी के दफ्तर में पोस्टर लगे हैं कि हम हैं राष्ट्रीय पार्टी. अब होगा दो तरफ का मुकाबला, भाजपा आम आदमी पार्टी आमने सामने. क्या कहेंगे?
नहीं, आम आदमी पार्टी अभी तो मुझे नहीं लगता है कि क्षेत्रीय पार्टी भी बन पाएगी, क्योंकि अभी तक जो उनका टेस्ट होना था उसमें अब उनका गिरावट शुरू है. आप पीछे का भी चुनाव देखना चाहिए. जैसे हम लोगों ने हम इनको छत्तीसगढ़ में देखे थे चुनाव लड़ते हुए, मध्य प्रदेश में देखा था, तब भी हमने देखा सब जगह इनकी जमानतें जब्त होती हैं. हाँ, दिल्ली के आधार पे, चूंकि दिल्ली में ये आ गए और दिल्ली देश की राजधानी है तो हर जगह चर्चा तो हो जाती है, और इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है कि मीडिया में ये बहुत आगे है. मीडिया में तो बड़ी बड़ी पार्टियां वो जगह नहीं अभी पाई हैं जो आम आदमी पार्टी पाती है. कारण जो भी हो, आई डोंट नो,
सर,
लेकिन
15% वोट शेयर है, वो तो मीडिया से नहीं आता ना. गुजरात में 15% वोट शेयर दिख रहा है उनका, 13 से 15 के बीच में. वो तो लोग दे रहे हैं, मीडिया नहीं दे रहे.
इससे बहुत बड़ा बड़ा वोट शेयर दूसरी पार्टियों का भी है. ये एक अलग बहस है, उसमें हम जाएंगे नहीं, ठीक नहीं है. लेकिन गोवा में भी हमने हेड ऑन देखा इनको, सामने हम वहां भी स्टार प्रचारक थे. हम उत्तराखंड में स्टार प्रचारक के रूप में जब घूम रहे थे तब भी हमने उनको देखा. उत्तर प्रदेश में जैसी ये भाषा बोलते थे, तो मुझे नहीं लगता है कि इनको राष्ट्रीय पार्टी कहना राष्ट्रीय पार्टियों का अपमान हो जाएगा.
चलिए, आपको लगता है कि अभी वो वक्त आया नहीं है जो राष्ट्रीय पार्टी.
Let's look at this AAP phenomena. Many people have said that the AAP is actually the breakout party of the last few years. Is it really breaking out of Delhi? Maybe the BJP's member of parliament has an actual valid point, and I want to go across to the data center. Let's have a look at the quality of the AAP's performance there. Yes, Jay.
We'll just first vote shares have started settling down. We'll do that and we'll explain it with the chord afterwards.
Yeah.
Now what's happening is that in North Gujarat, now Rahul, there are 2 points to today's vote share story.
Okay.
If this vote share trend continues, first, there is a genuine accretion of votes to the BJP. I mean, that should be a headline.
Yes.
For a party which was said to be battling anti-incumbency, there seems to be a genuine accretion of votes.
And
That's
6% increase in vote share.
And Padmaja, don't forget that this party, as you have yourself said, has been in power and it's going to break a new sort of political
27 years later, you are increasing your vote share by 6%. That is the headline.
Even the left dominance in Bengal was not this.
Not this, absolutely.
Yeah.
And the other side of the story is, so while the BJP seems to have a net addition to its kitty in terms of vote share, the Congress, we have got stabilized vote shares for two regions right now, North Gujarat and South Gujarat. The Congress has actually lost substantial vote. In South Gujarat, it's lost close to 11% of the vote. In North Gujarat, in the seats that we have data, it's losing in excess of 20%.
But not to the Aam Aadmi Party, which is interesting. It's actually
almost three quarters.
Aam Aadmi Party gaining.
Wait. So in North Gujarat, the Aam Aadmi Party is about 17%.
Exactly.
In South Gujarat, 13 only. That's my point.
No,
What the Congress loses, the Aam Aadmi Party. The BJP, there is an anti-BJP wave in Gujarat, clearly in Himachal, but this is how pathetic. This is a deal. Don't arrest Manish Sisodia. We allow you NCD and you allow us. Okay, Gujarat. This is the deal.
No.
This is the deal.
One second. Gentlemen, one second. Gentlemen, please. Okay, Raja Gopal, one second. Please, gentlemen, please.
Congress is winning Himachal.
Okay, please. 1 second. I think we are making it a bit frivolous. Just 1 minute, please. 30 seconds. Let's just bring some order. Sanjay Jha, look, we can today find an alibi, a ghost in the room, an elephant in the room, and say it looks like the AAP. And the AAP has brought us. But look at, are we overemphasizing the AAP factor in Gujarat? 11% vote. In a state where the BJP has been in power for 30 plus years, there is anti-incumbency, no one denies it. But it's not as if the Kejriwal model is gone up. It's not even as if Kejriwal is winning bagfuls of seats.
Yeah.
Are we getting a bit? BJP votes have gone up. Are we overemphasizing? There's an accretion.
Now let me tell you.
Even this whole business of saying that, oh, there's an anti-incumbency, it's not being borne out. Why are more people voting for the BJP in a low turnout election?
Well, let me tell you.
The people kept away from the polling booth because the AAP and the Congress both didn't give them an option. So they kept away.
Yeah, I don't know whether vote share will finally settle, Rahul.
It has
but there is one message is very clear. One message is very, very perceptible. Which is that the Congress is paying a massive price for giving the Aam Aadmi Party Punjab on a silver platter. Now look at Gujarat's numbers.
Yes.
Think about it, Rahul, that today, and he's right, Tehseen is right to the extent that there was anti-incumbency against the BJP government. But if the BJP is increasing vote share, as you are saying, and the number of seats logically, because the opposition is split, then I think the message is very clear that the Congress is literally collapsing in Gujarat. And let's bite the bullet.
Now we'll substantiate that.
And I'll tell you the tragedy.
Dr. Raman wants to come in.
No, just 1 second. And I'll tell you the tragedy. The tragedy is that the Congress actually went up to 77 with a vote share of 41.5% 5 years ago. And then has allowed its house to collapse.
Okay.
That's unforgivable.
Okay, as far
Dr.
as
Raman, the Aam Aadmi Party is not a burst out party. It's doing very well in Delhi, fair enough. Let's give them credit for that. In every other state except for Punjab, where there was a different set of factors, it's imploding. It's not even on this. It's a media creation. It's social media creation.
Let's look at these very
Respond to BJP.
An hour ago, the Congress was leading in some 45-50. They're now down to 29-28. AAP was leading in 3, AAP is leading in 8 now. Some channels are saying AAP is leading in 11 or 12. Now the point is not that. My point is this 17% or 18% that the AAP is taking is effectively sinking the Congress in Gujarat. Now, are we in agreement on that? And the last point,
I don't think we are. I don't think it bears out. I don't think it bears out. Yuvraj wants to come in. Yes.
We need to discern facts from hypothesis. One, my good friend Tehseen said that AAP BJP ka vote kha raha hai. I don't think there was AAP since 1995. Second, you cannot let him finish. You cannot have all the airtime. You can respond. You cannot have all the airtime. Kindly allow me to respond. When AAP took over the reins in Delhi, they devoted the vote bank of Congress. There was no BJP back then in Delhi. Second, इन्होंने ये कहा कि मनीष सिसोदिया is not being arrested. That means they have a tacit deal between BJP and Aam Aadmi Party. Sir, Rahul ji, Sonia ji को भी arrest नहीं किया. So does it mean that they have a tacit deal between INC and BJP?
Okay, let me take this question. Because Mukesh Agnihotri is the leader of the Congress, groomed, hand-picked and groomed by Veerbhadra Singh himself. He's the leader of opposition in the Himachal Assembly, contesting himself from Haroli as well. And the shots that we are getting are of the celebrations already starting in the BJP office in Ahmedabad. Mukesh Agnihotri ji, यहाँ पर विवाद ये चल रहा है, चर्चा ये चल रही है कि आम आदमी पार्टी किसकी बी टीम है, बीजेपी को डैमेज कर रही है हिमाचल में, कांग्रेस को डैमेज कर रही है गुजरात में, या फिर कुछ किसी को डैमेज नहीं कर रही।
आप पार्टी का हिमाचल प्रदेश में प्रवेश ही नहीं हो सका। एक सोची समझी साजिश के तहत इसको लाया जा रहा था, लेकिन ये हिमाचल प्रदेश में इसका कोई अस्तित्व नहीं है, ये कोई शुरुआत नहीं कर पाई और इसलिए सीधी है बीजेपी और कांग्रेस में, और कांग्रेस जीत रही है और ये पूरे देश के लिए एक नई शुरुआत है हिमाचल प्रदेश।
क्या आपको लगता है
की सरकार
इसका श्रेय, अगर कांग्रेस जीतती है हिमाचल में, अभी तो ये ट्रेंड्स ही हैं, तो इसका श्रेय किसको जाता है? आपकी जो लोकल लीडरशिप है, या प्रियंका गांधी को, या राहुल गांधी की भारत जोड़ो यात्रा को, या खड़गे जी को?
नहीं, देखिए ये जो हमारी जीत हो रही है ये कोई एक दिन की जीत नहीं है, ये पूरे 5 साल लड़ाई लड़ी गई है इस सरकार को हटाने के लिए। जयराम सरकार जो नॉन परफॉर्मर सरकार थी, और इसमें प्रियंका गांधी जी ने हमारी बहुत मदद की है जी। प्रियंका गांधी जी ने जितना समय दिया, जितनी रैलियां की, और हमारे
हिमाचल द कांग्रेस इज फॉलन बैक वंस अगेन, सो दीज नंबर्स आर ऑसिलेटिंग, सो ऑब्वियसली
आपको बहुत धन्यवाद ज्वाइन करने के लिए, बहुत धन्यवाद मुकेश अग्निहोत्री। जाते जाते आपको बता दें कि अभी कांग्रेस 32 पर आ गई है, बीजेपी 36 पर आगे चले गए, तो 36 का आंकड़ा सच में है, यहाँ पे एकदम नेक एंड नेक चल रहा है।
पुरुषोत्तम रूपाला जी
बात होगी। पुरुषोत्तम रूपाला जी, मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट ऑफ कोर्स फ्रॉम गुजरात, सीनियर लीडर फ्रॉम देयर, इज ऑल्सो हियर विद अस। मिस्टर रूपाला, first of all, the leads that we have so far, 182 leads from Gujarat, 137 BJP.
नमस्कार,
राम राम आपको। तो 137 जो अभी लीड्स है, क्या ये भाजपा का करिश्मा है या फिर आम आदमी पार्टी का वोट कटाव है कांग्रेस के वोट का?
नहीं, मैं उसको श्रेय भारतीय जनता पार्टी के हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी के द्वारा जिस प्रकार से हमारे इस देश को नेतृत्व दे रहे हैं, हम गुजरात के कार्यकर्ताओं का नेतृत्व कर रहे हैं, और गुजरात भारतीय जनता पार्टी प्रदेश की इकाई ने जिस प्रकार से बूथ से लेकर राज्य स्तर तक के कार्यकर्ताओं को श्रम में लगाया था, इन तीनों चीजों का मिला जुला असर इस परिणाम के पीछे कारगर है।
अमरेली में, क्योंकि आप खुद उस रीजन से आते हैं, अमरेली में आप थोड़ा स्ट्रैटेजी के बारे में बताएंगे, क्योंकि हमने देखा है कि अमरेली क्यों, डिस्पाइट द फैक्ट कि परेश धनानी वहां पर इतना बड़ा फैक्टर थे और सारी सीटें 5 की 5 सीटें पिछली बार कांग्रेस को गई थी, इस बार बीजेपी ने वहां पर इनरोड्स बनाए हैं।
We'll let Mr. Rupala complete himself, but look at it, in Amreli, all these states, the Congress is losing. Congress to BJP.
तो 5 की 5 सीटें कांग्रेस से बीजेपी में जा रही है।
All across the district, Amreli, Dhari, Savarkundla, everywhere we are seeing.
क्या ऐसी स्ट्रैटेजी थी, या आपको लगता है कि पाटीदार आंदोलन का इफेक्ट एकदम खत्म हो गया है कि 5 सीटें जो अमरेली की पूरी कांग्रेस के खाते में थी, अब बीजेपी में जाती हुई दिखाई दे रही हैं?
नहीं, अभी तो उसकी वजह सिर्फ ये ही मैं कहना चाहूँगा कि पिछले चुनाव में जो सोशल डिस्टर्बेंस था, ये इस बार था नहीं। सारे उम्मीदवार नए तरह से, नए और युवा उम्मीदवारों का चयन किया गया था, पार्टी एकजुटता से लड़ी, और पूरे गुजरात में जिस प्रकार का माहौल था उसकी असर अमरेली में भी थी। तो इसीलिए अमरेली में भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी और हमारे सारे कार्यकर्ता बहुत उत्साह से काम में लगे थे।
आपसे आखिरी सवाल मैं पूछना चाहती हूं, आखिरी सवाल पुरुषोत्तम रूपाला जी। बहुत लोग बोलते हैं कि ये जो शक्ति केंद्र वाला जो पूरा आपका कॉन्सेप्ट है कि एक एक वोटर को बूथ तक लेकर के आना है, आप बाकी पूरे देश से अपने कार्यकर्ता बुलाते हैं, हर बार हम इस बारे में सुनते हैं कि पन्ना प्रमुख है, शक्ति केंद्र है। अगर वो गुजरात में काम करता है, यूपी में काम करता है, तो फिर हिमाचल में काम करता दिखाई क्यों नहीं दे रहा? बंगाल में क्यों काम नहीं किया?
देखो, प्रादेशिक इकाइयां हर प्रदेश की हमारे राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व के मार्गदर्शन में एक प्रकार से सही काम करती है, मगर गुजरात की इकाई बहुत समय पहले से, जब से हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी वहां के संगठन महामंत्री हुआ करते थे, तभी से उन्होंने एक बहुत ही अच्छी प्रणाली का वहां प्रस्थापना किया हुआ है। आज भी उसी प्रणाली के चलते हुए गुजरात की इकाई वो बूथ से लेकर राज्य स्तर की इकाइयों को चुस्त दुरुस्त रखते हैं, काम में लगाते हैं, और चुनाव में भी।
थैंक यू मिस्टर रूपाला, थैंक यू फॉर स्पीकिंग टू टाइम्स नाउ।
करने में
वी विल कम बैक टू यू इन अ शॉर्ट व्हाइल। लेट्स क्विकली गो व्यूअर्स एंड हैव अ लुक एट हाउ द लार्जर पिक्चर इज नाउ बिगिनिंग टू इमर्ज in both Himachal and Gujarat. Let's look at this. We have state-of-the-art technology to try and put all this together for you. So here we are, we're seamlessly moving, viewers, into the larger picture, and let's quickly take you into this. What we're going to see, viewers, on your screens in just a short while are the map really from inside of the assembly, and that's where it is. You can have a quick look. It's going to come up right there. Well, we've lost that signal. The chroma is out, but there you can see it. There it goes. Here it is. It's very, very clear, viewers, from what we are seeing, that you have a complete domination right now of the manner in which this particular assembly is looking. 139 is the number there, as you can see. It's very, very clear that this is a saffron sweep. It's gone straight across. It is cut deep into the Congress, and not only has it cut deep into the Congress, viewers, the Aam Aadmi Party also sort of opening a few of its accounts there on a few of the seats, but not really making the impact that Kejriwal would have hoped for at all. So none of that is actually happening. None of that is looking as if it is going to lead to a big upset. In fact, the election there is over by the shouting. So that's pretty clear. Let's have a look now at the Himachal. Himachal is an evolving election, viewers. We don't quite know if this is going to be a victory for the Congress or the BJP as things stand, because Himachal is a tight contest there. You can see the BJP in the lead there at 39, but the Congress, these trends are sort of changing hands. Every 20 minutes you suddenly find the Congress at 32 or 33, the BJP proportionately coming down 1 or 2. So let's hold back on this, but definitely the Aam Aadmi Party here again not in the race at all. So it can't be anyone's business that the Aam Aadmi Party decided strategically to leave Himachal and then go straight into Gujarat and put all its eggs in the Gujarat basket. Political parties don't work that way. They know that perceptions and optics really count, and they don't want to be seen to be weak in any one particular state. So the story here, the big three takeaways is that the BJP is increasing its vote share in Gujarat, which is a massive vindication for its leadership there. It also suggests that the BJP beyond the left in Bengal is showing the kind of dominance that no other political outfit has shown in Gujarat. It's historic in its own right. Number two, most importantly, the second big takeaway is that the Aam Aadmi factor that was overhyped in this particular election looks like to have been a bit of a non-starter. The AAP in totality, apart from Punjab and Delhi, is not growing in any other state. The green shoots in Gujarat in some of the constituencies have come about because, agreed, the Congress party was not providing the kind of alternative to the BJP. So perhaps a little bit of that vote has drifted. We'll have to see where the minorities have actually gone. We'll have to also see where some of the other social minorities and other denominations have actually gone, and assess with more depth the quality of the AAP's performance there. Thirdly, the Congress is in the doldrums. It was expecting to do better in Gujarat than the 70 odd seats it had in 2017. It was hoping that the Bharat Jodo Yatra of Rahul Gandhi would take it somewhere. Unfortunately, that did not happen, and the Congress is very quickly now resiling on its position, saying the Bharat Jodo Yatra is about creating a perception. It is not about winning elections. So very quickly that narrative has also sort of been resiled upon, and there are motherhood statements being made by the Congress, even though this morning we showed you pictures of outside the Congress headquarters, a big board with a countdown clock that said in 4 hours or 5 hours, the BJP will be wiped out of Gujarat. So it has to reconcile itself to that. So that's really what it is. Let me go back to the data center now. Let's go straight back to the data center.
Here we have a couple of big stories and a big news that is coming in. All three by-polls in Uttar Pradesh. The Samajwadi Party is leading and it has taken quite a sizable lead now. Dimple Yadav leading at 10,000 votes. BJP candidate is at 6,216 votes. So you've got a lead. A lead is of 10,000 votes of Dimple Yadav. And in Khatholi and Rampur also, they are leading on both of these seats. But all right, so Jairam Thakur's house, you also have a BJP strategy meeting starting. But before I go across to my colleague Manoj there, I want to show our viewers along with Jay the big story that is emerging in Gujarat. Absolutely. Remember in the morning we had said, this is the area to watch out for. Yeah. Saurashtra Kutch will decide this election in Gujarat, and look at the trends that we have. This area of Saurashtra, all green almost, with the exception of about 15 seats in 2017, and look what has happened, the transformation.
You know, Padmaja, we are seeing the same trend in central Gujarat. Large swaths of green now becoming completely saffron. So we were just trying to get some humor around on the leads of the AP in Saurashtra.
Can I come back to you, Jay, and ask you, let's now look at the quality of the AAP numbers. Let's go straight to the AAP. Let's look at the vote
there is a story that we want to tell here in Saurashtra. Let's focus on Saurashtra for just a second.
We'll get a story on the AAP numbers. Yes. Okay, so it's first thing, okay, I'll give the qualitative breakup. Yeah. AAP is either Saurashtra, 4 seats here, or tribal, the complete eastern edge of the state.
Yeah, so
that's
here you
all
see
that AAP is.
This is not
as a headline is, as of now, even in Katargam, Mr. Gopal Italia is not there, he's trailing. Even in Khambalia and Saurashtra, Mr. Islan Gadvi is trailing.
So here's the thing. Now look at the seats which have turned blue, and all of these seats which have turned blue from 2017 were green seats. So it is Congress seats which have turned into Aam Aadmi Party seats, and that's how they had played it.
So no AAP seat, no AAP candidate has defeated a BJP candidate.
So
is that
far,
happening?
So far not.
No.
So far not.
Yes, go on sir, go on.
I counted on the official election website, there are at least 20 constituencies where the BJP is leading, where the Aam Aadmi Party is currently in second position.
I'm
I think that is significant.
So Dr. Raman, I think
That
we
is significant.
We'll get to I think
more
than
than 20 seats where the Congress is now
Dr. Raman, we are all saying the same thing. We said at the beginning that of the 7 leads that we see of the Aam Aadmi Party, the seats which have turned blue are the seats which were erstwhile green. So the seats that seem to be converting are erstwhile Congress seats. Now, let's tell you the story.
One BJP seat that is converted.
Which is Limkheda, which also is, by the way, a tribal seat. Now, let's take a look at the story over here. In Saurashtra, these seats which are turning blue are rural seats. Yeah. Here, in north and south are all on the margins, which are all tribal seats. Yeah. Who is this a vote bank for? Garib, Dalit, Shoshit, Congress's core vote bank, and the Aam Aadmi Party is impacting there. The final interesting story from here is what we discovered, the 2 seats which seem to be converting right now. One is Somnath, which used to be occupied by the Congress. So Vimal Bhai Chudasma.
The takeaway is, if you promise you're going to lift prohibition, you're going to win.
Okay, no.
So wait. There is another, there's part 2 to this story. Somnath from Congress seems to be going to Aam Aadmi Party, and the other story, the other seat which seems to be going from Congress to Aam Aadmi Party again is Chotila. What do these two have common? That they both have very big temples. Incidentally, Chotila falls in the Surendranagar constituency, entirely rural belt, and massive. This entire, along with Amreli, even Surendranagar almost entirely had gone to the Congress. Why? Because in 2017, Rahul Gandhi had walked up almost 1,000 steps of the Chotila Mandir to go to the top and do darshan.
Okay.
So 2 temple towns, Congress to
One second. Let me just quickly sum this up. Viewers, all this data fantastically interesting, but what does it tell you? It tells you that wherever the AAP has gained, it has gained at the expense of the Congress marginally. Okay. Let's be very certain about this. the Aam Aadmi Party said that two of its big stalwarts are definitely going to win. Am I wrong? They said Mr. Italia and Gadhvi are going to win. Right now they're trailing. But one second. Look, I'm just going by our data. I don't know where you're fishing out, sir. Okay. Okay. So 3,295 one second. I don't know how quick they're updating, etc. I'm giving you Times Now data, and I hope they win for the AAP's sake, because if they don't, the AAP is really right now existing on the digital space. Well, whatever. Number two, most importantly, I don't think the BJP is actually hanging its election fortunes on how the AAP is performing. I think the BJP is in Gujarat, going in there to win that election, just like it is doing in Himachal. It's not really bothered too much about the AAP, and the AAP has not even made a dent in Himachal. We'll look at the Himachal numbers once again. But I just want to very quickly put this on record, viewers. Maybe there is an overemphasis through the morning on the Aam Aadmi Party. It seems that there is an obsession, except in Tehseem's mind, who wants to find a scapegoat. 1 minute, allow me to finish, gentlemen. I'll allow you all. Please, I'm only putting my hypothesis. You can contradict it all you want. I'm only saying, viewers, there might be an overemphasis on the AAP factor, because the AAP happens to have an effective communications department that permeates a lot of chat rooms. Very quickly, people want to listen.
Yes. The Jay is putting out, the fact that the AAP is taking Congress seats and thus helping BJP take a gain shows very categorically that AAP is helping the BJP.
We should quickly cut across to Aishwarya, because in the midst of people where Modi chants have already started. Over to you, Aishwarya, take it away.
Well, that's right. This is the BJP headquarters here in Ahmedabad, and people over here are cheering as the BJP is heading towards the historic victory. And we'll go across to the people. Confident है आप पूरी भारतीय जनता पार्टी पूरे गुजरात में दादा का बुलडोजर चल गया है. पूरे गुजरात में दादा का बुलडोजर जो चल रहा है. कहेंगे आप बड़ी जीत के आगे पार्टी बढ़ रही है गुजरात के अंदर. क्या कहेंगे बड़ी जीत के आगे गुजरात के अंदर?
भारतीय जनता पार्टी बहुत बड़ी लीड से जीतने वाली है, मगर अभी थोड़ी देर के लिए राह देखिए.
सेलिब्रेशन जिस तरीके से चल रहा है ऐसे ही जारी
सर. 11 बजे के बाद सेलिब्रेशन शुरू होगा.
11 बजे के बाद चालू होगा. आप क्या कहेंगे?
11 बजे के बाद फुल रिजल्ट आ जाने के बाद
लोगों ने लेकिन यहाँ पर सेलिब्रेशन करना चालू कर दिया है. सो पीपल अराउंड हियर gathered, as you can see, a lot of people over there also dancing, and they are saying that it's just the early trends that they are focusing on, but the celebrations will go on till evening, as Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel and C.R. Patil are also expected at the BJP headquarters. But a lot of Karyakartas over here are gathered over here for the celebration. There were chants of Modi here at the BJP headquarters, as Prime Minister led the entire campaign for them, and they are heading towards the big victory. Clearly, people over here are very much excited as to, the early trend suggests that BJP will be eyeing towards a big victory in the state of Gujarat. आप लोग अभी early trends आ रहे हैं और आपने मान लिया है कि बीजेपी एक बड़ी जीत है.
बीजेपी की आज गुजरात में बहुत बड़ी जीत होने वाली है. 151 पार कर देगी बीजेपी, और कांग्रेस और आपका सुपड़ा साफ हो जाने वाला है.
150 क्रॉस कर देगी बीजेपी, यही आपको लगता है? 150 पार.
हमारी पार्टी का जो प्रवक्ता जो बोल रहा है बहुत अच्छी बात है.
So the Karyakartas believe that 150 will be the number that BJP will be crossing over here, but the Karyakartas have started gathering over here at the BJP headquarters, and in a short while we are expecting C.R. Patil and CM Bhupendra Patel to also arrive. Back to you.
चौहान, ही इज द MOS कम्युनिकेशंस, जॉइनिंग अस लाइव. देवू सिंह जी, मेरे को याद है कि अभी 2-3 हफ्ता पहले आपसे पूछा गया था कि क्या आपको लगता है महंगाई का असर और महंगाई का खामियाजा भारतीय जनता पार्टी को चुकाना पड़ सकता है, पर क्या वो सारे मुद्दे एक मोदी जी के नाम के आगे फीके पड़ गए? अभी अगर आपको 142 लीड्स मिल रही हैं तो उसके पीछे एक वजह बताइए.
हेलो
देवू सिंह जी, आपको
आप क्या सवाल दोहरा सकती हैं?
जी, मेरा सवाल ये है,
सुन नहीं पाए.
महंगाई का
आवाज आ रही है लेकिन ब्रेक होता है.
हाँ, महंगाई का मुद्दा था. जो ग्रामीण थे वो कह रहे हैं कि 24 घंटे बिजली नहीं आती है, पानी भी रुक रुक के आता है, उसके बावजूद 142 सीटों पे लीड दिखाई दे रही है। उसके पीछे एक वजह बताइए।
आपका शुरू में आवाज आती है, महंगाई की कुछ बात कर रहे हैं आप ग्रामीण क्षेत्र में, जो आज में आवाज नहीं आ रही है, पता नहीं क्या हो रहा है।
सिंह जी, we'll just try and fix the audio and come back to you in just a second. 2 मिनट में ऑडियो फिक्स करके आपके पास आते हैं। बट
Rahul, for Himachal, there is actually a story in the data. Though it's a neck and neck fight, in terms of vote share, the BJP is 3 percentage points ahead.
3 percentage points ahead. So again, viewers, there's growth both in Gujarat of the BJP by 6% and in Himachal, where it has been in an incumbent position in a state that usually throws out the incumbent party every year since 1985. This has been happening.
But Rahul, the BJP is ahead of the Congress, but their vote share has gone down in Himachal.
So 3% vote share ahead of Congress, fair enough.
Overall vote share gone down by 4%.
And the Aam Aadmi Party is at 1%. 1%. 1%, viewers. I'm just putting it out there for you. Yes, Sanjay Jha.
Rahul, my point is on Saurashtra. Now, Jay, you know that in the last elections, the Congress did better than the BJP in Saurashtra. Okay? Today, if the Aam Aadmi Party is doing well in the place where the Congress was formidable just 5 years ago, it tells you that there is a significant impact happening for Congress's decimation, and where AAP, by the way, will treat this election as a semi-final. You see, AAP is now a player. You can't ignore it.
But Sanjay Jha, let me just tell you, that hypothesis would have stood, and I'm not denying it.
And
but that is true. That is true. One second, please, one second.
Yeah.
That is true of the Congress in a large number of states where they've lost to a third alternative, usually a regional party there.
Right.
I think where we are making this mistake, and again, Raja Gopalanji, I don't know if you'll agree with me, Dr. Raman, where you agree. I think we're over-analyzing the impact of the AAP on the BJP. We need to, it might have had an impact on the Congress, but not on the BJP. The fight between the AAP and the BJP is about models. Kejriwal says, my model is superior to the Modi model. Kejriwal model is better. That's not being borne out, even in a state where the BJP is in power for 30 plus years.
But Rahul, you are absolutely right. But the truth is that the Aam Aadmi Party sees the Congress as a low-hanging fruit.
Naturally, but that
they
is
are not treating the BJP.
That is true of the TRS, that is true of the YSRCP, that is true of even the DMK, AIDMK, that is true of any political party.
Rahul, one second, let me come. Aam Aadmi Party's takeoff for national picture aborted, takeoff is aborted.
It looks as if there is a problem.
In Gujarat, it is Hindutva which played very well, not any other, Narendra Modi Hindutva. 2 chief ministers changed, Vijay Rupani and Bhupender Patel. Still they won with 7-8% extra. How? What does it mean? It means. So what? Bhupender Patel is there.
This is a big breaking news. Bhupender Patel is going to be changed.
Okay. Hold on. No, I think that is very unlikely because the Prime Minister and Amit Shah before the elections have said unequivocally कि हमारे मुख्यमंत्री भूपेंद्र सिंह पटेल ही होंगे, भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल ही होंगे. Anyhow, I really want to go across.
Dr. Raman wants to come.
Cannot be magically won without having an organization on the ground. The Aam Aadmi Party has started its journey. It may work, it may not work. But 5 years down the line,
go to the data center. Let's go to the data center.
1 second. I think we are missing the biggest story that has emerged so far, because mind you, it is now close to 10 a.m. and I think by now round 1 must be over.
Oh, definitely.
And we have the BJP at 145, which means that it has already overtaken Mr. Modi's record of 2002, and now they are set to break the highest ever. If they get another 5 seats, they will break the record of the Congress that was held in 1985. Devu Singh Chauhan, MOS Communication, is with us now. He's a member of Parliament from Kheda as well. सबसे पहले आपसे यही पूछूंगी सर, आप शर्त लगाने को तैयार हैं कि 127 का तो रिकॉर्ड अभी लगता है कि टूट गया मोदी जी का, क्या कांग्रेस का भी रिकॉर्ड तोड़ देंगे?
बिल्कुल हमारी यह उम्मीद है कि इस बार हम कांग्रेस के 149 रिकॉर्ड को तोड़ेंगे। हाँ, ये जरूर है कि हमें शर्त लगाने की आदत नहीं है, इसलिए मैं आपसे शर्त तो नहीं लगाऊंगा, लेकिन मेरा ये संपूर्ण आत्मविश्वास बोलता है कि हम इस रिकॉर्ड को तोड़ेंगे।
अभी अभी आम आदमी पार्टी ने ये ट्वीट किया है, मनीष सिसोदिया ने, कि हम अब नेशनल पार्टी बन गए हैं, डिस्पाइट द फैक्ट कि उनका अभी वोट शेयर करीब 1% से 10% के बीच में स्विंग कर रहा है हिमाचल और गुजरात में। क्या कहेंगे इस क्लेम के बारे में?
देखिए, आम आदमी पार्टी एक क्लेम जरूर कर रही है, क्योंकि उनको पता है कि जब कोई एक पार्टी किसी स्टेट में वीक होती है तब उसको बेनिफिट होता है। आप जानते हैं कि पिछले 27 सालों से गुजरात में जिस तरीके से भारतीय जनता पार्टी के संगठन शक्ति और जिस तरीके से सरकार चलती है, उसके सामने कांग्रेस डे बाय डे वीक हो रही है। जब कांग्रेस वीक होती है तो उसका सीधा फायदा कहीं ना कहीं आम आदमी पार्टी जैसी पार्टी को मिलता है, और ये उम्मीद वो करते हैं कि उनको वोट शेयर बढ़ेगा। हाँ, हो सकता है उनका वोट शेयर बढ़ेगा, लेकिन हम ये नहीं मानते हैं कि उनका इतना वोट शेयर बढ़ेगा कि वो नेशनल पार्टी बन जाए।
आप क्योंकि खेड़ा से आते हैं सर, अभी हाल ही में एक घटना हुई थी और बहुत वो चर्चित भी थी कि एक गरबा पंडाल से कुछ मुसलमानों को निकाल करके उनको पुलिस ने पीटा था। वहां पर बॉयकॉट भी हुआ था, कुछ इलेक्शन का, कुछ मुस्लिम बस्तियों में इलेक्शन का बॉयकॉट भी किया गया था। क्या आपको लगता है, बहुत लोग ये कह रहे हैं कि गुजरात की राजनीति ऐसी हो गई है कि अब मुसलमान जो है, मुसलमान वोटर, उसकी आवाज अब सुनी ही नहीं जाती। एक मुस्लिम ने बॉयकॉट किया, फिर भी उसका कुछ असर नहीं हुआ। क्या कहेंगे?
देखो, ये बिल्कुल गलत बात है। गुजरात में मैं ये मानता हूँ छुटपुट घटना कहीं हुई है तो वो मेरे डिस्ट्रिक्ट में हुई है, वो भी पहली बार। जो हमारे नवरात्र सबसे बड़े हमारा जो फेस्टिवल रहता है, उस फेस्टिवल में पहली बार पथराव हुआ है, और जिन असामाजिक तत्वों ने पथराव किया है उन पर कड़ी से कड़ी एक्शन भी लिया गया है। और जो कांग्रेस का कोशिश रहा है समग्र घटना के दौरान, क्योंकि वो जो इम्पीचमेंट की पॉलिटिक्स करते करते कांग्रेस ये भी भूल गई कि कहीं हम इस सामाजिक सौहार्द के वातावरण को खराब कर रहे हैं, और इसका खामियाजा कांग्रेस को भुगतना पड़ा है, चाहे वो खेड़ा में हो चाहे देश में हो।
जी, आप कह रहे हैं कि अपीजमेंट का ब्लोबैक ही हुआ है। देवू सिंह जी, आपका बहुत धन्यवाद। आप कह रहे हैं कि 149 का तोड़ा जाएगा इस बार रिकॉर्ड।
489 votes, another significant election taking place in Uttar Pradesh, viewers. Dimple Yadav now in the lead by 21,849 votes. Important, Mr. Raja Gopalan.
Sympathy factor is always there.
Sympathy now, it's sympathy. Earlier it was not sympathy. Earlier when she was trailing, you people were saying that look...
24, she will be defeated.
Okay, 24 she will be defeated, but not now. What does that mean? Anyhow, viewers, at the top of 10, as we near the top of 10, 4 or 5 big headlines that are emerging. Himachal Pradesh still in the balance, though it appears that the BJP is squeaking ahead, but also finding the going extremely tough. It might have gained vote share over the Congress party, but it is not translating into a massive gains of seat, so much so that the lead there in the state is changing hands every moment. It's 32-33 in favor of the Congress there right now. The Aam Aadmi Party, a non-starter in Himachal Pradesh. The second big headline that is coming through, viewers, is coming from Gujarat, where the Aam Aadmi Party's claims of being the opposition, the real opposition to the BJP, is not really fructified. It has dented the Congress, but not so far dented the BJP at all. So the Kejriwal model, when compared directly head-on to the Modi model, is not resonating. Even in certain seats where its stalwarts are contesting, the party is not assured of returns. So the AAP factor perhaps is being overemphasized. More than that, another headline. The BJP, even though it has been for 3 decades in power, close to 3 decades in power in Gujarat, has improved its vote share, viewers, by 6% or thereabouts. The Congress's vote share down 14%. The Congress, which takes me on to the next big headline, is a non-starter in another big state which sends upwards of 26 MPs to be exact, to Parliament is gone in Gujarat. Massive erosion in just 5 years. BJP is growing despite the incumbency. Congress is shrinking, and crumbs of the Congress are being picked up by the Aam Aadmi Party, which is very true also of the Congress in other states. Wherever there is a hint of a triangular contest, it's the Congress that first goes out of the equation. So those are the 5 main headlines as we speak. What to make of them nationally, Dr. Raman?
One quick point, I just did the count.
Okay.
The Aam Aadmi Party is currently the second in Gujarat in 31 seats.
Okay. Second in Gujarat in 31
seats.
And
now,
that is thanks to the Congress party and Rahul Gandhi.
Agreed, they haven't dented the BJP.
But
It's absolutely, but for a new party in the state.
No, you Dr. Raman, here's how to lay it out. Before we look at data, let's remember one thing. With the greatest of respect, sir.
Bharat Jodo Yatra, because Rahul Gandhi is busy joining Bharat, so Aam Aadmi Party has picked up all the crumbs of
I want to say one thing. Always hold people to the standards they have.
They set for themselves.
When the elections was being fought, Aam Aadmi Party went in and Mr. Kejriwal said कि हमारी 90 सीटें आ रही हैं, ये मेरा दिल्ली मॉडल वर्सेस गुजरात मॉडल. He didn't say ये राहुल मॉडल वर्सेस दिल्ली मॉडल. He said I am fighting Mr. Modi. So we are comparing you to Mr. Modi, and compared to Mr. Modi, you are nowhere there. You are there in 5 seats.
Now let's look at the squad diagram, the next data science property. Actually, the extent of damage will really become clear over here. Okay, now this entire circle is all of South Gujarat. Okay, a blue edge on a circle means where the AP is doing well. A green edge on the circle means where the Congress is doing well. Look at the distribution of the circumference of the circle. AP is this little 3 bits, Congress 3 bits, the rest is all saffron. I think that's telling the story now.
Okay, let's go to the big wall here.
Now remember when we are talking
and the
about
big numbers. Viewers, just have a quick look. This is a top of 10. We're taking quick stock of the overall picture. 182 out of 182 leads and trends. It's pretty safe now to call the state of Gujarat, in fact, for the BJP. These numbers are not going to dramatically alter. You might see
on the verge of history.
You might see erosion more perhaps in the Congress numbers. You might see the AAP number going 1 or 2 up or down. But the fact of the matter is that the BJP has completely coursed ahead. It is, as Padmaja was saying, on the verge of making history of a type that has not been recorded ever since the left experience in Bengal, and that was also about 20 years ago, viewers. Very quickly, let me also go across to the spectrum here, and we'll now tell you about the quality of the BJP's performance in Gujarat. Jay.
Yeah, love it. Look at this. Okay, now on the spectrum, there is this blue, which is the AAP. Okay, it's taken the tribal seat of Bhiloda from the Congress. But other than that, this end is supposed to be the green end, the oppositions. Look at the swath of saffron in the green.
This must be all Saurashtra Kutch.
All of Saurashtra Kutch, parts of north, central. I mean, we will load the chord immediately next. It's even lost in strongholds of Bharat Singh Solanki, tribal areas of central Gujarat. It's a complete disaster.
And even the mild seats where the opposition had won by narrow margins, the BJP is just eaten up.
Completely. It's like an orange cake here. Like,
so one would have expected, the AAP to have held back the Congress here a little bit, and you can see some of the AAP gains are in the opposition mild seats. They are not in any of the BJP strong seats.
None in the strong. Look at this. The BJP has retained its saffron almost verbatim as it is saffron.
Yes.
In the mild, it's lost 2.
Yeah, that is the tribal seat that you're talking about, which is really party agnostic. Agnostic. So the AAP gaining this or losing this doesn't really make much of a difference. The Congress getting one here.
There's only one upset here in the spectrum.
Yes.
There's a tribal, and in between, if there is one blue switch, there was one upset. Rivaba was trailing in Jamnagar North 2 minutes ago.
Okay.
So maybe that could be one upset.
Well, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. And very quickly in the swing seats.
So just a couple of quick updates on some of the major seats. Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel, who is contesting from Ghatlodiya, it's in Ahmedabad. He He, by the way, last time won with the highest margin. This time he is leading by 23,713. But interestingly, somebody who may overtake him in terms of the margin of win is Harsh Sanghvi, because he is leading with a margin of 20,000 votes right now from his seat of Majura, which of course falls in the Surat area. So that's the latest. Gopal Italia, like we said, from Katargam, he is trailing, and Vinod Bhai Moradia,
I load the cord over here,
is leading. I can tell you one thing. In Khambalia, I have personally seen, which is where Isudan Gadvi, the CM face of the Aam Aadmi Party, I'm going to stick my neck out and say that that is not going to be won by the Aam Aadmi Party.
You don't think so?
No.
Even though he might be leading right now?
No, they are not leading right now.
They are not leading
right now. So Khambalia is a seat from where he was fielded, but largely, even though he's a popular journalist, but people there perceive him as an outsider, and in all likelihood, this seat which is currently represented by the Congress may be taken over, is my hunch, by the BJP. And this is purely
Gopal
based
Italia,
on my own...
What is happening with Gopal Italia?
Wonderful paradox here.
What is happening with Gopal Italia?
Gopal Italia also, I think, is trailing right now, and the BJP is leading in that seat.
Okay, so very importantly,
that's a Surat seat.
So two of the heavyweights that the AAP was...
The only one who is leading right now, remember, now if we have that graphic already, in that letter, there were 3 names which were written by Arvind Kejriwal saying, मैं ये लिख करके आपको 3 नाम दे रहा हूँ, ये record margin से जीतेंगे. One was Alpesh Katheria, one was Gopal Italia, and the third was Ishudan Gadvi. And barring Alpesh Katheria, the other 2 are trailing.
No, Padmaja, let me nuance it for the viewers. He added Alpesh's name after the journalist prompted.
We just said that. That in all likelihood, if they just get another 2 seats going by these, they're already broken going by the leads.
So I'm very glad that Ashutosh ji, you have come, because as I was saying in the morning, we have overanalyzed the AAP's influence in this election, and I was just putting out on record some basic statistics here. What do we know? We know that the BJP in Gujarat has increased its vote share by 6%. By 6%, doctor.
After 27 years.
After 27 years.
It's amazing record.
Even the left did not demonstrate this kind of dominance in Bengal. The Aam Aadmi Party has 12.3% of the vote share, coming at the expense of the Congress, but the Congress has shown that it is weak in a triangular contest against a third party. The BJP holding its own in every contest against the AAP except for one, I think, where there might be other factors at play.
Rahul, one factor. Rahul,
as you said. No, one second.
See, the important thing is, if you add Congress vote percentage and the AAP vote percentage, it is traditionally 38%, which Congress has been getting since 1995.
Yes.
So that means BJP has not lost even a single vote in the last 27 years. That's amazing.
That's an amazing, it's in fact gained the vote shares.
But it also makes the news that the new entrant, which is...
Sir, please do not go by that. Do not go by that, because the Congress is so weak that even if a person without a party had stood, he might have actually won a couple of percentage points of the vote. Please, that would be wrong. Look at Himachal. Himachal, you are nowhere. A percent vote.
Himachal,
how can you say?
Not aiming
no, please ask Mr. Ashutosh. That was the first traditional experiment, lab experiment that the Aam Aadmi Party constructed. No, I'm sorry, you can't write off one state.
One thing we have to agree.
Look at Goa. Look at Goa. Look at Uttar Pradesh. Look at Haryana.
Rahul, again in Himachal Pradesh, the story is BJP is sustaining a very valiant fight.
Sustaining a valiant.
Okay,
contradict that. Congress contradict.
Already BJP in the state and at the center, and the Prime Minister himself campaigned in Himachal Pradesh, claiming that double engine ki sarkar. He said that the people of Himachal Pradesh are going to benefit if BJP comes back to power again, but still the people went with Congress.
But Lokesh,
so it's a big message.
I agree with you right now. I agree with you right now to a point.
Lokesh, while Congress is not winning Himachal decisively, that's the story.
That is
you lose Goa, you lose Uttarakhand, you lose Punjab. Uttarakhand, Goa and Punjab, you could have won.
डॉक्टर आशुतोष सुबह शाखा अटेंड करके आ रहे हैं
युवराज पोखरना होम मिनिस्टर बनने वाले the way he is grinning from ear to ear, क्या हो गया भाई युवराज?
No, but
you look like you have won the election from
the truth has to be told. I don't think I have anything much to speak because आशुतोष जी जब से आ गए मुझे लग रहा है काम ये कर रहे हैं डॉक्टर
आज सुबह उठ के वो शाखा से अटेंड करके आए.
I'll try and make a draw it out for you. As I said a couple of days ago कि 11 states की सरकारें बीजेपी को हराने की कोशिश कर रही हैं, लेकिन गुजरात में बीजेपी को हराना मुश्किल ही नहीं, नामुमकिन.
There was a Kejriwal model that was supposed to replicate
the Delhi model.
The success,
by the way, that's
of
gone
the
viral
in Delhi.
Yes,
and it was supposed to be an alternative to the Modi model. That hasn't happened, viewers. It hasn't happened in Goa. It hasn't happened in Uttarakhand. It hasn't happened in another small state. Let's put it like that, of Himachal today. We are seeing the results there. The Aam Aadmi Party can say we abandoned Himachal, but that's their problem.
I agree with you on this. That building trust. Building trust is not one day, and this Aam Aadmi Party has to understand that they cannot come in. But
the model is not converting people.
Very important.
They cannot do that.
I want to make it very clear.
Just one second.
Because one has to understand why is it that BJP keeps on winning in Gujarat. Now you take another example. For example, and I'm talking of Bastion. You take Amethi. It took 50 years for someone to actually defeat Congress in Amethi. Now, why did that happen? And why is that not happening in Gujarat? Because people of Amethi realized that yes, it is all very, all very well for you to say this is our bastion, but development to karo.
Yes.
If BJP was not doing any development in Gujarat, they would not have gotten these results.
Revdi is what the Prime Minister said. Do not fall for Revdi.
Yes.
The Gujaratis are pragmatic. They are capitalistic outlook there. They are not going to fall for Revdi because they know what happens.
Two things that I want to say.
Yeah.
Since we keep talking about Revdi, this term was used on the election campaign duration not by somebody from the BJP, but by Montek Singh Ahluwalia and by Praveen Chakravarti, who said कि ये जो आप old pension scheme promise कर रहा है कांग्रेस और आम आदमी पार्टी, this is the real Revdi and it is going to be suicidal. Praveen Chakravarti was publicly shut down by the rest of the Congress, saying कि it's his personal opinion, and here are economists who were calling the shots in the Congress government, and they are saying, what are you doing? You are going to turn into Sri Lanka if you bring this back, and yet people went ahead and made those promises. Now, before we go across to GVL Narasimha Rao, Member of Parliament, and ask him about this sweet sour emotions he must be experiencing right now, very quickly, from Kutch Saurashtra, some interesting stories, where, first of all, let's see the big picture over here, Jay, where we have 20 seats. Remember, 54 total seats in Kutch Saurashtra. BJP has retained 20
I'll complete the story.
and gained 22. So out of 54...
So it had 20... Wait, hang on. It had 23.
Just go back to that, please.
Yeah. It had 23. Okay. Now... okay. Now we can load the same thing here if you want that.
No, let's see it here. Yeah.
So now what's happened is, it had 23. It lost only 3. It retained 20 but gained a huge 22. Now look at this graphic, the chord diagram. It illustrates it so well. This is all the seats in Kutch and Saurashtra. The blue of AP is just so much, only 4 seats. The green of Congress is so much, it's just 8 seats. The rest is all saffron being plucked from all the other parties. You look at old Congress seats, Rapar, it's changing from Cong to BJP, Limdi, Cong to BJP, huge. The entire patch that remains for green is so much, blue is so much. There was some story in the blue, something that Mr. Gopal Italia would regret. The Aam Aadmi Party is leading in his birthplace in Botad. He would have been better off to contest from here.
And he has been taken away to a seat in Surat.
Yeah, it's 154 BJP.
Yeah.
Yes.
We were still talking
and
about Gopal Italia.
If these trends hold out, this is, I know GVL Narasimha Rao, you are still not going to accept any congratulations for a possible breaking of a record in Gujarat, surpassing all previous records. The MOS home in Gujarat is saying, how's the Josh? So let me ask you, GVL, how's the Josh?
Padmaja, good morning to you, all the guests on the show and the viewers.
We are really delighted about the manner people of Gujarat have blessed BJP, and I'm really not surprised. This was a prediction which I gave in the month of July. We expected to win. At that time my prediction was 138 for the BJP. We seem to be completely breaking those records, and my best estimate was 145, and we seem to be doing even better. So I think, and with an improved vote share. You see, mind you, lot of people have not highlighted this factor. In 2017, when our tally went down to 99 seats, the lowest ever, we still polled 49% vote. And we polled 1% more than 2012. So when you analyze now, so I would like you to also please take a historical view. Yeah. We polled 1% more, but our tally went down to 99. But today, if we are able to retain our vote share, we are actually improving according to the data currently available. But even if you are able to retain and get a spectacular win, I can call it only a super duper performance. There can be nothing better, nothing more blisterous.
Siddharth is supplying to us, GVL Saab, just listen to this very quickly. The Patidar effect in 2022, BJP leading in 38 of those seats. Yeah. Congress 8, AAP 1. 2017, the BJP had only 29, Congress 17, AAP 0. The vote share of the BJP in 2017 in the Patidar seats was 50%. Now, it is actually, now it is at 53.86%. So the swing is a positive of 3.29 in Patidar. So this is one area where if anyone hoped to make a gain, it would have been here, but that's also not happened. Congress vote share 25 in Patidar areas in 2017. Today, it is.
Perfect. You read it. We just loaded that graphic.
Okay, you loaded the graphic. Let's have a look.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So 2017, in the Patidar dominant seats, the BJP was 50.57% of the vote. Now it's about 55.12. Okay. Now let's go to almost all across. You look at whether the coalies. Okay. The BJP was 44.54 in 2017. Now it's 47.36. Minority dominant clusters. BJP was 45.75 in 2017. Now it's 49.25. You go to Saurashtra rural, which was actually the Achilles heel for the BJP in 2017. There it was 43.8, now it's 48.19.
But here I want to point out two data points that we must take away. This is, classic. It may sound, people may mock it and say, oh, what a plug. But when you say a slogan like Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, look at these two sections here. SC dominant, the vote share of the BJP has gone from 54% to 60.76. So on one end of the spectrum, you've got the scheduled caste dominant seats where the BJP has gained 6%. This is one end of the spectrum. And on the other end of the spectrum are seats which are purely rural, whether it be Bharuch, whether it be Surat, whether it be Ahmedabad, whether it be Gandhinagar, Rajkot. There the vote share has gone from 60% to 67%.
That shows that the BJP is carrying with it.
You have gained 6%.
Yeah,
in urban seats, you have gained 7%.
The most marginalized.
Two ends of the spectrum.
The most marginalized are today and socially dominant. And GVL Narasimha Rao raising his hand. Yes, GVL Narasimha Rao. Before I open this up, yes, GVL Narasimha Rao, why are you today raising your hand and saying this is a massive indication for us? Yes.
Yes. No, you see, tell me, Rahul, as a student of politics and psephology, tell me which election in this country, or how many occasions in this country a party won a mandate with close to 50% vote? We could actually end up beyond 50. Most elections are won with around 35 to 45% vote share. So an election victory. So we have been overemphasizing the factor of the vote cutoff party, as you call it, or look at the BJP's vote share increasing.
and going beyond 50 is I think a history in Indian electoral history, is a record in Indian electoral history. I would like Jay or somebody in the studios to please look at all the assembly elections in this country so far and look at which elections have been won with 50% popular vote. You will hardly have a handful, not even 3-4 elections.
So many years in power.
It was not CPM alone. CPM was with in alliance with the CPI, Forward Bloc and others.
True. That is
it's one political party maintaining.
One more significant numerical point. Rahul. One very simple numerical.
So if there is an approval rating that is coming through for the Modi model, it is definitely coming from Gujarat, where, viewers, if anything, the last election proved that perhaps there was weakness setting in. There was weakness setting in. Moral victory is what the Congress claimed. But viewers, I don't know. Maybe it was the handling of Corona. I don't know. Maybe it was the handling of the economy in a very sensitive time. Because this is a very sensitive state to the movement on both the economic as well as social.
And Rahul, let's not forget it. Let's not forget it. A year back, the entire cabinet was changed. The new chief minister was brought in. And the gamble paid. Ruthless.
And there's a number that's very significant.
The point I want to make at Aam Aadmi Party is that Aam Aadmi Party can have to,
unless they are not intelligent.
They have to change the, just 5 seconds.
I don't think that's a gamble at all.
It's not a
gamble. Look at Elon Musk. Who's taken over. He has sacked all the previous staff.
He brought a seat.
Let that sink in.
So Bhupendra Bhai Patel doesn't start tweeting like Elon Musk. नहीं तो सुबह उठ करके एक नया tweet आएगा भूपेंद्र भाई से.
At this point in time,
it was a gambit, not a gamble.
One point I want to make that Aam Aadmi Party has to change its strategy. It cannot say that with schools and health, everywhere it will be winning election. It has to change the strategy. Gujarat में उसको अलग strategy लगानी चाहिए.
No, don't miss it.
I think that as Aam Aadmi Party is good in schools.
Okay, I want to quickly bring in.
Because Bilkis Bano's rapists were released, or a Hindutva cut. What do you think the AAP has done? Has it not played soft Hindutva?
Exactly.
Why did you not have minorities in Delhi? Come on, what are you trying to say? Sorry, Doctor, you're being very mischievous tonight, and it's fine. You can be, but to suggest Padmaja, that one particular party is resorting to underhand means and dog whistle politics, and the other one that says notes must have the images of gods and goddesses, you keep strategic silence on certain issues, they are not.
That is why I'm saying.
That's what. I think when the lesson needs to be learned,
Gujaratis were secular.
I am really sorry to interrupt, but we have Darshana Jardosh ji. She is the member of Parliament, MOS Railways, and she has to go to Parliament. So let's quickly get her in at this point. आपसे मैं स्पेसिफिकली पूछना चाहूंगी सूरत के बारे में, क्योंकि सबसे ज्यादा अगर कोई डर था कि पाटीदार आंदोलन का रेमिनेंट आपको नुकसान हो सकता है, वो सूरत के इलाके में था. माना कि पिछली बार भी ऑलमोस्ट सारी सीटें बीजेपी के पास गई थी, पर इस बार एक और पार्टी मैदान में थी जो कि वोट काट रही थी पाटीदारों के, पटेल कम्युनिटी के. आज जो रिजल्ट्स आ रहे हैं दर्शना जी, खास तौर पर सूरत के बारे में, आप उनके बारे में क्या कहेंगे?
सबसे पहले तो मैं सभी को नमस्कार करूंगी और बताऊंगी कि ये गुरुवार की सुबह हमारे लिए रिकॉर्ड तोड़ होने वाली है, और हम लोगों ने कभी भी ये बोला नहीं कि सूरत में एक भी सीट जाएगी. हम लोग 100% श्योर थे कि ये पूरी सीट हमारी रहेगी, क्योंकि जो कॉरपोरेशन के चुनाव के बाद के हालात हुए थे, पटेल आंदोलन के बाद के हालात हुए थे, हम इसके ऊपर हमारी पूरी नजर रहती है, क्योंकि हम लोग जितने भी नेता है, या तो सांसद है, मंत्री है, एमएलए है, कॉरपोरेटर है, सब लोग जमीन पर रहते हैं, ना तो राजनीति करते हैं और डेवलपमेंट करते हैं. सूरत इज द फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग सिटी ऑफ द वर्ल्ड, और जो डेवलपमेंट है यहाँ दिखता है. कोई भी, अगर आप जितने के मीडिया के मित्र आए होंगे, जितने भी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी के लीडर्स आए होंगे, उन्होंने कहीं पे भी राजनीति की शुरुआत करी, उन्होंने वहां जाने की कोशिश करी कि भाई कॉरपोरेशन में थोड़ी सी सीटें हमारी चली गई है, तो उसका कारण भी हमने ढूंढ लिया था, क्योंकि बीजेपी इज पार्टी विद द डिफरेंस. तो हम लोग हमेशा ये चर्चा करते रहते हैं कि ये क्यों हुआ, और इसके बाद में उसके सॉल्यूशन में लग जाते हैं. तो पूरे 2 साल हमें मिले कॉरपोरेशन के चुनाव के बाद
जी, 2 साल जो आपको मिले हैं उसमें आपने कई फेरबदल किए. एक चीज ये भी की गई थी, और ये
2017 में जो हुआ था,
जी बोलिए।
जीएसटी के कारण जो हालात हुए थे कि पूरे देश की नजर उधर उस समय भी सूरत पर थी और उस समय भी सूरत ने क्लीन चिट दिया था, क्योंकि जीएसटी जितना बड़ा मुद्दा था, वो लोग जो रोड पे थे वो आज ये बात नहीं थे। और इसके कारण ये दोनों चीजें अलग हम लोग सोचते थे कि 2017 के हालात अलग है, 2022 के अलग है, क्योंकि 22 के हालात जो उत्पन्न हुए इसमें कांग्रेस एग्जिट ही नहीं करती, क्या वहां कहीं पे भी थी ही नहीं। और आप पार्टी ने जो उनका रोल चालू किया था वो कॉर्पोरेटर के चुनाव से आधार पे किया था। तो ये कॉर्पोरेशन, जहां हम लोग ट्रिपल इंजन की सरकार बोलते हैं कि भाई कॉर्पोरेशन हमारा, एमएलए हमारे और संसद भी हमारी, तो ये उसको कैसे हम लोग पिरामिड की तरह सेट कर ले। तो ये कॉर्पोरेशन की जो भूल थी, या तो कह सकते हैं कि हम लोगों का जो पिष्ट पिंजन था कि हम लोगों ने निकाला था कि भाई क्या इशू रहे होंगे, तो बहुत माइनर इशू थे और उसको सॉल्व करते चले गए और इसी के कारण हम लोग श्योर थे।
आपको दो सवाल और पूछूंगी। पहला सवाल ये है कि एक फेरबदल ये भी किया गया कि जब कैबिनेट रीशफल हुआ, बहुत से लोग ये कह रहे थे कि खास तौर पर इसी गुस्से को एलिविएट करने के लिए गुजरात को ज्यादा रिप्रेजेंटेशन दिया गया, मनसुख मंडाविया जी को लाया गया, आपको लाया गया काउंसिल ऑफ मिनिस्टर्स में। क्या वो भी एक फैक्टर था कि रिप्रेजेंटेशन गुजरात का और प्रबल किया गया काउंसिल ऑफ मिनिस्टर्स में?
हाँ, वो हो सकता है नहीं हुआ भी है, क्योंकि कहीं न कहीं ऐसा होता है कि राज्यसभा में जो हम लोगों की मंत्री होते हैं और जो सांसद से चुने हुए मंत्री होते हैं, तो ये दोनों के साथ में मिलकर लोगों का मेलजोल जिस तरह से बढ़ता है, जो मिनिस्ट्री मिलती है, क्योंकि रूरल मिनिस्ट्री में भी और जो मिनिस्ट्री, जैसे साउथ गुजरात में मेरे से पहले जो मंत्री थे उसके पास टेक्सटाइल था। साउथ गुजरात हमेशा बीजेपी का बेल्ट रहा है और वहां कई सालों से कोई मिनिस्टर नहीं था, तो ये रहा है कि लोगों के
well, let me tell you, the minister here is within her rights to talk up the Modi model in Gujarat, because just look at the number 157 seats there.
You are now talking of a 87% strike rate.
87% strike rate. Let's pull out the strike rate. Let's pull out that strike rate chart. Let's have a look at
show
that.
the numbers. दर्शना जी, आपका बहुत धन्यवाद हमसे जुड़ने के लिए। जब आखिरी फिगर्स आएंगे तो हम दोबारा आपके पास जरूर आएंगे। आप आपको पार्लियामेंट के लिए देर हो रही है। धन्यवाद।
86.26 is the strike rate. That means of all the seats that the BJP contested, it's 186 point. Now, if someone is saying that the AAP was going to dent the BJP, viewers, that's not happening.
Rahul, no, today the story is very clear. It's not AAP versus Congress. The story is the BJP's accretion.
Absolutely.
There is no other way of saying this. The EVMs have been hacked.
You must immediately head to Jantar Mantar, even as we speak. Immediately troop out, head to Jantar Mantar and sit on an unshan.
But he may not be the only one. There might already be a race there. Some people might. Are you going, Lokesh? Lokesh, are you going, Dr. Muni? No, come on.
I want to make a point over here.
I mean, the story here is that it's the BJP that was contesting against the BJP, really.
Rahul, I want to just make a point over here. Whenever we are talking about a political party contesting the elections, it all depends upon the organization.
No, let me tell you, the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress are letting down Indian democracy. It's very clear. We need an opposition.
That's not fair. Because I'll tell you one thing.
Where are you?
I'll tell you one thing. At the grassroots level, congressmen, they put up the best they could do.
As an Indian patriot, I want the health of my democracy.
You see,
the only way you can have a healthy democracy is when you have
Congress is
the opposition that can stand up on 2 feet and ask some questions.
एक second. When you say the party is about the organization, as an organization, you are much older than the BJP. The BJP was formed in the 1980, the year 1980. You have been around since independence. Point number 1. Point number 2. ये सारे states हैं, इसमें आपकी सरकार थी, बीजेपी तो कहीं नामो निशान नहीं था। दिल्ली की बात कीजिए, पंजाब की बात कीजिए, हिमाचल की बात कीजिए, गुजरात की बात कीजिए, ना सिर्फ आपकी सरकार थी, आपकी अनकंटेस्टेड सरकार थी। What are you talking about? The result, the record that the BJP claims to have broken today, sir, was created by your party, not by the BJP. And the BJP so far hadn't been able to do it, so let's not blame the organization for the faults of the leadership.
Even the Congress, I am supporting you. Even the Congress,
I know his point.
Even the Congress is going to break the record because the last time it got the lowest number
in
of
Himachal Pradesh.
33.
Let him speak at least.
No, I won't let him speak because I. No.
Let him finish. Okay, Dr. Ranganathan, finish.
The actual democracy is going to show that BJP, which was ruling the state and at the center also, Prime Minister himself came up with double
I'll tell you something, viewers, in Latvian studios, in a large number of Latvian studios, there is the conversation that, well, look, the Congress has got dented by the AAP in Gujarat, and that's why we are seeing this landslide victory. That is not true, viewers. The BJP's own vote share is increased. It hasn't decreased, it has increased. It has not lost one seat.
Massive.
It's not massively, 7% almost now. And the overwhelming number of seats that it has got and lost almost zero to anyone else tells you that this is a pro-incumbency wave. This is a wave for the Modi model. Now, why has it come? We can debate that, viewers.
And you know, one name that we have to mention in all of this is that of C.R. Patil. Not really somebody who is on screen much, who talks to the media much, but what was said about Amit Shah in Uttar Pradesh when he was camped in Uttar Pradesh before 2014 and was doing a man-to-man marking, Rahul, is the same thing that C.R. Patil has done for all of Gujarat. And a lot of these changes which were said कि अरे ये तो बीजेपी डूब जाएगी, ये rebel हो गया है, from telling people please stand down to choosing the candidates to calling up. There is, for example, a man called Vipul Chaudhary. He is somebody who would be in jail. Very strong following among a community which has got the dairy cooperatives. Unofficially, Amit Shah picked up the phone and talked to this man. He was planning to stand as a rebel or, you know, go to the Aam Aadmi Party. So many people who could have rebelled otherwise. C.R. Patil called up, said, "Kya kar rahe ho?" And this is how it was.
Well, very good insights, Padmaja, very informative. It's 10:30. 1 second. Give me 30 seconds. It's 10:30. Let's just take our viewers through the larger picture.
So you've seen just the beginning of the lovely tools that we have to try and show you the numbers and how they stand right now. Now we are going to show you what the assembly looks like in Gujarat at this point. This is mandate 2022, and of the 182 seats in the Gujarat assembly, and it's a rather majestic building, here is what you have the makeup of the building like. 157 at present is with the Bharatiya Janata Party. The Congress is at 16. This really could be the kind of record that the Congress does not want to ever hold. The Aam Aadmi Party at 6. I'm just saying, is this a situation where there is going to be a race to the bottom between the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party in Gujarat? Can you imagine a situation, and this is the Sheila Dikshit kind of situation in Delhi, where a party that was almost unchallenged for years altogether is now reduced to 16 seats out of 182. 10%, less than 10% of the seats as per these leads are with the Congress party. It's a very, very serious figure that the Congress will have not just to think about, but also to explain to their cadre. This is not about the cadre. The Congress has a very strong cadre. It's a very old party in Gujarat. It will have to explain why its leadership has let down the cadre. 16 with the Congress, 150 plus with the BJP, and about 6 with the Aam Aadmi Party right now. Back to you, Rahul. And you see here the autos are coming in. The auto community, by the way, mostly one thought, thanks to the Delhi example, is a very strong proponent of the Aam Aadmi Party. However, they are still strongly behind the BJP in Gujarat. At least Himachal numbers, you've got still a very neck-to-neck contest where 32 Congress, 31 BJP. I sense that Vinod Tavade is going to have a very busy next few hours. He is already there in a meeting with Jairam Thakur in Shimla. I am being told even as we speak that meeting is taking place. So here is what our election bus tells us about Gujarat, and our election auto tells us neck and neck. It's like two autos racing side by side. Very Jo Jeeta Wahi Sikandar type of scenario.
Okay,
Rahul.
let's very numbers and let's go back to the plasma. But before that, let's go back to the data center with Jay. Jay, you wanted to show us some numbers behind you. What are these numbers? And then we'll go to the big wall and look at Himachal and focus on the Himachal. Yes.
Here is the seat with the Chaudhary influence.
Yeah.
Right.
So there were about 10 seats that the BJP had last time in the Chaudhary zone. They actually increased it to 15 in spite of all his antagonism. So that was the management.
He was jailed for corruption.
There you go.
His supporters staged protests against the BJP, and 5 seats have been gained by the BJP. By the way, also very quickly, since we're talking about rebels, there were seats where key BJP rebels were contesting.
Last time they had 11, they increased 2. They got 13 this time.
Let's have a look at now the Himachal, the scenario there, because the Gujarat election, viewers, is throwing up a record perhaps which is going to be unparalleled for a long time in India's political history. Ashutosh, you're of course been a very close observer of politics. That kind of domination may not happen again in Indian politics for a significant period of time, the Gujarat domination, but never say never in Indian politics. So yes, Ashutosh ji, very quickly before I bring in the Himachal.
See, if you go by numbers, obviously the Gujarat has set a new example. Yes. I think no other party has dominated the state for such a long time. It's not fair to compare with the West Bengal also, because in West Bengal it was not CPM alone. CPM was supported by CPI, Forward Bloc and other political parties. So one party domination, if at all it can be compared with, I think, the Delhi where the Aam Aadmi Party got 67, which is again unprecedented, again repeat 62. But then for another 15 years, if they could do, then it's comparable. I think it's amazing, unprecedented, historic, and this has to be analyzed why this is happening.
Dr. Sambit Patra joins us, national spokesperson of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Dr. Patra, first of all, your quick reaction to the results that we are seeing. Results only in the sense that I think that in Gujarat it's not going to change much. So it's safe to say that these results will, or these trends will hold and they will crystallize into these results. But Himachal remaining tight, what's your overall take? What's your overall take?
See, first, I would say these are trendsetters, as far as Indian politics is concerned, this is a trendsetter, because rightly, just before joining, you were discussing as to how in the Indian polity, this is a case study. Despite being in power for 27 years in Gujarat, yet again repeating itself, and with this kind of majority that we are seeing is something which is phenomenal, which is humongous. And this does not happen for no reason. This happens because of performance. And I always maintain that, remember, when we talk about the PM just does not mean Prime Minister. PM means pasina and mehnat. Just imagine, I was there in Gujarat and I was flabbergasted. I was observing the Prime Minister at this age, the kind of hard work that he has put in, the pasina and the mehnat that he has put in. It was almost akin to as if he was a booth level karyakarta. Despite the fact that there are other leaders in other political parties who claim themselves to be youth leader, we did not see youth leaders campaigning, but we saw our Prime Minister campaigning day in and day out. This is a trendsetter in Indian politics, that you have to perform, and despite the performance, you have to campaign, you have to work hard, pasina bahana padega. This hard work in Indian politics is the new trendsetter. As far as Himachal is concerned, I would say it's not an easy task in Himachal to retain your government, because remember, Rivaj. In Uttarakhand and Himachal, the Rivaj is every 5 years the government has to change. That is the trend. But despite that, BJP doing so well, and I'm confident that by the time everything settles down in the evening, I firmly believe that we will form the government in Himachal as well. Let's wait, because the margins in Himachal are very less. There are seats in which we are sliding by 7 votes. There are certain seats in which Congress is ahead by only 100 votes. So I believe we have to let things settle there for a while, and then the outcome would be clear.
Okay, so the big claim that, and look, a large number of journalists who are analyzing elections in some other studios, in Lutyens studios, etc., are saying that, look, the BJP should not become overly confident about what has happened in Gujarat. It's basically their B team, which is the AAP, that is working very hard to undermine the Congress. And a large number of Congress leaders are also saying this. We have lost to the AAP, we have not lost to the BJP. How do you respond to this, that you are working in tandem with X force or Y force? Someone will say the AIMM also was engaged, is that the other. How do you respond to those journalists? Because if you look at Gujarat, you've increased your vote share by 7%. You've increased your seat share. You haven't lost a seat to the so-called Kejriwal model, i.e. Aam Aadmi Party, except for maybe one seat where, for another bunch of factors which we'll get into later with Jairam Thakur, there has been a loss there from the BJP's kitty to the AAP kitty. But apart from that, you haven't. So how do you respond to this charge that is being made constantly against the BJP, that it hunts with the AAP hound and runs with then obviously the hair of the AAP where it is required?
See, I believe that we should not even respond to these kind of queries which have been put by quote-unquote the Latvians journalist, because, well, they have to criticize Mr. Modi, they have to criticize politics based on performance, and they have been doing that since, I would say, time immemorial. Right from the very beginning they have been doing this. And I don't understand, these very journalists who say that probably Aam Aadmi Party is the B team of BJP in Gujarat, but these very journalists stand firmly with the Aam Aadmi Party when it's a discussion about Delhi. So I don't think we have to respond to them. Remember one thing, it is about the time period over which BJP has shown its dominance in Indian politics by performance. A huge time period, 27 years plus adding 5 more years. So if the Aam Aadmi Party has to showcase itself, it's on the scale of the time. It cannot be on 1, 2 or 3 performances. It has to be on a scale of time, whether they would be able to retain their performance in Delhi, which they claim to be a kind of model in itself. And I should compliment Anand Ranganathan, who is present over here. He said that the only last model from Delhi was Neha Dupia and no one else. So I firmly believe this model of Aam Aadmi Party carries no wind with it, and over time we would be able to know whether really there is a model of Aam Aadmi Party or not. A team, B team, I don't have to respond to them, because
let me bring in Dr. Arshdeep Muni.
This is some kind of game which always will continue. AIM is a...
Rahul, you can say that the Delhi model failed in Gujarat and everything, but of course it failed. Of course it was unable to communicate this 9 paper leaks that happened in 7 years. Of course the education, it was unable to communicate the poor education quality of 700 schools having 1 teacher. Of course these things Aam Aadmi failed to communicate. But one thing I want to tell to Aam Aadmi Party, that they have to stay on ground, and of course in the next elections Aam Aadmi Party may come second or even form a government in Gujarat. As per the data we are seeing, the voting percentage is good, 14% to 24%. There is a very good margin for new entrant. Remember, Keshubai Patel and the others failed to even get 3%. 14% is a very good margin. Till now, it may increase in coming times, of course.
You were talking, Jay, about triangular contests and how they haven't really worked out in Gujarat. Can you just elaborate on that? And we'll also go over this data, which is the firewall data. Very important. Yes.
So I think I was just checking the latest vote shares there at the data center. The BJP has, even at a conservative estimate, it's fluctuating, but even at a conservative estimate has gained 4% of vote. So it's currently at 53. Okay, the Congress is down to something like 26, and the Aam Aadmi Party is there between 12 and 13. I think the story is the very theory of triangular contest holds water if the leading party is at 35-40 and it's taking a benefit of the Westminster model. That's not happening now.
First past the
post model. Now at 53 or 54%, you're not dependent on the Westminster model to scale your seats. So clearly it's surprisingly
that is being borne out. Look at these firewall breaches that have taken place. Just talk us through this.
This is Gujarat, it's Dani Nimda. They should talk about the Congress firewall breaches, the Congress firewall grain. Now breached by BJP.
Yes.
So look at it, 14,658 votes. Dani Limra is actually a Muslim and Dalit dominant seat in the heart of Ahmedabad. Now over there it was treated on par with other Muslim dominant seats like Daryapur and Kazipur.
Another one coming up. Talala.
Now this Talala is in Saurashtra. It is a heavily Patidar dominant seat. The Congress won it with a very handsome margin last time. Look at what's happening now. The BJP has taken it up. That means, on a theoretical level, when the BJP leaders claimed, Mr. Rupala himself claimed that the social discomfort of the Patidar agitation had actually calmed down. He was right.
So very quickly, I want to quickly bring in again Dr. Muni and Dr. Patra. Dr. Muni, had this been an AAP-driven election, had the AAP done very well, then in these seats where there was a certain resentment amongst Patidars against the BJP, you would have done fantastically well. You would have taken the position of the Congress and perhaps breached and won those seats, but you haven't. And that's what you have to look at. And you can't keep saying that.
Seats, but even in the South Gujarat, Aam Aadmi Party was really hopeful in the South Gujarat to get a huge margin there, but not able to getting it. It shows that the Aam Aadmi Party especially failed to communicate their actually model to the Gujaratis, and Gujaratis really did not acknowledge. Now you can say about Delhi model and Gujarat model. Yesterday,
so communication failure, Dr. Patra. It's a communication failure. That's all. We'll get our communication right, says the Aam Aadmi Party, and this is a party that excels at communication.
Here's a thought. Let's take a look at this map.
Dr. Patra to finish his question. Sorry. Dr. Patra, quick response to what Dr. Akashdeep Muni has said. Yes.
Akashdeep Muni has put it very simplistically. He says that this is a communication failure by AAP. Just imagine to say that this is a communication failure from the AAP. Aam Aadmi Party is all about propaganda. It is all about communication, nothing else. They're communicating morning till night. I mean, you open the newspaper, the front pages of Aam Aadmi Party, you open the television, it's always Arvind Kejriwal with his double XL shirt speaking about what he has done, in fact, which is not existing on the ground. So it's all about communication. AAP, all about propaganda and nothing else. And then Mr. Muni, my good friend, still says that it is not about communication. Let me tell you one thing, people did not buy what the Aam Aadmi Party was trying to sell. That's,
okay, wait, Ashutosh will respond.
You cannot fool us.
I think another factor.
Kejriwal was saying that according to Intelligence Bureau, we are winning. तो ये उनके कौन से सोर्सेज हैं आईबी में, ये प्लीज बता दें डॉक्टर मुनी.
व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप पे,
बिकॉज फर्स्ट टाइम
उनको इंटेलिजेंस ब्यूरो से निकालो.
नहीं रघुनाथ जी, कल तो सुबह बहुत लोग बोल रहे थे एमसीडी में सरकार भी नहीं बनाने वाली है, और आज सुबह बोल रहे थे जीरो से. नो आज सुबह इसी चैनल पे बोला जा रहा है कि जीरो से आगे नहीं बढ़ पाएगी. जीरो से आज सुबह, अरे भाई साहब, आज सुबह बोला जाता है जीरो से आगे नहीं बढ़ पाएगी. अभी तो 6 पे है,
जिसमें नोबेल वाली खबर है.
See, another important factor which has to be understood and analyzed, and I'm saying, because this has always been said that there is always a gap between the state election and the national election. In Gujarat, the BJP has been getting more than 55% vote share in parliamentary elections. And is it this, now in the state election, if they are getting more than 50% vote share, if this model is replicated in assembly election, in coming Karnataka, in Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, then there is a serious trouble for the opposition. I think, because this has been said, when Modi is the issue, he sweeps. When the Modi is not an issue, then the Congress wins and opposition wins.
Akashdeep Muni responds to this. डबल एक्सएल शर्ट थी अरविंद जी की, और डबल एक्सएल रिजल्ट आ गया बीजेपी का.
नहीं, आप शर्ट पे फोकस कर सकते हैं, मुझे कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं.
मैं नहीं कर सकता.
पात्रा साहब शर्ट पे फोकस कर सकते हैं, पैंट पे फोकस करते हैं, मफलर पे फोकस करते हैं, पर आम आदमी पार्टी एजुकेशन पे फोकस करती है, हेल्थ पे फोकस करती है, रोड पे फोकस करती है. ये मेरा 700 स्कूल्स में एक टीचर है साहब गुजरात में. ये कम्युनिकेशन नहीं हो पाया, कोई बात नहीं, ठीक है, अगली बार होगा.
डॉक्टर पात्रा.
See, I mean, in fact, Mr. Muni has shown what the Aam Aadmi Party is all about. Communication, communication, communication. No performance, only communication. See, remember, let's not consider people as fools. People are Janardhan. That's what we call in Hindi. You know, Janardhan means God. They are the ones who can see through everything. They decide. And it's a decision of the people of Gujarat. Remember, it's a state in which people have a third eye as far as business, as far as economy, as far as development is concerned. They are aware, and that's the reason as to why when you say that it is a failure of communication of Aam Aadmi Party, I would say please continue with your, I would say, continue with your communication, no issues. Bharatiya Janata Party has set its record with 155 and going strong. It's actually a case study as far as Gujarat is concerned. We may debate here till the cows come home, but we have performed, we have shown.
You have performed, you have been but very cruel, I think. It's okay you defeated AAP, it's okay you defeated Congress, but what will happen in Lutyens studios? How will they say if the opposition had come together, you would have lost? Why have you breached 50% threshold? How will the Lutyens media have a debate today? I want to ask you. This is very cruel. This is very cruel. This is very cruel.
Remember in 1980 Indira Gandhi won, but in 1984 also Rajiv Gandhi won. So it happens in election.
Why are you so bothered about Lutyens media? I didn't even say anything on AAP.
People can
I didn't even say anything on AAP. Why are you so bothered about the media? This is why you are so bothered.
BJP's model.
One at a time, gentlemen.
Why is Modi's model not acceptable in Himachal? Why did Himachal Pradesh it reduce the seats?
Okay, on that note, let's go across to Himachal and give you the fresh numbers from here. That's our cue. BJP is at 29 here. Congress is at 34. But I want to give a very important data point that we have at present of these 68 seats. While the Congress has 34 and the difference between the two is of 5 seats, there are at least 7 seats that we have identified where the lead of the Congress is extremely narrow. Let's name them and then let's first put out the names. Jay, let's first put out the names, then you can analyze it one by one. First seat, Lahore and Spiti, where the difference is 733 votes.
733.
733.
Okay.
Chaitanya Sharma from Gagret, 809 votes.
How many rounds do we know?
We don't know that yet. I think by now the second round also should be over.
Okay.
Usually at around 10:30, that is what happens. Ajay Solanki Nahan leads by 628 votes. Then you have Rajesh Dharmani leading, wait for it, by 277 votes.
Okay.
Dhani Ram Shandil from Solan, 586 votes. Satpal Singh Raizada, 104 votes. And this is the cherry on top. Bhavani Pathania is leading by 11 votes right now. Malinder Rajan from Indora, 354 votes. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 seats where the margin is between 500 to 12.
Okay. Vijay Rupani, former Chief Minister of Gujarat, is live. Mr. Rupani, thank you for speaking to Times Now. Very quickly, आपको अभी जो गुजरात से जो खबर निकल रही है, इस पे आपकी टिप्पणी क्या है?
वैसे नरेंद्र मोदी जी के प्रति गुजरात के मतदाता और गुजरात की जनता 7वीं बार एंटी इनकम्पेंसी की जो चर्चा करने वाले लोगों को एक रिसर्च करना चाहिए कि गुजरात में क्यों इतनी
नहीं, आपने इतिहास तो बनाया रूपानी जी, मगर कई लोग कहेंगे ये इसीलिए बनाया गया क्योंकि जो प्रभारी हैं वहां के और अमित शाह जी हैं और नरेंद्र मोदी जी हैं जो भारत के प्रधानमंत्री और होम मिनिस्टर हैं, उन लोगों ने सोच लिया था कि जो करंट लीडरशिप है उसको रिप्लेस करना पड़ेगा, नहीं तो हमारा कुछ नहीं होगा. सो जीत तो मोदी मॉडल की है,
देखिए,
बट अनफॉर्चुनेटली स्टेट लेवल लीडर्स ने बीजेपी को थोड़ा
जी जरूर
यस आप उसका जवाब दीजिए.
मैं वही कह रहा हूं कि गुजरात ही ऐसा स्टेट है कि जहां भारतीय जनता पार्टी अलग अलग तरीके से प्रयोग कर सकती है. जैसे हमारी हाईकमान ने बताया कि पूरी लीडरशिप चेंज करना है और नए लोगों को व्यापक तौर पर स्थान देना है. हम सब लोगों ने उसमें पूरा सहयोग किया और आपको बताऊं कि अगर इस बार भी हम सब लोग जो सीनियर लोग लड़ते तो 1-1 लाख वोटों से जीतते, उसमें कोई शंका का कोई सवाल ही नहीं था. लेकिन पार्टी ने जो स्ट्रेटेजी तय की थी उसमें हम सब लोगों ने अपनी तरफ से सहयोग दिया है और इस स्ट्रेटेजी के तौर पर गुजरात की जनता आज 155 सीटें बीजेपी को दे रही है. इसका मतलब यही है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रति पूरा भरोसा गुजरात की जनता को है। नरेंद्र भाई मोदी के नेतृत्व में सब लोग आज भी प्रसन्न है और उनका व्यक्तित्व भी बरकरार है।
बिल्कुल। Just to give a background to our viewers, Vijay Rupani ji of course comes from Rajkot. He relinquished his own seat and he said that this contest I am not going to have, I am going to step back. राजकोट की जो शहरी सीटें थी सब में जो सिटिंग एमएलएस थे उनको रिप्लेस कर दिया गया और ना सिर्फ वहां पे आपकी जीत हुई है, जो रूरल सीट्स उस वक्त कांग्रेस के पास थी वो भी अब बीजेपी के खाते में आती हुई दिखाई दे रही हैं।
Because it appears that the party has won not in spite of the leadership there, but despite the leadership, which, and perhaps the question can be asked to Mr. Rupani, this is not a great reflection on the second rung or even the perhaps the first rung that he belongs to.
Which is what I was coming to, कि अभी रूपानी जी सबको बदल दिया, तो कहते हैं कि सब बदल डालूंगा। नरेंद्र मोदी जी वहां पर सबसे प्रबल चेहरा रहे भाजपा का। ठीक है, मोदी जी के नाम पर वोट पड़ा, 150 से ज्यादा सीटें आई, पर 10 साल के बाद क्या जो लोकल लीडरशिप है वो डेवलप क्यों नहीं हो पा रही है? 3 मुख्यमंत्री बदले गए, पूरा कैबिनेट बदल दिया गया, थोक के भाव में कैंडिडेट्स बदल दिए गए। 10 साल के बाद क्या स्ट्रैटेजी रहेगी भाजपा की?
ये देखिए, कोई लीडर्स अलग अलग लीडर बढ़ गए हमारे। जैसे हम सीनियर लोग थे, आज भूपेंद्र भाई के साथ अलग टीम भी बनी, तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने अलग अलग लीडरों को और बढ़ावा दिया है। लीडरशिप में भी बाकी लोग इंक्लूड हुए हैं, तो मैं मानता हूं कि उसमें लीडरशिप खत्म नहीं हुई है। श्योर नरेंद्र मोदी के नाम पर चुनाव लड़ा गया, नरेंद्र मोदी के नाम पर लोगों ने आज काफी सीटें भी दी है और विकास की राजनीति प्रस्तापित की है। पिछले 2 दशक में जो विकास हुआ है और पिछले 5 साल में भी हमारी सरकार ने जो।
But Mr. Rupani ji, would you accept that you have let down? No. Will you accept, Rupani Saab, that you have let down the BJP in the state by actually still being dependent on brand Modi? No one has created a identity around themselves in the state of Gujarat, and this will become a problem going forward. That is why Kejriwal says, मैं 24 की लड़ाई नहीं लड़ रहा हूं, मैं 29 की लड़ाई लड़ रहा हूं। यहाँ डॉक्टर मुनि बैठे हैं, वो कह रहे हैं कि हम तो अब शुरुआत कर रहे हैं, अब हम जल्दी से परास्त कर देंगे बीजेपी को। वहां पर कोई नहीं है, ब्रांड मोदी है, बस वो ब्रांड मोदी अभी थोड़ा सा में चलेगा, उसके बाद वो भी गया।
नहीं, देखिए, हमारे पास मोदी इतना बड़ा नेतृत्व हमारे पास है, वो हमारा सौभाग्य है। दूसरी बात, आज तक इंदिरा गांधी का नाम पर कांग्रेस ने बरसों तक काम किया, नेचुरली इसका लाभ मिलता है।
मगर वहां तो गांधी डायनेस्टी थी, यहाँ डायनेस्टी नहीं है।
मतलब ये नहीं है कि लोकल लीडरशिप,
यहाँ कोई मोदी डायनेस्टी नहीं है। आप लोगों को भी थोड़ा अपनी तरफ से यू विल हैव टू रिडीम योर own pledge to the voter.
देखिए, मोदी का नाम भी बहुत बड़ा है, पूरे देश में नाम है उनका। और गुजरात तो काफी मोदी के नाम पर, क्योंकि गुजरात के हमारे सपूत है, मोदी जी को सब जानते हैं और डायरेक्ट मोदी जी सबके साथ कनेक्ट भी है।
Okay, I think Dr. Ranganathan has a question. Yes, go on, Dr. Ranganathan.
ये रूपानी जी, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल कांग्रेचुलेशंस आपकी बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक विजय पे, लेकिन आपसे मैं थोड़ा डिसएग्री करता हूं। जैसे आप कह रहे हैं कि लोगों ने काम किया लेकिन फिर भी हमने रिप्लेस किया न्यू ब्लड लाने के लिए, तो मेरे ख्याल से इट डिफाइज लॉजिक। अगर कोई अच्छा काम कर रहा है तो उसको रिप्लेस नहीं कर सकते। बाय दैट लॉजिक मोदी को रिप्लेस क्यों नहीं किया गया? क्योंकि मोदी अच्छा काम कर रहे थे, आपको रिप्लेस किया, आप अच्छा काम कर रहे थे, क्यों किया आपको रिप्लेस?
Why not?
देखिए, मोदी जी अब हमारी पार्टी का हाई कमांड है, संपूर्ण उनके नेतृत्व के आधार पर पूरे देश में ये पूरा हम पार्टी आगे बढ़ रही है। गुजरात में हमारी जो रिले रेस है उसमें सभी लोगों ने अच्छा काम किया है। केशुभाई से शुरू हुआ था, मोदी जी ने काम किया, बाद में आनंदीबेन और बाद में मैं था। हमारी भी सरकार ने 5 साल अच्छा ही काम किया है और पार्टी ने इसलिए रिप्लेस किया कि नई टीम काम करे
जी
और नए लोगों को जिम्मेवारी दे, इसलिए हम सब लोगों को रिप्लेस किया है।
जी, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद विजय रूपानी जी। आपने अगर सैक्रिफाइस किया, then that sacrifice in the larger interest of your party has paid off. I think Dr. Sambit Patra wants to make a point, and I want to quickly get a reaction in from the Congress. Digvijay Singh has just spoken to us. Dr. Patra, yes, 30 seconds.
See, I have been listening to विजय रूपानी जी। मैं पहले तो विजय रूपानी जी को नमस्ते कहूँगा, और यहाँ चर्चा का विषय कौन रिप्लेस हुआ कौन रिप्लेस नहीं हुआ उससे बड़ा विषय है यहाँ पर। आप सोच के देखिए, यही परिवेश अगर कांग्रेस पार्टी में होता, आज आप अशोक गहलोत जी और सचिन पायलट जी की लड़ाई देख रहे हैं। नकारा, निकम्मा, गद्दार, क्या क्या हो रहा है। लुक एट द डिसिप्लिन, लुक एट द डेडिकेशन ऑफ द कार्यकर्ता ऑफ भारतीय जनता पार्टी। मैं तो रूपानी जी का चरण स्पर्श करता हूं। आज ये इस प्रकार का कार्यकर्ता होता है बीजेपी का। आप सोच के देखिए, एक फॉर्मर सीएम है, कितना इनका भाव देखिए, क्या सादगी है, कितनी सिंप्लिसिटी है, क्या कार्यकर्ता का भाव होता है। इन्होंने क्या कहा, मुझे रिप्लेस कर दिया, मुझे कोई परेशानी नहीं है, पार्टी की जो इच्छा है मैं इच्छा का पालन करूंगा। ये कहना आसान नहीं होता है, ये करना आसान नहीं होता है। लोग पीछे भीतरघात करते हैं, लोग पीठ पे छुरा चलाते हैं, लोग हराने के लग जाते हैं। मैं सल्यूट करता हूं भारतीय जनता पार्टी के ऐसे नेताओं को जिनके कारण भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जीत होती है और जिनके अंदर कार्यकर्ता का भाव होता है।
मतभेद का नाम ही लोकतंत्र है। आप जिसे कह रहे हैं कि चुपचाप स्वीकार कर लेना और आदेश का परिपालन करना, इसे डिक्टेटरशिप, तानाशाही कहते हैं।
अरे सर, मतभेद का मतलब अपने डेप्यूटी को गद्दार थोड़ी ना बुला दोगे। वो गाली गलौज होता है, वो मतभेद नहीं होता है।
कारा बोलना होता है। मतभेद है तो वे आपस में डेमोक्रेसी की भाषा में अरे उस बात का निवारण करते हैं। डेमोक्रेसी कौन बात हो रहा था? कारा बोलना, निकम्मा बोलना, ये भी डेमोक्रेसी निकाल देती है। इस तरह का कोई भी निकम्मा पार्टी मेंबर
लोकेश जिंदल जी, एक सेकेंड। लोकतंत्र ये नहीं होता कि अपने डेप्यूटी को कहो कि 1-1 करोड़ अमित शाह से लेकर के सब बैठे हो। ना ये होता है कि उनके फोन टैप हो रहे हैं, ना ये होता है कि उसको बोलो, ना ये होता है कि उसको बोलो कि निकम्मा और गद्दार है। लोगों ने सर ये होता है चुनाई है, ये होता है गाली गलौज। दूसरी मतभेद नहीं होता है, मतभेद और गाली गलौज में बहुत फर्क होता है।
क्विक अपडेट, वन सेकंड लोकेश जी, क्विक अपडेट। आई होप घर में ऐसी भाषा नहीं होती। जेंटलमैन वन सेकंड,
आई होप घर में निकम्मा नकारा नहीं बोलते।
Second, quick update coming out of Gujarat is Isudan Gadvi started to lead on his own
From
seat
Khambhalia.
by about 17,000 votes. That's what I'm just hearing, and it's being flashed on our screen also. Yes, Jay, you wanted to come in with a data point as we open up this conversation
actually,
further.
Himachal is much more narrower than we are assuming.
Okay, let's open Himachal.
There are about 16 seats which are currently less than 1,000 votes. So, we are looking at, the situation completely changing in the next half an hour in Himachal.
Interesting. For who? For the BJP?
Yeah, it could be in favor of the BJP.
Okay.
Well, it could be anyway. Yeah. It could be anyway, as you were saying yourself, that there are about 8 seats where
7
it's a
seats,
wafer,
very close,
wafer
less
thin,
than
and
500.
one there was about what, double
27.
digits or something, double digits. So it'll be very interesting, viewers, to see that. And I would like to get Dr. Sambit Patra's response on Himachal. Dr. Patra, while we all agree with unanimity that BJP in Gujarat, powered by the Modi model, call it double engine, what have you, has caused ahead. Why isn't the Modi model clicking with the voters of Himachal for a second time? You have obviously defeated that cycle in Uttarakhand, but here it seems to be a problem. Why? Dr. Patra, are you there?
See, Rahul, as far as Himachal and Gujarat is concerned,
go ahead.
Yeah, I'm there. Can you hear me? Yes. See, as far as Himachal and Gujarat are concerned, let's have a comparison between both of them. It's not that the Modi magic is not working in Himachal. The magic is working everywhere. The issue is Himachal is a small state. ये एक पहाड़ी इलाका है, पहाड़ी state है, तो it has its different semantics, compared to Gujarat. Here, the individuals also matter. These are small constituencies, small voter base. So, of course, every individual who has a personal connect with the voters, it does matter. So, if you have a dissident, I mean, number one, we have 16 seats over here which have a margin of 1,000 votes. So I think within an hour or half an hour, the picture would be more clear than what it is now, number one. Number two, because we had certain dissidents in certain seats, we were doing good, expectations were more from Bharatiya Janata Party, we had more people expecting tickets, so there were certain dissidents in certain seats. I believe that has eaten into a chunk of our vote share, which is in fact reflecting in the result right now. But I still would be waiting for the final results to come. I firmly believe that by the time it all consolidates, Bharatiya Janata Party will do considerably well and we can form the government.
That in the evening, the parliamentary board members will reach the BJP office, and at 6 p.m. the Prime Minister is also expected that they will be there at the BJP headquarters in Delhi. So 6 p.m. is the time. The entire parliamentary board will gather around and Mr. Modi will also be there. Himachal is the story we are talking about.
Yes, let's have a quick look at the big numbers on Himachal. 68 out of 68 trends coming in. Viewers, the scenario is for the BJP delicate, to say the least. Also for the Congress. While the Congress numerically is in the lead here, 35 seats there in obviously the first trends that are coming in. The problem for the Congress is that some of its leads are as slender as 70, 80 in one of the seats, and less than 700. There are about 6 seats which are bunched between that number. So those can change hands. 1 second, again, 30th BJP, 30 and 34. Again, these numbers change, right? Just a few minutes back, we were showing you how the BJP was in 28, and now suddenly it's gone on. Now let's just go quickly here at the vote share. And if you see that the vote share, and this is very, very important, viewers, in 2022, the vote share for the BJP has reduced by about 5%. 2017 it was 48. The Congress vote share increasing just a little bit in comparison. But viewers, the Aam Aadmi Party at just 1%, the others at 12%, the others significantly have 4 seats. So in tight contests such as this, where the halfway mark may either be short by 1 or 2 or maybe just over by 1, the others can play a big role in the end analysis. So this is a tight contest, but history will be made if the BJP can swing back. Let's go to the data center now with Jay and Padmaja.
So now, according to the Election Commission figures, let's quickly talk about Election Commission figures. Congress is leading right now on 35 seats and the BJP is leading in 30 and independents on 3. This is according to the Election Commission figures. Let's quickly also tell you that Jairam Thakur has won his seat. According to the Election Commission, the Chief Minister has won. Over to you, Jay.
Perfect. Now, let's look at the two maps. 17 and 22. The entire territory of the old Punjab, which is actually called the new Himachal, more or less going in favor of the Congress. Huge green swath here. But the lower hills, that is where the Congress has pockets, but BJP has retained a huge section of the Kangra district almost completely. Now, what does that actually say? If you're going to look at the vote shares, now that's where the really interesting story is. The tally between the two parties is actually fluctuating between 30 and 35 only. The BJP is not slipping below 30 for the last 20 minutes. The Congress is not going above 35. I think the real cliffhanger story comes from two numbers. There are about 18 seats which are less than 1,000, 16 seats less than 1,000 votes, in which 7 of which the Congress is leading, 9 of which the BJP is leading. So even if they swap, they're going to come to 30 to 32.
Now, there is another question I have. If you go back to the comparison
the vote share, which is a still interesting number. The vote share still says that the Congress is about half a percentage point behind the BJP. The BJP is at 43.37, the Congress is at 42.87. That and that number of 16 seats, 7 Congress, 9 BJP, all less than 1,000.
This is going to be a cliffhanger.
That tells the story.
Because see, here it shows you how from 49% in 2017, the BJP may have come down to 43%, but like Jay said, they are still maintaining a lead ahead of the Congress. Now, if you go back to the map, Jay, this will be very important because Himachal for the BJP, remember, is a state where not only is there a seat of Jairam Thakur, the region that Jairam Thakur has influence which is to be defended, but also that where Prem Kumar Dhumal has his influence, Anurag Thakur has influence, and Nadda ji has influence, because All of these leaders come from Himachal.
So in the spider web, we can actually track the influence regions of Mr. Dhumal specifically. Yeah. So we just opened a spider web. Now it's actually looking fascinating on the spider web. What happens in Mr. Dhumal's region is he does manage to save his skin. The saffron envelope is going beyond the green envelope. I mean, there is some, sort of consolation prize. There is this other one which is actually the OROP belt and the Agniveer belt. That is the place where the distance between the two envelopes is maximum. Yeah, you look at the 16 to the Congress, 7 to the BJP. This, I think, is something that
could be the deciding factor. Just stay there with us. I just want to quickly run through the spectrum once, and I'll toss back to the digital center in just 30 seconds, the data center there. Look at the spectrum, viewers, and what does it tell you? It tells you that here the BJP that had very solid showing in the last election in 2017, and you can see these are stronghold seats, it has lost 3 or 4 of those. Now that will be worrying for the BJP because it tells you that there is a significant amount of anti-incumbency in the state of Himachal. In the mild, which the NDA had or the BJP had quite consistently sort of hung on to last time, you can see a number of Congress incisions there. The swing seats are also sort of changing hands. The BJP coursing ahead in some of them, but as Padmaja was telling us that these swing seats are swinging actually quite wildly because the leads there are changing hands very, very often. The Congress, on the other hand, in its bastions has only really lost 1 seat to the BJP, which says that there is some sort of a deep-seated resentment against the BJP in this particular election, and therefore the Congress, while it hasn't lost some of its traditional strongholds, is in a better position, that's why, at this moment in the state, and therefore perhaps it's even improved on its vote share. Over back to the data center.
Perfect.
All right, so here was the Agniveer factor that Jay was talking about, and this is the one factor which, at least from the plotting of the seats, seems to have done the maximum damage to the BJP.
I mean, now let's look at the vote share in the Agniveer belt. Had that, sort of an issue not come up, then perhaps they would have done that. Now look, all across the state, the vote share difference, the average is just 0.5%.
So very close. When you see
but in the Agniveer belt, Armed Forces belt, we are talking of a 3.7% vote share lead for the Congress. So had it not been for this belt, in all the other belts, the BJP does take almost a good share of the votes. It does well in the Dhumal influence belt, it does well in the upper hills. This is the one where the difference is maximum.
Now if you go back to the map, if we just put it in sharp relief for our viewers about which are the regions here in comparison, if you see which is Mr. Dhumal's area of influence, which is the region which is Naddaji's region of influence, and the one which is for Jairam Thakur. So we can actually plot for the BJP which leader has managed to bring back a better report card. Jay.
But this is certainly Mr. Dhumal's area of influence. Okay.
He has much to cheer for then. Good.
He indeed.
By the way, that is not the only one. Hamirpur, yes, is an area of influence, but it is also a region where Amit Shah went to campaign. So they did a lot of their campaigning over here. The Prime Minister also, I think, went and campaigned in this area. So most of their campaigns were centered around this. This is the area that they have managed to hold on to. Now, if you see this area, because this is the other big pocket, what are the main issues here, Jay? And what is the nature? Is it an apple belt? Is it a rural belt? Is it that Fauji belt? Which one is it?
This green patch here that you're suddenly seeing green, large green with a few
see the comparison. This was saffron.
Yeah, now it's become green. This is the Armed Forces belt. So this is where not only the Agniveer agitation, even the OROP agitation, which was before the previous election, it was these very districts which were impacted.
So maybe the next elections that follow, Rahul, Karnataka, this may not be such a big factor, but also we have Madhya Pradesh, which sends a considerable amount of
10 past 11 in the morning, viewers. Let's try to get a sense of what to make, the top headlines, takeaways, etc. of this particular exercise that we have been reporting on since 7 in the morning. Let me start with Smita Prakash. Your top 3 takeaways, Smita Prakash.
See, as far as being a reporter or a journalist, I think I will always look at where the upset is. So I think one is seeing a predictable thing in Gujarat, so nothing much of interest there. I mean, everybody knew that the BJP is going to sweep, but then of course the numbers.
But what people didn't know, Smita Prakash, was that it was not going to happen because the Congress party was going to implode.
No, I think
the BJP has done much better.
See, in Gujarat, they never got over that vacuum created by the loss of Ahmed Patel. They never got their act together. They didn't get a replacement for Ahmed Patel. They had nobody to do their strategizing. They had nobody who was going to get in the votes. So they were completely at loss as far as Gujarat is concerned.
But that is the interesting part, Smita ji,
and
because
then also
in Gujarat, actually, even had the Congress and the AAP not been in the exercise, the BJP actually was not depending on them in any which way. Their fortunes have not been dented. In fact, the BJP has gained some 3 or 4% over last.
4% gain.
It's also, what I feel about the BJP
advantage.
is, and remember here, you've not seen any kind of accusations of booth capturing, poll violence, nothing of that sort which you saw in West Bengal to see that. You're seeing in Gujarat a complete swing in favor and, beating even West Bengal's record now by the end of this tenure.
So I'm asking you, was this entire AAP hype over, sort of...
No, see, as far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, the fact that they are coming inching forward, that they are making a dent. They have taken away, not for the BJP, but taking away from the Congress. But it's the Himachal factor which you were talking about, and it's really sad that, the Fauji belt, which was completely in favor of the BJP, now seems to be disgruntled and has voted against the BJP. And now the BJP trailing behind the Congress. I mean...
Let me bring in Sudhanshu Trivedi on this point. This is important.
That is a sad thing that one is seeing.
Sudhanshu ji, good morning to you. Congratulations. Records being shattered by the BJP in Gujarat. Perhaps we haven't seen dominance of one particular state like this since the left years. But very, very quickly coming to you, what is your first impression of what has happened in Gujarat? Give us your assessment and then we'll talk about Himachal also.
Actually, if you look at Gujarat, since Sri Narendra Modi became Chief Minister in 2001, the level of development and the pace of development which Gujarat has achieved, it has having three-pronged dimensions. Number one, development. Number two, requirement of the poorest of the poor. And number three, Gujarati Asmita or the Gujarati pride and Gujarati Gaurav. All three were combined. And one more thing, after he became Prime Minister, 2017 Gujarat election was in, you can say, a little bit unnatural conditions because of the Patidar movement, the socio-political situation was different and the GST was implemented. This was the first election in which a normal, usual situation was there. So the support base for Modi ji was on its real representation. And second thing, this is also the home state of the Home Minister. Third thing, our Chief Minister was working and Modi ji has said कि नरेंद्र का रिकॉर्ड भूपेंद्र के नेतृत्व में टूटेगा. And the organization was working so meticulously that we were having 78 lakh workers on booth level, which were having the mobile verified 78 lakh some thousand workers. So it means if they are capable of converting just 2 or 3 votes more, then we were in the position of crossing 50%. And as Smita ji was saying, on the other hand, Congress was first time contesting without Ahmed Patel. और मैं तो ये कहना चाहूंगा कि कांग्रेस has got 23 or 24 seats, whatever they are getting, it is an achievement, because for the first time in the history of India, a party is getting some seats without fighting the election. मतलब इस पे तो मुझे वो बात याद आती है कि एक आदमी ने बहुत अच्छी हाई रेपुटेड कंपनी की गाड़ी खरीदी और वो कुछ ही किलोमीटर चलने के बाद रुक गई, तो उसने कंपनी को फोन किया तो उन्होंने कहा साहब हमारी कंपनी की गाड़ी कैसे रुक सकती, इतनी पुरानी कंपनी है. जब आके खोला तो उसने बोनट खोला तो उसने कहा साहब इंजन लगाना तो भूल ही गए थे. तो उसने कहा फिर ये चल कैसे गई, कहा इतना तो वो रेपुटेशन पे चल गई. तो मुझे लगता है वैसे ही हुआ, कांग्रेस ने तो इंजन लगाया ही नहीं था, हम तो डबल इंजन की बात कर रहे थे, वो मैदान छोड़ के खड़े थे. तो ये 22-23 सीटें जीतना, ये मेरे विचार से एक पॉइंट होना चाहिए कि कैसे जिया. एंड वन मोर थिंग, MIM has contested on 13 seats, and all the intellectuals and the left-oriented political analysts have given an impression that this was the reason of defeat of the Congress party. Now, Aam Aadmi Party has made a severe dent in the vote base of Congress party, but I have not seen any of such interpreter or intellectual or analyst is saying that Aam Aadmi Party has become a vote katwa for Congress or the reason of the damage or other things. But that's why I am saying there is a requirement of understanding the things in real perspective and the ground realities. And lastly, I would like to say Gujarat has given a message. This is the place from where Mahatma Gandhi came, who led the freedom movement. This is the place from where Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel came, who united India. And this is the place from which the most popular Prime Minister of the independent India, Shri Narendra Modi, came. And in the 21st century India, I think Narendra Modi is the biggest.
Let me bring in Rashid Alvi. Rashid Alvi ji, the Congress losing
language used against them has also given and furthermore
the Congress losing
emotional thing
in
against
Gujarat.
the Congress, I think, which is being seen in the decimated performance of the Congress in the
Okay, there you go. Rashid Alvi, respond to Dr. Sudhanshu Trivedi. Important points he has made. It's not looking good for you at all, the national level.
Yeah, it is all. We are not very strong in Gujarat, and but at the same time, opposition votes are divided.
Not so much, sir. Please.
Awaisi.
No. Don't blame it on anyone else tonight, because the Aam Aadmi Party has not damaged you in the way that you would have thought, or anyone else in Lutyens media is hoping that they have, because they would have given you this alibi. Unfortunately, that is not the case. We have the statistics here. Yes, please give the statistics.
What was the Congress vote share last time? 42 point something. As of now, as of today, the Congress and AAP put together is 3 percentage points less than that. I mean, so AP is also not an answer. It's not the complete answer.
Sir, the fact of the matter is that the BJP, AIMIM first of all is a non-starter. 13 seats that they were contesting on. आपने उनका एक कैंडिडेट भी चुरा लिया. उसके बावजूद आम आदमी पार्टी का खाता नहीं खुला है. अब बात करते हैं जो आपका वोट शेयर कम हुआ है. वोट शेयर चलिए आप आम आदमी पार्टी को ब्लेम कर दीजिए. बट द फैक्ट इज आम आदमी पार्टी का वोट शेयर हटा भी दें आपकी कमी से तो भी एक गैप बच जाता है, which means that some of your vote share has actually gone to the भारतीय जनता पार्टी. Explain that. ये कौन से कट्टर कांग्रेसी थे जो कि प्यार की राजनीति करते करते भाजपा के प्यार में पड़ गए?
ये रिश्ता क्या कहलाता है?
If you don't allow me to speak, how can I speak?
Go on, sir.
All of you are speaking. Let me answer properly. Have patience. Listen to me.
Go on, sir.
Aam Party and Awaisi, they have been put by Bharatiya Janata Party in Gujarat. It is beyond doubt, but I am not blaming them. My first sentence was that we are not strong in Gujarat, but the way Bharatiya Janata Party has played its role in Gujarat, it was very unfortunate. They have not contested this election on the basis of developments.
Dr. Trivedi, would you like to respond? विकास पे आप नहीं लड़े, इसीलिए कांग्रेस हार गई.
Listen to me. Let me complete. If Home Minister of the country, he has said, हमने 2002 में सबक सिखाया था, बदला लिया था. Do you approve it? Whether how can you justify it? Bharatiya Janata Party, he is the Home Minister of the country. He is not Home Minister of Bharatiya Janata Party or one community.
Okay.
As a citizen of this country,
so parochial politics, scratching at the wound of Gujarat is the reason why BJP has won. Dr. Sudhanshu Trivedi is what Rashid Alvi Bhai is saying. Could you respond to him?
Can you repeat your question? Because
Sir, Rashid Alvi Bhai is saying कि आपने You resurrected Godhra. You opened the wound of Godhra. Amit Shah talked about how आपने सबक सिखाया, इसीलिए आप जीते हैं. आपने विकास की कोई बात नहीं की, आपने वो ब्रेकडाउन की बात की, आपने हेट की बात की, इसलिए लव स्टोरी नहीं है ये, हेट स्टोरी है, इसलिए आप जीते हैं. आप इनको जवाब दीजिएगा.
Rahul ji, since last 20 years of Godhra, I challenge you. You take all the documents of media and all the documents available in the digital domain. How many times Congress has taken name of Godhra from 2002 onward? Every election. 2007, what was the meaning of that sentence, Maut ke Saudagar? Remember, sir, 2007 Banerjee Commission report. For the first time you have seen that riots have been judged by a committee of the railway. And they have given a conclusion that it was locked from inside and it was fire from inside. I challenge, it is 1:100 when we have taken the name of Godhra, when they have taken the name of Godhra in the last 20 years. आज हालत ये हो गया है, तब गोधरा गोधरा कहते नहीं थकते थे, आज गोधरा कहने से बचते और डरते हैं. उसका कारण ये है, now the people of country has become wise enough to understand what was the reality. The reality is, in the last 20 years, there is no riot in Gujarat. Total peace, law and order, and the pace of development. ये वो दौर था जब 6-6 महीने कर्फ्यू रहता था सूरत में, 6-6 महीने, 7-7 महीने, 100 लोग. वडोदरा में सिचुएशन ये होती थी, एक इलाके में लोग जाते थे, सोचते थे दूसरे में पता नहीं कर्फ्यू ना लग गया हो. पोरबंदर में ये सिचुएशन थी लेट 80s में कि जेल बंद कर देना पड़ा. द जेल हैज टू बी क्लोज बिकॉज द गवर्नमेंट वाज अनेबल टू होल्ड द जेल बिकॉज ऑफ द लॉ एंड ऑर्डर प्रॉब्लम. अब वो चीजें सारी खत्म हो गई, इसलिए ये चेंज आया. इसीलिए मैं कह रहा हूं, आपने गोधरा का जाप किया और गोधरा के जाप का ताप आपको अब दिखाई.
राशिद अलवी साहब, सिंपल डेटा पॉइंट, नरोदा, गोधरा दोनों जगह बीजेपी का कैंडिडेट बहुत आगे है. क्या दिखाता है?
We have never talked about Godhra. We have never talked about Godhra.
Sir, you just talked about Godhra.
Bharatiya Janata Party, in every election, they talked about. They always talk about Godhra. They always talk about communal lights of 2022.
Hello, can I please come in?
And not only in Gujarat, everywhere in the whole of country, they always contest on the basis of communal election.
Sir, okay, let me just ask you a simple question before Sudhanshu ji responds and Dr. Ranganathan comes in. I am asking you a simple question. BJP contested a communal election.
Listen to me.
Are the people of Gujarat communal to have rewarded the BJP? चलिए BJP communal है, क्या गुजरात का वोटर भी कम्युनल है कि उसने गोधरा और नरोदा दोनों जगह बीजेपी को जिता दिया? क्या वो वोटर कम्युनल है?
आप देखिए, अगर आप मेरी बात सुनना नहीं चाहती हैं तो मेरे बैठने का कोई फायदा नहीं. लेट मी कंप्लीट व्हाट आई एम सेइंग. सुधांशु जब बोलते यू नेवर इंटरफियर, व्हेन आई स्पीक यू स्टार्ट टू स्पीक. प्लीज, if you have asked me to speak,
okay, sir, please complete your point. 30 seconds, then I will bring in the other guests.
I ask you, सुधांशु जी से भी पूछना चाहता हूं.
पूछिए.
इलेक्शन कमीशन ने हिमाचल की डेट्स ऐलान की थी, गुजरात की क्यों नहीं की थी? गुजरात की डेट्स बाद में क्यों अनाउंस की? इसलिए की बिकॉज Election Commission was working under the pressure of your government.
Okay.
And they wanted that first of all रेवड़ियां बांट दी जाए गुजरात के अंदर.
राशिद आलवी जी, अगर आपको बस एक रैंट करना है तो आप करिए, तो आपको मैं पूरा समय दे दूंगा. आप हमारे डिजिटल वहां पे चले जाइए, वहां पर जितना बोलिएगा. बट लेट्स बी ऑन रेलेवेंट पॉइंट. यू सी, इन हिमाचल द सेम इलेक्शन कमीशन is obviously not playing a partisan role. Right now the Congress has 38 there, the BJP has 27. Is it schizoid? Is everything schizoid? Let's just quickly go down this. Yes,
Doctor. I wanted to make a point, and this is where, you know, my good friend Tessin has been saying this for a very long time, that there seems to be a disconnect. They are almost like what, you know, under George Bush he said, there's old Europe, new Europe. There is old Congress and there is new Congress.
Now, you know, what Mr. Alvi is saying is actually what he's doing is he's insulting the Gujarati voters.
Yeah.
I told 5 days ago as well, and I stick by that. They are the most unemotional, non-emotional people when it comes to voting. I am telling you, and I vouch for it, if the unemployment rate in Gujarat was 25% like it is in Rajasthan, and not 1.7% like it is in Gujarat, Modi and Gujarat and BJP would have lost this election.
Rahul, can I add one more point? I think one factor, if the Congress ends up winning Himachal Pradesh, that we need to discuss at some point, is the rising importance of Priyanka Gandhi Vadra in the Congress leadership stakes. Because this
it is because of Priyanka Gandhi Vadra and not because of anyone else on the ground.
Just hang on. Let me finish my point.
So you're saying that he's winning because of Vadra, not Yatra.
Hear me out, Rahul. Uttarakhand was also a swing state that the Congress lost. And the odds were heavily stacked against the Congress in this particular election because, as we all know, the Bharatiya Janata has diverted a lot of
Priyanka Gandhi Vadra was the Prabhari of one part of Uttar Pradesh, the most electorally significant part of the next Pradesh.
There's a difference in that. There's a difference in that. The difference in that is the Congress did not have resources or an organization in Uttar Pradesh, yet she fought it. The fact was in Uttarakhand.
You have to make a complete disclosure to the viewer. You are a relation of the Vadras. You have to make that disclosure.
I'm not. So let me finish.
Please.
But I have to.
No, Anand just talked about the old Congress and the new Congress, and after listening to Sanjay and Tehseen giving all the credit to Priyanka Gandhi for this, or some credit or whatever credit to this victory, and it's the Gandhi family all over again getting the credit, it's the same old story. You know, when Gandhi said ladki hu lad sakti hu bombs, Gujarat will never be Gandhi's spot.
When मैं लड़की हूँ लड़ सकती हूँ bombs, then it is the ladki's problem. The ladki who contested. When Himachal does well,
at Uttar Pradesh.
No, I'm sorry. Hold on a second. Why aren't you giving credit to Pratibha Singh? Why are you giving it to Priyanka Gandhi? But
you have to give
Pratibha Singh is
Let's ask the BJP. Let's ask the BJP. Dr. Trivedi, अगर हिमाचल प्रदेश में कांग्रेस जीतती है तो हमारे यहाँ कांग्रेस वाले कह रहे हैं कि प्रियंका गांधी वाड्रा, प्रियंका मॉडल is now coursing ahead. Okay, वाड्रा मॉडल की जीत है, तो आप इस पे जरा रिस्पॉन्स दीजिए. रिस्पॉन्स पहले केजरीवाल था, अब वाड्रा मॉडल भी आ गया. वाड्रा मॉडल पे आप बताइए. यू आर लूजिंग इवन टू द वाड्रा मॉडल.
That they are doing much better in Himachal, though we want to refrain to give a final conclusion till the final results come, because around 12 to 13 seats are in a range of less than 500, but still it is very clear that the Congress is improving, and to their surprise they are getting more seats in Himachal than in Gujarat, which they might have not thought. But for this, what they want to give a credit to the presence of Priyanka Gandhi or the absence of Rahul Gandhi, or the consequence of this presence and absence. Now I think they have to decide that what is the reason for this, because up till now we have seen that whenever Congress was able to achieve any electoral victory or gain, they used to give credit to Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, and you can say incidentally both of them were absent. So whom they will like to give a credit, even if they do not form the government, at least they have improved their situation. Okay. I think this question to be asked from the Congress.
Firstly, Smita, with due respect to you, I never said that Priyanka Gandhi will get a singular credit for the victory in Himachal Pradesh if it were to happen. So you misquoted me for the record. Point number two, and this is important here, the Congress spent significant resources in Gujarat. Its leaders, its entire effort to try and win was more in Gujarat, and she was left by and large pretty much on her own to galvanize and make sure that the Congress crossed the line. So I think this is a significant
vote towards the BJP rather than the Congress campaigning out there. It seems like they are more annoyed with the BJP over various things.
A factor which added certain percentage. A certain amount of percentage. She got in a certain amount, whatever.
She got in the
talking
about.
Let's go across.
Prem Kumar Dhumal ji is here with us. He's through with us. Dhumal ji, जो हम अभी आंकड़े देख रहे हैं, एक ये मैप अगर हम एक बार दिखा दें, 38 है कांग्रेस के पास, 27 है बीजेपी के पास. अब जो गैप है धीरे धीरे और बढ़ता जा रहा है.
लेकिन कंसोलेशन प्राइज ये है कि अभी भी वोट शेयर के मामले में बीजेपी 0.25% आगे है.
0.25% आगे है. आपका जो इलाका है लगभग वहां पर बीजेपी ने अपनी सीटें बचा रखी हैं. जो बाकी दो इलाके हैं उसमें नुकसान क्यों हुआ है आपको? क्योंकि सबसे ज्यादा जो आपको नुकसान हुआ है अपर हिमाचल के इलाके में हुआ है. क्यों?
अभी तो चुनाव परिणाम पूरे आएंगे तभी एनालिसिस होगा, क्योंकि अभी तक तो ट्रेंड जा रहे हैं और आप देख रहे हैं कि हर कुछ मिनट के बाद ट्रेंड बदल रहा है, हर राउंड के बाद लीड बदल रही है. तो जब अंतिम परिणाम आएगा तभी कुछ कहा जा सकता है कि कारण क्या रहे होंगे. लेकिन कुल मिलाकर ये चुनाव जबरदस्त हुआ है. साधारणतः 5 वर्ष के बाद यह सरकार बदल जाती थी. इस बार हम रिपीट करने जा रहे हैं, तो नया इतिहास रचेंगे.
एक फैक्टर ये था कि बहुत दिग्गज नेता हैं जो कि हिमाचल से हैं. जब आपकी सीटों का बंटवारा हो रहा था, टिकट डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन डिसाइड किया जा रहा था, तो कई खबरें आई थी, लोग खुश नहीं थे, प्रोटेस्ट भी हुआ था, ओपन रिबेलियन भी हुआ था. क्या ये टू मेनी कुक स्पॉइल द ब्रॉथ वाला सिचुएशन हुआ है भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ कि बहुत बड़े बड़े नेता टिकट डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन में थोड़ा सा झगड़े की वजह से सही तालमेल नहीं बैठ पाया?
इन सब बातों पर चर्चा होगी जब प्रत्येक सीट की चर्चा करेंगे, पूरा परिणाम आने के बाद ही.
धूमल जी, रूपानी साहब से हमारी थोड़ी पहले बात हुई थी और उन्होंने बोला था कि वहां पर जो सीनियर लीडरशिप है, दे सैक्रिफाइस्ड एवरीथिंग फॉर द पार्टी. उनको बोला गया कि आप लोग अपने जो पोस्ट हैं उनको आप छोड़ दीजिए, आपको हम टिकट नहीं देंगे. वहां पर सब बहुत डिसिप्लिन्ड पार्टी फर्स्ट मेंटालिटी लेके आगे गए. यहां पर जिससे भी हमने बात की है हिमाचल में, ऐसा लग रहा है कि बीजेपी खुद ही बीजेपी के साथ लड़ रही थी. इसीलिए आज की डेट में आप लोगों ने कांग्रेस को इतना बड़ा एक एडवांटेज दिया है. इस पे आपकी क्या टिप्पणी है स्पष्ट तरीके से?
मैं तो निश्चित तौर पे मानता हूं कि हमें जब भी जो कहा पार्टी ने वो किया है. मैंने तो स्वयं इस बार चुनाव नहीं लड़ा, तो वहां अगर जो गुजरात में छोड़ा तो मैंने भी छोड़ा यहाँ पे.
ओके धूमल साहब, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. अभी भी कई सारी ऐसी सीटें हैं, करीब 15 ऐसी सीटें हैं जहां पर बहुत क्लोज कॉन्टेस्ट है. द फेमिलियर बगबेयर ऑफ एनी इलेक्शन इज the much reviled EVM, and already the Bharat Jodo Yatra has united to declare war on the EVM. We've got a fresh reaction coming in from Digvijay Singh. Let's listen in to what the Congress has to say about the EVM.
ओहो, भाजपा ने चुनावी प्रक्रिया को हाईजैक किया हुआ है. मसल, मनी, मशीन, ये 3 हथियारों से वे नतीजे अपने पक्ष में कराते हैं. बेशुमार पैसा, दादागिरी, झूठे निर्दोष लोगों पर प्रकरण और दबाव राजनीति के आधार पर ही सारा ये काम हो रहा है. दोनों जगह भाजपा की सरकारें थीं और दोनों जगह पर उन्होंने जिस प्रकार से पुलिस, पैसा और प्रशासन का दुरुपयोग किया है, वो उसके भी कारण है. हताश होने वाले लोग नहीं हैं. हमने
So here is what I want to say, and I want to bring in Vivek Silas of the Samajwadi Party, Kamar Zaman Chaudhary of the Congress, and Guru Prakash of the BJP on this. But Vivek Silas, I want to first ask you, आपको लगता है EVM गलत है जैसे कि कांग्रेस को लगता है?
Ma'am, as far as the Samajwadi Party is concerned, very good morning to all the viewers and the panelists, and to you.
Good morning.
We have always opposed the EVMs.
Okay.
Even today we say that the
Okay. Now just pause for a second, because this EVM has given the Samajwadi Party's Asim Raja a lead of 6,177 votes ahead of BJP's Akash Saxena in Rampur Sadar. The same EVM has given Dimple Ji a lead of 65,752 votes ahead of Mr. Shakir of the BJP in Mainpuri. अब ये ईवीएम अगर गलत है तो आपको तो फौरन कहना चाहिए कि जो मैनपुरी का रिजल्ट है, रामपुर का रिजल्ट है, हम इसको खारिज करते हैं, भाजपा दोनों में जीतनी चाहिए, क्योंकि ईवीएम तो गलत ही दिखाती है।
देखिए मैम, सबसे पहले तो गुरु प्रकाश जी को बधाई दूंगा गुजरात के लिए।
अरे आपने क्वेश्चन को क्यों बोल कर दिया? अरे देखिए, या तो ईवीएम गलत है या फिर मैनपुरी का नतीजा गलत है। ऐसे नहीं है, अब आपको बधाइयां याद आ रही है। अभी तो ईवीएम को आप गाली दे रहे थे, अब आपको बधाइयां याद आ गई। ऐसा थोड़ी ना होता है। बताइए ना, ईवीएम गलत है या मैनपुरी का रिजल्ट गलत है?
मुझे बोलने तो दीजिए ना।
चलिए बोलिए।
मैम, अगर ईवीएम ना होता ना तो इस समय जो आप 65,000 बोल रही है, 1,30,000 से हम बड़े होते हैं। और जो आप बता रही हैं रामपुर के लिए 6,000, वो हम 12,000 से आगे होते। दैट इज द प्रॉब्लम।
So the BJP is not rigging the EVM to make you lose. The BJP is rigging the EVM to reduce your margin. मतलब ये कैसी रिगिंग है कि रिगिंग भी ढंग से ना कर पाए?
In spite of all the Padmaja ji, in spite of all the atrocities that the Bharatiya Janata Party has done to the people of Uttar Pradesh, and they are rigging the election, in spite of that, the people of Uttar Pradesh stand strongly with the Samajwadi Party, and we are winning in all the 3 by-elections in Uttar Pradesh at the moment.
And you are actually also winning a seat in Gujarat, by the way. आपको पता नहीं होगा, गुजरात की सीट भी और नॉन लाइक्लीहुड आपको जाएगी। गुरु प्रकाश, ये तो आपने बड़ी कोशिश की, एड़ी चोटी के आपने जोर लगाया, बट उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता है जिसने आपके ईवीएम रिगिंग के बावजूद जता दिया।
पद्मजा, कुछ बातें समझने जैसी है। पूरे साल जब जब चुनाव नहीं चलते हैं, एवरी टाइम द ऑपोजिशन प्लेज ऑन अ नैरेटिव, डेमोक्रेसी खतरे में है, लोकतंत्र खतरे में है, लोकतंत्र बचाना है। नाउ when you have the opportunity to save the loktantra, to go to the people, to go to the elections, you are running away. लोकतंत्र क्या है? लोकतंत्र की परिभाषा क्या है? What is democracy? And for God's sake, I request Mr. Digvijay Singh with folded hands, please don't raise question mark on the institutional integrity of constitutional bodies, of the Constitution of India, Election Commission, sir, Judiciary, sir. These are some very crucial and critical institutions that hold democracy on their shoulders, and you're raising question mark on them. This is a very dangerous trend. But we have to understand, the so-called Bharat Jodo Yatra, since its outset, has been questioning those very factors that have united India.
Okay, we'll quickly get a rebuttal from Vivek Silas, then Kamal Zaman Chaudhary, please. These gentlemen have waited very patiently. Gentlemen, you're in the studio. You're in the studio. Don't silence the poor people who are outside. Yes, Vivek Silas, respond कीजिए, then Kamal Zaman Chaudhary.
Yes, ma'am. It's a very, it's a very clear thing, and it's good for the democracy also. The Bharatiya Janata Party should know that neither they are invincible nor they are impregnable. They can be defeated. We have seen in the MCD polls yesterday, and today as your TV screen is showing, today in Himachal Pradesh, definitely the Congress has an edge at the moment. But Gujarat, definitely Bharatiya Janata Party holds strong. And
bring in Mr. Guru Prakash. Mr. Guru Prakash, 3 by-elections in Uttar Pradesh, prestige battles. Yogi Adityanath ji was campaigning there. Yet, it seems that Mulayam Singh Yadav ji's legacy is still, at least in these bastions, resonating. How do you explain this? Because this was a golden opportunity for you to take the narrative forward that dynastic politics has no future. But quite clearly, Dimple Yadav ji and others seem to be in the lead.
No, certainly, Rahul ji, that is a very interesting observation, and I tend to agree with you that by-elections across have shown as a trend. If you do an analysis, you will see, but we have a by-election in Bihar as well, from where I come. Kurni in Muzaffarpur, that has a different way to it. But certainly we'll do some homework, we'll do our analysis, we'll do where did we lack the selection of candidate, because Manpuri, and that's a huge margin, more than 65,000, it's definitely an area of concern for us. But we congratulate the Samajwadi Party. Otherwise, if you look at Uttar Pradesh on all the counts, law and order, infrastructure, connectivity, at the level of Lucknow, we have been doing phenomenally well. These are definitely some of the speed breakers. We'll do some introspection. And I would like to go back to Atalji. Atalji used to say, there's a very famous line, हम विजयी हुए हैं, हमें विनम्रता है. हम विजयी हुए हैं, हमें विनम्रता है, पराजय में तो आत्ममंथन होना चाहिए. तो जहां हम विजयी हुए हैं, हम विनम्रता के साथ स्वीकार करते हैं. जहां हम पराजित हुए, हम आत्ममंथन करेंगे. इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं, कोई बुराई नहीं.
How do I square this? Just very quickly before I bring in Kamruzaman ji,
that is definitely a cause.
I want to ask you this.
Have a discussion.
There have been a number of elections. In Delhi, you had, of course, the municipal election. The BJP did creditably quite well in holding the AAP back. Otherwise, if history had repeated itself in the way it did 2 years ago, you would have had an AAP run. You have had a situation where in Himachal, the BJP, at least at this moment, is trailing. Gujarat, of course, record for the BJP. In the 3 by-elections in Uttar Pradesh, problem. Bihar, I'm not very certain right now. I was reading that the RJD was actually leading there, but I don't know if it's changed now. Guru Prakash seems to suggest it has. How do you look at this if one was to just take a step back and look at the larger national picture emerging? If one were to consider by-elections as a barometer?
Like the BJP, like Guru Prakash just said, that it's time for Atma Chintan. This is what the BJP specializes in. They don't like losing one bit. If there's one party which hates losing, it's the BJP. So they are going to do a lot of introspection, and they're going to reassess where they've gone wrong. Because see what they've done in Gujarat. Literally every street, every map, every home has been mapped, and they have been in touch with every voter and seen what are the issues. They've done a rejigging. They got their entire leadership changed. They got more representation at the center. They keep there's a dynamism in that.
Because Uttar Pradesh is electorally very significant.
So they will do that in Uttar Pradesh too. They will see where they have gone wrong, and they will rejig, and they will see where and
quick response is coming, and I want to bring in Kamruji.
One short point. Yesterday, AAP decimated the BJP here in the Delhi.
Decimated.
It's too heavy a word. No.
Let him finish.
I will. 1 minute.
Okay, 1 second. I'll come to you.
I'll give you examples of this.
No, 1 minute.
Let him finish his point. You come.
Guys, we can get into the semantics later. But hang on.
Decimated. Okay.
It's been a 15-year in power, and they have not lost for a long time. It is a decimation of sorts. Number 2, you have a Congress probably wresting Himachal Pradesh away from the BJP, and don't forget Mr. Modi himself invested a lot of his political reputation while campaigning. Point number three is even these by-elections, you can't ignore them. So and I agree that Gujarat probably has once again gone the BJP way because the opposition is divided and the Congress did not really campaign the way it should have. The situation is politically extremely fluid.
Okay.
And I can tell you something, it's actually a
fluid.
tailwind.
The situation is fluid, Guru Prakash.
It's a tailwind for the opposition.
There is a tailwind for the opposition. Guru Prakash.
Even Doc Sumatraman is laughing.
Come on. Look.
There is a tailwind for the opposition.
Things are a bit oriented.
In Bihar.
I think at some point everybody needs to wake up, particularly the opposition, and smell the coffee. Yes, but Himachal Pradesh.
Coffee is decaffeinated.
Yeah, I know, but Himachal Pradesh, yes, has been a good result so far for the Congress. Of course, it remains to be seen whether they will still form the government.
No, why do you disagree with Sanjay? Why are you busting his balloon?
No. My point is.
It looks good at the moment.
No. One moment.
Sanjay, on a lighter note, I hope this tailwind is not going to take the opposition ship straight into a reef or something. So let's just hope that this tailwind is giving I think we should quickly go to some data because we've been talking for a bit. Some very interesting data is coming.
1 second. You just making an important point.
Okay, sorry.
Disagreeing with Sanjay, I want to understand why.
Disagreeing in the sense that, look, what has happened in Gujarat is a debacle for the Congress. I mean, if they can't see, if they don't see that, I think it's going to be very difficult for them to come back in the near term. 24, forget it. 27 also is going to be difficult. The point I'm trying to make is the by-election result, which are being touted as some kind of a
referendum,
green shoots for an opposition revival. Where is it so? I mean, Congress is ruling Rajasthan, they are holding the seat in Rajasthan. They are ruling Chhattisgarh, they are holding a seat in Chhattisgarh. Except, 1 or 2 seats in UP. Again, Maipuri is a Samajwadi Party seat. It's a family bastion. It's more than a party seat. It's a family bastion. So I can't see this. What I do see, however, is that if you run a good campaign and in a sustained manner, at least the state level Congress did run it. Mr. Modi was not as involved or invested in Himachal as he was in Gujarat.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. He said the rapist for me. No, he said the rapist for me. He said the rapist for me.
Gentlemen,
I'm sorry.
Gentlemen.
Mr. Rawat, he was in Gujarat. I'm not saying he wasn't invested.
I think it's important to return to data now, because when we are talking about decimation, let's take a closer look at Gujarat, region by region now, and let's see what the story is, starting with South Gujarat.
Now here we actually personify decimation today. Of the 35 seats, Rahul, the Congress is 1. It starts its regional tally with 1. It's got just 1. Virtually the whole of, it's retained just 1 tribal seat. The whole of South Gujarat, 1 tribal seat for Congress, 1 for AAP. The rest is all saffron. Let's go to the next. We go to the central Gujarat region. Here again, Congress is decimation personified. There's just 1 seat, Lunawada, a tribal seat. The rest of all, I mean, what should be indeed shocking, Tehseen, for all the congressmen, strongholds of Mr. Solanki like Anand and Kheda, complete rout. Zilch.
What happened to one of the biggest leaders, Jignesh Mevani?
North Gujarat.
Let's see North Gujarat.
Region by region.
Okay, now we are going to see North Gujarat.
Where is it? There's some saving grace, yet single digits, only 9, not into double digits. The BJP 42. Look at this. So, Vadgam, others to BJP means even
so Jignesh Mevani is losing.
He is trailed in Vadgam.
Jignesh Mevani is losing Vadgam to the BJP, and here also the Aam Aadmi Party
is gaining 1 from the... See, it's actually a sorry story in North Gujarat. Vadgam, the star campaigner, Mevani losing to the BJP. What was a Congress hard stronghold, a firewall, Bhiloda, being lost to the Aam Aadmi Party? I mean, that's not a story to write home at all. That's true.
And now finally let's take a look, because again keep reminding our viewers that we had said at the beginning, if you want to get the story of Gujarat, look at Kutch Saurashtra. We've already shown you central, north and south, and here in Kutch Saurashtra, 19 retentions by the BJP, 24 gains. Last time, do you know how many seats did they have? 20.
No, they had 23. So they're actually gaining as much as they had.
More than that. So they had 23, all 23
decimation.
seats. They have gained 24. Look at the Congress. They have retained 4, they have got 2, and they are 6. Where were they last time?
So
30.
Can I ask you a question based on this
30
data?
to 6.
The Congress can't even blame the AAP or the MIM like Rashid Alvi has been.
How much has the AAP gained over here? 4 seats.
Just 4 seats.
4 seats they have gained. How much has the Congress lost? The Congress has lost more than the Aam Aadmi Party
and what
has
would
gained.
this translate into vote share terms? Do we have that?
In Saurashtra, I just saw it a while ago. In Saurashtra, the BJP's vote share is 50. The AAP is 16. And the Congress is at 26. That was in Saurashtra.
So that doesn't even add up to 50. That doesn't add up to 50. It doesn't even add up to 50.
It is how Congress, which has lost to the BJP, has lost because of AAP. That is the real point.
See, that is the real
point. I don't know if you can say that exactly.
That is the vote share factor. If you add 26 of Congress and 16 of AAP, you are 42, which is still way short of 50. That's his point.
So how is the Congress was fighting a losing battle from word go. The AAP has only taken away what, academically speaking, a few of the votes, because it's
it's no longer even an option against the BJP.
But one second. What this also shows is that the Congress voter has not come out to vote, but not shifted his allegiance to the BJP or the Aam Aadmi Party.
You can,
with the 50% vote
please listen to what Dr.
I agree with what Dr. Singh. I completely
agree. Not the sarcastic doctor, but the good doctor. The good doctor, wake up and smell the coffee. Wake up and smell the coffee. He said it was decaffeinated, that's why you're not waking up. Okay, doctor. That's why I called him the sarcastic point.
This one.
And Rahul, just by the way,
I'm not spoken only. No, but it also shows how the Congress should fight its elections, especially with Himachal. I again go back to the point I've been making and you've been supporting me. In Gujarat, the campaign was led by left loonies, by people who came up with bringing about...
Oh yeah, you were trying to shoot from my shoulder.
No, I'm not shooting from your shoulders. And Himachal was a nationalist campaign. You had issues, you had a policy. You can be against the old insurance policy or for it. You had something concrete. You can be for Agniveer, you can be against it. You had a policy. You told the people, should we come in power, this is what we do.
And we are deferring to you now because it is the rule of the Vadra.
It needs to be centrist.
Gandhi is over.
Nehru was centrist, Patel was centrist.
If I may.
There is only one quick point, please.
Patel was right of center, but was centrist.
I think Yuvraj has spoken in very long.
Look, there is only the biggest story of the Gujarat election is very simple.
Dr. Raman, last time I said, damn Yuvraj.
No, just 1 second. One more point after.
Sure.
When did you check now?
Look, 1 second.
Few seconds ago.
The biggest story for me on Gujarat is when a party after 27 years in power is able to increase its vote share. I think that while it may be a great positive for that party itself, it speaks extremely eloquently about the state of the opposition. One.
Okay.
And second, I expected the BJP to win comfortably, but I thought, in fact, at the start of the show I was mentioning to Anand that they would probably lose 2 to 3% or 4% or even up to 5% of their vote share from 49 to 44, 45. That was my prediction. They're now up above 50.
Yes.
Okay. That is the story.
Yuvraj.
Frankly, when it's about Saurashtra, it's not at all Aam Aadmi Party in the picture, not even in the fray. I'll tell you why. The defections that BJP managed, somewhere 20 to 21, out of which 14 to 15 defections were of Patidar leaders, and that too from Saurashtra region. So I predicted it a couple of months ago that this is going to be the best rally in Saurashtra that BJP is going to have this time.
Okay.
Doctor, very small point. पहले तो अपना नाम change करो because युवराज का आज बैंड बजा हुआ है. Number 2, I want to make this very important point because Tehseen on your show, Rahul, 3 days ago, he said the voter turnout is 5 to 7% less in Gujarat, so BJP is going to lose. Will you please concede now?
Before the election,
No, please.
Congress is going to lose. You think I'm some leftist cephalologist like Mr. Yadav who is now the...
No, come on, please
You have to accept that you are winning.
Tehseen, you really have a huge axe to grind with the people you call left loonies. He's taken on Medha Patkar. He's taken on Swara Bhaskar.
What is the point he's making? Let's listen. What is the point, Doctor?
Some days he's Kisan Neta, some days he's anti-English leader, sometimes he's...
You're eating into someone else's time. You're eating into doctor's time.
Sorry, I'm so sorry.
No,
but I have to speak about the girls.
Just to tell you this, because now you have to concede the reason why the voter turnout was less is because people are so satisfied with the job that BJP has done. You were saying the opposite. They increase the vote share by 5%. Sanjay.
Sir, it's vice versa.
Okay, I want to bring in Guru Prakash at this point, and before that a quick sidebar to just remind viewers that remember I'd said an hour ago that I'm going to stick my neck out on Khambalia and say that the Aam Aadmi Party in all likelihood its CM face is not going to win it. Right now it shows that it's going from the Congress to the BJP. Remember I said that Aam Aadmi Party, Yeshwadhan Gadbee is going to split the vote and the Congress strongman from there is actually going to give his seat to the BJP, and that is what is happening in Khambalia right now. When we were talking about voter turnout, Guru Prakash, everyone argued कि BJP का voter घर पे बैठ रहा है because they are very upset with the BJP. How do you, in hindsight now, as a professor, analyze किसका voter disgust होके, disillusion होके घर पे बैठा?
नहीं, अभी कहना जल्दबाजी होगी. It's too early to make a comment on this issue now, but we have to understand a couple of things. And I was patiently listening to my friend Tehseen. Tehseen, you need to get out of this vision. Left, right, center, it does not apply to Indian politics. It is a Western concept. We are left in many of the economic policies. So let's not take that argument all over again. You have to do some introspection. I'm remembering Kabir here. Kabir said, "Bura jo dekhan main chala, bura na milya koi." तो आपको you need to turn the searchlight inwards. Instead of doing that, you're just going here and there. Do some introspection, do some atmachintan. I think that will give you the answer. We are accepting in Himachal. Let's give it some 45-50 more minutes, and you will see there are more than 10 seats where the margin is less than 500. Either Congress is leading or the Bharatiya Janata Party is leading. So the clock can shift anywhere. So let's be patient when it is coming to Himachal, and let's welcome the verdict of Gujarat after 27 years. As a student of politics, as a student of democracy, this is nothing short of a miracle, Padmaja. Let me make this very clear on the show. More than 150 seats. That's phenomenal. That's magical. That's faith in democracy. That's faith in the strong leadership, faith in governance, and faith in the delivery of welfare mechanism.
और क्योंकि संत कबीर की बात हो रही है, maybe एक दोहा also replies. You can tell your leadership, since you have such an axe to grind about the people who walk in Bharat Jodo, निंदक न्यारे राखिए. They should keep you closest to them because you are the biggest critic of the kind of people who are in Bharat Jodo.
And the sanest voice. And the sanest voice. But to Guru Prakash ji, I just want to say, no, I meant culturally right and culturally left. Culturally, economically, you all are left. Everybody knows it. Abhijit Iyer Mitra said it on your show, and that's why your government economically is a disaster. That I'm not getting into. I am right of the center economically, and I'm very clear on that.
Sir, the UPA government had all the leftist economists
and
right from your planning commission
and the same
to your kitchen cabinet.
The same left loonies along with the rowdy right wanted to destabilize the government to not allow the nuclear deal. This is how
Sir, this is the same left loony concept that wants to bring back old pension scheme in Himachal Pradesh.
No, I think the old
it's the same economy model.
I think with the old pension scheme, they also have a certain economic model of how to fund it, and I think that we are a welfare state. I do agree with the fact that we have to be a welfare state.
फिर left अब ये क्या है? अभी you said left are loonies, now you guys welfare state.
Yeah, thank you, please,
Okay,
please.
Okay, one more. Who'll go for
1 minute. After you. After you.
अभी एक और बात, you just said कि युवराज का बैट बच गया. युवराज का बैट नहीं बचेगा. He will continue to do the Bharat Jodo Yatra. He will continue to do it, and everybody will say that what a phenomenal is Bharat Jodo.
ये बहुत डीप बात है. आपका देश का कल्चर है. आप इसको समझिए.
Since there is a lot of left bashing happening, including by my friend here, in a country where 300 million people live below the poverty line.
We should be guilty.
One minute. If anybody sitting out here believes that to have a left of center economic policy let me finish. I mean, I can see a lot of people who are free market fundamentalists sitting across the table. I just want to make one point.
This really escalated. They're not fundamentalists. But with the greatest of respect, this is not about left economic model or otherwise. 30 seconds, Dr. Ranganathan. I really must bring in the latest visuals that we have, and of course some more data. 30 seconds, please.
Yes, I am a fundamentalist because I believe in the fundamentals of science and economics. You can't go wrong there. The reason why we still have 300 million people living on 30 rupees a day is because of the left policies. Sanjay, I am not against welfare state, but a welfare state cannot be sustained in a social
Okay, the latest that we are getting is from the BJP office in Ahmedabad. The celebrations have started. We in fact even had MPs of the BJP from Gujarat today in the Lok Sabha who were distributing sweets. The speaker said आज लोकसभा का माहौल बहुत अच्छा है. We spoke to them. We'll play that out in just a bit. But if we can go across to our colleagues who are there on the ground in the BJP office, this is the very latest visuals that we are getting from Ahmedabad to talk about the data point now. Since everyone is saying what exactly is happening in Himachal, what's the very latest in terms of vote share?
It's very interesting. For the past 20 minutes, 37 to the Congress and 28 to the BJP, that tally has sort of stabilized. We still have about 9 to 10 seats which are below 1,000 votes, but this tally is stabilizing. In terms of vote share, finally the Congress has taken its moral lead over the BJP. It's got 0.26% votes more than the BJP now.
Okay, so from 42% vote share earlier, the Congress has climbed up to 43.24%, and from 49, the BJP has gone to 42.98%.
A 0.26% lead, a sort of a moral lead over the BJP.
All right, now quickly let's take a look at Himachal and the different regions, and just as a map, see what really is the story that we are getting out of Himachal Pradesh. The comparison that I want to show you is of last time and this time around, and the earlier trend that was emerging has pretty much held. The fact that new Himachal has, these are the areas here, the old Himachal areas.
Old Punjab, the new Himachal. This is
the new Himachal, right? Yeah, the new Himachal area is where the Congress has made maximum gains. So you see, even a seat like Lahaul Spiti has gone to Ravi Thakur of the Congress party. The major seats, Manali has gone to the Congress party, as has Baijnath. These are the larger seats, Keval Singh, Shahpur and Banjar. All of these seats, Kinnor, these are seats which have changed over from the BJP to the Congress, and that is why, Guru Prakash, this should also be something that should be studied by the BJP, and there need to be answers, Mr. Tom Vadakkan. What went wrong over here? It's not like Modi ji did not campaign here. It's not like Modi ji did not go here and say ki mujhe vote dalo. But was the bad performance of the past government and infighting something that the BJP or even the Prime Minister's charisma could not overcome?
Well, there are certain things you have to admit. We'll have to go back to the drawing board and examine what went wrong. There are very many factors that you have mentioned may have been obstacles for us, but believe me, we will study it very closely and address these issues and bounce back in an organic manner. That is what I have to say at this juncture.
Certain factors, already you've got a meeting that has gone on for at least 3 hours, Mr. Raj Gopalan. If you have such a spectacular history being made in Gujarat, then why is there a come down in Himachal? Something doesn't add up.
You wait and watch, Himachal will go to BJP, you wait and watch, because others, rebels, Nota, Kota, sab kuch hai. Wait. Don't jump to any conclusion, Padmaja. It is neck to neck, and let us not.
I meant actual results. मैं independence और नोटा की बात नहीं करी, मैं actual results की बात कर रही हूँ.
Whatever the results,
तो वो हो गया कि भाई आम आदमी पार्टी जीती, but मेयर हमारा होगा.
Will be BJP.
She meant trading, not horse trading.
Yeah, take it.
Okay, so how is the assembly looking right now? Let's take a look at a virtual assembly. First, let's start off with Gujarat. What is the Gujarat Assembly? Remember, today at 6 p.m. the Parliamentary Board is going to meet. The Prime Minister, in all likelihood, is going to be there. He's obviously going to be there, and there is going to be, of course, a celebration of the kind of performance that we have seen in Gujarat. Out of 182 here, a huge swath of saffron, 154 of the BJP, 19 from the 18 earlier, one leg up. 18 to the Congress, and you've got the Aam Aadmi Party at 6, much higher than many people were willing to give to them, but clever allocation of tickets, and of course at the cost of the Congress. 2 seats at least that we have tracked are coming from the BJP to the Aam Aadmi Party in Saurashtra, but the rest of them, most of them, are coming from the khata of the Congress. This is the picture of Gujarat right now. In Himachal, of course, the Congress is ahead. Let the auto rickshaws roll out so we can see what the tally of Himachal is. Now it seems to have stabilized in favor of the Congress party, and it is maintaining quite a comfortable lead of about 9 odd seats ahead of the BJP. There it is, 28 for the BJP, 37 for the Congress, and yeah, so my math is right, a lead of 9, and a vote percentage lead of just about 0.6%, right, Jay? 0.6, 0.7%? 0.26, not even 0.6, it's 0.26% vote share lead that the Congress has in Himachal over the BJP. This, viewers, is the picture as we see it right now, and it's more or less stabilized pretty much along the lines that we had told you, but history definitely made, and this is the story of the day. If you have a party which has been 27 years in power, Gujarat for very long was known as the laboratory of Hindutva. This result has made it a laboratory of how an election can be meticulously planned to the last detail and won with a brutal majority. Navika.
Yes, decoding the elections, and Gujarat is really a study that should be done by political analysts and political science students, because 154 seats, that too after 27 years of being in power, and out of these 27 years, remember, for 21 years these votes have come in the name of one man called Narendra Modi. And Narendra Modi and Gujarat, that's the magic, that's the chemistry, and that is what you're seeing on your screens. 156 even as we speak. Is it Hindutva alone, or is it because, and Jairam, I want your views on this, because 19, and those were the seats which we discussed yesterday, 19 seats which held the key, 19 were Muslim dominated seats in Gujarat. We kept our eyes on that, and out of these 19 seats, 14 seats have gone to the BJP. And if you can look at that cluster of the Muslim seats, isn't there a story we have to tell?
Yeah, perfect, Navika. In fact, see, the story is astounding actually. If you look at how the maps are comparing, look at this. You know, it's one seat in South Gujarat, one seat in central Gujarat. In fact, ये जो यहाँ तक का पूरा industrial belt है गुजरात, they've practically abdicated it to the BJP. You're looking at a strike rate of 85% as of this tally, 85% strike rate for the BJP. You know, even if you look at actually what's happening, you know, across those different demographies, the minority clusters, tribal, the spider web, you can actually study it as an envelope. You know, the better party has a greater envelope. There is only a saffron envelope line. The Congress, the blue, they're almost in the center, which means across all demographies. Sabka saath, sabka vikas, sabka matadan. Practically that is the way it has happened. Everything here has gone, the saffron envelope is huge, it's practically big. You know, even if we look at the spider webs, you know, some of the other charts, the chord charts, okay, it's very fascinating. You look at this, let's take South Gujarat here. In South Gujarat, the Congress is now finally showing up two, okay, Surat East, the minority dominant seat, and Vasna, one tribal. मतलब दोनों categories में से एक token price उठाया and the tally closes there. This is practically not moving beyond.
That's the point. And Anand Ranganathan, I want to ask you this. The issue is not just about a record performance, bettering their earlier record as at the Times Now Summit, Mr. Amit Shah told us. But the question is also about the fact that seats have been won in areas which were never thought to be the BJP stronghold. Muslim seat तो आनी नहीं थी कभी BJP के पास, क्योंकि हिंदुत्व का मैसेज है गुजरात में. And in the Muslim dominated seats, if Narendra Modi gets you a victory, what does that mean?
No, what it means is that of course there is some amount of, I'm not denying an emotional connect, I'm not denying charisma and of course the Modi wave, but you have to back it up
with governance,
with development, and the kind of development the Gujarat, I mean the whole state has seen for the last, forget about last 5 years, for the last 15-20 years is unprecedented. No other state will be able to do it. That's why I said, Navika, 3 days ago, that it is a flagship state for the BJP. उनको वहां पे हराना मुश्किल ही नहीं, नामुमकिन है.
Bilkul, and joining me on the panel this afternoon is Tom Vadakan, leader of the BJP. Also with us this afternoon, Brijmohan Srivastav of the NCP. And what do you think, Mr. Srivastav? Is this a message of BJP all the way, and is there a lesson for the opposition parties that if the BJP can come to power with a thumping, record-breaking performance in Gujarat after 27 years of rule, then clearly the opposition has failed to understand Modi magic?
Navika ji, one is very clear that a campaigner like Narendra Modi ji is not available with any party. It's very loud and clear. And what immense labor he has done in that in Gujarat, where he worked more than 27 years, but still he has not taken a second to rest. So it is no doubt it is a lesson to the all political parties. We have to identify peoples who can work just like a respected Narendra Modi ji, and it's magic of the Narendra Modi ji in Gujarat, because the Gujarati peoples feel that if he will defeat Modi ji in Gujarat, then it will be difficult for him to become the leader of BJP. And if we discuss regarding the विकास,
तो आपकी एडवाइस क्या है कांग्रेस पार्टी को? क्योंकि कांग्रेस पार्टी गुजरात में they are below 20. What is your advice as an opposition friend of the Congress? What is your advice to them?
Not we are. I told you ना, हमको इस पर फिर से विचार मंथन करना होगा. एक दूसरा, मैं ये नहीं मानता कि जो स्थिति गुजरात में आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी की है, वैसी स्थिति या वैसा गौरव, गुजराती गौरव की बात वो पूरे मुल्क में नहीं कर पाएंगे. गुजरात के लोगों ने उन पे आशीर्वाद इसलिए दिया कि लोगों को लगता था कि अगर नरेंद्र मोदी जी को यहां पर कोई नुकसान होगा तो उनकी पूरी देश में छवि उनकी प्रभावित होगी, और उसको उन्होंने पूरी तौर से भुनाया. आज वहां पर
Is this only about गुजराती अस्मिता? I want to ask you, Ishkaran. तो अगर गुजराती अस्मिता थी तो पिछली बार 99 क्यों नहीं आए? पिछली बार 150 क्यों नहीं आए?
It is not only because Modi ji is a tireless campaigner, which is what they seem to be saying. It is also because this campaign is backed by 5 years of governance, 5 years of development. From election to election. Yeah, 27 for that matter, 27. It's such a mind-boggling number. From 27 years, and to increase your vote share after 27 years is unprecedented anywhere in a democratic world. But let us be very clear on two aspects of this. One aspect of this is, because what is being shown that they are sweeping Muslim-dominated seats also, that shows that fake secularism as a narrative in which you do not give women basic rights. You have laws like triple talaq, in which Shah Bano, a judgment which gives women basic right of maintenance, gets overturned by the brute majority of parliament. When you do things for women, when you do things on development for Muslim community, they vote for you, which is a lesson which these fake secularists also need to learn, because I think that is a huge talking point which we are not covering.
लोकेश जिंदल जी, ये तो बड़ी दिक्कत की बात है. आप ही के घर में तो सेंध लग गई, लेकिन इफ इट इज योर वोट बैंक पॉलिटिक्स विच इज एट स्टेक नाउ, एंड उसकी यू नो दैट होल पॉलिसी, दैट होल कॉन्सेप्ट एंड दैट होल मॉडल ऑफ पॉलिटिक्स इज गोइंग टू फेल, तो आपका होगा क्या?
वी आर ग्लोरीफाइंग मोदी मैजिक beyond its actual impact on the field. Now, when we talk about Himachal Pradesh, it's the home ground for the BJP president.
But we are not talking about Himachal Pradesh. We are talking about Gujarat.
16 rallies was carried out by Mr. Yogi. Mr. Modi himself said he had emotional connect with Himachal Pradesh. In fact, Kripal Parmar, who was a BJP rebel, he was called personally by the Prime Minister, but he did not budge. He did not join the BJP. He still went on. And we see Himachal Pradesh, it gave a befitting reply to BJP when it is not coming to power. The point over here is, we are trying to
The point over here is that you are not sticking to the point of debate.
We are trying to
The point here is you are not sticking to the point of debate. Anand Ranganathan
is basically some form of a large message that Modi is invincible. I would say Prime Minister Modi is invincible. That's not the scenario.
Rahul Gandhi is invincible.
If BJP worked in Gujarat, it did not work in Himachal.
Okay, Anand Ranganathan, respond to that and then I get in Tom
आज के
Badakkar.
रिजल्ट से बहुत लोगों को धक्का लगा, लेकिन मेरे गुड फ्रेंड लोकेश जी को इतना ज्यादा धक्का लगा है, ये किसी और लटेंस चैनल में पहुंच गए जहां पे नाविका, बिलीव इट और नॉट, एंड आई एम ऑन क्यू हियर, दे आर नॉट टॉकिंग ऑफ गुजरात एट ऑल, दे विल टॉक ऑफ हिमाचल. तो आप
नहीं है, Is Himachal not a state of India?
आपने क्वेश्चन गुजरात का पूछा था.
The point is,
आप कह रहे हैं
elections, we are talking about politics.
182
happened. The result is out today. So why not Himachal? Why only Gujarat?
The point is, why should not why are we ignoring Himachal?
Tom Vadakkan, Congress's problem is they want to discuss Himachal today. They don't want to discuss Gujarat because उनके narrative को suit नहीं कर रहा है. And Acharya Pramod Krishnam on Times Now Bharat just 5 minutes ago told me that the Congress party today is going to do more samiksha. They will set up more committees, and he said that Rahul Gandhi is walking on the path of Vinoba Bhave and Swami Vivekanand and Mahatma Gandhi. Do you think that's the disconnect between the Congress's political existence and Mr. Rahul Gandhi?
Well, I don't want to say anything about Rahul Gandhi at this juncture because the results have shown his political acumen. What Gujarat has shown after Ahmed Patel, the situation in Gujarat is so miserable that I don't want to go into it. Now, the only fig leaf they have is Himachal Pradesh. The situation in Himachal Pradesh can be compared because it is not. Now, look at Gujarat, for example. You have a strong presence of the minority, and why not have that as a flagship? Because that's where the magic has worked, not just with the majority community, but also with the minority community. That's the message that this is going out. And Himachal Pradesh, we have our problem. We will address it. And believe me, it's a little too early to come to any conclusion at this juncture as the Congress is jumping the wagon right now.
Well, Mr. Rajagopalan, the Aam Aadmi Party won MCD elections and there were hopes that they will do spectacularly in Gujarat. I want to ask you, they've got the vote share that has been given up by the Congress party. The BJP has increased its vote share. Do you think the statement as far as national politics for the Aam Aadmi Party is as clear as it should be ahead of 2024?
Aam Aadmi Party is like PSLV. From Sriharikota, it takes off, suddenly aborts. and Aam Aadmi Party aborted. And they tried. Why are you laughing? I say, I'm seriously telling you.
I'm sorry.
I'm sitting next to a scientist. She understands the well very well. So I speak politics.
Why are you smiling? He yourself is laughing. I asked her not to do that.
But every rocket has
three stages. Let me be serious.
And every rocket has 3 stages. What were the 3 stages of AAP?
Politics or science and rocket science. And the Aam Aadmi Party's trial balloon burst because of his double standard. Aam Aadmi Party speaks 4 tongues, not 2 tongues. Because Aam Aadmi Party is a political party. They started with anarchists. They went to Hare Ram, Sri Ram. They came to Inshallah, and now they go to Bharat Puja, Ganapati Puja, like that, Diwali Puja. Therefore, Aam Aadmi Party is a failure. Aam Aadmi Party cannot take off in Indian politics.
No, you can write off Aam Aadmi Party. Definitely write off.
Gujarati have written off.
Write off.
Himachal Pradesh written off.
Written off.
They cannot go beyond Delhi.
40% vote share.
Aam Aadmi Party they did not do go beyond Aam Aadmi Party.
Navika ji, 1 minute. I just want to come back to one point raised by Jindal Saab. I disagree with Jindal Saab in a small point. I think that this vote is from Narendra Modi ji. Because he said to the Gujaratis that vote for me. And I totally disagree with Ishkaran ji that this vote is for development. You know one thing.
आपको जिसमें खुशी मिलती है आप वो मानिए. आपको जिसमें खुशी मिलती है आप.
After 27 years of party winning an election, you think is not a vote for development. Then you don't understand the voter. Don't you understand the sentiment of the voter? You don't even think the voter has basic common sense. You believe that the voter after 27 years. Don't be disrespectful of the voter. It has given you also 14%. Please don't disrespect the voter.
Absolutely. It's always an emotional connect, and it's always delivery on the ground that will matter to the people of India and the voters. And the voters today are very smart, whether you give them that credit or not. But let me go across to my colleague Aishwarya, who's joining me live from the ground in Gujarat, Ahmedabad, headquarters of the BJP, where celebrations are on in right earnest. and also the Prime Minister has just spoken to the Chief Minister of Gujarat and C.R. Patil. Both of them have been congratulated by the Prime Minister. C.R. Patil, the in charge, and Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel, who led this election, and the BJP, and the Prime Minister speaking to both of them. Going across to Aishwarya. Aishwarya, कितने लड्डू बंट गए?
देखिए, लगातार यहाँ पर लड्डू बांटे जा रहे हैं बीजेपी के द्वारा, क्योंकि आप देख सकते हैं द विजुअल्स over here at the BJP state headquarters here in Kamalam. The celebrations are in full swing. Namo band is performing on one side, Garba is being performed on one side, and sweets are being distributed on the other. Firecrackers are being busted, and clearly BJP Karyakartas have gathered over here as we just breaking down this story that now the Prime Minister have also congratulated C.R. Patil as well as Bhupendra Patel on the huge victory that the BJP has got. There you can see now Pradeep Singh Vaghela over there congratulating and meeting the Karyakartas of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Clearly this is huge mandate for the BJP, and therefore the reason perhaps celebrations have begun since morning. We'll go across and speak to the leaders of the BJP who was waiting for such kind of mandate. Pradeep जी क्या कहेंगे? इतना बड़ा हिस्टोरिक मैंडेट मिला है, गुजरात की जनता ने आपको दिया है, क्या ये एक्सपेक्टेड था?
बिल्कुल, जिस तरह से मोदी जी ने गुजरात का विकास किया है, वो विकास के आधार पर और विकास की राजनीति करते करते आज देश भर में जो भाजपा की स्थिति बनी है, और गुजरात में मोदी जी के लिए जो जनता का प्रेम है, ये परिणाम गुजरात के जनता के आशीर्वाद से मिला है। आज सभी रिकॉर्ड टूट चुके हैं। आज गुजरात में बनाए हुए एक नारा था, इस नारा को गुजरात की जनता ने एक अपने एक वोट की ताकत से, गुजरात का जो डेवलपमेंट हुआ है, एक वोट की ताकत से मोदी जी को समर्थन दिया है। एक वोट की ताकत से मोदी जी ने इस गुजरात को डेवलप स्टेट बनाया है। आज उस डेवलपमेंट पॉलिटिक्स को एक मजबूत मोहर।
Let me get in Ashutosh ji. Ashutosh ji, we were discussing whether this vote is for Narendra Modi and the governance model, or is there a separation between the two? And of course, the Aam Aadmi Party, has its performance been up to the expectations or the sound and fury that had been created, or is it a little underwhelming?
See, I think we're still discussing Aam Aadmi Party. I'm really baffled because this election is has to be analyzed by years in the coming years, that why after 27 years a party being in the government could manage such a spectacular victory. Getting more than 150 seats is something which is magical. Everybody has been talking about that 149 seats which the Congress got in 1985 under Kham and the Madhav Singh Solanki was unbeatable.
1 minute, let me interrupt you. Those are visuals coming in of the Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel leaving from the Gandhinagar Chief Minister's residence going to the BJP headquarters in Ahmedabad. Let's cut across. Okay, so those were the shots coming in. Go on.
I'm saying that this victory,
does it have any reflection?
I don't see. I'm not an astrologer who will say this, because listen. Why I'm saying so? In 2017, in 2018, that year, if you look at, the BJP was loser in Karnataka, and Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, and Chhattisgarh, and unexpectedly Congress won Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, and in Chhattisgarh, BJP Congress won by 2/3. Look at what happened in the parliamentary elections. So, we should always have a separate opinions about the assembly election and the parliamentary election. In another 3-4 months time, there will be a Karnataka election. Can BJP repeat the same magic there? No, BJP could not repeat the same magic in Himachal Pradesh also. So, it will be unfair to compare just because of this.
Are you saying that the state elections will have no bearing on the central election? Is that what you're saying?
If the Gujarat had a bearing, then Himachal Pradesh, why BJP is losing? Why BJP lost MCD election in Delhi? There are the 3 results. It's not only the Gujarat. Gujarat BJP won massively, amazing results. Himachal BJP lost.
BJP also lost in MCD election. That means the 3 elections have 3 definite meanings. If you are working hard,
the narrative that we were talking about, the narrative setting is on point. That's the point. Point मिल गया. The lobby is back. The lobby strikes back. The lobby strikes back.
One thing with the opposition should learn is simple. They lost MCD, but they did not lose miserably. They fought, and they fought well. They should have lost Himachal Pradesh badly. But again, they fought and fought well. This is the point everybody should learn.
So the BJP gives everybody a run for their money even in their victory. And that is the point. Lobby se midway to aa gaye hain. Anand, you should congratulate. He is out of the lobby and he's come in the waiting room of the right lobby.
मैंने कहा ना सुबह आशुतोष ऐसा लग रहा था शाखा अटेंड करके आ रहे हैं, इनको कॉल आ गया बीच में, क्या कर रहे हो भाई, तो अब थोड़ा सा यू टर्न लिया है. दैट इज द रीजन नाविका.
No, please. I'll have to interrupt all of you because I'm just going to go across to Union Minister for Water Resources Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, but in the meanwhile the lobbies are being dismantled.
As I was saying, there is a reason why I asked this question specifically, because Ashutosh, I am old enough to remember when you were heading a channel and were a journalist. Every time a state election BJP lost, you said this is going to have a massive repercussion for the central general election. Now you are saying it has no election.
अभी उनको याद नहीं आ रहा. वीडियो निकालिए. Without evidence, you can't make us.
वीडियो निकालिए.
आप वीडियो निकालिए.
पुराने वीडियोस आशुतोष के होंगे भी नहीं ना.
No, to fellow journalists, you cannot say this because वीडियो निकालना पड़ेगा, एविडेंस देना.
उसको बोल देंगे मॉब ऐसी है वैसे भेजो. उसको कौन सा मानेंगे?
He wrote a book on RSS.
I did not write a book on RSS. I wrote a book on Modi government's 5 years.
Well, let me go across to Mr. Gajendra Shekhawat joining me this afternoon. And Mr. Shekhawat, unprecedented victory for the BJP in Gujarat after 27 years. Of course, a Herculean job, and the vote percentage also rising up. What do you think is the message, not just to the people of Gujarat, but to the entire country as far as the opposition parties are concerned, Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party?
देखिए, गुजरात का जहाँ तक प्रश्न है, it is unprecedented, but it was not unexpected. We were confident. Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Grah Mantri ji, the party president, everybody was confident, and we have already stated many of the times that we are going to create a new history this time in Gujarat. And the people of Gujarat have stamped once again the developmental politics of Modi ji. जितना भी कीचड़ उछालने का कोशिश किया था, जितनी भी तरह से कोशिश किया था, सब everything has been wiped out. Gujarat is with BJP, Gujarat is with development, Gujarat is with it, a developmental agenda of Modi ji.
But हिमाचल में ऐसा नहीं हुआ. ऐसा क्यों? क्योंकि वहां भी तो रिवाज बदलने की बात हो रही थी, पर हिमाचल में ऐसा नहीं हुआ.
देखिए, हिमाचल का अभी पूरा परिणाम आ जाने दीजिए, थोड़ा सा इंतजार करिए. एक बार पूरे परिणाम आ जाते हैं, उसके बाद में और भारतीय जनता पार्टी हर तरह के परिणाम से, सकारात्मक परिणाम, नकारात्मक परिणाम, ऑल टाइप सॉर्ट ऑफ परिणाम से हम आगे समीक्षा करके उससे आगे बढ़ने के लिए काम करते हैं. फिर करें.
लेकिन गजेंद्र शेखावत जी, लोग कहते हैं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पास एक ऐसा फोन है जिसमें ऐसा स्पीड डायल लगा हुआ है विपक्षी दलों के विधायकों का कि आप हारी हुई बाजी भी जीत सकते हैं और बाजीगर बन सकते हैं. क्या ऐसा कोई अंदेशा है हिमाचल में?
चलिए, मुझे लगता है कि इन सब विषयों पे अभी टिप्पणी करना बहुत जल्दबाजी होगी. स्टिल लेट द रिजल्ट्स अनाउंस. अभी तो पूरे परिणाम आ जाने दीजिए, उसके बाद में इस विषय पर हम चर्चा करेंगे.
आप भाग रहे हैं. सवाल सीधा है, सटीक है, और ऐसे सवाल अक्सर बीजेपी उठाती रहती है. लेकिन आज आप थोड़े से शर्मा रहे हैं, थोड़े से बच रहे हैं इस सवाल से. ऐसा क्यों?
नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है। मैं ये कह रहा हूँ कि अभी वो समय नहीं आया कि इस प्रश्न का उत्तर दिया जाए। समय आने दीजिए, समय अपने आप से सब प्रश्नों का उत्तर अपने आप दे देगा।
मैं आपसे पूछना चाहती हूं कि क्या अगर हिमाचल के चुनावों के नतीजे गुजरात से इतने फर्क होंगे तो इसके लिए नेशनल नैरेटिव या 2024 पर क्या असर होगा, इस पर आप कुछ टिप्पणी देंगे?
देखिए, मैं तो नाविका जी मैं तो नाविका जी, इस तरह से 2019 के चुनाव से पहले जो नतीजे आए थे, 2018 में राजस्थान, मध्य प्रदेश, छत्तीसगढ़ का जब नतीजा आया था, तब शायद इसी तरह के नैरेटिव बनाए गए थे और ढूंढने की कोशिश की गई थी। लेकिन परिणाम क्या हुआ था 2019 में, पूरे देश ने देखा है, आपने और हमने सबने देखा है। जहाँ तक हिमाचल का प्रश्न है, मैं तो इसको इस दृष्टिकोण से लेता हूँ, गुजरात से सटा, दिल्ली से सटा हुआ, पंजाब से सटा हुआ राज्य, जिसको लेकर के आम आदमी पार्टी ने इतने बड़े बड़े दावे किए थे, एक भी विधानसभा में अब तक जो परिस्थिति है उसके हिसाब से वो जमानत बचाने की स्थिति में भी नहीं है। गुजरात में जहां लिख करके दावा किया गया था कि अब की बार गुजरात में आम आदमी पार्टी सरकार बना रही है, वहां शायद जो है उंगलियों पर गिन सके इतने भी शायद नहीं जीत पाएंगे। इसलिए अभी जो वर्तमान परिणाम है उनको थोड़ा इंतजार करिए, देखते हैं आगे क्या होता है।
इस बार 3 चुनाव हुए थे, एक म्यूनिसिपल कॉरपोरेशन और 2 राज्य। म्यूनिसिपल कॉरपोरेशन में आप हारे, हिमाचल में आप हारे, गुजरात में आप जीते और रिकॉर्ड ब्रेकिंग परफॉर्मेंस। आप जानते हैं कि चर्चा नैरेटिव की जरूर होगी। आपके हिसाब से इन चुनावों के नतीजों का मैसेज क्या है?
देखिए, दिल्ली के नगर निगम चुनाव में भारतीय जनता पार्टी का वोट शेयर बढ़ा है। हिमाचल प्रदेश के चुनाव में जिस तरह के वादे और बातें की जा रही थी, उससे बहुत अच्छी परिस्थिति अभी तक वर्तमान तक है, परिणाम आने अभी शेष है। गुजरात का मैसेज देश के सामने क्लियर है। मुझे लगता है कि अब इसके बाद में इन सब विषयों पर चर्चा की गुंजाइश ही समाप्त होगी।
गजेंद्र शेखावत जी, आपका हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए तहे दिल से शुक्रिया, धन्यवाद। और उधर तस्वीरें आ रही हैं, those are the pictures coming from Ahmedabad, the BJP headquarters, where Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel has come and is meeting with BJP Karyakarta, C.R. Patil with him, and that is the defining picture of the moment, Mr. Rajagopalan.
Of course, it's a picture. Even at 6 o'clock, if Mr. Narendra Modi goes to BJP headquarters, that picture will speak furthermore. By the time the Himachal Pradesh will also be settled. My understanding of the entire thing is, Navika, 2024, 2029, we are all talking about coming next year by December, the same time, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh will all go for polls. What is going to be the Congress narrative for these 3? And will the Aam Aadmi Party give trial there also? So 24 को पहले 23 में problems है बहुत. Even for BJP, BJP takes every election seriously to win and defeat the opposite candidate. But Congress does not have that strength. पाद यात्रा निकला है, महिला पाद यात्रा पर हिमालय पाद यात्रा. Then this narrative was all to say that he is a frequent foreign traveler. To demolish the scheme, he is taking a पाद यात्रा. What is that पाद यात्रा is going to help Congress? We do not know.
Well, Acharya Pramod Krishnam, Lokesh Jindal ji called it the Pad Yatra of Vinoba Bhave. So,
he also said that Digvijay Singh and Jairam Ramesh spoiled it.
In fact, if you look at Himachal Pradesh and the outcome,
Gujarat, Delhi,
fixed on Himachal.
Gujarat, Delhi.
I'll come to Gujarat and Delhi also.
Gujarat is not in India.
See, Gujarat, when we are talking about, it's an urban state with a sizable number of population dependent upon trade and commerce. It has got a huge coastline. So when I'm talking about BJP and its policies, especially after the COVID times, it has been pro-trade and commerce. However, it had been negligent towards the agricultural communities and sector. And that was one of the major reasons why in Himachal Pradesh, BJP is losing. Unbelievable. And this is going to happen elsewhere as well. Because when we talk about... Wait a minute, let me complete. See, when we are talking about the entire India, the post-COVID crisis, there is a rise in unemployment, there is a rise in inflation, there are economic troubles glaring up. In fact, right now the government is trying to embark upon a narrative that the World Bank have improvised its economic growth rate to 6.9%. However, they are not understanding the fact that it is in fact in a slowdown. So what will happen is in the entire 2022-23, there is going to be.
I just beg your indulgence to all my panelists, and I want to congratulate you. I want to congratulate you. 20 हो गए हैं, 19 और 18 पे चल रहे थे आप गुजरात में, आपके 20 सीट हो गए हैं.
I take this congratulation because 38, 39 हो गए हैं हिमाचल में, और हम सरकार बना रहे हैं. आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. हम हिमाचल में सरकार बना रहे हैं.
अरे बाप रे बाप, ये
39,
लेकिन 20 हो गए,
39 हो गए हैं, 39 हो गए,
19-18 से आगे नहीं बढ़ रहे थे. आनंद रंगनाथन, आप बहुत कठोर दिल के हैं, थोड़ा सा आप कांग्रेचुलेट कर दीजिए कि 20 इज मोर रिस्पेक्टेबल देन 90.
बिल्कुल, बहुत ही एकदम कांग्रेचुलेशन.
लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन बनने के लाले थे, वो नहीं होंगे अब.
ये नहीं कांग्रेचुलेशन कह रहे हैं, पर ये बता दीजिए अभी जो ये अभी जो ये यात्रा निकली है, ये अभी नेक्स्ट स्टॉप क्या, थाईलैंड तो नहीं है इसका?
देखिए, आपका ज्योग्राफी बड़ा अजीब है. अब मेरे को आनंद रंगनाथन जी इज अ साइंटिस्ट, somebody show him the map of the world. राजस्थान के बाद थाईलैंड कहां से आएगा? अब आप मुझे ये समझाइए. नो यात्रा
थाईलैंड आएगा. भारत जोड़ो यात्रा,
भारत जोड़ो यात्रा पद यात्रा है. हमारे प्रधानमंत्री की यात्रा नहीं, हवाई यात्रा हो कि थाईलैंड जाए, फिर जापान जाए,
राज्यवर्धन राठौर
पद यात्रा है.
राज्यवर्धन राठौर ज्वाइनिंग अस फ्रॉम द बीजेपी.
आप इस चीज की फिक्र मत करो.
देखिए, जब आपको मुबारकबाद दो, आपसे पचता नहीं है. यू कैनॉट डाइजेस्ट. You cannot digest when we say good things to you. So Rajyavardhan Rathore of the BJP, former minister, is joining us. Rajyavardhan Rathore, the big debate in the studio at this point is that Congress has managed to get a respectable number in Gujarat because they were hovering around 18 and 19. They've now come to a respectable 20. How would you respond to the numbers of the opposition in Gujarat, given the fact that vote share of the BJP has gone up and some seats like Harsh Sanghvi's seat, which is the Home Minister's seat in Gujarat, the vote share of the winning BJP candidate Harsh Sanghvi is 87.5%. What's the message?
See, as regards the vote share and the presence of certain seats of the Congress that are winning in Gujarat, see, the whole point is that, and understand this whole electoral process from the point of view of multiple parties. Now, Congress has always been there in Gujarat in the earlier times. It's been there in the entire country, and gradually, as corruption crept into their system, as they were unable to deliver these schemes, as the dynastic politics became more stronger and stronger. Gradually, they are now not finding their feet anywhere in the country, and wherever their government comes in, it doesn't get repeated. Now, because of the past politics that they have been doing in Gujarat, there are certain segments, certain pockets where Congress is still existing. Mind you, my words, this is not because of their present policies, it's not because of what Congress is capable of doing, but because of existing pockets earlier, existing loyalties of people earlier, or those few people who are perhaps doing well in their constituencies. Now, in Himachal, if this Congress party is doing well right now, we are still waiting for the final results, of course, but the problem is that they do not fulfill their manifesto, and Rajasthan is a glaring example in this case. They are constantly bickering, constantly fighting amongst themselves, unable to deliver any schemes, unable to create an ecosystem where people can develop along with the other states. That's not happening. And if 18 states in the country have reposed their faith,
Rajasthan is a demonstration of how you get power and still you fritter it away, because Ashok Gehlot and Sachin Pilot are at loggerheads from the day the victory was announced.
It's laughable. It's laughable.
Before that, the Himachal MLAs have to go to Rajasthan. Congress decided to send them to Chhattisgarh. They don't have confidence in Gailard.
No, sir, you are missing the larger point. In fact, he said that Congress does not fulfill its manifesto. Then why is it that in Himachal BJP didn't come to power? And when you are talking about our cadre rebelling, what about Kripal Parmar? He didn't even listen to your Prime Minister, who telephoned him not to go, not to rebel. Please answer on this.
The Prime Minister happens to be the country's Prime Minister. It's not their Prime Minister.
But
it's
he's from their political party. So I'm telling.
Rajyavardhan Rathore respond to
because
that.
had he also campaigned for Congress, I would have said.
No, it's okay. Let me answer this. Yes. This is objective. How do you say that? It's all right. Let me answer to that. It is hilarious, absolutely. Yes, it's absolutely hilarious when they come up with these one odd example here. They really find it very difficult to pick up these examples, but they finally do come up with these examples. Now listen to me. You have two people who are supposedly your biggest leaders in Rajasthan. For the 4 years, they have been fighting with each other. You cannot even compare any other state, any other example with this. And the entire state is suffering.
What about
you do not have a name in your entire Congress cadre who has a vision. Who has a vision? There is nobody who has a vision. The entire
Let me Rajyavardhan Rathore. The question to you is, आपके जो बागी नेता थे, have they done you in Himachal Pradesh? Simple question. Respond to that.
आप सोचिए एक तरफ 5 साल बाद एंटी इनकम्बेंसी की बात होती है. So at this moment I cannot say this, but yes, that could be a factor. We're going to analyze everything later. It's certainly not because of the policies of Congress that Himachal they're doing well in Himachal right now. It's certainly not because of that. It's all because of their individual leaders where they're winning. Yes, collectively they win, perhaps, but what are they going to do after that? They have no vision at all.
Question, and Lokesh Jindal, you may want to return.
They cannot even stay together. They cannot even stick together.
You may want to return the congratulations because you're back down to 19 now in Gujarat.
We are 39 in Congress and we are going to in Himachal and we are going to cross 40 now.
Now one question.
So now the point.
Okay, 1 minute. Himachal question coming from him.
Exactly. It mystifies me as to the state where that has most resorts is actually Himachal. So why are you taking your MLAs to Chhattisgarh?
No, why is BJP hell-bent upon taking MLAs to Guwahati? So now answer this: why are MLAs in the Maharashtra taken to Guwahati? First, you answer this question. So you tell me.
Assam is a good resort.
Your response to my question is a question of Rajasthan.
You are
because Gailard is there.
You are setting forth examples.
Gailard will work for BJP.
For BJP.
No. Let me answer.
In Rajasthan, this is
Inception level.
They can't.
It's tourist season. The apartments are very expensive there. So that is why nobody will go to Rajasthan.
BJP. After the COVID crisis, rather than increasing social security net such as MG Narega, increasing the food subsidy, coming up with some form of a relief measure, BJP, it reversed the entire policy. The outlay for MG Narega was reduced in the national.
We can't let this.
2022 budget I'm talking about.
We can't.
2022 budget I'm talking about.
Anand Ranganathan is fact checking you. Anand Ranganathan is fact checking you on facts. On facts, we will never compromise. No compromise on facts. Anand Ranganathan is objecting to the facts you have stated. Anand Ranganathan, what are your facts?
I did not object to your saying whatever you were saying, your opinions and all, but please do not lie on a national channel. Manrega funds have been increased. Please apologize.
No.
And on the floor of the house, we will back you up.
No.
You may be
Nitin Patel, former Deputy Chief Minister of Gujarat. Gentlemen, Nitin Patel. 1 minute. Nitin Patel, former Deputy Chief Minister of Gujarat, joining me live. Nitin Patel ji, congratulations to you. Record-breaking performance by the BJP in Gujarat, 154 seats. Did you expect this, and did you expect the opposition to virtually fold up, corresponding the BJP?
सबसे पहले तो आपका धन्यवाद कि आपकी चैनल के माध्यम से पूरी गुजरात की जनता का जो मैसेज है बीजेपी की जो ये भव्य जीत है वो आप पूरे देश को और दुनिया को पहुंचा रहे हो। आज हम सबको खुशी है कि गुजरात ने आज पहली बार बीजेपी को एक रिकॉर्ड तोड़ बम्पर जीत दी है और इसके लिए भी हम गुजरात की जनता का धन्यवाद करते हैं। आप सब जानते हैं इस प्रकार प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र भाई का ये होम स्टेट है और नरेंद्र भाई के नाम से, नरेंद्र भाई के काम से और गुजरात की जनता ने जिस प्रकार से पिछले 27 साल से बीजेपी को लगातार सपोर्ट किया है, इसी प्रकार इस चुनाव में भी अगले 5 साल के लिए बीजेपी को बम्पर जीत दिलाई है। ये हमारे लिए बहुत खुशी की बात है।
नितिन पटेल जी, ट्रायंगुलर कॉन्टेस्ट से आपको फायदा हुआ है, बीजेपी को फायदा हुआ है?
कि आपकी कॉन्टेक्स्ट से
मैं पूछ रही हूं कि ये जो आम आदमी पार्टी और कांग्रेस में वोट बटे हैं, इससे बीजेपी को कितना फायदा हुआ है?
यानी कोई वोट बचे नहीं है, दोनों का वोट जो मिले हैं उसका साथ मिला लो तो भी वो हमारे करीब भी नहीं पहुंच सकते। तो किसी ने किसी का वोट नहीं काटा है, प्रजा ने सिर्फ हमको वोट दिया है। ऐसा नहीं है कि आम आदमी पार्टी का और कांग्रेस का वोट कहीं मिला लो तो हमारे बीजेपी का कैंडिडेट पीछे हो जाए, ऐसा एक भी सीट पर नहीं हुआ है। तो कोई जगह ऐसा नहीं हुआ है कि किसी के वोट काटने से ये हमारी जीत हुई है, ये हमारी क्लीन जीत है।
आम आदमी पार्टी और कांग्रेस के लिए इस चुनाव में क्या मैसेज है?
देखिए, गुजरात की जनता हमेशा राष्ट्रवादी रही है, गुजरात की जनता हमेशा देशभक्त रही है और धर्म प्रिय भी रही है, सांस्कृतिक प्रिय भी रही है। जहां धर्म है, कल्चर है, वहां बीजेपी रहती है, गुजरात की जनता रहती है। और बीजेपी को जिस प्रकार नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी ने पूरी दुनिया में भारत को नामना दिलाई है, तो लाखों गुजराती एनआरआई वो फॉरेन भी रहते हैं, तो उनके लगातार मैसेज भी यहाँ हम सबको मिल रहे थे कि दुनिया में अगर भारत की शान बढ़ानी है, गुजरातियों की पहचान बढ़ानी है, तो बीजेपी की गवर्नमेंट जरूरी है। तो इस प्रकार गुजरात की जनता ने लोकली जो हमारा काम है वो देखा है। पिछले 27 साल से किसी भी प्रकार का काम हमने बाकी नहीं छोड़ा है और भारत सरकार बनने के बाद 8 साल में आदरणीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारत सरकार ने भी हमको बहुत गुजरात को सपोर्ट किया है। ये सब मिला के गुजरात की जनता ने बीजेपी को इतनी बड़ी जीत दिलाई है।
नितिन पटेल जी, आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई इस जीत के लिए और आप हमारे साथ जुड़े इसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। कमिंग बैक टू द स्टूडियो, आनंद रंगनाथन, for the Aam Aadmi Party, yesterday you made a statement that the Aam Aadmi Party is like Ajay Devgan in Phool Aur Kaante. I want to tell you, where do you stand with respect to that statement yesterday?
No, I think as far as Delhi is concerned, I stand by my statement. But as far as Gujarat is concerned, I think Arvind Kejriwal is not Ajay Devgan, he is Kamal R. Khan. With due respect to Mr. Kamal R. Khan, because what he was saying and the kind of announcements he was making, that AAP is going to come to power in Gujarat, here is the next chief minister of Gujarat, these are the number of seats, I mean, थोड़ा तो रिस्पेक्ट रखो। 20 कह रहे थे आप, नहीं लेट मी फिनिश। और दूसरी बात जो मैं अभी फिनिश कर लीजिए, अब मैं एक सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट बात करेक्ट करूंगा कि लोग इलेक्शन जीतते क्यों हैं, और मैं बार बार ये कह रहा हूं, और मैंने ये लोकेश माय गुड फ्रेंड, इन्होंने मनरेगा की बात करी, मैंने इनको अभी डेटा दिखाया है, मैंने कोविड के टाइम पे 2022 में 25% पोस्ट कोविड 2022 होगा। भाई
साहब, आप अभी लीड कर रहे हैं हिमाचल पे, पर इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि आप आनंद रंगनाथन की आवाज बंद कर देंगे। बोलने दें उन्हें,
झूठ बोलेगा
डेमोक्रेटिक,
मुझे भले ही आप
बंद कर सकते हैं।
चलिए आनंद जी, आप अपनी बात कह दीजिए।
40,000 करोड़ का एडिशनल किया था कोविड के टाइम पे, जब सबसे ज्यादा जरूरत थी गुजरातीज को, ओके, और उसके बाद इस बजट में सेम रखा है। और मैं आपको इसलिए दिखा रहा हूं बार बार वो चीजें, क्योंकि ये उन आर्टिकल्स उन्होंने मीडिया पोर्टल लिखा है जो आप सपोर्ट करते हैं।
In
I showed you
22-23.
So, and now coming back to document.
Okay, but the point is settled as far as Manrega is concerned. For the Aam Aadmi Party.
For the Aam Aadmi Party, now there is a serious reflection, because आप मुझे सुबह ये कह रहे थे डॉक्टर साहब कि हम नेशनल पार्टी बनने वाले हैं, अब मुझे ये बताइए कौन से नेशन की बात कर रहे थे आप?
मैं नेशन की बात करता हूं मैं नेशन की बात करता हूं। गुजरात के हिस्ट्री में किसी भी थर्ड पार्टी ने अब तक 14% वोट नहीं लिए। और दूसरी बात मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं, स्मृति ईरानी भी हारी थी 2014 में। और वही मैं बोल रहा हूँ पंजाब में भी आम आदमी पार्टी हारी थी, पर फिर वो वापस आई और जीत के गई। और 1980 में भी लोग जीते थे, 84 में भी लोग जीते थे,
पैदा भी नहीं हुई थी। लेकिन ईश्वरन भंडारी, no, 1 minute, there is an important point that comes out of what Dr. Akashdeep Puni says. In Punjab, in the first election, they got a small percentage of votes, maybe not too many seats, but in the second election, they swept Punjab, the Aam Aadmi Party. Do you think in Gujarat, this is a laboratory experiment, and do you think we cannot take the Aam Aadmi Party lightly when it comes to becoming an alternative to the Congress Party?
Good question. See, that is the exact question, because the entire fight of AAP is with Congress. BJP has breached 50% vote share. AAP has managed to get something from Congress. AAP got a lot of things from Congress in Delhi. AAP got from Congress in Punjab. There has not been one instance where AAP has managed to get even 5% of BJP vote share in any state where BJP is dominant. Let me finish.
2015, let's talk about 2015 Delhi. 30.
UP, they entered.
How many
I didn't interrupt you, please.
Sorry. Okay.
UP, they entered what happened, which was a BJP ruled state. Haryana, they entered a BJP ruled state, what happened? So every BJP ruled state they go, they come a copper. But here, because the voters of Congress were so frustrated with Congress after 27 years of defeat,
no frustrations for the Congress today. They've taken out their fireworks. Jaldi khatam ho gaye. Maybe purane store किए हुए थे, यूज नहीं हुए थे, लेकिन इस वक्त there are some fireworks going on in the Congress headquarters. Congress headquarters थोड़े से लोग तो हैं जो सेलिब्रेट कर रहे हैं।
जलाने की जरूरत भी नहीं पड़ेगी मुझे लग रहा है।
2 points. First of all, I think
I'm coming.
2 points. 2 quick points. First of all, in 1985, when the Congress got 149 seats, the vote percentage was 55%. In 1990. 3-corner contest, Congress was reduced to 30%. So just because the BJP has won this time, it will repeat the same. That's the second point. Aam Aadmi Party in the first strike is somewhere which doesn't look very dangerous. But in Delhi, in Punjab, in Delhi they got 29% votes, and next time they got 67 seats.
So the data, Game Room taking in the data on that, and data always gives you the real picture. And what's the data saying?
Yeah, see, the problem of Aam Aadmi Party is actually slightly different. जब वो पंजाब में 2022 में उन्होंने किया बिग, उनका जो डेब्यू वोट शेयर था 2017 में अराउंड 24%, रिस्पेक्टेबल था. Okay, in 2015 they took Delhi in a big way. In 2013 the debut vote share was respectable, about 29%. Here the problem is different. Gujarat में जो debut vote share है वो 12.7% है. Navika, we don't know if this can scale to 2024. तो डेब्यू वोट शेयर में प्रॉब्लम है.
इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट.
कितने एग्जिट पोल्स में आपने दिए थे नंबर?
अरे ये एग्जिट पोल्स विल नॉट डिटरमिन योर पॉलिटिकल स्ट्रेटजी. आकाश,
ये रियल डेटा हो गया.
The point that he is making is extremely important, and Ashutosh alluded to that point, that 12.7% is not 24%.
Let me quickly add, BJP what I'm saying is Congress of Punjab. The BJP of Gujarat will not be the Congress of Punjab.
Congress of Delhi.
Yes,
different beast.
I tell you, in Punjab
will be not crossing 10% vote share.
That's another 12%. आप के बारे में बात करिए तो बेहतर है, क्योंकि आपने तो बयान में you said 92 seats. I'm going back to Rajyavardhan Rathore. Rajyavardhan Rathore, from 2001 when Mr. Narendra Modi took over the reins of Gujarat till today, Gujarat has voted again and again and again for the BJP, and many people, and this was a question we asked the people in our survey, how do you vote for the BJP in Gujarat? And they said Narendra Bhai doesn't even need to come. 54% of the people of Gujarat said that they will vote regardless of whether he campaigns there or doesn't campaign there. For any leader to have that kind of a hold in his home state for 21 years, is that unprecedented?
Absolutely, that is unprecedented, and I was listening to the whole debate that was going on. I'll make 2 points, Navika. Number one is Bharatiya Janata Party, under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, does not wait for 5 years to go to the public. Every year, it's giving account of its work. Number one. So infrastructurally, in terms of development, it is accounting for its work. It is accounting for each of the MLAs or members of parliament as to what work they've been doing. So therefore, they are creating a sense of confidence in terms of development. Number two, it's not about what other political party do we have to contest against. No, it's not. These other political parties, one of them has not even proven itself anywhere, and it's finding its feet very difficult in one of the states. The other political party is on the verge of extinction. Now, we do not compete with them. We are solely, completely focused on, are we doing our work to the best of our ability? We are our own competitors. That is why we are repeating ourselves in various places, and we are in maximum number of states. And lastly, it's not just development. It's just not a report card. There is an emotional connect with the people in terms of what does this country want. Really, it's not about just a railroad or just water reaching houses. What does this country need emotionally? We are even doing that. So these are the reasons why Bharatiya Janata Party, under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi,
by Rajyavardhan Rathore and Brijmohan Srivastava.
Historically,
I want to ask you this question because the opposition always makes light of the fact that यहाँ तो MCD चुनाव हो या state चुनाव हो, प्रधानमंत्री campaign करते हैं. I want to ask you, isn't it a big risk that the Prime Minister takes every time he steps out, for campaigning? He takes a risk because there is always a risk on whether or not that seat will be won. He goes, gives the account. There is a risk that, people may not give him the kind of welcome that should be given to a Prime Minister of a country. Yet, Narendra Modi takes that risk, campaigns, doesn't shy away from campaigning, goes and does the direct conversation with the people of the country, and that phenomenon is unprecedented, unparalleled in this country, and that is the USP of Narendra Modi. Will you agree with that or not?
Yes, I totally agree with you. Ki Narendra Modi is in a political robot, and he works only for the politics, not for the welfare of the peoples. We have seen it in Gujarat.
Is one
also.
possible
No
without
doubt.
the other, Rajyavardhan Rathore? Is one possible without the other?
There were, listen, Navika ji, you asked this question to me, then please listen also. We have seen this time, there was no roads in Gujarat, there was a problem of the drinking water, there was no schools. We have seen it, but because people are interested to bless the Narendra Modi ji being a son of soil. So people have given support to him, and he is doing that thing only.
Chaliye. Very good. Rajyavardhan Rathore, people have given 154 seats to you because you are only politicking, you are only interested in politics, and you have no delivery systems. Rajyavardhan Rathore, respond to Mr. Srivastava.
पॉलिटिक्स को हिंदी में कहते हैं राजनीति, राइट? सो इस तरह की नीति बनाना ताकि जनता की सेवा हो सके, देश का विस्तार हो सके. अब जो पॉलिटिक्स ये बोल रहे हैं विद द इन्वर्टेड कॉमर्स पॉलिटिक्स, वो पॉलिटिक्स हो रही है राजस्थान में, जहां पर पुलिस का काम सिर्फ ये है कि कौन सा विधायक किससे बात कर रहा है, कौन सा मंत्री किससे बात कर रहा है, कौन किसके गुट में जा रहा है. मतलब ये आपको जो सत्ता मिली है राजस्थान के अंदर, कम से कम वहां तो आप प्रूव कर देते कि आपको सत्ता मिली है, कुछ काम कर रहे हैं. पूरा वहां
he is the MP from Rajasthan, my friend. He is the MP from Rajasthan and he doesn't know anything about Rajasthan. I think हमारे संन्यास लेने का टाइम आ गया है.
Knowing that right from all forms of medical insurance to all forms of unemployment insurance, it has been unprecedented in Rajasthan. In Rajasthan, all forms of social sector schemes are being provided to the masses.
services and the work on the front of roads and everything, whatever has taken place under Mr. Gehlot is unprecedented. And in Rajasthan,
social engineering of the telephone.
डिप्टी सीएम इज डेमोक्रेसी देशद्रोह अपने डिप्टी सीएम पे केस डालते हैं डेमोक्रेसी के अंदर
Last point before Rahul Shankar walks in, Anand Ranganathan, I have to give you the final
In the morning, my good friend Lokesh here promised me that if I ask him a yes or no question, he will actually answer yes or no. So did Mr. Gehlot file sedition charges on Sachin Pilot? Yes or no?
Yes. See, when you're talking,
you
want the answer.
No,
you have to give me time to speak.
How much time does yes or no take?
Your time is limited to the assembly strength of Himachal Pradesh.
It's an institution where there are disagreements, where there are fights.
See, BJP is equally divided in Rajasthan.
Of course, correct.
Vasundhara Raje Scindia.
They are not in power right now. But they are not in power right now.
If Congress is divided, BJP is equally divided.
But they are not in power. No. Power में रहके divided है.
How can we say that?
Bharat Jodo Yatra, you have Rajesh Pilot Sahab.
The point is something.
You have Sachin Pilot Sahab.
Well, I just want to say one thing. Mr. Lokesh Jindal, you need to return the congratulations back because you are at 19 in Gujarat.
39 in
19 in Gujarat.
39 in Himachal Pradesh.
Down from the 20 for which I congratulated you. But
I'll keep that
while you chew on that, while you chew on that, Rahul Shankar, over to you.
Thanks indeed, Navika. You're always where the debate is happening and hot. So I am going to bring you back to the reality of the numbers for just a few moments. It's 12 o'clock, time to take stock, viewers. Let's have a look. 68 trends out of 68 from Himachal, and the Congress very comfortably placed, would you say?
But there's a hidden story here.
Hidden story.
The Congress's vote share is only 0.74% greater than the BJP.
Okay.
So it's, again, the first past the post model gifting them something.
Oh, you're not being charitable, are you? Are you being charitable? Are you being charitable?
No, I'm just being technical. I'm just being technical.
You're being technical. Okay, so this is a technical victory that the Congress is scoring, says Jairam Thakur. Let's have a look here at Gujarat. 182 out of 182 trends. Some of them are crystallizing now into results. But look at this, 154.
Yeah.
This is record-breaking, viewers. This kind of dominance was last seen only in a state like Bengal, where the CPM for at least 28 years was in power, if I'm not mistaken.
No, Rahul, even in Bengal, their best tally was about 227 or 230 on 294. That is close to 80% strike rate. This is an 84% strike rate.
84% strike rate. So what Jay is telling us is that the BJP has outperformed even the machine that was the left.
The machine which was treated as the gold standard machine for winning elections.
Gold standard machine for winning elections. Viewers, thank goodness these days we call that the EVM, because democracy is of course flourishing in our country. That's the real gold standard machine on which you must win your election. But fundamentally speaking, when we are talking about party organizations, the left at one time boasted perhaps the greatest ability to organize its cadre, and the BJP is outperforming that. This is the story.
Now, even this story now, there is something that needs introspection. There's always a talk that if in one election AAP gets into a state, the next election is the winner. What the people forget is that when it did a debut in Punjab in 2017, it was 24% of the vote. A debut in Delhi in 2013, about 29 or 30% of the vote. And then in the next election, it leapfrogged. Here we do not know if 12.7 is even a quantum threshold to be able to leapfrog to the next level.
I'm so glad that you're saying that because, Jay, I've been hearing Congress spokesperson after spokesperson, Congress sympathizers, a large number of editors and journalists in Latvian studios. What are they saying? They're constantly emphasizing the point that the Congress has been done by the Aam Aadmi Party. That is the B team. of the BJP that is at work. And you have a completely different psephological insight. I'm not talking about rhetoric. On Times Now, we do not base an argument without the hard fact, and I'm going to take you now across to our data center, where Jay will test his hypothesis against the facts. So let's go and have a look. Let's have a look. You're saying that the AAP has hit a wall of sorts in this election. In Himachal, 1% of the vote. And in Gujarat, it is not the miracle debut that the AAP was thinking. In Delhi MCD, it lost about, what was it, 10, 12, 13% of its vote?
Yeah,
or maybe
yet
even
in
more.
Delhi MCD, it scaled up from 37 to 17 to 40.
Yes.
40 odd.
Yeah.
But here...
But it lost. If you compared its performance in 2020 in the Vidhan Sabha, it came down by about, what, 15, 18%?
Easily 15% of the vote.
Easily 15, 18% of the vote. Okay. So here in Gujarat, you're saying that it's the BJP that was actually outperforming the BJP. It's the BJP that has not just swept, but has actually taken a pro-incumbency advantage.
Absolutely.
It's an incumbency advantage. This is not in any way an election that it has not lost any vote shares.
Absolutely.
It has
Now
gained.
look at this.
Yes.
The BJP's gain is 3.11%. Okay?
That's the change.
That's the change.
So there's a vote after all these years of 3%
it's a
for the
pro-incumbency
BJP.
vote.
Pro-incumbency.
Now, this is commendable because even all the exit polls hinted at a minor anti-incumbency vote.
There was a low turnout.
Low turnout.
People said this is a now sure sign.
We stuck our neck out saying that a cadre-based party would pull out more, but everybody said, low turnout means they're going to lose. That did not happen. Quite the opposite.
Okay.
Now, the issue here is, look at this 12.7.
Yes.
Yeah. This is a vote share at which even prospective future MLAs are not going to find your party attractive.
I see. So this is the AAP's vote share.
Yeah,
12.8. Capped at about, let's give them 12.8.
Yeah.
That's the change.
Yeah.
And this is a negation of the vote for the Congress by 15. So even if you add these two, it still doesn't make up that number.
No, it
which
doesn't
is
make up
53.
53. If you add them also, you are still looking at something like 40. You are 13 percentage points behind the BJP, both of you put together.
Both of you put together. That's why, viewers, that's why we are constantly telling you that let us not, and I've been saying it since the morning, I'm not being uncharitable. I am by no means taking away from the performance of the AAP, which today has very much the right to feel that it is the only party that's growing beyond its traditional two bases of Delhi as well as now
There is
Punjab.
another problem that the AAP faces. See, in Delhi, AAP was born out of the India Against Corruption movement.
So it already had
an organic
momentum.
cadre. An organic cadre.
Yeah.
In Punjab, also the fact that they were growing post 2014 Lok Sabha, they were growing. People were joining, the cadre was growing. So when they hit that threshold election in 2017, they had an organic cadre. The problem here is twofold for AAP in Gujarat. One, it's not hit that threshold vote share of 2024 to look reasonably, a challenger. Yeah. The second problem is, here even the cadre is not organic. What we've been saying repeatedly, or what I've been jokingly saying, it's a BCD cadre, Bhajapa, Congress, Dharamshala. They're going to go back. So neither the vote share nor the cadre, it might just face an existential crisis after having pumped in so many resources.
And let's just flip that. Yes, Dr. Ranganathan.
Very briefly, you're absolutely right about the credit where it's due and to give it or not to give it to AAP. But let me tell you, can you name any other opposition party other than the Congress and the AAP that are ruling more than one state in India? There aren't, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So there is credit due to AAP, there is no denying that fact. And they were trying desperately to emulate Congress, but it's just almost impossible because, I'm sorry, they chose the wrong state.
Is it really the wrong state? I mean, don't forget, there is another opportunity. If you were really looking to dislodge the Congress, you would have been looking very hard at Himachal, which is where, by all accounts, we were told
easier to make a cadre in Himachal
Yes.
than it was to make it in Gujarat.
That's the strategic
But
mistake.
they should,
That's the strategic mistake.
And we had Ashutosh who told us, 30 seconds, we had Ashutosh who told us that actually the initial investment of the Aam Aadmi Party began with Himachal.
Why over the last 10, 12, 15 years they haven't been able to build is a question that must be answered.
Rahul, there is, sometimes you make a mistake by assuming that a small state is a much easier capture. But look at Aam Aadmi Party, it struggled in Goa for a long time, right? So there is no guarantee that just because you have...
in urban areas, it was looking as the breakout party.
So I think Aam Aadmi Party was playing for big stakes in Gujarat. Remember, they have got massive headlines. That is the state from where the Prime Minister comes. The Congress has been struggling. And I think Aam Aadmi Party's move was strategic. It's a smart move. It may not have worked. It might work in the future. Please remember that 6 times in a row, Congress has lost to the BJP in Gujarat. And each time, the BJP's vote share has been around 47 to 48%.
Also,
so they saw an opportunity.
While credit to AAP for getting in a 10-year journey, it's a good credit. But the problem they face is they get votes from Congress. Delhi was a Congress government, they swept it. Punjab was a Congress government, they swept it. Exactly. Gujarat was a BJP government, they are 13%. The problem that AAP faces, it gets Congress vote. In Gujarat, it got the vote because the voters were fed up with Congress, those who don't like BJP. That 27 years, Congress cannot displace. Last time was the entire effort. 3 big caste andolans were going on. They gave their all. Still, it was 9% below BJP. So probably the voter fed up with Congress.
Can I play devil's advocate? Not that I'm wanting to take away anything, Dr. Raman. Not that I'm wanting to take away anything from the Aam Aadmi Party. Neither am I trying to be, in any way uncharitable. I just want to ask you a question. Apart from Delhi, where the BJP is a factor, where has the AAP outperformed the BJP? In which other state? Punjab, the BJP was never really a factor. It was a B team of a incumbent called the Akalis. It was always a junior partner. And they didn't have the confidence to project. Neither did they have leadership, neither have they had the confidence to go it alone in some ways. And when they did, you've seen the response. So can you explain this to me? Because Dr. Ranganathan is right. Obviously, on paper, the party looks to be growing, but let's analyze the quality of the growth.
Let's look at the normal strategy that any political party that wants to grow would adopt.
Yes.
You look for the low-hanging fruit. You look at places where you can make inroads. Now, for the Aam Aadmi Party, as they have said many times, both the BJP and the Congress are their political rivals. They have not differentiated between the two. If they feel that they can grow faster by taking the Congress vote rather than, and then saving or building up a kind of an army to take on the BJP later, but you can't blame them.
But in Gujarat, that might be failing for the reason that Jay is pointing out. He says, had the threshold vote share been as much as the vote share that accrued to the Aam Aadmi Party when it began in Delhi, in the first failed experiment, when it couldn't make the government, or it did
I'll tell you.
or in Punjab,
the reason for that is very
that
simple.
There was.
The reason for that is very simple, and Jay knows it too. Look, in a smaller state, with a smaller amount of resources, and with a smaller organizational structure, you can make a bigger impact.
He's
in
contradicting
Gujarat,
you. Amit Malviya also
there are seats where
yes.
Aam Aadmi Party candidates are getting 2,000 and 3,000 seats votes.
No. Your problem is similar to that of Goa, actually.
Exactly.
Before the election, you pull in a lot of people. You try to create, a sort of a steroidal cadre. You just pumped in some injection. Moment you don't perform to the threshold, the cadre pushes off, which is what happened in Goa. Now that is the risk you have in Gujarat.
It happened in Gujarat. In Goa also did the same thing. The TMC tried to build a cadre, they moved away.
Let me get now BJP perspective. I also want to say, one second, gentlemen.
One second. The biggest risk for the Aam Aadmi Party, as I see it, is a reverse migration to the Congress at some stage. We saw it in Delhi yesterday. It's already happening in Delhi. That's exactly what I was
about that.
Now can I make one point?
Yes, I want to bring in Amit Malviya.
Just one point very quickly.
Yes.
Aam Aadmi Party can see this reverse migration that he's talking about in the Lok Sabha elections. I believe with this kind of a vote share in Gujarat, when it comes to Lok Sabha in 2024, the voters who have left the Congress to go for AAP in the assembly will probably return to the Congress in the Lok Sabha.
Possibly.
And
It's
the
possible.
AAP has not been able to register the impact in Lok Sabha even in Delhi. After forming an
That's
assembly.
what data of MCD is showing, that Muslim votes and Dalit votes have gone back to Congress from AAP. So AAP runs the risk of voters going back to Congress if AAP cannot defeat
Okay,
BJP.
now I want to open this up because this is an important conversation, and we must also look at the BJP in an objective way, viewers. We're talking at a time when we have analyzed 2 election state results, but there are a whole lot of by-election results also, which are very significant because every election is a barometer of the public sentiment. Let's not forget that. So you've had 6 by-elections today, out of which the BJP had a stake only in one of them. That also it seems to be losing today. The others, two seats in Uttar Pradesh, which it could have gained out of the Samajwadi Party, it's not. So in all the 3 Uttar Pradesh seats, no gains for the BJP. In Chhattisgarh, it goes back and the Congress retains. In Rajasthan, where the Congress is perhaps right now at its weakest organizationally because of a tussle between the 2 most visible faces there, the Congress still retains. While Gujarat has been a resounding record-breaking success in Himachal, the BJP hasn't done well. And if you look at the MCD election, problem there also.
This points to, I just need 2 minutes of an intervention. I think this is also pointing to a deeper problem with Mr. Gandhi's style of management. Let's look at the chronology.
Where is the
Wait.
management?
Let's look at the chronology.
Where is the
Let's look at the chronology. Hardik Patel brought in.
But aren't we talking about the BJP right now? I'm just talking about the BJP.
The bandobast of the
And
yatra you're talking about.
Let's just focus on the BJP. I want to bring in Amit Malviya. Mr. Malviya, very good afternoon to you. Lovely to see you. Congratulations about Gujarat. No doubt about it. The BJP outperforming itself, its own expectations. And it shows that you're obviously doing something right, that even in a low turnout, more voters have voted for you than any time in the past. And you are sitting today at an obviously enviable record in Gujarat. Perhaps, I don't know if this feat will be replicated by any political party for a while to come. But very quickly, there have been a series of other setbacks also. How do you see the BJP's performance at about 12:15 today? If you look at the overall performance, how do you see it?
First of all, Rahul, I think if you go beyond the numbers in Gujarat, the vote share, the size of the mandate, I think it's about the trust of the people of Gujarat in Prime Minister Modi's leadership and the work the BJP has done in the state for last 27 years. I think that is the significant message coming out of Gujarat. And if Gujarat's lesson were to be imbibed by India, and you were to take Gujarat election as a referendum on Mr. Modi's leadership, as a lot of commentators and opposition parties had tried to make it out, clearly the path for 2024 seems to be a smooth one, where the opposition will have to perhaps do a lot of thinking and come up with a credible challenge, or perhaps a challenger. Because this election was also about looking for a challenger, and it seems that they have found none. Now, coming to the overall picture that you are speaking about, let's look at Himachal Pradesh. We know that the state has the tendency to rotate power. It has done so for the last 7 decades. And despite our best efforts, it seems that the Congress might have a little edge, though the counting is still on and it's a small state with small seats. So the numbers will eventually be finalized once all results are out. So we'll have to be patient and wait it out. If you're talking about the Delhi MCD election that were declared yesterday, we've been in power for 15 years, and despite that, and despite all exit polls writing us off, the BJP has come back very strongly. So yes, winning election is the final milestone, and we must win all elections. We fight all elections to win. But then if we do not, or if we finish second, we do take lessons from there. There are learnings from each election to be taken, and that's what we do quite seriously. And that is why you see the BJP coming back strongly in state after state, where they have probably probably not been in power. I mean, look at Rajasthan, for example. The last time when the assembly elections happened, it was said that we were just 0.5% behind the Congress, and we could not form government because, again, Rajasthan is a state that rotates power. Perhaps this time when we come to power, we will ensure that we break this cycle and we continue to govern the state so that the process of development goes on uninterrupted. So there are these learnings, there are these efforts that we make as a political party, and we do it quite seriously. But if I can take you back to Gujarat, for example, this entire discussion about the Aam Aadmi Party, and it was the X factor, and they would probably dent the BJP. So from forming government in Gujarat, eventually commentators came down to giving them 20% plus vote share, and it seems that they have managed just about 12%. So this dichotomy or this gap between people's understanding of what really politics was all about, it is not so much a number game as it is about aspirations, as it is about being entrenched in the society, entrenched with the people that you represent. It's far more complex play of emotions, aspirations, and of course the leadership that you provide at the local level.
Let me interrupt you, because you are talking about the invincibility of Modi's messaging, the Modi model. Now, what is it built on? Let's very quickly ask you this, because it's built on visible performance demonstrated through obvious vikas, as you yourself have said, sabka saath. Most importantly, you have always made it about putting service before self. So dynastyism, etc., all of that doesn't come into the equation. Now, the Congress will look at it and say, well, if this message was resounding, then all those parties that are dynastic parties would today have imploded. But that hasn't happened. The Congress is still around, whether you like it or not. In Himachal Pradesh, it has stolen a march over you. Now you can say that's a narrow victory, this, that, a victory is a victory. Number two, Samajwadi Party, that's emblematic of a certain kind of dynastism, has also managed in what has now become the Karm Bhumi of Yogi Adityanath and of course his electorally significant state of Uttar Pradesh. You haven't made any inroads. You haven't even been able to retain the seat that you had there in the Jat heartland. So that doesn't speak volumes about what you were suggesting. How do you explain this?
Well, first of all, political parties do not disappear overnight. Okay. So you're right that the Congress is still around despite 4 generations of the Nehru-Gandhi family presiding over it, but it is a much weaker force today. You speak about the Samajwadi Party, but it's not even a patch on what it was under Mulayam Singh Yadav. You look at other dynastic parties, whether it is the Telangana Rashtra Samiti, beyond the KCR family, there is just no leadership. And clearly at some point in time, and the phenomena that I call as gene pool deterioration, it kicks in. The Gandhi family is seeing that.
Let me get Mr. Moily into this conversation.
But generally world over, 3 generations
Let me get him. Okay, so you're saying that there is intrinsic strength in certain parties, and from time to time they will leverage that strength. Mr. Moily, how do you view the results today? The Congress party decimated in Gujarat, and you can't blame, if you just look at the statistics, you can't blame the B team, so-called B team of the BJP, which is the Aam Aadmi Party, because it's not been a factor, to be very honest. You've done fairly decently in Himachal. You probably had wanted many more seats, but nonetheless, it looks like it's going to be a victory for you there. How do you see, 18 months before the general elections, the Congress party, how is it placed right now?
Yeah, I don't want to speak to the future, but not the past, but not the legacy. But the question is that, having seen the many elections, I must tell you that, it is not the performance of a government of India or the state government or the skill of any leader. It is the skill of winning the election. I think in that, the BJP has really mastered the skill of winning elections. And this is what the counter that we need to build in the Congress party. And every seat will have to be fought, every vote we have to gain after fight. And nothing comes on a platter for any political party through speaking on legacy or anything. But the question is that we have large number of cadre, and people are large number of voter base for the Congress party. That is not just enough. I think we need to work on the skill of how to win elections, how to fight elections, and put appropriate managers to manage it.
The grand old party of Indian politics is saying that it doesn't have the skill. That's a very important point that Mr. Moily is making. Let me quickly bring you in, and then yes.
Yeah, I think what Mr. Moily is saying, it's quite a pointer to say that the cadre is not enthused enough to win an election, doesn't have a plan in process in management to win, and to call it a skill that the BJP has to win an election. The point is, it's not a skill. You win an election because of what you do, your track record, your messaging, your track record of providing the wherewithal to win an election, not because of a skill. And in your Hindi channel, Acharya Pramod Kishan said कि आप राहुल गांधी को राजनीति में मत घसीटिए. He is beyond all that. He is beyond politics. So if a person like Rahul Gandhi is beyond politics and he has to be ghasitoed into Rajniti, then what cadres are you rejuvenating through Bharat Jodo Yatra? There's no point asking them to rejuvenate themselves, because if your own leader doesn't want to get into politics, then what rejuvenation, what skills, and why have any kind of professional management to win an election? Because Rajniti is considered way below winning.
But there has been a tradition in Indian politics where some of the biggest cogitators and agitators have actually not taken an active role in politics. I mean, are you suggesting that he's comparing himself to some sort of a JP?
Like, yeah,
okay.
Mahatma Gandhi.
That's very, Mahatma Gandhi.
See, Mahatma Gandhi was, sorry.
Mahatma Gandhi.
I'm not comparing. I will not compare. I not demand
Rahul's face on our currency notes now. Rahul's face on our currency. But Rahul, I wanted to make one very small point.
Very
just studies like dig.
I want to congratulate my good friend Amit Malviya on today's news in Gujarat. But I wonder if one should look a little bit deeper into his comments, specifically in Himachal, where he says that the BJP, it's too early to say, the BJP would like to continue its work of development in Himachal. Let me remind him that the same statements were made in Karnataka, where BJP poached 15 of the 16 Congress MLAs. They resigned, then they fought the by-elections, and 13 of them were taken and made ministers. Is he planning the same in Himachal?
Okay, one quick question coming to you, Mr. Malviya. There is an apprehension the Congress is already booking hotel rooms, this, that, the other. That's what we're hearing in Himachal Pradesh. Are we going to see a return of the kind of politics we saw in Karnataka, says Dr. Anand?
Well, I feel bad for the Congress party that they don't trust their legislators, and what is worse is that they have nothing to keep them glued on to the party. But as far as we are concerned, we'll respect the people of mandate of the people of Himachal. And being out of power does not mean that you cannot contribute to the development. Unfortunately, the opposition that we have at the center is a petulant one, which is nothing but destructive and obstructionist. I believe that opposition parties have a very important role to play, and we will play that role if the mandate of Himachal suggests so.
Okay.
Before Tehseen comes in, I think in the Congress performance in Gujarat, 2-3 points to note. You, way before the Aam Aadmi Party even steps into Gujarat, you engage Hardik Patel, you empanel him, but then you don't engage him meaningfully. I think that's something for which responsibility should be fixed within the Congress. Second point, you have senior leaders like Bharat Singh Solanki, everybody around. You engage Jagdish Thakur, who's actually more like a North Gujarat leader. And again, or even if they're of the same caliber, there is great dissonance. There is no effort by the Congress leadership to manage the dissonance. So, empanel useful people, no resource utilization, no dissonance management, and in the end, you walk away with a Bharat Jodo. I mean, does that even look symptomatic of a party which wanted to be a challenger? Forget the contender. I mean,
Okay, Mr.
I would agree with Jay completely.
One second,
Okay, Tehseen Poonawala. Yeah.
You spoke about Alpesh Thakur. Specifically, you took that name. He was
I referred to Jagdish Thakur, who is the state president. I referred to Jagdish Thakur.
Okay, but let me come to Alpesh Thakur, because these are the youngsters on who the agitation was so-called being. Alpesh Thakur used the most abusive language against the Honorable Prime Minister. Most abusive language. He made the most nasty personal comments about the Prime Minister.
Look, I am referring to the Congress's management. Alpesh was not even my point of reference.
I agree, but if I may, today is in the BJP, respectable member of the BJP, just like who? Naresh Agarwal, who said the most derogatory things about gods.
No, you're not getting his point. You're saying it's about resource utilization. You have some good resource.
If the BJP does it, it's Chanakya.
And it comes back to where Smita Prakash was making that point. Smita Prakash is talking about an erosion of skill, and we took that point out from where? From what Mr. Moily was saying. You have to have the ability to harness. Is there space within the Congress for other leaders to be harnessed? That's the fundamental point. Yes, Ishkaran Bhandari.
Two Congress spokespersons
I want to come to you. Yes.
Mr. Moily says there is a lack of skill management. Surprising for an old party. If it was AAP of 2013, maybe they could have said it. But also what Acharya Pramod Krishnan said. He said anytime somebody talks about Hindu in Congress, he is jodified with BJP. Now the problem is, anytime a citizen of this country talks on nationalism, talks on army, talks on Hinduism, talks on temple, he is immediately branded as a Sanghi or as a BJPite. That is the problem. In a country where
Mr. Moily, that is the point. Mr. Moily, one second. Yes.
Because the supreme leader of Congress believes in all this, believes in a very leftist viewpoint, you are condemning Congress to oblivion.
Rahul, let me tell you, Mr. Moily has spoken the fundamental truths that all congressmen must accept, which is that you got talent, you got an organization, you got a base, but you don't leverage it at all. Exactly what Jay was pointing out.
Okay, so
and I believe Rahul, for a party that created a headline despite not winning the election in 2017, to allow itself to capitulate to this level, it is absolutely unforgivable.
Okay, so let me question for Mr. Moily coming from Dr. Suman C. Raman. Mr. Moily,
do you believe that the 80-plus-year-old Mr. Kharge is the man to revive the fortunes of the Congress across India?
It's quite possible, he is quite resourceful leader, and he knows the skill and everything. Now question is that not one leader or two leaders and a group of leaders can deliver goods. Say every worker and every leader, we have plenty of leaders in the Congress party. Only putting the people together and energy together and mobilize those resources with the appropriate skill.
You have leaders,
this is the answer.
Is there space
and we have a challenge
for leadership?
We have a challenge in the parties like AAP. We have a challenge like challenge from the BJP, and we have to work out a counter challenge. And I don't think it requires
but Mr. Moily,
many more leaders.
Who can stand up to the Prime Minister's charisma.
Manpower, resources, leadership, every level, and broad-based party workers. And it is only the question of
is what Dr.
tuning up
Suman C. Raman seems to be suggesting. Sanjay Jha has also pretty much echoed that point of view.
Why are we not realizing that?
We are not realizing
people have voted for Mr. Modi, and you don't have a leader to stand up to him.
Look, I think that Congress needs to learn from its win in Himachal. What did the Congress do right in Himachal that it did wrong in
Priyanka Gandhi.
One second. No, forget Priyanka Gandhi. The Congress did not allow
either the BJP or the AAP
who ran NGOs.
Only question is energizing them, put them into action. That's all.
Okay, energize and put into action, but that's the responsibility of your leadership, which it perhaps is not being able to do, as Jay has explained in the case of Gujarat. Yes, very quickly.
You are right. The Congress in Himachal did not give space to the NGO wala types, Jola wala types in Gujarat who minted money of the tragedy in 2002. Number one. Number two, in Himachal, the Congress is not seen as an anti-Hindu, anti-national party. It in fact fought on Agniveer as a nationalist issue. The BJP seemed compromising the country on bringing in Agniveer. I'm making a very important point. To defeat the BJP on nationalism and Hinduism on Devbhoomi and in Himachal is a very big thing for the Congress.
Mr. Moily, respond to Tehseen Poonawala, please.
Centrist party and must
you
have
can't be a party of left loonies, as he is saying. Left reactionaries, left loonies, strong words by Tehseen Poonawala, sir. That is where you are being branded by a large number of electors. Mr. Moily, quick response to Tehseen Poonawala.
What is that? I did not catch his point.
He's saying that the
I did not catch his point.
He's saying that the Congress party has today got associated with the left lunatic fringe. And that is the reason why the party has become almost marginal.
Yeah. No, such, that means he has not understood Congress, or he has not understood the congressmen, and he has not understood the fund of, the energy which the Congress has. But only question I told you that we have to energize it, and it takes no time. And, we have to put everybody on the job.
That is if the party is in the right hands. Mr. Malviya, Mr. Malviya, very quickly, I want to come out to you, and this is an important conversation we are having. How do you see the next 18 months? If you were to take all these elections as an agglomeration of little referendums, how do you see the next 18 months? Where is the BJP placed?
Look, Rahul, we are very clear. We fight every election to win that election, because at the end of the day, we want to be in power. We want to serve the people of the country. There's a lot of things that are happening at every stage, from the central government to the state to the local body elections. And if the BJP is present in every governance structure, it makes our job that much more easier. That is why if you see states like Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, now Assam, and some others where the BJP has a dominant presence, are doing extremely well as far as governance and development
perhaps you
is
didn't
concerned.
understand my question.
You look
I'm
at,
asking you,
Delhi as a city,
is
last
there a
8
national
years,
message?
Nothing much has happened because we've had the Aam Aadmi Party government.
No, perhaps you're not understanding my question. I'm only asking, what is the national message that the BJP is taking away?
Mandate today is like.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, the national message for the BJP very clearly is that if Gujarat can vote the way it has voted after 27 years of BJP being in power, there is no reason why India can't do that for several decades to come ahead. And we are going to work to ensure that the credibility of the party, the charisma of the leadership, the local leadership is so well entrenched with every state,
the BJP
with every constituent of that state,
coming out of this round.
BJP becomes the natural power,
natural party of governance.
Sorry,
natural party of governance.
The BJP becomes the natural party of governance.
That's what he's saying.
And that is what we are aiming to.
And this particular election result has actually cemented that impression. That is what he's saying.
Is the IB director resigning today?
One second, Dr. Raman.
I think, Mr. Malviya, first of all, congratulations, because this is a stupendous win. There's no doubt about it. I think.
Are you congratulating him for Himachal as well?
No, I'm not. I'm saying, as far as Gujarat is concerned, it is. Himachal, they've lost, and one hopes that they would sort of accept that the verdict is against them, and they will sit in the opposition at least in the near term. Now that is something that we'll have to wait and see. At least we'll have to wait till evening or tomorrow to know if that will be the case. But the point really is that more and more and more the BJP is becoming a single leader party. Today this win, I don't think any of us, I don't think even Mr. Malviya will argue and say that this is the win for the Prime Minister's appeal to the people of Gujarat, the confidence that they have in him and the faith they have reposed in him. And this is the case across different states where they can't literally get him to campaign extensively. The BJP does face setbacks. And while for the moment it's great to, it's very good, the point is long term. The BJP started as nobody is bigger than the party. You know,
so you're saying the BJP's strength is also its weakness.
It's becoming the
also its weakness.
It's not. It's
over
not
dependent on one leader.
No, that's not the case. See, with the BJP, it used to be said that without the RSS, the BJP is nothing. Then it's being said without Modi, BJP is nothing. The point is, BJP, RSS, Modi, cadre, everything is one. They all function as one unit. Just like you cannot, if you try to separate the cadre in the Congress, Rahul Gandhi separate, Priyanka Gandhi separate, Rajiv Shukla separate, you can't do that.
Mr. Moily talked about energizing to get new leaders. You know who is right now one of the best young leaders in the BJP? Is actually a congressman, Himanta Biswa Sarma.
Yeah.
So he is not in Congress right now. He possibly is a potential prime minister. Same with Yogi. So it is wrong, Dr. Raman, when you say that Modi is all alone out there. He's discovering a lot of
new talent. The BJP will be delighting.
Rahul,
one second, the BJP will be delighting. One second, viewers.
5 years ago,
let me tell you, the BJP, one second, I'll come back to you. The BJP will be delighting in the fact that today the conversation is once again back on Mr. Modi. And that, for it, as a party aspiring to win the next general elections, is perhaps the best outcome. Would you agree? Would you agree? Because at the end of the day, it's about personalities. There is Mr. Modi, and the question will always be asked, who else?
Rahul, data has also proved that 2014, 2019, every time it's a Lok Sabha election with Prime Minister Modi on the ticket, the vote share in every state goes up. As a national party, they have an advantage, and then Prime Minister as a national party, they have an advantage. So even Himachal, they have lost is only 0.5%. Let's be very clear. 0.74%.
Very quickly.
So you see what will happen in
Then we are going to dissect the numbers.
Let me tell you, Mr. Modi has subsumed the BJP, which in a great number of ways will have a damaging repercussion on the BJP over the coming years.
But it's 75-year ceiling. 75-year ceiling is going to come soon.
No, it's
my
not
second
for
point.
It wasn't for Yadurappa.
No.
It wasn't for Yadurappa. Please, let's not even kid ourselves.
And I think Rahul, the second point was very tactical. That end of day, this is a party that we all agree here on the panel, and you know it as well, invests humongously in fighting an election. And what the results of today show is that the BJP can be defeated. It is a myth that the BJP is so unassailable that it will win elections at will. It's not true. It can be defeated, and I think it's for the opposition to really take charge.
Where is the opposition? That's the fundamental question. You look at Gujarat, it seems to have shrunk. Just have a look at this. We'll go to that. Just look at the maps. Let's focus on this screen right now. This is the data center viewers, and we've been showing you these numbers all through the morning. What do we see? Here is the map, and let's color this map. 2017 on one side. Green. And here is 2022. Can we put on the overhead camera, Director Saab? Let's fire it. That's it. Wonderful. There we are. Here you can see this swath of green. And remember, this morning, we were saying that these two areas, these were the battlegrounds. Were the battlegrounds. And the BJP has swept those battlegrounds, isn't it? This is 2022.
2022.
You were saying.
Yeah. Now, to just understand the actual areas of strength.
This is 2017.
2017. 2022, few pockets of AP in Saurashtra, right? This is a Patidar dominant seat, Visavadar. This is
but he's getting it from the Congress.
He's getting it from the
Congress. AAP is getting it again from except for Bhotad.
Two from the BJP, two from the Congress. The interesting point in this map is whatever remains of the Congress only remains here in North Gujarat. That's it. Central, South and Saurashtra, they've completely conceded space. Now let's look at the details. This is South Gujarat. Okay. So this is the lowest ever tally other than a zero. The lowest non-zero tally you can have, that's one seat. And that's what the Congress is having. So it's retained one tribal seat, that is Vansda. The AP has made a debut with one tribal seat, that's Dediapada. The rest of the entire region is almost with the BJP. Just look at it. In fact, these green, half green patches are seats that were formerly held by the Congress. Dangs, so Congress to BJP. Nijar, you go to the next one, that's again Congress to BJP. If you just go back to BJP here, right? Nijar is Congress to BJP. So it's fascinating. Almost reduced both of them to the lowest non-zero tally, and the BJP has like BJP ne jhadu mara.
And let's have a look at the one second. Give me 30 seconds. We're analyzing this victory for the BJP. Let's also look at the various denominations that have voted for the BJP to actually talk a little bit about just who is the BJP's voter this election in Gujarat. So let's open that. Here it is. Here are the clusters, viewers. We are talking about those that the BJP dropped, the sitting MLAs it dropped.
And you know, this was a big risk. They dropped 48 on 113, which is 42%.
And 46 have won.
46 have won.
So the new replacements won. 46
So strategic as well as a very risky decision, but they took it.
And these two are castes, important castes?
These are important castes and economic groupings. So Charotar is the Patidar caste of central Gujarat that is rich in cash crops, tobacco, dairy, moneyed people. There again, of the
overwhelmingly
14
BJP.
Overwhelmingly BJP.
12 out of 14.
12 out of 14.
Kohli caste 19 out of 21. Key BJP rebels.
There were 19 rebels that they were handling.
And all lost.
All lost.
Barring 4.
Barring 4, in 15, the BJP has pulled through. So
BJP is full. So even rebels didn't hurt the BJP.
Didn't hurt the BJP.
You're looking
as
at
much.
minorities in minority seats.
Of 19,
14 the
I mean,
BJP.
it's a 75% strike rate within the minority dominant seats.
Okay,
Very
Patidar
sizable.
effect collapses
completely.
against the BJP.
47 such, the BJP walks with 43.
So all those people who are agitating against the BJP are back with the BJP in a sense of speaking, in a manner of
back
speaking,
with the
5 years
BJP.
later.
Hardik was in fact the last one to come.
So if you were to talk about the message that the Prime Minister wove about Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, this epitomizes that. It's
Absolutely.
everywhere.
It's
And that, of
everywhere.
course, is the spider which
The
tells
spider
you
web.
the dominance.
Dominance. You just look, the green is the color of the Congress, blue. The biggest envelope belongs to the BJP.
Yes.
So the spider web, like one view and it tells you the biggest envelope is BJP.
And if one were to look at, for 2 seconds, the AAP numbers here, what do these tell you?
The AAP numbers tell you that it's done very, very marginally better in Kohli dominant seats. That's the K. Okay, and in some of the rural areas.
Okay.
So little bit of.
So let me go to Huda Zariwala of the Aam Aadmi Party. Huda Zariwala, the AAP was supposed to be a factor. Mr. Kejriwal was talking about sweeping the BJP out of Gujarat. Jhadu maar ke bhaga denge was basically what he said. That's not happening. In fact, there is a very real possibility that these green shoots, as Jay was telling us, might in fact dissipate over the next few, maybe even the next year, because it hasn't really pulled the traction, given anyone a stake.
Oh, well, thank you for finally coming to me. Aam Aadmi Party obviously has created, huge significant impact in Gujarat. I mean, we are talking about a party that is barely a decade old.
No, but on what basis are you saying this, madam? Explain yourself.
Okay, Aam Aadmi Party has created inroads in a BJP bastion, the gur of the likes of Modi ji and Amit Shah ji. So let's not reduce them to a party that cannot rattle both the BJP and the Congress. I mean, now we are a national party, right? And the huge MCD win after 15 years of the BJP in the MCD.
Okay, you're a national party, you say. You're a national party. Okay, just hold your thoughts. Let's take this one at a time. Let's go across. Yes, doctor. National party says
barely a decade-old party. Barely a decade-old.
A decade-old national party.
I do agree with Huda ji. AAP is a national party. Just that the nation has to be decided. कौन सा nation है? ये पता चल जाए उसके बाद मैं भी कह दूंगा कि नेशनल पार्टी है. Number 2, for Ms. Huda to say that we have made deep inroads, you just look at the statistics in front of you. AAP probably might not even get 5 seats.
And even as far as vote shares are concerned,
it's less 12.6.
Right.
Okay, and that is dissipated across all 182 seats.
And yet it managed to rattle both the BJP and the Congress. That certainly accounts for something.
Okay,
I mean, it is the only party
you're
that
no
talks
fan of
about
the AAP.
issues.
Sometimes you become a fan of the AAP. You're never a fan of the AAP. Okay, so national party, Congress can take a walk, can keep going and jodoing, but at the end of the day, the AAP is the next national party. So, Dr. Ranganathan
so
said,
I will take over the role of a shire today. Dil ko khush rakhne ke liye Hudda ji ek khayal acha hai. So they can say that they're a national party, they're a national alternative. But the AAP is a party that is reduced to 1.5 states, Punjab and Delhi. Now that's not saying that their performance is not good in 10 years, but this is where it is. They won an MCD election and they thought that they're replacing the BJP.
So it's hit a wall, you're saying?
You're saying, okay. At the short term, it has hit a wall.
See the Kejriwal.
No. Ms. Huda is saying something.
Let's talk about your performance in Gujarat. Let's talk about the lack of leadership from Congress.
They just won Himachal. Himachal jeeta.
You got 0 in Himachal.
Yeah.
I mean,
They won Himachal, they won a by-election or three
by-elections.
today.
by-elections.
So, yes, Dr. Suman Siraman.
AAP has not rattled the BJP in Gujarat.
No,
They've
is
rattled the
AAP
Congress
the
in
national
Gujarat.
alternative
I think
is the question.
No, national alternative. First of all, the AAP doesn't exist in southern states. So, for the start, that itself means that you can't. They
But
can
he's
become
saying it's a
at
national
best
alternative.
a
Why are you
Hindi
being
belt.
churlish?
No, I'm talking the reality right now.
Okay.
They could look at taking, rattling the Congress further in some more Hindi belt states going forward in the near term. But beyond that,
I mean, the ball is basically in the Congress.
You're almost saying this is a reality.
I know what he's trying to do. No, I know what he's trying to do. You are actually in a very perverse way, very clever way, trying to reunite the opposition against BJP.
Yes.
Rahul, it's a difficult day.
One second, gentlemen. Ishkaran Bhandari speaking. Yes.
It's a difficult day for AAP today. Let us be clear. Yes, for a 10-year-old party, they are doing reasonably well, but they are doing reasonably well to be in opposition space. Even there, Congress having managed to win Himachal Pradesh and they being less than 20% is not a very good day for them. Of course, they have a long journey ahead, but today they have hit a wall.
Hit a wall. Okay.
Yeah, you know, Rahul, I don't think a political party's aim should be to rattle other parties. Yeah. They have to, if the aim was to become a national party, maybe they have achieved that. But the point is that in 2023, there isn't much time. So Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, Karnataka, they don't have enough time to build a cadre or to provide any kind of an alternative to the Congress in 2023 or in 2024.
And they got no momentum out of it.
Rahul, in my opinion, the Congress will, in a deep Rip Van Winkle sleep, will wake up after this Gujarat knockout blow because of AAP, in my opinion, has been instrumental in the Congress's decimation. And if the Congress wakes up, then I think AAP has hit a plateau.
Well, there is half of what...
But they'll be an irritant. Well, the AAP will continue to be an irritant for the
AAP will continue to be an irritant. Now, viewers, let us very quickly move across. It's 1 o'clock. We're going to be focusing a little bit on the Himachal picture. We are going to take a quick break, isn't it? We're going to take a quick break and we're going to be right back. Himachal and what next, viewers, from Uttar Pradesh and the other by-elections. We're going to put it in a national perspective for you. Stay with us. Don't go away.
Never seen before poll tools, decoding the votes, seats and swing. Groundbreaking TV coverage, value for every minute spent. Result day live only on Times Now. Election News Headquarters.
सावरकर पर, जिसे वीर सावरकर बीजेपी मानती है, उस पर राहुल गांधी,
माफ करना, बीजेपी नहीं, पूरा देश सावरकर जी को वीर सावरकर मानता है।
बिल्कुल, वीर सावरकर जो हम सब के लिए हैं, उन्हें राहुल गांधी जी कहते हैं कि वो घुटने टेक कर चिट्ठी लिखा करते थे ब्रिटिश सरकार को, योर ओबीडियंट सर्वेंट। और इसके ऊपर बीजेपी ने गांधी जी की भी एक चिट्ठी निकाली। मैं पूछना चाहती हूं कि हमारे इतिहास का जो इस तरह से रोज डिबेट होता है पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज के बीच में, इसको एक ही बार सेटल नहीं करना चाहिए?
सेटल करने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है, सेटल ही है। ये वीर और अकेले सावरकर और वीर सावरकर का जो अंतर है ना, वो अगर समझ ले तो सेटल है। ये कोई पद्मश्री, पद्म विभूषण, इवन भारत रत्न नहीं है जो देश की सरकार ने दिया है। 130 करोड़ लोगों ने सावरकर जी की देशभक्ति को वीर नाम से सम्मानित कर आजीवन एटर्नल तरीके से उसके नाम के साथ जोड़ा है, तब कोई वीर सावरकर बनता है। और ये जो लोग आज टिप्पणियां कर रहे हैं, 10 दिन सावरकर जी जहां 10 साल रहे, वो जेल की कोठरी में रहकर बताएं। और समंदर के अंदर 600 किलोमीटर दूर से एक जहाज के अंदर से कूदकर आजादी के लिए जान दे देने का, आजादी के लिए जिंदा रहने का जो जज्बा था, इसके 10% भी किसी में हो तो सावरकर जी पर टिप्पणी करे। और देश में
Never seen before poll tools. Decoding the votes, seats and swing. Groundbreaking TV coverage. Value for every minute spent. Result day live only on Times Now. Election News Headquarters.
As someone who comes from the south, the southern meal starts with the sweet. So let me start with a point of agreement with Mr. Verma. On the aspect of colonization and on the impact of colonization, I don't think I have anything to disagree with at all. That it has much more pernicious and far more, let's say, far-reaching effects than the use of the sword. I completely agree with on that. And I think we are still reeling from the impact of it, which is very clear. I don't think we are wearing the Mughal clothes, we are wearing the clothes of the British man for all practical purposes, at least some of us. So therefore, I understand that particular issue. But this much is clear from the points made by Mr. Khurshid and Mr. Verma, that one believes that that was a wave of migration and the other is clear, citing material, that this was not a migration, this was a bloody invasion, as bloody as it could get in the history of humankind. Now, this is what I wish to highlight to make one point. To choose to observe a strategic silence in the interest of peace is very different from actively indulging in denial of history. And that's exactly where the problem starts. So if an entire school is established that goes about whitewashing stuff as opposed to saying, let's not touch this particular aspect of history, which I think is also not possible. How do you choose to remain silent over one particular aspect of your history? That's not going to happen. So then the only option is to speak about it. Now, why should the discussion with respect to something that has happened in the past result in acrimony in the present, unless someone relates to the invader even in the present and someone does not relate to the invader even in the present? In which case, the two-nation theory is well alive and kicking. That's one. But factually speaking, one particular trope I think needs to be busted because I think it's been sold well beyond its sell-by date. I'm sorry to say, after partition, people did not choose to stay here. The elections prior to the partition of 1946 spoke volumes. And that's a very clear decision taken at the ballot. And therefore, when you choose to speak about history, let's be clear that perhaps practical considerations came into existence which prevented a mass migration, but certainly not patriotic considerations or Bharatiya considerations. I think that myth needs to be busted and we cannot sell it any further. 3. On Ganga Jamni Tehzeeb, well, while I have several reservations with Dr. Ambedkar, the one thing that he was crystal clear about in his book, Pakistan or the Partition of India, which was published on the eve of the partition, 2 books were published by Rajendra Prasad in 1946 and Dr. Ambedkar in 1946. In which he clearly says that the so-called Ganga Jamni Tehzeeb, or the syncretic culture that is celebrated over and over again, is a product of the incomplete conversion of the converted Hindu to Islam. And therefore, multiple waves of attempts have been made on a regular basis to remove the remnants of that Hindu-ness from that particular convert, which is what has been pushed in this country as what we know as Wahhabism. To say that the new convert shall identify himself with the early converts to Islam, and therefore you cannot have any ties whatsoever or any cultural practices whatsoever which remind you of your ancestor. That starts with the language, that moves to dressing, so on and so forth. So let's be clear. If acrimony is the result or is going to be the result of a discussion with respect to the medieval period in current day Bharat and contemporary Bharat, that is because there are still people who relate to this particular person or this particular invader. Had that not been the case, why should there be a resistance with respect to the reclamation of a particular, let's say, structure that was built by an invader? Whether it's Babri Masjid or Gyanvapi Mandir or so on and so forth, these were built by invaders. Obviously, they were not built after the independence of this particular country. This is not a structure that has come into existence after 15th of August 1947. Why do you relate to this particular structure? Because the mindset that has been imposed on you at the peril of the sword and let's say at the pain of death prevents you from accepting your past, and therefore it's going to be a constant tussle each time there's a discussion with respect to the past. So I refuse to buy the fact that history is no more relevant or that it's possible for us to have these discussions objectively. I agree with Mr. Verma on this point. It cannot be objective. That's exactly why I concluded my first opening submission by saying all of us have our biases. It's impossible for us to say that we don't have biases. We are human beings, impossible. We may choose not to bring out certain proclivities and, let's say, ideological leanings to the fore for reasons of pragmatism, whatever it may be. But let the evidence speak for itself. But if the evidence leads to a different conclusion and it has consequences on the street or elsewhere, then the people who choose to resort to the street merely because truth is being presented in a public forum.
Hello and welcome. You're watching our continuing coverage here, and in the next 40 minutes we are going to tell you that when we are saying history has been made in Gujarat, how was this history made? Because it's not just about the sheer number of seats, but we will point out to you the sheer margin with which some of those seats are being won by the BJP. Stay tuned, because now we are going to begin to go into the micro analysis of the data, which we love so much here at Times Now, along with Jairam. But first, the headlines. Gujarat responds to Prime Minister's "I have made Gujarat" slogan with a historic win for the BJP. All past records are broken. The BJP will now be in power for 32 years, the highest ever in India. After 27 years in government, the BJP actually manages to increase its vote share in Gujarat by a whopping 7%. Shows trust in the party has grown further. Janata dismisses challengers. Rahul Gandhi pips BJP to the post in Himachal, confirming the Hill State's trend to vote out the incumbent. Winning party MLAs to be taken out of the state. Congress says they fear poaching by an aggressive BJP. Saffron Party success largely goes to its biggest mascot, Narendra Modi. A vote for BJP is a vote for Modi. Modi magic neutralizes anti-incumbency in his home state, prevents BJP whitewash in Himachal despite infighting and rebels. Aam Aadmi Party's bid to frame assembly polls as a war between Delhi model and Modi model of governance boomerangs up, loses to BJP in the most direct contest as Janata endorses Modi model. Some of the biggest names of the Aam Aadmi Party in Gujarat, including the CM face, continues to trail. The magic Kejriwal's party promised in Gujarat and Himachal is a no-show so far. Aam Aadmi Party does emerge as third force in Gujarat with a chance to win at least half a dozen seats. Congress slumping to its lowest tally in over 2 decades in Gujarat, but capitalizes on BJP divisions in Himachal for a convincing win in a close race. Debate continues if the party is in decline. The question though is, kaun banega Mukhyamantri? Mainpuri blesses Bahu Dimple after sitting MP Mulayam Singh Yadav's demise. Salvages Samajwadi Party's prestige and relevance in UP politics by defeating BJP's bid to uproot the SP in its bastions. Congress leader Digvijay Singh triggers fresh controversy, says BJP's electoral success is nothing more than a misuse of money, muscle and power and the support of EVM machines. First broke to you on Times Now. Such was the level of confidence within the BJP that 4 days ago we told you that the oath-taking ceremony has already been scheduled. It will take place on the 12th of December. All the preparations have already been done. It will be done in the helipad. The Gujarat Chief Minister to take oath on the 12th of December. It promises to be a mega show with the Prime Minister and the Home Minister of India being present there, of course, along with all the senior leaders who hail from Gujarat. Today evening is a meeting of the Parliamentary Board and the beginning of the celebration that will take place on the 6th at 6 p.m. Pardon me. Already Amit Shah has now tweeted saying, "इस ऐतिहासिक जीत पर गुजरात की जनता का नमन करता हूं. One of the men who's supposed to be behind this massive win. But today the chorus was very, very clear. Even within the BJP in Gujarat, Modi hai to mumkin hai.
ये एक बार फिर साबित हो गया है कि गुजरात के लोग अपने प्रिय नेता श्री नरेंद्र भाई पर अपार विश्वास, प्रेम और आशीर्वाद की वर्षा करते हैं. गुजरात की जनता के इस जनादेश को हम विनम्रतापूर्वक स्वीकार करते हैं. गुजरात की जनता ने एक बार फिर देशद्रोही तत्वों को नकारे और राष्ट्रवादियों को सेवा का मौका दिया है.
भाजपा की यह भव्य विजय 27 वर्ष के भाजपा के सकारात्मक कार्यक्रम यह है. हमने जनता की सेवा और कल्याण को आदर्श मानकर कार्य किया. हमने अपने प्रचार अभियान के दौरान सुशासन और विकास के हमारे जो वादे थे वो साकार किए. संकल्प को गुजरात के हर कोने तक पहुंचाने का प्रयास किया. आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के विकास कार्य को धरती पर उतारने का काम गुजरात की भूपेंद्र पटेल सरकार कर रही है. इसी का परिणाम इस चुनाव के नतीजे हैं.
ये चुनाव गुजरात के नागरिक भारतीय जनता पार्टी और मोदी जी के बीच में जो संबंध है, जो विश्वास है, वो विश्वास और संबंध के चुनाव में आज गुजरात की जनता ने सत्ता के लालचुओं को पीछे ढकेल दिया है. देश के प्रधानमंत्री देश के प्रत्येक व्यक्तियों के लिए सोचते हो. एक ऐसी सोच को लेके प्रधानमंत्री जी आगे बढ़े जिससे देश की प्रत्येक महिलाओं को, देश के प्रत्येक व्यक्तियों को स्वमान से जीने का हक मिले.
Respectively from the BJP headquarters of Delhi and Ahmedabad is Sabyasachi and Aishwarya. But Aishwarya, to you first, tell us what are the preparations and what is the oath-taking ceremony going to be like? I have to place it on record that Aishwarya is the journalist who broke it well ahead of anyone, even before the results were out 3 days ago. Over to you, Aishwarya.
Well, the preparations now are underway as the dates have been decided. We will enforce that it will be 12th of December, more smooth, and it will be huge as far as the oath-taking ceremony is concerned, because the BJP will be inviting Prime Minister, Home Minister and different Chief Ministers of the Bharatiya Janata Party to this oath-taking ceremony, which will be at the helipad ground at the Vidhan Sabha, and the celebration continues over here as the Chief Minister and the RTR Patil just went after addressing the press conference. You can still see a lot of Karyakartas over here dancing and distributing sweets over here amongst each other, because this is something which is huge in terms of victory. Once again BJP has come to the power in the state of Gujarat, and we can just go across to some of the people over here, the Karyakartas. कितनी बड़ी जीत आप मानते हैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी की?
ભારતીય જનતા પાર્ટીનો રેકોર્ડ તોડ્યો છે આજે ગાંધીનગર ગૌરવ ગુજરાત બની ગયું છે.
कितनी बड़ी जीत मानते हैं आप? ये रिकॉर्ड जीत है, ऐतिहासिक जीत मानते हैं?
हाँ, ऐतिहासिक जीत है विजय की.
इसी तरीके की जीत का विश्वास?
हाँ, सबको विश्वास है. पूरे भारत में प्रचंड भगवा लहराएगा. ગુજરાતનું મોદી છે ને મોદીના ગુજરાત છે. અહીંયા કોઈનું કશું જ ચાલે નહીં. ઓનલી બીજેપી, ઓનલી મોદી.
Okay, Gujarat में सिर्फ मोदी जी है. I think the results have pretty much borne that out. Let me get in Akanksha and Sabyasachi as well. Akanksha, I can see that the preparations for the celebrations have already begun. We have seen this happening after every election where the BJP wins in full force. Karyakartas from across the country with their get-up, the dhols, the flags, they are all there. So I guess I have no option but to just throw it over to you. Take it away, Akanksha.
और आप नोट कर लीजिए 2040 तक नरेंद्र मोदी जी पीएम रहने वाले हैं और देश का कोई माई का लाल उनको पीएम बनने से नहीं रोकता। Modi, 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 Modi.
It's a victory of BJP development model. People have supported Prime Minister Modi ji's vision, and it has proven that people trust Modi ji and BJP and all other parties who are giving freebies or any kind of false propaganda. People are not buying into it. It is a death knell for the Congress and Aam Aadmi Party in Gujarat, and all the Karyakartas have worked hard for it.
Showing you the visuals from here at the BJP headquarters in Delhi. The energy, as I said, in fact,
okay. One gentleman there wants Modi ji to be Prime Minister till 2040. Anyhow, Sabyasachi, interesting that in addition to all of the celebrations, the decorations, G20 logo there as well. What other kind of preparations are you seeing for the grand celebration in the evening? Sabyasachi. Okay, I think Sabyasachi is having a bit of a difficulty hearing me over the drums. Sabyasachi, over to you. Take it away.
Well, behind me you can see the celebration has begun here at the BJP headquarters, and the party workers have started to come in, and the big poster here of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and JP Nadda has been put here, where they say that Bharatiya Janata Party, Gujarat, Himachal Pradesh और दिल्ली की जनता को धन्यवाद है. So this is a poster that they have put up before Prime Minister's arrival here at the BJP headquarters, and the BJP has created history when it comes to the Gujarat result, and large amount of voters are continuously coming in. भैया क्या कहेंगे? भाजपा की जीत हुई है गुजरात में, पर हिमाचल में
ये जीत प्रचंड जीत है. ये जीत मोदी जी जीत है. ये जीत आदरणीय अमित शाह जी जीत. ये होली का जो पर्व है आज ही मनाया जा रहा है. बड़ी खुशी और प्रचंड जीत.
So you can see the supporters of the Bharatiya Janata Party are dancing to the tunes, and also the cutouts of Prime Minister Narendra Modi have also been brought out here by the BJP supporters. You can see here are the cutouts of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and large number of supporters are expected to come in soon anytime. We'll get some more reaction. सर आपसे पूछूंगा कि जो नतीजे आए हैं गुजरात में, हिस्ट्री रिकॉर्ड हुआ है, 7वीं बार भाजपा की सरकार बनी है, क्या कहेंगे?
नतीजे तो आने वाले थे, लेकिन 150 सीट का अनुमान था, लेकिन जो अनुमान से ज्यादा आया है, क्योंकि ये डबल इंजन की सरकार है.
अनुमान से ज्यादा आया है, अनुमान से बेहतर परफॉर्मेंस हुआ है सो फार, और अनुमान से भी ज्यादा अब वहां पर सेलिब्रेशन शुरू हो गया है. Yes, a bit of a dampener there when it comes to the results in Himachal, but the Gujarat results perhaps have more than made up for it, Mr. Rajgopalan.
Of course.
150 plus.
Gujarat 150 plus is going to be a trendsetter for 2024, and moreover with these regional parties like DMK, YSR Congress, TDP, and other political TMC, Nitish Kumar, they all will have a rattled atmosphere. Because DMK was asking about the South Indians, Tamil progress, everything they were saying. But Kashi Tamil Sangam Modi organized in Kashi. Now Modi has won in Gujarat. What is the message for DMK from this? DMK should be alert on Modi in future. Apart from that, Congress in South is very weak. Will DMK take a plunge into dumping Congress in Tamil Nadu and go with any other alliance?
But
The alliance chances.
Yes, fair enough. Maybe the DMK will
Not only DMK,
Congress.
not only DMK, KCR also.
But in a sense, let me play devil's advocate. Actually, the weakening of the Congress will make the DMK stronger and a stronger opposition to the BJP in Tamil Nadu.
They should try, but at the same time, they are afraid of their own family problems. what Prime Minister spoke on 15th of August from Red Fort, Gaur Parivarvad and plus
वो Gaur Parivarvad बोलते हैं, but
Gaur Parivarvad तो खत्म हो गया, तमिलनाडु में होना है. So therefore they will definitely be taking an interest. KCR and Mr. Stalin should be aware of what Gujarat results have shown.
But
and second, final point. No, I am talking about South.
Okay.
Final point. This Gujarat election, Jay Murug may be a cephalogist in-house cephalogist, but I give you a different interpretation.
Okay.
I was recently touring abroad. NRI votes. Because of NRI votes, Modi won 2% extra in Gujarat. I am challenging that. Because NRIs outside Gujaratis, they want that Modi should come back to in Gujarat, in Bharat. That type of feelings they have. So therefore, whether it is USA or UK or Australia or any other part of the world, NRIs, overseas Indians, they want Modi to be back in India in 24. So therefore, things are there.
Okay, I'm just going to at this point, you know, we've got big news coming in from Mainpuri as well. But before I do that, I want to actually point out to you the scale. This is the big news that we're getting, that Shivpal Yadav, it seems that, you know, when you have a victory, Jay, it solves a lot of things. तो अभी जितना मन मुटाव था शिवपाल यादव और अखिलेश यादव के बीच में, अब now that Mainpuri and Rampur are in the kitty, तो अब PSP और SP merge हो गए. Now only SP remains. So चलो, all is well, that ends well. But that being said, I'm now going to, let's quickly listen into Shivpal Yadav. Then I want to go across and give you some very important data. Listen in.
परिवार के अंदर आप लोगों के संबंध और प्रगाढ़ होंगे इस जीत के साथ?
बिल्कुल, हम लोग एक साथ रह करके ही अब जो भी चुनाव होगा हम लोग पूरा परिवार एक होकर के ही रहेगा।
अखिलेश जी से आपकी बात हुई कुछ, अभी उन्होंने कुछ कहा, आप लोगों का आपस में कोई संवाद हुआ हो?
अब परिवार है, परिवार में तो, और ये हमारी बहू की जो जीत है, जो परिवार एक होकर के लड़ा, इसकी वजह से बड़ी जीत हुई है।
और तीनों ही सीटों पर एक जगह आपके सहयोगी थे आरएलडी के, वहाँ पर भी बढ़त बनाए हुए हैं। रामपुर के बारे में क्या कहेंगे? बहुत कम मतदान हुआ वहाँ पर,
तब भी जीत हो रही है। जितना उत्पीड़न के बाद भी जीत हो रही है।
तो ये क्या दर्शाता है? क्या भाजपा सरकार के कामकाज के ऊपर भी आप कहेंगे कि एक तरह का मैंडेट है लोगों का?
बिल्कुल, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सरकार के खिलाफ मैंडेट है।
Okay, quick word from Amir Haq joining us live from there. What prompted this coming together and merger? Merger and acquisition. 2 seats acquired, 2 parties merged. Amir.
Well, Padmaja, obviously the kind of performance that Samajwadi Party has been able to put together in these Lok Sabha by-polls in Mainpuri, because clearly I have come at least 2 to 3 times over the last 1 week to Mainpuri, and I have seen leaders from both sides campaigning, but it was quite clear that the Samajwadi Party leaders were quite jittery looking at the kind of huge challenge that the BJP actually posed before them, which was why this win, although it hasn't been declared, but the margin with which Tipul Yadav is leading comes very close to 2 lakh votes, and therefore it is quite evident that the Samajwadi Party will pull through in these Lok Sabha by-polls here in Mainpuri. This seems to have brought back uncle and nephew together, and which was why we are in Saifai right now in the SS college here. And let me show you this car which is used by Shivpal Yadav, and the party flag is now of Samajwadi Party, while earlier it was that of Pragatishil Samajwadi Party Rohia. So clearly, this election seems to have cemented the relationship between Akhilesh Yadav and Shivpal Yadav, and has brought the entire Yadav family together once again. In fact, right now into this college in Saifai, both Shivpal Yadav as well as Akhilesh Yadav are sitting together with a number of other leaders from the party, discussing the strategy ahead as far as UP politics is concerned. But definitely this is bound to raise the heckles within the BJP, because BJP was actually relying on this oscillating performance by Shivpal Yadav over the last several years, especially since late 2016 when Akhilesh Yadav and Shivpal Yadav both parted ways, and therefore this definitely...
You know it better than anyone, having tracked UP politics for so long, that nothing succeeds like success. एक बार एक दो जीत हो जाती है, सब भूल चूक माफ भी हो जाती है. But when we are talking about जीत, I want to go straight across to Jay now. And thank you, Jay. You know, a huge round of applause for Jay here in the studio. He's been on his feet since 6 in the morning without a morsel to eat. But we all love watching you because this is so much fun. He's a Gujarati. देखो, कर्तव्य ही, सेवा ही समर्पण है. Jay, सेवा ही समर्पण है.
He's extracting some 15-20 more minutes from me.
और आपकी समर्पण में कितनी सेवा है. Now, what we are trying to do is that we are showing you the margin of the wins of the seat that the BJP has won, and to tell you the story behind it. Nobody better than Jay to do it. So let me start one by one. I have chosen about 10 seats, okay, randomly. The first seat we're talking about is Udna. 60,915 is the margin of the win over there for the BJP.
Yeah.
Why is this? Udna, Jay.
Yeah. 84 and Udna will just be above here, above Bardoli. Okay, it's in this cluster of Surat. It's a little small. We're not able to get it. Now, what happens in Udna is Udna was already a stronghold of the BJP. Okay. Now, what happened round about this time is the Aam Aadmi Party fielded. Now, the BJP candidate is Vivek Patel. The Aam Aadmi field. It was very interesting. It became like a sort of a Patel versus a Patel contest. The Aam Aadmi fielded a Patel, Mahendra Patel, and he cut away some 13% of the vote. Effectively, what happened with this is that the top contender, the BJP, was left with about 69 to 70% of the vote, and both the AP and the Congress were left far behind at 12%, 14%. So huge 56% margin.
So since we're talking about the general area of Surat, let's talk about the other seats there. By the way, Surat has all been swept. All the seats have been swept, right? That is what I last heard. All Surat seats have been swept by the BJP. Now, yeah.
Just a small hack. Udna has been traditionally a BJP seat, and Udna, if you remember the name Narottam Patel, he was the water minister during the Gujarat floods. Despite of all that ill performance, anti-incumbency, still BJP has a stronghold on Udna, and the candidate is not Vivek Patel. Let me correct you. It's Manu Patel, Manu Fogwa. So that seat is dominated by the Mehsanis, not Gujaratis.
Okay, so
and Manu Patel is a defector from Congress and still is getting that much margin.
Okay, so everyone who was saying that, you know, the Patel Andolan, which had damaged the BJP, there's going to be remnants now. Take Surat as an example, and it says a lot about where the Patidar agitation and the blowback is now. Shehzad Poonawala of the BJP is also joining us now, along with Kapil Madan, Lokesh Jindal here with us, Mr. Rajgopalan here with us, Yuvraj already I have introduced to you, a spokesperson from the Samajwadi Party is also here with us. Stay with me, Shehzad, because I want to get your reaction, but before that, 2 more Surat seats we'll quickly go through, since we're talking about the area. Surat West, 95,523, but here's the thing, Majura, which is the seat of Harsh Sanghvi, 85% of the vote share, and I think this is the largest margin so far, which is 1,16,675. That is the margin which he is leading right now.
Last time itself, Mr. Harsh Sanghvi's vote share was 73% in the 2017 election. That is in the wave of you know, the sort of anti-BJP sentiment in Surat at that point of time. So right now, with that sentiment ebbing, you know, actually he has augmented that 73% to 85%. This has been the case with a lot of other constituencies also down, like Umargam, okay, and Valsad, where the BJP has augmented its existing vote share. In Umargam, it was 58%.
Valsad, since Jay mentioned it, Valsad, the margin is 1,03,776.
Absolutely. You have to realize one thing. All these seats that we are talking of, okay, they're up here. I don't know what's happening. Okay, I'll keep my hand a little far. They're up here like this. Umargam is here. Okay. Pardi is here. Valsad is here. Jalalpur is here, and then you have all the Surat seats here.
So basically, South Gujarat has not only given itself to the BJP, but with a massive margin.
Not only that, the BJP has augmented what it had. See, this is a railway and industrial corridor. Now, Umargam is technically a ST seat,
But to tell you, it has a huge shopping complex, a cinema and everything. I mean, we have a different perception of an ST seat. So these are areas that even if they have an ST label, they are hugely developed.
Shehzad Poonawalla, were you able to blunt the effect of the Patidar agitation largely because you got Hardik Patel only in your fold?
You know, Padmaja, I think to reduce this to just one movement that has been curtailed or one movement that has been taken out of the equation would be unfair. This is not a vote of addition and division. This is a vote of chemistry. This is a vote based on chemistry, and this clearly shows that after 6 terms, if for the 7th term we are getting elected with a mandate which is much bigger than the mandate that even Madhav Singh Solanki managed, and that was on the back of a caste-based alliance. It was on the back of a sentiment nationally that prevailed after the unfortunate assassination of Indira Gandhi ji. If after all of that, today the mandate being given to us for the 7th time is such a high mandate, it reflects 2 or 3 signals. One, that there is a brand of vikas and performance that Prime Minister Modi and the government of Gujarat, the BJP government, espouses, which the people of Gujarat feel that is delivering on their aspirations. 2, it also shows that the Congress party, which was the principal challenger, is no longer in a position to be that. And thirdly, even those who came into the fray. Now look at the biggest takeaway of the elections today. Punjab was a state that Aam Aadmi Party held. Close to Punjab is Himachal. They have been reduced to 1% vote. Here they came, they said, unki Andhi hogi. The Aam Aadmi Party is down to less than 2, forget the Andhi, they are not even getting 2-digit seats.
Okay.
The Aam Aadmi Party just about scraped through yesterday in the MCD elections with a 34 more words than us after 15 years of anti-incumbency. The overwhelming message, as much as it is that there is a brand Modi which stands for Vikas and performance, is that there is few takers for the Aam Aadmi Party model beyond Delhi and Punjab.
All right,
that is also getting evidently clear, whether it's Uttarakhand, Uttar Pradesh, whether it's Maharashtra, Haryana, elsewhere, people are not buying into this Aam Aadmi Party model.
Akashdeep Muni and Kapil Madan both want to respond to you.
Of course, you can say that there are no takers, but it is. आपने तो बोला था 0 सीट्स मिलेगी, 5 सीट्स मिल रहे हैं गुजरात में आपने बोला था कि 0% मिलेगी, 14%, 12%, यहाँ पे मुझे दिख रहा है 12.8%. तो आपने तो सुबह बोला था कि 0 सीट्स मिलेगी. जी मेरे साथ थे शो में. और दूसरी बात मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ कि ना सिर्फ पंजाब में नहीं, सिर्फ हरियाणा में भी हम सरकार बनाएंगे. In future, we will be going to Haryana as well.
आकाशदीप मुनि जी, एक सेकंड, मैं आपको एक चीज सुनाना चाहती हूँ. उसका सिर्फ ऑडियो आएगा क्योंकि मैं कहीं से प्ले कर रही हूँ. ये सुनिए.
आदमपुर बायपोल इज नॉट एन इंडिकेटर है.
आदमपुर
सुनिए ऑडियो आएगा.
मार्जिन से बन रही. सूत्रों के मुताबिक आईबी की एक रिपोर्ट आई है. उस रिपोर्ट में गुजरात में आम आदमी पार्टी, आज अगर गुजरात में चुनाव हो तो गुजरात में आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार बन रही है.
तो कल नहीं मैंने सुन लिया. कल सुबह सारे बीजेपी स्पोक्स पर्सन बोल रहे थे कि हम सरकार बना रहे हैं एमसीडी में, हमारा मेयर बनेगा एमसीडी में, पर शाम तक तो नहीं बना. 2 साल पहले, कुछ साल पहले हज एक ट्वीट है शहजाद जी, आपको याद होगा, हज हार्दिक, अल्पेश और जिग्नेश, ठीक है, हा और वो तो आ गए आपके साथ, तो जा भी फ्यूचर में आ जाएंगे. तो हज क्या बीजेपी में है आजकल?
अभी तो जिग्नेश जी अपनी सीट हार चुके हैं, तो आई डोंट नो वो हज पे जाएंगे या तीर्थ यात्रा पर जाएंगे, बट वो फिलहाल अपनी सीट हार चुके हैं कांग्रेस से लड़ते हुए. बट एनीवे, रिस्पॉन्ड टू दैट. सबको थोड़ी थोड़ी रेवड़ी मिली है. इनको आम आदमी पार्टी को एमसीडी मिला है, आपको गुजरात मिला है, कांग्रेस को हिमाचल मिला है. शहजाद पूनावाला.
Look, Padmaja, we can have a serious discussion, and the serious discussion should be that when we are talking about various models of governance, today those who feel that the Delhi model of governance has been endorsed across the country, even though they've tested it in Uttarakhand, lost their deposits, Uttar Pradesh lost their deposits, Goa lost their deposits, Himachal lost their deposits, and now in Gujarat too they've not been able to make a dent. But here you have a Gujarat model which has been endorsed 27 years, and now for the 7th time you have an endorsement which is the historic mandate never given in the history of Gujarat. And yet if somebody wants to believe
one simple
that this is
question,
only because
Shehzad ji, one simple question with all respect.
then they are free to feel that.
Sir, if you allow one simple question,
go ahead.
I hope that from now onwards, as your government has got such a mandate, I hope that 700 schools can get one more teacher, because there is only one teacher in 700 schools in Gujarat. I am not saying that your perspectives are saying that, your reports are saying that. At least schools दे दीजिएगा, roads दे दीजिएगा, health centers दे दीजिएगा, लोगों को इतना बड़ा जनाधार मिला है, थोड़ा सा काम कर लीजिएगा, सिर्फ मोदी जी को मत बुलाइएगा कि नहीं कि मेरे नाम पे वोट दे दीजिए,
if your question is over,
ग्रासरूट पे काम कर लीजिएगा सर.
One question I wanted to ask.
If your question is over,
one question.
Sir died of a drug overdose. He was 23 years old and he died of a drug overdose in Punjab. So let's not even go there. But anyway, I think Kapil Madan wants to come in. Yes, Kapil Madan.
I want to ask one question to Shehzad.
Okay, go on. Okay, yes.
Shehzad, just about 2 to 3 hours before, you told us that there is a secret
you have to let me answer it also.
Himachal Pradesh.
Questions work when you allow the answer also to come.
Can you please tell me, why didn't BJP form government in Himachal? You told me about some secret message that you got.
Okay. Shehzad.
Now can I respond to that?
Yes,
Thank
please.
you. Padmaja, as far as my information goes, what I can see is that the percentage of vote share for both BJP and Congress in Himachal is almost neck to neck, and there are at least 10 seats where the competition is going on, and it's less than 1,000. Constituencies in Himachal are extremely small, so I want to wait for
gap
another
is 13
hour
seats.
for it to finalize, and we can have a detailed vislation or a discussion on the Himachal results. But having said that, Arey Baba, wait na, please. I'm saying we'll have a discussion. Padmaja, you invite me at 3:30 or 4 p.m. I'm happy to come back.
Okay, 5 p.m.
But what I'm saying, Padmaja, is that the result that is finalized, here Mr. Akashdeep Muni is 5 p.m. No problem. But here a result which is clear and finalized, where you have 157 seats sweep by the BJP, there Mr. Akashdeep Muni is still saying that the people of Gujarat have not voted for Vikas. They have voted for some other factor.
Okay,
now,
since we're talking about the margins, I want to quickly, Jay, if you'll also help us out with this, since we're talking about margins, let's put some data out there. Interestingly, that there are about 12 seats, around 17 seats actually, where a very close contest is happening. One of them is Bhoranj, where Dr. Anil Dhiman of the Bharatiya Janata Party is leading from the Indian National Congress by a mere 68 votes. That is the level of the kind of competition that is still underway in Himachal Pradesh. Another seat is where there is a difference of 987. Puran Chand of the Bharatiya Janata Party is ahead by 987 seats. So 17 seats where the margin right now is less than 1,000 votes right now. How do you explain this, Jay?
I will get into...
And it's 230 right now.
Yeah, I'll still say this can get into some sort of a law of averaging. So, okay, the parties may swap seats because now the number is substantial. When you're talking of 17 seats, you're talking about 25% of the strength of the assembly.
So you don't think there is some major upset that is going to happen anymore?
Yeah, I mean, they can swap and more or less maintain the tally. That's what I feel.
All right, more or less it is going to maintain the tally. Shekhar Iyer, thank you very much for waiting so patiently. How do you explain this? Most people say that on the one hand you have a Gujarat where all records have been broken, 150 plus, 157. Imagine 2002, Mr. Modi had 127. और he said कि नरेंद्र का रिकॉर्ड भूपेंद्र के अंडर टूटेगा and straight 30 seats more have come, but they lose in Himachal. What explains this?
Well, Padmaja, Himachal is completely a different kettle of fish because in Himachal there were several anti-incumbency issues, number one. Number two, Congress managed to play up issues like old pension scheme, Agniveer scheme, and there are other things. And Jairam Thakur has had problems with his colleagues, and the fact that so many people did not get ticket and many of them became rebels also is a factor. But in spite of that, if BJP has managed to reach a point where at least that there are possibilities about the government formation, that's largely because of the Prime Minister's campaign. Without the Prime Minister's campaign, it would have been even a bad result. But the fact that the Prime Minister went there, it has helped to shore up the BJP's tally as we are seeing today. And even now, I'll tell you something, Padmaja. Within the Congress, there are certain problems.
Okay.
Because there is a talk that Suku may be made the chief minister. If he will be the chief minister candidate, then there may be a revolt in the party. There may be a revolt in the party. That's the kind of situation Congress is, the BJP is waiting for. The High Command has to choose their parliament, legislature party leader very, very carefully.
Okay, before you reply to this, let me again give you a little more data. You have 2 more seats in Himachal Pradesh, Shillai, where the Congress is leading with 382 votes, and Rampur, where the Congress is leading by a mere 143 votes. And here's the funny thing, as we speak of Rampur in Himachal Pradesh, there is news coming in from Rampur in Uttar Pradesh, where the BJP's Akash Saxena has overtaken Samajwadi Party, and that's a good time to bring in the Samajwadi Party. It's still too soon. आपने SP और PSP का merger तो कर लिया, but Rampur अभी भी is an open game, sir.
Bharatiya Janata Party has totally misused the government machinery, and we have already requested the election commission. We have given n number of evidence to the election commission that how they have tried to tamper with the district administration, and they have not let the voters come out and vote. That's why we have seen that the vote swing in Rampur has gone from 63%, gone down from 63% in 2022 general election to 32%. This is almost just half. So actually we were thinking that the BJP minister, more than 50 minister and chief minister, they were campaigning and then trying to motivate the voters to come out and vote. But actually I think they were trying to threaten the voters not to come out and vote, because they were aware that they are going to lose this election. And I think these by-poll election, I am quite sure that we are going to win all of these seats, and these by-poll elections should be seen as a litmus test for 2024 as far as Uttar Pradesh is concerned.
They must have threatened Mainpuri also. या तो ये है कि मैनपुरी के वोटर्स गब्बर हैं, and after being threatened they are like नहीं अब तो हम फिर भी वोट करेंगे समाजवादी पार्टी के लिए.
Of course, I can tell you, I see.
रामपुर में तो चाकू बनता है, उनको तो कम करना चाहिए.
I can tell you a guy, a Samajwadi supporter in Mainpuri was hit thrice by a BJP worker in Mainpuri on the voting day. His wife was accompanying him, and he got himself admitted into a hospital. This is what was happening. Many MLAs, ex-MLAs, police were after them for no reason. They were illegally detained.
Okay, very quickly, let's take a round of reactions. For a change, even the Congress is not agreeing with you, sir. Shehzad Poonawala, then Lokesh Jindal, Yuvraj Pokhara.
First of all,
let's quickly take a word from the accused. Shehzad Poonawala is the accused in this case. Let him respond. Yes.
No, I heard one of their other spokespersons in the morning, they were leading. That time they said that this is a resounding defeat of the BJP, and they were giving all kinds of statements. The moment they start losing, then they start doubting the election commission. Election commission जो है बहाना है, अब हार से किसी को बचाना है, इसीलिए सब बहाना है. I mean, can you take this argument seriously that in Mainpuri it's all okay because you won, and in Rampur now that you are losing,
we are doubting the government.
Now it's not
and
okay.
We are not just doubting; it is evident.
You can doubt everybody. You can doubt everybody. The election commission is in charge. They are conducting the elections with the officials. So ultimately you're doubting a constitutional authority which you're entitled to do so. You've even called the vaccine a
BJP's track record with respect to impartiality of election is not very good. So let's not go over there. Now Mr. Iyer was talking about Mr. Modi's influence in Himachal Pradesh. So Mr. Yogi,
BJP's Akash Saxena leading Rampur by 6,746 votes, by the way.
Mr. Yogi, he carried out about 16.
You know why
अभी आप रामपुर की बात कीजिए ना.
रामपुर समाजवादी पार्टी का गढ़ है, और रामपुर में लीड करना
आजम खान का गढ़ है. आजम खान ने प्रचार किया था. He was crying. He said that एक वो जमाना था जब किसी माँ के पेट से निकलने से पहले बच्चा परमिशन लेता था, और अब ये हालत हो गई है कि मेरे को जेल में रखा हुआ है.
रामपुर में हिंदूज वोट फॉर आजम खान, interestingly, but you know, if BJP wins, this will be big. This is a very big news.
Yuvraj, you wanted to speak.
The opposition cannot keep on cribbing for years and for years. They need to understand that BJP is a serious political party. It stays perpetually in election mode. आप हमेशा ये opposition complain करती है कि a sword of ministers were campaigning, PM himself was campaigning. Was there serious politicians? Let them do. आप लोग क्यों घर पे बैठे रहे तो मुझे समझ नहीं आता. और ये एक नैरेटिव ना, इट इज अ वेरी क्लीशे नैरेटिव. व्हेन बीजेपी इज स्विंगिंग द इलेक्शन तो आपको ये लगता है कि ईवीएम इज हैक्ड, लेकिन जब आप जीतते हो तब इट इज अ मूव टू 2024.
Even as we speak, the 25th round is over, and now Akash Saxena is leading by nearly 11,000 votes. Mr. Rajgopalan.
Here, Dimple Yadav is winning because of sympathy vote of Mr. Mulayam Singh Yadav. Here in Rampur, it is anti-Azam Khan vote, that is why BJP is winning. And moreover, my understanding of UP, very little bit of, because I went to Rampur during the assembly elections, Rampur is different clay altogether, because Azam Khan had a hold over that. Now that has gone into TIS. Azam Khan is likely to be, in dock. Yogi Adityanath administration is a kudos to his administration.
And here, by the way, Mr. Abbas Haider, I want to tell you something, because Rampur, when the investigation was opened into the charges made against Mr. Azam Khan, आपको पता है कि 5 कंप्लेनेंट मुसलमान हैं. तो ये जो पूरा बताया जाता है कि भाजपा सरकार ने उठा करके आजम खान को विक्टिमाइज किया है, जो लोग कह रहे हैं कि हमारी जमीन छीनी गई है, वो कोई हिंदू नहीं है, वो रामपुर के मुसलमान ही है. ये मुस्लिम बाहुल इलाका है. ये
आई डोंट नो, मुझे नहीं पता ये आई डोंट नो ये हिंदू मुस्लिम एंगल कहां से ले आए हैं आप. आई एम नॉट श्योर ये कहां से आ गया, बट द प्रॉब्लम इज इफ
60% Khan साहब always said that the BJP is the villain because they are anti-Muslims and the Samajwadi Party is looking after the interests of Muslims. पर ये कैसा इंटरेस्ट है कि मुसलमान की जमीन को हड़पा जाए? ये तो कोई इंटरेस्ट नहीं है ना.
इट इज नॉट अबाउट इंटरेस्ट ऑफ अ पर्टिकुलर कम्युनिटी.
मुलायम जी बोलते कि मुझे मुल्ला मुलायम बोलो.
ऑफ एनी पर्टिकुलर
मुसलमान का एंगल तब आया.
These matters are sub judice.
आजम खान ने
and Hindu Musliman angle I'm saying that only 32% voters have voted in this election. Isn't it alarming for you? I mean, isn't it unprecedented?
It is indeed alarming. Maybe it's alarming for you
only 32%
that the voter did not turn out.
Constituents came out to vote.
Maybe the alarming thing is that the voters simply did not turn out because there was sir, आप ये बता दीजिए, चलिए ये बाइपोल आप आ गए. इससे पहले रामपुर में this is the assembly बाइपोल, right?
We are not losing.
इसके पहले आप
Then we are not losing.
लोकसभा बाइपोल भी तो हारे. वो क्यों हारे?
Please let me complete. No, we are not going to lose this by-poll. I'm telling you with total conviction. But there was an atmosphere of terror being created in Rampur. This is everybody.
But
even
who gave complaint against that?
Tell you what was happening there. People were natural. You can see a police officer of a circle officer rank who was asking a voter to go back because he was not letting him.
I'm just being told that celebrations have started, that there is a roadshow of celebration. That's of the Samajwadi Party or of the BJP. What is the celebration that we are talking about here?
Against the Bharatiya Janata Party.
I think Akhilesh Yadav. All right, Riva Ba Jadeja. Now here's a very interesting story. Let's talk about Riva Ba Jadeja. She is all of 32 years old. About a couple of years ago, she started an NGO. She of course is the wife of Ravindra Jadeja, but now she's a full-time politician. A couple of years ago, she started an NGO where she was getting young girls, she was paying for the marriage of young girls, right? And the Prime Minister wrote a letter appreciating. She got this ticket replacing a BJP MLA called Hakuba. Now Hakuba is a local strong man, but the reason that he was replaced was because the court had refused to quash a case of rioting against him. Now Hakuba was replaced, and look at what the BJP did. There are 3 urban seats in Jamnagar which Hakuba was made election in charge of. So उनकी सीट लेकर के रीवा बा को दी and Hakuba को उन्हीं के इलेक्शन जिताने का इंचार्ज बना दिया. And here is the result, if I am not mistaken. Riva Ba Jadeja has also won by a margin of about 20 to 30,000 votes. A 32-year-old lady. What does that tell you? Lokesh Jindal, 32-year-old lady. Okay, Dimple Yadav has won Mainpuri. Abbas Haider साहब वहाँ डराने धमकाने, गलत ईवीएम, पुलिस की गुंडागर्दी, कुछ भी काम नहीं किया. चलिए, कांग्रेचुलेशंस, मैनपुरी हैज बीन वन. नेताजी की लेगेसी आपके पास सुरक्षित है. डिंपल जी जीत गई हैं ये इलेक्शन. कांग्रेचुलेशंस. एनी थॉट्स? Abbas Haider Saab.
Manpuri has been won. We are going to one Kutiana in Gujarat, and we are also going to one Rampur as well as Khatoli. We are quite sure about it.
Sir, let's be very honest. You are winning Kutiana in Gujarat because of Kandal Jadeja, not because of your party symbol. वहाँ पे हर किसी को पता है कि वहाँ वो समाजवादी पार्टी पे लड़ते हैं, जब वो एनसीपी से लड़े थे ना, पहले एनसीपी से लड़े थे, वो एनसीपी को जिताया था, आपकी सिंबल ले लिया, आपके सिंबल पे जीत गए। ऐसा थोड़ी ना कि कोई वो एसपी के सिंबल की वजह से जीते हैं। वहाँ संतोष बेन जडेजा के नाम पे जीते हैं, वो समाजवादी पार्टी के सिंबल पे नहीं जीते।
At least we have got a seat in Gujarat.
अरे वाह,
Congratulations.
ये देखिए, ये आप एंगल,
Congratulations.
Can you give similar angle to BJP who are winning seat in different state? I mean, ये एंगल आपने समाजवादी के लिए दे दिया।
साहब, आपकी समाजवादी पार्टी में ये परंपरा रही है कि बाहुबलियों को टिकट दिया करो, भले कितने हजारों केस हो उनके ऊपर, बाहुबलियों को टिकट देते हैं आप लोग ताकि आप जीत पाए, और उसके बाद आप लोग ज्ञान देते हैं कि गुंडागर्दी ये कर रहे हैं, गुंडागर्दी वो कर रहे हैं।
समाजवादी पार्टी हर उस व्यक्ति को टिकट देगी।
Okay, we are getting another bypoll information. Remember, there are 5. Okay, we are getting another bypoll information. The BJP has taken Kurhani from the ruling Mahagathbandhan in Bihar. So they have taken the Kurhani seat in Bihar away from the Mahagathbandhan. Kedar Prasad Gupta has defeated Manoj Singh Kushwaha of Chief Minister Nitish Kumar's JDU by 3,645 votes. So it's not over till the fat lady sings, and we have all the results in hand. So 2 bypoll wins, or at least 1 win and 1 lead now. Shehzad Poonawalla, thoughts?
Padmaja, what we need to analyze here, and let's have a serious discussion, is the fact that BJP wins handsomely. Even where BJP is in a position where traditionally it is not going to win, say the MCD or Himachal, because history stands against that kind of victory, even there it puts up a fighting spirit and a fighting show, unlike the Congress. Sir, we must spend some time discussing that people had
don't give these forms of qualitative analysis of what kind of
can I please, Padmaja, I don't think there's something so controversial that I can't hear.
Yes, go on.
Padmaja, can I at least complete?
Yes, go on.
I may be completely wrong, but I can be wrong in my own time. Padmaja, look, many people wrote us off for the MCD election till yesterday. They said 25 nahi aayegi inki. But we came to 104. I'm not saying it's a moral victory. Himachal Pradesh, traditionally, it's Congress's turn to come to power. But look, here we are still fighting them, and we may probably, who knows what may happen in the next 1 hour. What I'm trying to say is that the BJP has become a force to reckon with because it stands for certain values in politics and certain deliverables in governance. And we can't escape that. Be it the bypolls, be it the Gujarat election, be it the Himachal election, be it the MCD, it stands for something.
Okay, now
the Congress doesn't, and the Aam Aadmi Party's balloon has burst in 8 years. This is the point I'm trying to make.
मैं थोड़ा सा डेटा दे दूंगी, so let me give data. Now, Shehzad Poonawalla, let's listen to the Himachal numbers. In Himachal, and remember, this is the backdrop of where always it's said about the BJP कि traders आपके साथ होते हैं, शहरी लोग आपके साथ होते हैं, urban seats आपकी एकदम strong होती है, गुजरात में बिल्कुल 100% सही बैठता है वो, but look at where your vote share has dipped the maximum in Himachal. It has dipped in urban and semi-urban seats, and it hasn't dipped by any small margin. In urban seats, your vote share has dipped by 6.3%, and in semi-urban seats, you have dipped by a massive 11.2%. Urban and rurban seats हमने 2014 के बाद ही सुनना शुरू किया, क्योंकि मोदी जी when used to go out, used to be like A cities ही नहीं, B, C, D cities में भी आप अपना बीजेपी का पुश करो. Urban have rejected you in Himachal. Shehzad.
Well, I don't know the kind of urban expanse Himachal has. I don't think it's too much, but you may well be right. Of course, that has happened, but even after that, what we can see right now is that the vote share of BJP and Congress is neck and neck. I think it's 0.2% more for the Congress compared to the BJP. What I'm trying to say is that even if we lose with a certain amount of dignity and grace. I'm not saying we've lost the Himachal elections. Don't take that from my statement. But what I'm trying to say is, look at where the Congress is today. 17 seats in Gujarat. What are they bragging about? What are their supporters bragging about? They got 9 seats in the MCD. What are they bragging about? The Aam Aadmi Party, with all its advertising budget, got 30 councillors.
We are the opposition in Gujarat.
What are they
simple.
bragging about? They've got 1% vote in Himachal.
So whatever.
They've got 5 seats in Gujarat.
Even if you
What are they
get
bragging about?
182 seats, still you are going to form the same government. What difference does it make?
सर हिमाचल में अभी सरकार और ऑपोजिशन अभी
हिमाचल में
अभी भूपेश बघेल और विनोद तावड़े पहुंच चुके हैं वहां पे. अभी थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा कि कौन सरकार है और कौन ऑपोजिशन है. आपकी हिस्ट्री बहुत अच्छी नहीं रही है. शेखर अय्यर विल टेस्टिफाई टू दैट. आपकी हिस्ट्री नहीं अच्छी रही है. इसमें आप हमेशा मध्य प्रदेश में बोला आप तो ऑपोजिशन हम सरकार. देखिए क्या हुआ. आपने गोवा में बोला आप ऑपोजिशन हम सरकार. देखिए क्या हुआ. होल्ड योर हॉर्सेस. Congratulations on Himachal, but hold your horses. Shekhar Iyer, reflect.
Yes, Padmaja, indeed, it's going to be very, very close call, and this is first part of the story. The second part of the story will be the government formation. I mean, at the risk of repeating myself, the Congress party has to decide on the chief ministerial candidate. And Times Now was reporting yesterday that late night meetings were going on at various faction leaders' houses as to push for who should be the CM candidate, because probably they expected this kind of an edge. That I do not know what is going to happen. Of course, some of the top leaders are there. Mr. Huda is there. Mr. Rajiv Shukla. They are all great fundraisers and fund managers. But this is beyond management of funds, because all these MLAs they have got the ticket with great difficulty and won with great difficulty. So they all are looking at their own future, and there are strong factional alliances. So this is going to become a big game, and you can go on saying that BJP will take away people. But
16 rallies were conducted by Chief Minister Yogi. Half a dozen rallies were conducted by the Prime Minister Modi.
Rahul Gandhi
then
did
there
not know
was
that.
it is
So
the
Rahul
home
Gandhi did not
constituency
know
of your
that.
state president of JP Nadda ji.
No, Congress
Despite
did
all
not know
this,
that. Who
despite
said
Prime Minister Modi saying that I was in charge of Himachal Pradesh,
सर
despite
शेखर अय्यर पे क्यों गुस्सा निकाल रहे हैं. उन्होंने थोड़ी ना कोई वोट कम किया. Okay, and just by the way, I want to quickly, before Shehzad also responds to this. Okay, Yuvraj also wants to respond. I want to quickly clarify. Right now, the vote share is 42.53 of the BJP in Himachal and 43.55. So a good 1.01% lead has been taken in terms of vote share by the Congress. Yes, respond, Shehzad.
Padmaja, but I don't know who the Congress supporters are trying to embarrass. If Rahul Gandhi has done 0 rallies in Himachal and they seem to be doing 1% better than us, are they trying to say कि keep Rahul away? I am very proud that every leader of my party, however big or small the election, goes and participates in it. Whether we win, whether we lose. Then what are you trying to convey?
You want him to be president?
What are you trying to convey about Rahul?
I mean, he is there. He has to be there in the Bharat Jodo Yatra. You want him to be there in Gujarat. You want him to be there in Himachal Pradesh. I don't understand.
He should be everywhere.
I mean, he is doing a Pada Yatra. He's not traveling in aircraft. He's not carrying all the government machinery with himself. He's not keeping aside the governmental task and carrying out the political propaganda.
If Rahul Gandhi comes, BJP has the problem. If Rahul Gandhi doesn't come there, BJP has the problem. अरे करे तो करे क्या बता दीजिए आप. The thing is that results पे भी आप बात कर रहे थे MCD के. MCD results historic है.
I am just wondering. I am just.
को क्या प्रॉब्लम है भाई?
आप बोलिए वाह राहुल जी वाह. करे तो करे क्या, बोले तो बोले क्या. वाह राहुल जी वाह. On that note, let me quickly cut across to Rampur. My colleague Mayank is there. Okay, Shehzad, just a second. I want to quickly take an update from Rampur. Now I'm a little uncertain if it is the Himachal wala Rampur or if it is the Uttar Pradesh wala Rampur. Okay, it is the UP bipole Rampur. By the way, small piece of trivia, I got intensely confused because there is a Srinagar and I had no idea. There is a Srinagar in Uttarakhand and there is a Srinagar obviously in Jammu Kashmir as well. So there is a Rampur in Himachal and UP. We are cutting across to the UP Rampur, and now we are learning that Akash Saxena of the BJP has widened his lead even further after the 29th round. Mayank, where does the figure stand right now? Mayank.
Well, absolutely. The total number of rounds which has to be done by the Election Commission and the presiding officer here in Rampur Counting Center, 29 of them have been completed, and Akash Saxena is now leading by nearly 18,000, and that is some significant margin compared, if you talk about a bipole assembly election and comparing, because only 34% of votes were polled on the polling day. So, and remember, this will be a big victory for Akash Saxena, because this is not the first first battle of Akash Saxena against the Samajwadi Party. Earlier in the main assembly election, he was defeated, by 55,000 votes by Azam Khan himself. And now that he is leading this battle against Azam Khan's one of the most important confidant of Azam Khan, so it will be a sort of redemption for Akash Saxena and also for the BJP in Rampur, because they took back the Azamgarh and on also Rampur parliamentary constituency, and now winning this Rampur Sadar assembly constituency, it will strengthen the presence of BJP in the Rampur, which was earlier considered to be the bastion of the Samajwadi
big
Party.
breaking coming in. गुजरात प्रभारी रघु शर्मा ने विधानसभा हार की जिम्मेदारी लेते हुए अपने पद से इस्तीफा दे दिया है. That's the big story that we are getting right now. Raghu Sharma spent almost 3 months roaming around Gujarat, arranging for rallies of Mr. Khadge, of Mr. Gandhi, of campaigning there, and now he has tendered his resignation, taking responsibility. So जब जीत होती है तो प्रियंका गांधी जी को श्रेय मिलता है, पर जब कहीं हार होती है तो रघु शर्मा इस्तीफा देते हैं. आई एम गोइंग टू लीव इट एट दैट बिकॉज आई हैव टू टेक अ वेरी क्विक ब्रेक, जेंटलमैन. वेरी वेरी क्विक ब्रेक. बैक इन अ कपल ऑफ मिनट्स. डोंट गो एनीवेयर.
Never seen before poll tools. Decoding the votes, seats and swing. Groundbreaking TV coverage. Value for every minute spent. Result day live only on Times Now. Election News Headquarters.
अगर स्टार की फीस है, which is happened, I mean we don't have to go who, it's quite common. उसका GST 18% है सर. 18% तो GST है उसका. अब आप कह रहे हो आपने 16, am I right? 16 crores is the number? Yeah, 17 crores में आपने पूरी पिक्चर बना ली. मैंने सुना
कनाडा का रिलीज मिलके,
कैमरा का
वो कनाडा में जो किए हम लोग,
हाँ, वो सब मिला के
उधर हमारा रिलीज का खर्चा मिलके वो 16 करोड़.
और कई लोगों के बजट ऐसे होते हैं. सर मैं एक YouTube चैनल चलाता हूं, उसमें मैंने किसी को बुलाना चाहा, उन्होंने कहा कि मेरी कंगी करने के लिए और ये करने के लिए 11 लोग आएंगे. उन सब
ये जोक मेरे सामने मारना था, मतलब
आप भी ले आओ सर 5-6.
आपको कंगी वाला जोक मेरे सामने बोलना था.
अरे वो तो मैंने सोचा ही नहीं सर. आप तो बियॉन्ड कंगी हो. पर
और मैं देख रहा हूँ कि 90% लोग यहाँ पर बिना कंगी के वाले बैठे हुए हैं.
No, so I'm just saying.
But I agree with you. You are right.
Makeup, not just कंगी. It was makeup. It was this. कोई पानी लाएगा, मिनरल वाटर होना चाहिए. मैंने सुना है लोगों की 4-4 वैनिटी वैन होती हैं. These are not. So these are cost structures which are so. और एक एंड पे आजकल ऐसे भी कंटेंट बन रहा है. 15 करोड़ में आपने पूरी पिक्चर बना ली. यूट्यूबर्स तो बेचारे और भी कम में बनाते हैं. सम OTT. So what is it like? क्या ये बॉलीवुड कोई जो बॉम्बे है, हम भी वहीं रहते हैं मुंबई में, वो कोई और ही दुनिया में चल रहा है? या आप लोग कैसे, मतलब हाउ कैन यू मेक अ फिल्म फॉर 15 crores एंड दे आर मेकिंग फिल्म फॉर 400 crores और उनकी नहीं चल रही है और आपकी चल रही है? ये कैसे कैसे रहा है? व्हाट इज दिस?
देखिए ऐसा नहीं है. अभी कार्तिक आर्यन की फिल्म भूल भुलैया 2 चली, बहुत अच्छी. संजय लीला बंसाली की फिल्म विद आलिया चली, बहुत अच्छी. तो ऐसा नहीं कि बड़े बजट की फिल्में चल नहीं रही हैं. जैसा कि मैंने बताया कि लोगों को एंटाइटलमेंट अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है.
बताइए एंटाइटलमेंट किसी को समझा.
मतलब कि हम आपको बताते हैं कि अभी फिल्म कैसे बनती है, हम आपको बताते हैं कि क्या होना चाहिए फिल्मों में. दे आर नॉट इंटरेस्टेड इन दैट. दे आर इंटरेस्टेड, दे स्पेंड देयर मनी. ऑल्सो चेंज होता गया ना. पहले तो हमारे पास हम सादे फिल्में देखने चले जाते थे, फिर डिफरेंट साधन हुए. आज लोगों के पास एंटरटेनमेंट के कितने साधन हैं. आप मॉल में चले जाइए, खाना खाने की जगहें हैं, OTT प्लेटफॉर्म्स हैं, वगैरह वगैरह कितने सारे हैं. तो नाउ दे डोंट लाइक एनीथिंग. आई विल गो बैक टू द सेम थिंग. एनीथिंग विच स्मेल्स ऑफ फेकिज्म, इफ देयर इज अ वर्ड लाइक दैट. दे जस्ट डोंट understand that. They will rather go to see a Kantara, they will rather go to see a RRR, they will rather go and see some other film. American films क्या बिजनेस करती हैं यहाँ पर? मतलब they are also equally now our competitors. तो सर्वाइवल तो करना ही पड़ेगा ना. पर मैं अपने 38 साल में मुझे 532 फिल्में की हैं, बहुत सारे लोग आए गए, बहुत सारे लोग आए, बट सिंसियरिटी का और हार्डवर्क का कोई ऑल्टरनेट नहीं है। मैं ये कोई ज्ञान की बातें नहीं कर रहा, तो ऐसे लगता है कि हम चलो अगर पैसे से बनानी है फिल्म, बट दिस इज, मुझे लगता है अमृत मंथन है, ये चर्निंग है। अमृत मंथन का पीरियड अच्छा होता है, इसके बाद जो आगे फिल्में बनेंगी वो शायद अलग बनेंगी, डिफरेंट बनेगी। कभी कभी सोचने पे मजबूर हो जाते हैं ना।
You know, the usual opposition voices that have been repeatedly making themselves heard. I'm not saying the usual suspects, I'm not disparaging of the opposition. All I'm saying is that there are a group of leaders who did express a great disappointment at the fact that the Prime Minister didn't collar Xi Jinping or whatever they imagined he would be doing. So there's that. And there's, of course, the China question. Can we talk a little bit about that?
Look, when it comes to China, there is the reality of China, the second biggest economy in the world, our proximate neighbor, but also one with whom we've had, to put it politely, a difficult history, where we've had conflict. We have a very major boundary dispute, and where on many issues of
Let's go straight away to Himachal Pradesh Chief Minister Jairam Thakur's news conference.
कार्य करने के लिए आए, उन सबका हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। अब नई सरकार बनेगी, मेरी ओर से उनको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, और उम्मीद करता हूं जो वादे उनने किए हैं उन वादों को वो पूरा करेंगे, और हिमाचल प्रदेश आगे बढ़े, हिमाचल प्रदेश में विकास की गति तेज हो, हमारा अंतिम लक्ष्य यही है। और उस दृष्टि से हिमाचल प्रदेश में हमारी सकारात्मक भूमिका सदैव रहेगी। जहां हिमाचल का भला होगा वहां निश्चित रूप से हमारा सहयोग होगा, राजनीति से ऊपर उठ करके भी। जहां हिमाचल प्रदेश के हितों की हमको लगेगा जहां रक्षा नहीं हो पा रही है, ठीक प्रकार से नहीं हो पा रही है, तो निश्चित रूप से उस बात को भी जनता के सामने भी, और चाहे वो विधानसभा के अंदर, विधानसभा के बाहर भी पुरजोर ढंग से रखेंगे। इस चुनाव में सबसे बड़ी महत्वपूर्ण एक चीज आप लोगों ने देखी कि बहुत सारी सीटें बहुत कम अंतर से आ रही हैं, 100 वोट से कम भी, और 100-200 वोट के बीच में भी, 500 वोट के बीच में भी, और इसलिए चुनाव बहुत नजदीक का चुनाव रहा है। लगभग 11-12 सीटें ऐसी हैं जिनमें 1000 से कम का अंतर है चुनाव जीतने हारने का। अगर वोट शेयर की अगर मैं बात कहूं, वोट शेयर में आप देखेंगे कि मात्र डिफरेंस जो है वो सिर्फ 1% का है, 1% का डिफरेंस है। लेकिन फिर भी उसके बावजूद सीटों के आंकड़े में कांग्रेस हमसे आगे निकल गई, और इसलिए मैं सिर्फ इतना ही कहना चाहता हूं, जो जनमत आया है उसका अभिनंदन, उसका स्वागत और उसका सम्मान करता हूं, और आने वाले समय में हिमाचल प्रदेश की हित की लड़ाई के लिए सदैव हम हर जगह मौजूद रहेंगे, यही मैं कहना चाहता हूं। और आप मीडिया के सब साथियों का भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। समय समय पर आप सबके बीच में अपनी बात कहने का अवसर प्राप्त हुआ, और आप सबके बीच में बात कहते हुए जिन मुद्दों को लेकर के हमने बात कही है, उन मुद्दों को आप लोगों ने सही परिप्रेक्ष्य में जनता तक पहुंचाने में बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाई है।
मुख्यमंत्री जी, जो कांग्रेस के कुछ नेता हैं उनके बयान सामने आ रहे हैं, वो डर है कि कहीं हॉर्स ट्रेडिंग ना हो, खरीद फरोख्त ना हो, इस तरह की उनकी तरफ से।
देखिए, मुझे लगता है कि इन सारी चीजों को लेकर के मैं खुद ही विराम लगा देता हूं। मैंने कहा कि हम जनमत का सम्मान करते हैं, उनका बहुमत आया, बहुमत संभालना मेरा काम तो नहीं है, वो तो उनका ही काम है, उस काम को वो करें। और मैं अभी थोड़ी देर के पश्चात अपना त्याग पत्र राज्यपाल महोदय जी को सौंपने जा रहा हूँ।
सर, वोट बैंक रॉन्ग लगातार हिमाचल प्रदेश में हम आपसे लगातार बात करते रहे, मिलते रहे, सब तरह से विकास की बातें हुई, प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने फंडिंग करा हिमाचल प्रदेश के लिए, जो हुई था वो सब तमाम चीज़ें हुई, आप लगातार पूरे क्षेत्र में घूमते रहे। ऐसा क्या हुआ कि ये मार्जिन, ये जो आपकी लड़ाई थी वो उसमें पीछे रह गए? क्या आपको लगता है?
मैंने कहा कि देखिए, अगर वोट शेयर में देखेंगे 1%, देखिए बहुत कम अंतर से ये सारी चीजें जो है वो चुनाव को प्रभावित कर गई हैं। और इस सारी चीज के लिए हम विश्लेषण करेंगे, हम बैठेंगे, चर्चा करेंगे, और चर्चा करने के बाद फिर आने वाले समय में हम बेहतर कैसे कर सकते हैं। देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी आज देश की नहीं दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी पार्टी है, इसलिए हमारा केंद्रीय नेतृत्व भी इस पर विश्लेषण करेगा, चर्चा करेगा, और उसके साथ साथ में हम सब लोग इस पर चर्चा करेंगे।
मंडी में पार्टी ने बहुत बढ़िया परफॉर्म किया, 10 में से लगभग 9 सीटें अभी जो देख रहे हैं जीत रही हैं भाजपा। मंडी को लेकर या बाकी
देखिए, मैं पूरे हिमाचल प्रदेश की जनता का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, और मंडी के लोगों ने मेरी भावनाओं को सम्मान दिया, उनका मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, और उन्होंने बहुत बड़ा समर्थन दिया। और ये भी मैं कहना चाहूँगा कि हिमाचल प्रदेश के इतिहास में मुझसे पहले 5 मुख्यमंत्री और भी रहे, लेकिन किसी का भी जीतने का अंतर इतना नहीं रहा जितना सराज विधानसभा क्षेत्र से भी,
सबसे बड़ी वजह
सराज विधानसभा क्षेत्र से अब की बात जो जीत का अंतर रहा है, लगभग 38,000 की जीत वहाँ पर दर्ज हुई है। और इसलिए मैं समझता हूँ ये मेरा दायित्व बनता है, मैं सराज विधानसभा क्षेत्र की जनता का, जिन्होंने मुझे बहुत स्नेह दिया, प्यार दिया, सहयोग दिया, और मैं वहाँ पर चुनाव की कैंपेन के दौरान बहुत कम जा पाया। नॉमिनेशन के लिए गया था, उसके बाद आधे घंटे के लिए 3 कार्यक्रम मैंने किए थे, और उसके बावजूद भी उन्होंने बहुत बड़ा समर्थन दिया। आज तक का सारा पिछला रिकॉर्ड सभी मुख्यमंत्री का
क्या ओपीएस एक बड़ा इशू रहा आपको लगता है?
इन सारी चीजों में हम देखिए, अब हम बिल्कुल तुरंत हम किसी निष्कर्ष पर नहीं जाएंगे, कारण क्या रहे ये हम बहुत जल्दी नहीं, और हम थोड़ा विचार करेंगे, चर्चा करेंगे सब साथियों के साथ, और अलग अलग तरह से फीडबैक लेंगे। कहाँ
बागियों को संभाल नहीं पाए?
देखिए, मैंने कहा ना, कारण रहे, और कारण रहे हैं तो उन कारणों पर हम चर्चा करेंगे, चर्चा करने के बाद विचार करेंगे। पार्टी में इस तरह की चीजें आने वाले समय में ना मिल पाए, और हम बेहतर ढंग से काम कर सके हिमाचल प्रदेश में, और पार्टी को सत्ता में लाने के लिए और भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मजबूत करने के लिए हम काम करते हैं। देखिए, मैं इस पर कुछ नहीं, मैंने कहा कि इन सारी चीजों का हम विश्लेषण करेंगे, उसके बाद देखेंगे।
कांग्रेस बात कर रही है वो सारे एमएलए को लेके चंडीगढ़ जाएंगे।
मुझे मालूम नहीं है क्या मजाक बना रखा है, और ये परिहास का विषय बना हुआ है। विधायक है, वो चुन करके आए हैं, और ऐसी परिस्थिति में इस प्रकार की बातों करने का कोई औचित्य नहीं है, और स्वाभाविक रूप से हमसे कम है, लेकिन उन्हें अंदर की बातें जो उनकी हैं, जिस प्रकार की उनकी अपनी पार्टी में मुख्यमंत्री बनने की जो होड़ में जो लोग लगे हैं, जो दौड़े हैं, उनको शायद उससे ज्यादा डर है। तो इतने मैं कहना चाह रहा हूँ, हमसे मत डरिए, खुद से डरिए।
आम आदमी पार्टी ने कहीं वोट काटा?
देखिए, आम आदमी पार्टी की प्रेजेंस ही नहीं यहाँ पर हिमाचल प्रदेश में हो पाई। अगर होती तो मैं सबसे परिणाम अलग तरह
की राजनीति को कितना उपयुक्त मानते हैं?
नहीं, मैं नहीं मानता हूँ, बिल्कुल भी।
सर, गुजरात में लगातार बड़ी जीत हुई है, इसके ऊपर
गुजरात को मैं बहुत बधाई देता हूँ, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को, और वहाँ के माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी को, और भूपेंद्र भाई जी को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। और गुजरात इतिहास बना करके 27 वर्षों का लंबा भारतीय जनता पार्टी के शासन के बाद 5 वर्ष के लिए और एक टर्म जो है वो जिस रूप में मिली है, उसके लिए मैं
जयराम जी
बधाई देता हूँ।
आपने कहा कि जनादेश का आप सम्मान करते हैं, लेकिन भूपेश बघेल कह रहे हैं कि बीजेपी कुछ भी कर सकती है।
देखिए, उनके कहने का कोई मतलब नहीं हमारे लिए है, वो जो कहते हैं वो कहते रहे, लेकिन हमने अपनी बात कह दी, और बाकी जो जनमत उनको मिला उसको संभालना, उसको संभाल करके रखना, वो उनका कार्य है।
सर, उनको कोई हौसला देंगे सर?
देखिए, मैं सभी साथियों को सिर्फ इतना ही कहना चाह रहा हूँ कि बहुत बड़ा सहयोग मिला है, हर वर्ग से मिला है, और मैं हिमाचल प्रदेश में जो लोगों का इन 5 वर्ष के कार्यकाल में जिस रूप में सहयोग मिला, समर्थन मिला, उनका हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। थैंक यू।
Jairam Thakur, the outgoing Himachal Pradesh Chief Minister, speaking to the media, accepting the mandate of the people and saying there are issues that needs to be looked into and we will introspect, sit together, address those issues. You're watching the non-stop coverage of the elections on India's Election News Headquarters. I am Pranesh. With me is my colleague Siddharth Talia.
And this is something that represents a setback to the BJP in Himachal Pradesh. It stood a chance to actually break a 37-year trend, Pranesh, of governments alternating every 5 years. Unfortunately for them, they have not been able to do it. The Congress party registering an important victory, they would say. And this also comes at a time where there's been a slight erosion in the vote share of the Bharatiya Janata Party, including in belts where they would have anticipated to do well, including the armed forces belt and also the Dhuma.
And there's so much to talk about Himachal Pradesh and Gujarat, but let's go to Pratibha, my colleague, who is joining us from the newsroom with state-of-the-art election tools. Pratibha, let's go over the numbers once again. All right, we'll go to Pratibha in just a bit, but Siddharth, the point that I was making when I said that there's lots to talk about, you see, you were talking about a letter that the Gujarat in charge has written to Kharge.
Yes.
He is taking responsibility for the rout in Gujarat, but the Congress is crediting Rahul Gandhi for the win in Himachal. How does this work?
Well, that's very strange if it's actually doing that, Pranesh. Rahul Gandhi did not campaign in Himachal Pradesh. His sister, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, very much did. And of course, the election was also fought under a reasonably strong local leadership in the hands of Pratibha Singh, who is the party president in the state of Himachal Pradesh. But some accountability on the part of the Congress being witnessed in Gujarat, where there, in charge of the state, Mr. Raghu Sharma has sent his resignation letter to Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge saying, I take complete responsibility for the party's debacle in the state of Gujarat, and please accept my resignation.
And we'll talk about that when we have someone from the Congress, but we have the national spokesperson and member of parliament of the BJP, Syed Zafar Islam. Mr. Islam, thank you for speaking to Times Now. Thank you for your time. Congratulations for the victory in Gujarat. But what happened in Himachal?
Something which we were anticipating. We were expecting that this time the trend will change. Historically, if you just do a back testing, you will realize that every 5 years another party gets the opportunity to serve the people. But this time we were expecting that people will give us the mandate purely because the connect we had in terms of the vote share also suggests that the percentage between us and Congress is merely 1%. That only suggests that we had the people had faith in our government, people had confidence in us, and they always appreciated our efforts to serve them. However, the end result looks slightly different than what we were expecting, and we just want to thank the people of Himachal Pradesh that they have supported us in a big way, yet the numbers are not stacking up as per our expectation, purely because the Congress has managed to win so many seats by a very thin margin of less than 1,000 votes, in fact less than 100 votes in many places, by merely 57 votes or about 186 votes in some constituencies. But the other observation which we have, the Aam Aadmi Party, which has just come into power in Punjab, and this is a bordering state, still even the bordering district, they have not been able to show any performance.
Let's put that absolutely, that's an important question that needs to be asked of Mr. Akashdeep Muni as well as the representative of the Aam Aadmi Party on the panel today. Himachal Pradesh is a state where the Aam Aadmi Party recorded a vote share of 1.1%. 1.1%, Pranesh. So this was not a triangular fight by any stretch of imagination. It was very much a bilateral contest between the Congress and the BJP in which the Congress has prevailed. But Mr. Muni, what explains the fact that there was only 1% vote share on the part of the AAP, and that too in the districts bordering Punjab, particularly in the Kangra belt, the party scored absolutely nil. What are some of the reasons why the Aam Aadmi Party has failed in Himachal Pradesh?
Aam Aadmi Party never contested seriously Himachal Pradesh. They were focused in Gujarat. This has been said by the national convener, Mr. Kejriwal.
No,
Second point is that if you are talking about the bordering states.
No, I don't understand this logic. What is this? Did not contest election seriously. इसका क्या मतलब हुआ? Dr.
They were not focusing specifically because Satyendra Jain was the in charge of Himachal Pradesh. He was in jail. We all know that. But the point I was making about the bordering states.
No, so are you conceding that train cost you Himachal?
No,
the in charge was in jail.
You are talking about the bordering states. Let me come to the.
No, that's an admission. That's an admission, Dr. Muni. You are saying the Himachal in charge was in jail, which is why this happened in Himachal.
Because the party wasn't able to focus in Himachal.
Why could you change the in charge?
They are a small party, Pranesh.
But Dr. Muni,
small party.
So why are you then putting up posters that the national party celebrating the national party status? If you are a small party, right, small party. Then why are you calling yourself a national party? You can't have it both ways, Dr. Muni.
Nobody is having it both ways. The fastest growing party in this country is Aam Aadmi Party.
There you go. You are saying small party, fastest growing party, national party.
Resources.
All together.
And second point is that we're talking about the bordering states. You know, Karnataka, BJP is in Karnataka. It borders with Andhra Pradesh also. It borders with other states also. Have they made an impact there? No. It means that it is not about the bordering state. Punjab, we have made government. Gujarat, there has been sizable number of vote share that Aam Aadmi Party has got. And in Haryana also, we have in future will be winning. And
let's ask the BJP.
Absolutely. In fact, you did contest in Haryana in the year 2014 as well. You contested about 46 seats and recorded nil. And then you had contested in Gujarat as well. You contested 29 seats in the year 2017 and you drew up a vote share of less than 1%.
Yes,
so the Aam Aadmi Party...
Okay, some breaking news coming in. There is some breaking news coming in. Sorry, we'll have to shift our attention to our reporters. Gurpreet is joining us with a big update. Gurpreet, what's the latest you can share?
Well, yes, of course, we are reporting from Holy Lodge and we can see, I'll request my Vijay to show all the picture to our viewers that how the celebration is going on at Holy Lodge. This Holy Lodge belongs to Pratibha Singh and few minutes ago we have seen she has also come out and very vocally she has said first they will hold a meeting with all the MLAs and after that they will take a decision on Chandigarh issues. He was saying first we will talk to the MLAs and after that we will decide whether they are going to Chandigarh or not. But one thing is very clear. She says that Veer Bhadra's legacy has worked very well in this election and the Gandhi family should not ignore that legacy. So we will also talk to some of the people who are present here. So क्या लगता है कि आज कांग्रेस ने जो मैंडेट दिया है तो किन बातों पे मैंडेट दिया है?
देखो आज बड़ी खुशी की बात है कि हिमाचल प्रदेश की जनता ने जो है आज कांग्रेस को पूर्ण बहुमत दिया है और पूर्ण बहुमत की सरकार जो है हिमाचल प्रदेश में बनी है। इसके लिए मैं जो हिमाचल प्रदेश की पूरी जनता है, पूरे 12 के 12 जिले हैं, उनको सबको मैं बधाई देना चाहता हूं। और ये माना जा रहा था कि जैसे कि एग्जिट पोल में दिया जा रहा था कि बिल्कुल कांटे की टक्कर है, लेकिन आज यहाँ पे देखने में आ रहा है कि कांग्रेस ने पूर्ण बहुमत से अपनी सरकार यहाँ पे बनाई है और पूरे हिमाचल प्रदेश में आज खुशी की लहर है। आज पूरा
क्या लगता है कि एंटी इनकम्बेंसी क्या बीजेपी के खिलाफ थे लोग? क्या कारण है, क्या रीजन है कि लोगों को कांग्रेस में वोट डाला? कि जहाँ ट्रेडिशन है यहाँ पे 5 साल बीजेपी 5 साल
लोगों ने बीजेपी के खिलाफ वोट डाला है और यहाँ पे हिमाचल प्रदेश के लोग शिक्षित है और ये सरकार को हमेशा बदलते आए और बदलते रहेंगे.
So well we can see that one side we have seen that most of the leaders say that they were able to encash anti-incumbency against the BJP. At the same time OPS scheme has worked very well here in Himachal Pradesh and that is one of the main reasons why the Congress leaders they believe the people had shown a lot of trust and we have seen Pratibha Singh, she has openly said that we are going to execute whatever the promises we have made during the election campaign. And now let's see that who will be the CM phase from Himachal Pradesh. That is the biggest question at this point of time.
That's a worry for the Congress now. That's for the Congress to decide. But before we talk about Congress and BJP, Dr. Muni made a point and Mr. Pokhran wants to rebut.
Yes. See, you cannot run with a hare and hunt with a hound. At one end, Mr. Kejriwal and Aam Aadmi Party is busy in dog whistling and simultaneously on the other end, they are busy sending virtue signaling. So it is a very clear thing. If you are a small party, so be it. जैसे हिंदी में कहते हैं कि भैया फिर अपनी चद्दर में रहिए. At one end, your party cadre props up candidates, your party props up candidates, and Aam Aadmi Party is in the business of, it is actually in the hobby of losing deposits. So क्यों आप ऐसे लोगों को खड़ा करके उनकी डिपॉजिटें जब्त करवा रहे हो? कार्डर नहीं है तो लिमिटेड रही है ना फिर.
चलिए मैं रिप्लाई करता हूं. द पॉइंट आई एम मेकिंग इज दैट
यू डिड नॉट हैव कार्डर इन गुजरात. आप गुजरात की बात कर रहे हैं. जस्ट 1 सेकंड.
मैं रिप्लाई तो करूं.
कार्डर इवन इन गुजरात.
आप रिपीट कर रहे हो.
पंजाब व्हीकल्स इन,
आप रिपीट कर रहे हो. आप व्हीकल नंबर देखिए. मैं क्या फोकस कर रहा हूं कि ना कि इंडिया फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग पॉलिटिकल पार्टी इज आम आदमी पार्टी, नॉट भारतीय जनता पार्टी. भारतीय जनता पार्टी took years to get from 2 to 40 seats in parliament. You know, Aam Aadmi Party did not take such a long time.
Right, Mr. Muni, I have to interrupt you there because we're getting an important piece of breaking news with respect to the latest developments in Himachal Pradesh and Pradesh. That is that tomorrow evening in Chandigarh, there could be an important meeting of the elected Congress MLAs from the state of Himachal Pradesh, presumably, of course, to decide on their chief minister.
Let's go to Gurpreet for more on that. Yes, Gurpreet. I think we've lost that line, but let me go back to Shekhar Iyer. Shekhar Iyer, are you convinced with this argument that Dr. Muni was giving, that AAP is a small party, did not contest elections seriously?
Well, I think definitely after Satyendra Jain's arrest, they lost an able manager of funds for the party in Himachal Pradesh. That is why, you know, it was in midway the efforts were given up. But definitely, if Satyendra Jain had been around, Aam Aadmi Party would have spent some more money and tried to register a mark. That did not happen. And I mean, there is no doubt when it comes to resources, this time Aam Aadmi Party has managed to, you know, when it comes to Dhanrashi, they have also sent a message that they are as good as any other party which is in the fray, whether it is BJP or Congress. So therefore, I think Aam Aadmi Party has definitely grown to an extent where today there is no dearth of resources. I mean, that's the thing we have to accept. And therefore, all claims being the fastest growing party, I completely agree, it's the fastest growing party. But at the same time, the damage that you know, has also happened. Otherwise, they should have done very well in MCD. Because of this fundraising, fund gathering, fund resourcing, you are finding one minister is still in jail, and you are finding the excise scam which is reaching far and beyond the borders of Delhi. It is going to south also. So therefore, yes, it's like any other political party. This party has nothing to do with the movement that Anna Hazare had led once. This is a real politic. This is a functional, full-fledged party like any other party. I mean, that's come out clear with these elections. That's one. But number two, I think what is happening in Himachal is very, very interesting. We have to take note that the fact that the BJP is taking a back seat shows a strategy at work, because there are two main contenders. One is Pratibha Singh, who is the wife of former Chief Minister Veerbhadra Singh, the late Veerbhadra Singh, who is considered a legacy in Himachal Pradesh, and Sukhvinder Singh Sukhu. And I believe the Congress High Command, I mean the Sonia Gandhi family, prefers Sukhu, whereas Pratibha Singh is the PCC chief. This battle is going to be very interesting. How the BJP this time looks like will wait for events to unfold, for the factions to sort it out, who becomes the Congress chief minister, then look at those MLAs who may be happy with the outcome. This is going to be a very interesting phase of Himachal Pradesh.
Now, Dr. Muni said, and I want to come back to what he said, Siddharth, and I'm coming to you for the data. Dr. Muni said that, look, BJP took years to grow from just 2 seats in Lok Sabha. Now, I don't want to sound uncharitable, Dr. Muni, but tell me, how many Lok Sabha MPs do you have?
Come to this. I knew you'll come to this. Interestingly, you know, I'm talking about the assembly seats that really Aam Aadmi Party has got. Interestingly, for the first time we have come 10 years ago, and there are 2 states that Aam Aadmi Party has got landslide victory, Punjab and Delhi, and they have registered a mark in Gujarat also, which has gone to some 13% vote share. This is big because last elections they had zero vote share, 0 to 13%. You should acknowledge it, and they have taken space of Congress, and future is of Aam Aadmi Party.
Let's get a response. Let's get a response about the growth. Growth vis-a-vis the BJP. Let's get a response from Dr. Syed Zafar Islam.
See, first of all, I do not understand why he is making a false claim that the fastest growing party national level on a national level, because if you go to the Election Commission record, you will find two other parties who have actually grown as a national party in less than 5 years. So I think they need to correct their record before speaking on national media. Secondly, they have a very dismal performance both in Gujarat as well as in Himachal Pradesh. However, they were claiming, particularly their supreme leader, Mr. Kejriwal, time and again he was claiming that he will create a history. In fact, in Gujarat, he went ahead and showed the people that he is writing a number. A number suggests that he will get 125 or 130 seats. But result is for you to, it's so apparent, it's for you to see that he has not been supported by the people. He didn't get any confidence, win confidence of the people of Gujarat.
Can I come in?
And more particularly, as I had raised earlier, more particularly, I'm talking about Himachal Pradesh, where everybody was expecting that he will at least show some performance purely because he has won the Punjab election less than 6 months ago, and it is a bordering state. I'm sure that he will have enough clout for them to win at least few seats and perform better than Congress party.
Just hold your thoughts. I'm being told that Pratibha Singh, the Himachal Congress chief and member of parliament, has spoken exclusively to Times Now. Let's play it out.
Are you going to be a CM?
मैम चंडीगढ़ जा रहे हैं। ये मैंने तो नहीं डिसाइड करना है। सुनो, आप मेरी बात सुनो, मैंने डिसाइड करना है।
No ma'am, are you going to meet the MLA and after that?
Of course, हम सब MLA इकट्ठे होके बातचीत करेंगे, क्या उनकी भावना है, क्या वो चाहते हैं, उसको तवज्जो दी जाएगी और वो बात हाईकमांड तक पहुंचाएंगे। फिर तो देखते हैं। अभी तो लोग।
Ma'am, do you think Veerbhadra's legacy should work in Himachal Pradesh the way you have got the mandate?
It is working and it will work in future also.
Let's look at the data from Himachal. Siddharth with the hard numbers. Yes, Siddharth.
So, Pranesh, what's very interesting here, of course, to notice is the fact that there's been a considerable erosion in the vote share of the BJP. This has actually fallen by approximately 6.5%. It was 49.24 in the year 2017. It's actually come down to 42.58 right now. And there's been a marginal increase in the vote share of the Congress. But what's interesting about the Congress vote share is that for a 1.4% increase in vote share, they've actually managed to traverse and win a significant number of seats. So they've been able to increase their vote share by a marginal amount, but that's actually converted into a considerable seat share increase for the Congress party. And this is something that actually also should be highlighted, which was supposed to be a triangular fight, but ended up becoming in many ways a bilateral contest between the Congress and the BJP. The Aam Aadmi Party's vote share hovers around the 1.08% mark as of now. Disappointing by its own expectations. It would have in fact considerably hoped to have done much more. And Pranesh, what's interesting is, even if we are to buy the argument that as a result of the imprisonment of Mr. Satyendra Jain, it could not really focus its energies in the state of Himachal and was able to therefore devote all its energies to the state of Gujarat. Right. Is the performance in Gujarat in itself, Pranesh, underwhelming on the part of the AAP? That's a question that needs to be asked.
Well, we are taking a quick break. On the other side, we'll talk about Gujarat and BJP's performance in Gujarat. It is the Modi wave. Voters have shown Vishwas in Modi model. That's on the other side. Stay with Times Now.
Never seen before poll tools. Decoding the votes, seats and swing. Groundbreaking TV coverage. Value for every minute spent. Result day live only on Times Now. Election News Headquarters.
सावरकर पर, जिसे वीर सावरकर बीजेपी मानती है, उस पर राहुल गांधी,
माफ करना, बीजेपी नहीं पूरा देश सावरकर जी को वीर सावरकर मानता है।
बिल्कुल, वीर सावरकर जो हम सब के लिए हैं, उन्हें राहुल गांधी जी कहते हैं कि वो घुटने टेक कर चिट्ठी लिखा करते थे ब्रिटिश सरकार को, योर ओबीडियंट सर्वेंट, और इसके ऊपर बीजेपी ने गांधी जी की भी एक चिट्ठी निकाली। मैं पूछना चाहती हूं कि हमारे इतिहास का जो इस तरह से रोज डिबेट होता है पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज के बीच में, इसको एक ही बार सेटल नहीं करना चाहिए?
सेटल करने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है, सेटल ही है। ये वीर और अकेले सावरकर और वीर सावरकर का जो अंतर है ना, वो अगर समझ ले तो सेटल है। ये कोई पद्मश्री, पद्म विभूषण, इवन भारत रत्न नहीं है जो देश की सरकार ने दिया है। 130 करोड़ लोगों ने सावरकर जी की देशभक्ति को वीर नाम से सम्मानित कर आजीवन एटर्नल तरीके से उसके नाम के साथ जोड़ा है, तब कोई वीर सावरकर बनता है। और ये जो लोग आज टिप्पणियां कर रहे हैं, 10 दिन सावरकर जी जहां 10 साल रहे, वो जेल की कोठरी में रहकर बताएं। और समंदर के अंदर 600 किलोमीटर दूर से एक जहाज के अंदर से कूदकर आजादी के लिए जान दे देने का, आजादी के लिए जिंदा रहने का जो जज्बा था, इसके 10% भी किसी में हो तो सावरकर जी पर टिप्पणी करे। और देश में सबसे पहला प्रतिबंध अगर किसी पर लगाया अंग्रेजों ने, सबसे पहला प्रतिबंध लगाया तो सन 57 का स्वातंत्र समर उस पुस्तक पर, सावरकर के पुस्तक पर लगाया। सावरकर जी की पर टिप्पणी और इतनी भद्दी और ओछी टिप्पणी करने का अधिकार किसी को नहीं है। ये तो जब जाएंगे जनता के सामने, तब जनता बताएगी उनको कि सावरकर जी के लिए बोलने का क्या मतलब होता है। मेरे जैसे कई लोग जीवन में सभी प्रकार के लक्ष्यों को छोड़कर वीर सावरकर के नक्शे कदम पर देश की सेवा करने के लिए आगे बढ़े। सावरकर जी के लिए इस प्रकार की ओछी बात करना किसी को शोभा नहीं देता है।
लेकिन क्या ये रिएक्शन नहीं है, क्योंकि बीजेपी भी बार बार निशाना साधती है जवाहरलाल नेहरू पर, वो भी देश के पहले प्रधानमंत्री थे।
देखिए, दोनों में अंतर है। जवाहरलाल नेहरू एक राजनीतिक दल के अध्यक्ष रहे, आजादी के बाद प्रधानमंत्री रहे, और उनकी लेगेसी को एक पार्टी आज तक भुनाती रहती है। सावरकर जी ना प्रधानमंत्री रहे, ना कोई राजनीतिक दल उनका चुनाव लड़ा है। दोनों के बीच में अंतर है। सुभाष बाबू और जवाहरलाल जी के बीच में अंतर है। जब मैं राजनीति में आता हूं तो मुझे लोगों की टीका टिप्पणियों सुनने की सहनशीलता रखनी चाहिए। क्यों ना करें लोग आरोप? मेरे व्यक्तिगत जीवन पर भी आरोप कर सकते हैं, कपड़े पर भी कर सकते हैं, बोलचाल की भाषा पर भी कर सकते हैं, और करते भी है। जब आप राजनीति के अखाड़े में आते हो तो अलग बात है। सावरकर जी इस देश के, पूरी देश ने जिसकी देशभक्ति को सर्टिफाइड किया है, स्वीकारा है, सम्मान किया है, ऐसे निसंदेह देशभक्त है। इस पर इस प्रकार की ऊंची बातें नहीं करनी चाहिए।
Which foreigners? There are some foreigners and there are some Indians in foreign lands who have a slightly different view, more oblique view, more pessimistic view of our politics, for example, of what they now popularly suggest is a democratic backsliding that is happening. And you know, the attendant commentary that goes with it in various journals around the world. So there's that conversation also. Does that worry you, that all this bad publicity might deter investment, because there is continuous talk of a democratic deficit, which is so essential to keep all these processes, these procedures, these policies on track? If India is sort of being torn asunder by so many vociferous political interventions, debates, social turmoil, what happens?
Well, look, at one level, I shrug my shoulders and say, in a globalized world,
welcome back to the Result Day non-stop live coverage on Times Now. My name is Pranesh, with me is my colleague Siddharth Talia, and news coming in from Gujarat. Isudhan Gadvi, the CM face, Siddharth, of the Aam Aadmi Party, has lost by a big margin, 18,000 plus votes. The good news for the BJP is that Hardik Patel has won his seat.
Hardik Patel has won against a Congress stalwart. This is in Viramgam constituency near central Gujarat, of course, as part of the central Gujarat area. So a big win for Hardik Patel, who was previously with the Congress and of course crossed over to the BJP.
Let's decode this with the state-of-the-art election tools. Over to my colleague Pratibha.
Right, this is the biggest story of the day, really, if you talk about it, because it's the historic 7th term for the BJP. Remember, when the party was campaigning, it spoke about Mission 150, and look at this, look at the numbers here, Mission 150 and much more. That's what it looks like. Remember, in 2017, this entire region, especially the Saurashtra region, was dominated by the Congress party. But this time around, we're talking about the fact that the BJP has stormed through every single region. North Gujarat, South Gujarat, Central Gujarat, Saurashtra, Kutch, every region you look at it, it looks like the BJP has not just come to power in these constituencies, but has also ensured that it has breached several of the firewall constituencies of the Congress party. We're going to be talking about that, but there are so many stories, coming from it. Saurashtra region, yes, because remember, this was one of the biggest stories that in 2017, the Congress party had, taken over the entire Saurashtra region, and this time around the tribal belt as well, always known to be a stronghold of the Congress party. It has been breached by the BJP. In fact, BJP has won a majority of the seats, almost 26 seats out of the 27 SC dominated reserved seats, as well as the 2 ST dominated seats as well. So that's one of the biggest stories, and also extremely interesting is the fact that in the Muslim dominated seats as well, the BJP has done really well. I want to bring in Jairam Thakur here and taking a word from him as well. What do you think is the biggest takeaway on the success of the BJP? Modi magic, yes, pro-incumbency, call it what you may, but the BJP has also consistently put in a lot of effort in these regions which it knew were the weaknesses. Say, Saurashtra regions, the Muslim-dominated regions, the tribal regions, the BJP knew these are our weaknesses, and it worked consistently over the last 5 years on it.
Siddharth, you wanted to make a quick point, yes.
So these are the regions, Pranesh, the ones that Pratibha mentioned, where the BJP would actually have been apprehensive following the 2017 elections. There were serious losses that it experienced in Saurashtra, where there is, of course, a strong Patidar population as well. It had also, suffered in the tribal areas of northern Gujarat as well, where the Congress party, for a very long time, has managed to hold on to a captive vote bank. A significant proportion of that, Pranesh, has now gone to the BJP. The BJP, in fact, sweeping as many as 12 Congress firewall seats. So basically, the seats that the Congress party had hold of for 15 years are now with the BJP, which goes to the extent of the pro-incumbency vote that's been witnessed. We have, of course, more inputs from Pratibha as well as Jay. Over to you.
Absolutely. So, you mentioned 2017, and it's very interesting. We also want to talk about the numbers as they stand here. Look at this. Like we mentioned, if you talk about the number 150, that was the mission of the BJP. Now it's increased to much more. They have now crossed 150, much beyond that as well. And when we talk about these numbers, look at this, and it shows you the story of not just the BJP, but also, remember, the Aam Aadmi Party. Comparisons to what will happen in 2024. While talking about the Aam Aadmi Party, is that going to be a tough contender to the BJP? Is going to give a run to its money? Remember, Arvind Kejriwal until yesterday said that Aam Aadmi Party is going to spring a surprise. But it looks like the surprise was really for the Aam Aadmi Party. Look at the numbers here, reduced. It has just 5 seats for the Aam Aadmi Party, single digit number in the Gujarat elections. And of course, one of the biggest stories also being for the Congress party, what it means. So, while on one side we have the BJP that has breached the 150 mark, the Congress is a very, very distant second this time around. These numbers show you what the pictures are really when we talk about the story of the Congress party, the Congress party as well as the Aam Aadmi Party, reduced to single digits. and of course the Congress party in terms of the vote share as well reduced a lot. So the Aam Aadmi Party, there's a discussion around whether the Aam Aadmi Party has eaten into the votes of the Congress party or not, revived again after these discussions. But let's also talk about some of the constituencies that we've been speaking about, because remember, big battles, we've spoken about the big battles that have taken place until now, and you know, what are the names that we are talking about. So let's take a look at you know, who were considered the big faces this time around. We're going to be talking about whether it is Isudan Gadvi, like you mentioned, the Aam Aadmi Party CM candidate, and of course, you know, talking about him, we're talking about how he has lost from the constituency as well. So the big faces of the Aam Aadmi Party, if you think about it, you know, they were brought in as, in fact, just until yesterday as well, Arvind Kejriwal writing it down and saying that, you know, in our battle, these are the people who are going to win. But clearly, look at this, they have not been able to win and not been able to make a mark really as far as the Aam Aadmi Party's big faces are concerned. I'm talking about Isudan Gadvi, you know, the chief ministerial face, Arvind Kejriwal saying, I can give it in writing that he is going to win this time around. There's going to be a big surprise. Clearly, that did not happen at all. And, you know, that's not it. Some of the other big faces as well of the Aam Aadmi Party as well have not been able to make much of an impact. Talking about the Congress, this is a very, very interesting battle if you look at it. Jignesh Mevani in 2017 won as an independent. This time around, he joined the Congress party, lost from the constituency. So, you know, the issue to talk about here is that when he's joining the Congress party, are the people really losing confidence on him? When he was an independent, there was so much support for him. Now contesting on a Congress ticket, it looks like he seems to have lost out. Of course, it was a very big battle for him in the Vadgam constituency as well, because remember, this time around, we also had the AIMIM, you know, in the constituency, the Aam Aadmi Party, the Congress party. It's a Muslim-dominated constituency, so it was a very tough battle as well. So these are some of the biggest talking points from, of course, the big battle in Gujarat. Over to you, Pranesh and Siddharth.
Thank you, Pratibha, for decoding all of that. Siddharth, Yuvraj wanted to make a point about Hardik Patel's seat, because the lead margin, I believe, is very high. Yes, Yuvraj?
Yes. This is a very interesting seat. When Hardik Patel back in his days defected to BJP, he faced, in fact, the party faced a lot of heat from the ground. And now when I see that Hardik Patel is winning with a thumping margin of more than 56,000 votes, it only alludes, and it not only alludes, it only ratifies one thing, that the Modi juggernaut is indefatigable, it is indomitable, and nobody is beyond party lines.
I have to interrupt you there, just for a moment, because there's a very important update coming in from the series of bypolls that have been taking place in Rampur Sadar, which has been a gad of Azam Khan. The BJP has registered a victory. This is a big setback to the Samajwadi Party and its candidate in Rampur, Asim Raja. Let's go in fact to Mayank, who has more updates on this. Mayank, this is a big upset. Many would consider Asim Raja of the Samajwadi Party, of course, fighting the legacy of Azam Khan, so to speak, has now been defeated by the BJP.
Well, absolutely, Siddharth. You know, the legacy of Azam Khan looms large over Rampur, and this bypoll also, Azam Khan's legacy was the main agenda. Remember, when Yogi Adityanath came for a high decibel campaign, he attacked the overall legacy of Azam Khan, and today that has been defeated by the BJP. They have breached this bastion, as Akash Saxena, who was fighting against Azam Khan himself in the main assembly election in 2022 earlier this year. He has defeated Asim Raza by 33,702 votes. And that is a big margin, Siddharth, because there were only 1.34 lakhs vote which were polled on the 5th of December. So out of that, winning by 33,000 votes is like 25% of votes is the victory margin of the BJP candidate Akash Saxena, and that speaks volume about of this thumping victory registered by the BJP. And now they will feel confident. We had the opportunity to talk to some of the local BJP leader, and now they are saying that they are very hopeful of, you know, blooming lotus in Rampur, which was earlier considered as a bastion of the Samajwadi Party, because earlier in this year only, Siddharth, in the parliamentary, you know, bipoll election, Rampur main parliamentary election was also.
That's a great point you've made, senior editor. Birendra Chaudhary is also joining us on this broadcast. Birendra ji, रामपुर के बारे में बताइए दर्शकों को।
देखिए, रामपुर के बारे में दो चीज जानना बहुत जरूरी है। वो एक तरह से सिनोनिम है आजम खान के साथ, लेकिन सबसे पहला धक्का तब लगा था सपा और आजम खान को जब लोकसभा उपचुनाव में वो हार गए थे। अब वही नहीं, जब आजमगढ़ का भी लोकसभा सीट हारे थे। आज तो समझिए एक तरह से जड़ उखाड़ के फेंक देना जिसे कहते हैं वो हुआ है, क्योंकि रामपुर विधानसभा क्षेत्र, ध्यान से सुनिएगा, 1952 से लेकर आज तक भाजपा पहले नहीं थी, जब थी तब भी कोई नहीं जीता। एक बात और साफ 52 से लेकर आज तक, आज का छोड़ के, मुस्लिम कैंडिडेट जीता है। और तीसरी बात, 1980 से लगातार आजम खान वहां से चुनाव जीते हैं। सिर्फ पिछली बार वो नहीं लड़े तो उनकी पत्नी जो प्रोफेसर रही हैं वो जीती थी। कहने का मतलब कि रामपुर का यह तीसरा बिगेस्ट सेटबैक है सपा के लिए और आजम खान के लिए, जहां पर सपा की हार हुई है। एक पहली बार हिंदू कैंडिडेट रामपुर से चुनाव जीता है।
एक सवाल पूछ लेते हैं, समाजवादी पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय प्रवक्ता विवेक सिलास जी भी है हमारे साथ। क्या हो गया इस सीट पे विवेक सिलास जी, क्यों हार गए आप लोग?
Yes, I would just like to say we are talking about Rampur, okay, but it's very sad that we don't talk about Mainpuri and Khatoli.
No,
there has been a landslide.
No shying away here.
Samajwadi Party, more than 250,000 votes. Let me complete, na. If you have given me an opportunity, let me complete my verdict, please.
So at least stop playing victim. Go ahead.
We should also talk about Mainpuri, where the Samajwadi Party has won.
Okay,
by a thumping margin of more than
Danish Azad is now joining us on the phone line. Yes. Minister in the Yogi cabinet. Azad साहब, टाइम स्टॉप पे स्वागत है आपका। रामपुर में बीजेपी कैंडिडेट की जीत हुई है।
जी, रामपुर में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रत्याशी ने विजय दर्ज की है और रामपुर की जनता ने पहले ही भाजपा के प्रत्याशी पे विश्वास की मुहर लगा दी थी। और आज जब नतीजे सामने आए हैं तो रामपुर में विकास की तरफ रामपुर ने अपने आप को आगे बढ़ाने का जो फैसला लिया, मैं तमाम रामपुर के तमाम सम्मानित जनता का, तमाम आवाम का शुक्रिया अदा करता हूं कि उन्होंने भाजपा के साथ कदम से कदम मिलाकर रामपुर को तरक्की की तरफ आगे ले जाने में विश्वास जताया है। हम पूरी ईमानदारी से रामपुर के तरक्की के लिए, रामपुर की उन्नति के लिए काम करेंगे।
एक और सवाल सर आपसे कि रामपुर का जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी है वो समाजवादी पार्टी का पिछले 30 सालों से एक गढ़ रह चुका है। वहां पर मुसलमान मतदाताओं की संख्या अभी काफी ज्यादा है और बीजेपी के जो मिस्टर सक्सेना है वो आराम से जीते हैं, तकरीबन 30,000 वोट से ज्यादा के मार्जिन से वो जीते हैं। व्हाट आर सम ऑफ द रीजंस यू थिंक कि इतनी बुरी तरह से हार हुई है वहां पे समाजवादी पार्टी की?
देखिए, द रीजन बिहाइंड दिस इज कि आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी, उत्तर प्रदेश की योगी सरकार, ये सबका साथ सबका विकास करने वाली सरकार है। और जिस तरीके से सभी जनमानस तक और खास तौर पर हमारे मुस्लिम समाज के तरक्की के लिए उत्तर प्रदेश की योगी सरकार ने जो कदम उठाए हैं, जो कार्य किए हैं, इससे एक विश्वास, चाहे हमारे हिंदू भाई हो चाहे मुस्लिम भाई हो, तमाम लोगों के अंदर एक विश्वास है। और रामपुर में लोकसभा में भी वहां के लोगों ने और इस विधानसभा के उपचुनाव में भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रत्याशी को जिताकर बता दिया है कि जिस सीट को समाजवादी पार्टी अपना गढ़ बताकर और वहां के मतदाताओं को भ्रमित कर हमेशा उन कुर्सी का हथियार लेते थे, लेकिन अब जनता जागरूक हो चुकी है और जनता उसी के साथ खड़ी है जो विकास की तरफ उनको आगे ले जाएगा। और रामपुर की जनता ने भाजपा पे और योगी मॉडल पे पूरा विश्वास जताया है।
दानिश आजाद, thank you for speaking to Times Now BJP and calling it an endorsement of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas brand of politics by Prime Minister Modi. Taking a quick break, lots more lined up as we build up to our super prime time.
Never seen before poll tools, decoding the votes, seats and swing. Groundbreaking TV coverage, value for every minute spent. Result day live only on Times Now. Election News Headquarters.
As someone who comes from the south, the southern meal starts with a sweet.
So let me start with a point of agreement with Mr. Verma. On the aspect of colonization and on the impact of colonization, I don't think I have anything to disagree with at all. That it has much more pernicious and far more, let's say, far-reaching effects than the use of the sword. I completely agree with on that. And I think we are still reeling from the impact of it, which is very clear. I don't think we are wearing the Mughal clothes. We are wearing the clothes of the British man for all practical purposes, at least some of us. So therefore, I understand that particular issue. But this much is clear from the points made by Mr. Khurshid and Mr. Verma, that one believes that that was a wave of migration, and the other is clear, citing material, that this was not a migration, this was a bloody invasion, as bloody as it could get in the history of humankind. Now, this is what I wish to highlight to make one point. To choose to observe a strategic silence in the interest of peace is very different from actively indulging in denial of history. And that's exactly where the problem starts. So if an entire school is established that goes about whitewashing stuff as opposed to saying, let's not touch this particular aspect of history, which I think is also not possible. How do you choose to remain silent over one particular aspect of your history? That's not going to happen. So then the only option is to speak about it. Now, why should the discussion with respect to something that has happened in the past result in acrimony in the present, unless someone relates to the invader even in the present and someone does not relate to the invader even in the present? In which case, the two-nation theory is well alive and kicking. That's one. But factually speaking, one particular trope I think needs to be busted, because I think it's been sold well beyond its sell-by date. I'm sorry to say, after partition, people did not choose to stay here. The elections prior to the partition of 1946 spoke volumes. And that's a very clear decision taken at the ballot. And therefore, when you choose to speak about history, let's be clear that perhaps practical considerations came into existence which prevented a mass migration, but certainly not patriotic considerations or Bharatiya considerations. I think that myth needs to be busted, and we cannot sell it any further. 3. On Ganga Jamni Tehzeeb, well, while I have several reservations with Dr. Ambedkar, the one thing that he was crystal clear about in his book, Pakistan or the Partition of India, which was published on the eve of the partition, 2 books were published by Rajendra Prasad in 1946 and Dr. Ambedkar in 1946. In which he clearly says that the so-called Ganga Jamni Tehzeeb, or the syncretic culture that is celebrated over and over again, is a product of the incomplete conversion of the converted Hindu to Islam. And therefore, multiple waves of attempts have been made on a regular basis to remove the remnants of that Hinduness from that particular convert, which is what has been pushed in this country as what we know as Wahhabism. To say that the new convert shall identify himself with the early converts to Islam, and therefore you cannot have any ties whatsoever or any cultural practices whatsoever which remind you of your ancestor. That starts with the language, that moves to dressing, so on and so forth. So let's be clear. If acrimony is the result, or is going to be the result of a discussion with respect to the medieval period in current day Bharat and contemporary Bharat, that is because there are still people who relate to this particular person or this particular invader. Had that not been the case, why should there be a resistance with respect to the reclamation of a particular, let's say, structure that was built by an invader? Whether it's Babri Masjid or Gyanvapi Mandir or so on and so forth, these were built by invaders. Obviously, they were not built after the independence of this particular country. This is not a structure that has come into existence after 15th of August 1947. Why do you relate to this particular structure? Because the mindset that has been imposed on you at the peril of the sword and let's say at the pain of death prevents you from accepting your past, and therefore it's going to be a constant tussle each time there's a discussion with respect to the past. So I refuse to buy the fact that history is no more relevant, or that it's possible for us to have these discussions objectively. I agree with Mr. Verma on this point. It cannot be objective. That's exactly why I concluded my first opening submission by saying all of us have our biases. It's impossible for us to say that we don't have biases. We are human beings. Impossible. We may choose not to bring out certain proclivities and, let's say, ideological leanings to the fore for reasons of pragmatism, whatever it may be. But let the evidence speak for itself. But if the evidence leads to a different conclusion and it has consequences on the street or elsewhere, then the people who choose to resort to the street merely because truth is being presented in a public forum are to be blamed. History is not to be blamed, and certainly not those people who wish to present that version of history before the public.
What do you think of the relationship as it evolves? I've been reading a lot of commentary that this extension of Mr. Shi's term
have been on in the BJP camp in the state of Gujarat for quite some time now, and the Chief Minister of Gujarat, Mr. Bhupendra Patel, who fought from Ghatlodiya constituency in Ahmedabad, and he won by a massive margin of almost 1,10,000 votes. He's currently holding a victory rally, Pranesh, in his home constituency.
Let's start live. Rishabh is now joining us live from the BJP office. Rishabh, celebrations obviously because of the scale of this margin and the mandate.
Definitely, Siddharth. Around 157 seats lead as well as victory already. This is a record margin, and this is the place where since morning it has been dhol, nagada, dances, crackers, laddus, everything. We have supporters here as well. Let's try and talk to few of them and understand from them what this victory means. Sir, ये जीत क्या मायने रखती है आपके लिए?
बहुत बड़ी मायने रखती है. बीजेपी की बहुत बड़ी जीत हुई है अब तक की.
अभी तक का जो रिकॉर्ड था वो कांग्रेस का था 149 सीटों का. इस बार आप 157 में अभी चल रहे हैं, तो क्या मायने हैं, किस लिए ये इतनी बड़ी जीत कैसे हो पाई?
So this is the biggest victory for BJP in the Gujarat, and this shows the work of BJP they have done till many years in the Gujarat. The development, the employment, and you see, you go to Ahmedabad and any road, you'll see how infrastructure has developed in Gujarat, right? So this is
is this a vote for development?
Yes, this is pure vote for development and what Gujarat model.
Supporters here, Siddharth, who say this is pure vote for development. Let's try and talk to a few more people. Sir, we met you in the campaigning as well. You were with Mr. Nadda when he was campaigning. What do you think of this mandate?
First of all, I would like to give credit to our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi sir, because Narendra Modi sir, the one slogan here is written that hard work, you never be tired with the hard work, but it's give the purely satisfactions. Yeah. So Narendra Modi also taught the
development and Narendra Modi. That's what it's resonating here, Siddharth, at BJP headquarters, Shri Kamlam. So over to you.
Right, massive mandate, Pranesh, for the BJP, as of course Rishabh was capturing the celebrations in the BJP camp in Ghatlodiya in Ahmedabad, which is where Bhupendra Bhai Patel, the Chief Minister of Gujarat, has won comprehensively.
Let's take a quick break. Lots more lined up on the other side. We stay live in Himachal, from Himachal and Gujarat. Stay with Times Now.
Never seen before poll tools, decoding the votes, seats and swing. Groundbreaking TV coverage, value for every minute spent. Result day live only on Times Now. Election News Headquarters.
अगर स्टार की फीस है, which is happened, I mean we don't have to go who, it's quite common, उसका GST 18% है सर, 18% तो GST है उसका. अब आप कह रहे हो आपने 16, am I right? 16 crores is the number? Yeah, 17 crores में आपने पूरी पिक्चर बना ली. मैंने सुना
कनाडा का रिलीज मिलके,
कैमरा का
वो कनाडा में जो किए हम लोग,
हाँ, वो सब मिला के
उधर हमारा रिलीज का खर्चा मिलके वो 16 करोड़.
और कई लोगों के बजट ऐसे होते हैं. सर मैं एक YouTube चैनल चलाता हूँ, उसमें मैंने किसी को बुलाना चाहा, उन्होंने कहा कि मेरी कंगी करने के लिए और ये करने के लिए 11 लोग आएंगे. उन सब
ये जोक मेरे सामने मारना था, मतलब
आप भी ले आओ सर 5-6.
आपको कंगी वाला जोक मेरे सामने बोलना था.
अरे वो तो मैंने सोचा ही नहीं सर, आप तो बियॉन्ड कंगी हो. पर
और मैं देख रहा हूँ कि 90% लोग यहाँ पर बिना कंगी के वाले बैठे हुए हैं.
No, so I'm just saying.
But I agree with you. You are right.
Makeup, not just कंगी. It was makeup. इट वाज दिस, कोई पानी लाएगा, मिनरल वाटर होना चाहिए. मैंने सुना है लोगों की 4-4 वैनिटी वैन होती है. दीज आर नॉट, सो दीज आर कॉस्ट स्ट्रक्चर्स विच आर सो. और एक एंड पे आजकल ऐसे भी कंटेंट बन रहा है, 15 करोड़ में आपने पूरी पिक्चर बना ली. यूट्यूबर्स तो बेचारे और भी कम में बनाते हैं, सम ओटीटी. सो व्हाट इज इट लाइक? क्या ये बॉलीवुड कोई, जो बॉम्बे है, हम भी वहीं रहते हैं मुंबई में, वो कोई और ही दुनिया में चल रहा है? या आप लोग कैसे, मतलब वेयर, हाउ कैन यू मेक अ फिल्म फॉर 15 करोड़ एंड दे आर मेकिंग फिल्म फॉर 400 करोड़ और उनकी नहीं चल रही है और आपकी चल रही है? ये कैसे हो, कैसे रहा है? व्हाट इज दिस?
देखिए, ऐसा नहीं है. अभी कार्तिक आर्यन की फिल्म भूल भुलैया 2 चली, बहुत अच्छी. संजय लीला बंसाली की फिल्म विद आलिया चली, बहुत अच्छी. तो ऐसा नहीं कि बड़े बजट की फिल्में चल नहीं रही हैं. जैसा कि मैंने बताया कि लोगों को एंटाइटलमेंट अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है.
बताइए, एंटाइटलमेंट किसी को समझा?
मतलब कि हम आपको बताते हैं कि अभी फिल्म कैसे बनती है, हम आपको बताते हैं कि क्या होना चाहिए फिल्मों में. दे आर नॉट इंटरेस्टेड इन दैट. दे आर इंटरेस्टेड, दे स्पेंड देयर मनी. ऑल्सो चेंज होता गया ना. पहले तो हमारे पास, हम सादे फिल्में देखने चले जाते थे, फिर डिफरेंट साधन हुए. आज लोगों के पास एंटरटेनमेंट के कितने साधन हैं. आप मॉल में चले जाइए, खाना खाने की जगहें हैं, ओटीटी प्लेटफॉर्म्स हैं, वगैरह वगैरह, कितने सारे हैं. तो नाउ दे डोंट लाइक एनीथिंग. आई विल गो बैक टू द सेम थिंग, एनीथिंग विच स्मेल्स ऑफ फेकिज्म, इफ देयर इज अ वर्ड लाइक दैट. दे जस्ट डोंट understand that. They will rather go to see a Kantara, they will rather go to see a Triple R, they will rather go and see some other film. American films क्या बिजनेस करती हैं यहाँ पर? मतलब they are also equally now our competitors. तो सर्वाइवल तो करना ही पड़ेगा ना. पर मैं अपने 38 साल में, मुझे 532 फिल्में की हैं. बहुत सारे लोग आए गए, बहुत सारे लोग आए, बट सिंसेरिटी का और हार्डवर्क का कोई ऑल्टरनेट नहीं है. मैं ये कोई ज्ञान की बातें नहीं कर रहा. तो ऐसे लगता है कि हम, चलो अगर पैसे से बनानी है फिल्म, बट दिस इज, मुझे लगता है अमृत मंथन है, ये चर्निंग है. अमृत मंथन का पीरियड अच्छा होता है. इसके बाद जो आगे फिल्में बनेंगी वो शायद अलग बनेंगी, डिफरेंट बनेगी. कभी कभी सोचने पे मजबूर हो जाते हैं ना.
You know, the usual opposition voices that have been repeatedly making themselves heard. I'm not saying the usual suspects. I'm not disparaging of the opposition. All I'm saying is that there are a group of leaders who did express a great disappointment at the fact that the Prime Minister didn't collar Xi Jinping or whatever they imagined he would be doing. So there's that. And there's, of course, the China question. Can we talk a little bit about that?
Look, when it comes to China, there is the reality of China, the second biggest economy in the world, our proximate neighbor, but also one with whom we've had, to put it politely, a difficult history, where we've had conflict. We have a very major boundary dispute, and where on many issues of high importance to us, they have not been supported. This could be our quest for permanent membership of the UN Security Council and reform of the UN. It could be our candidature for becoming a member of the nuclear suppliers group, or it could be those issues you mentioned, listing of UN terrorists, and it could be something far more basic. And this is something which goes back to the 1950s and 60s, which is their relationship with Pakistan, and how that relationship in Pakistan, with Pakistan, actually affects the security interests of India. These are out there. We all know that these are out there. Now, to my mind, the right way of...
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Times Now mega broadcast on this election day. Were we waiting for this day? And it has lived up to our expectations. While in Gujarat, it has been what was being predicted, and it has gone beyond expectations when it comes to the BJP tally. In Himachal also, it has gone beyond expectations, but in the other direction. First of all, Siddharth, let's run our viewers through the numbers as they stand right now. First up, Gujarat figures.
So this is a staggering number, Priya. This is a record that's been created by the BJP. It's the largest ever seat share for any political party in the state of Gujarat. They've managed to corner 158 seats, perhaps exceeding their own expectations, relegating Congress to an extremely low second spot, where they've been reduced to 16 seats from a high of 77 in 2017. And very interestingly, the Aam Aadmi Party has in fact scored 4 seats. Perhaps they would have been expecting, given the intensity of their own campaign, to do much better.
Right, and it is these 4 seats of the Aam Aadmi Party that are now the bedrock of its jubilations, because remember, this makes it a national party. It was already registered in 3 states. It has seats in Punjab, in Delhi, in Goa. It only needed 6% vote share or 2 MLAs. It has, according to these predictions, remember, they are still leads. Final results will be out in some hours from now. It is all set to become a national party. But what about the existing national party? In fact, the grand old party, Siddharth, Congress has some very deep thinking to do.
Absolutely, and remember that their erstwhile president, Mr. Rahul Gandhi, addressed just a couple of rallies in the state of Gujarat, and their party machinery in the state has now decided, following these results, to start taking accountability. In fact, Mr. Raghu Sharma, Priya, who happens to be the in charge of Gujarat on the part of the Congress, has already submitted his resignation to Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, who's the current president of the Congress party. And then, of course, serious introspection is in order for the Congress, which was in fact the strongest contender against the hegemony of the BJP over a period of 27 years. Unfortunately, now its future in that particular state, at least for the near future, looks pretty bleak.
Right, and viewers, you can see on my sides the comparison as it stands. Last time around, 77 seats for the Congress, 99 for the BJP. This time around, look at the gap. Look at 144, 142 staggering seats behind is the Congress party. While the vote share last time, there was 49% for the BJP. Congress, if I'm not wrong, was around 6% behind them. And this time around, they're nowhere in the picture, if we can put it like that. And what exactly is it translating into on the ground? Joining me are my colleagues who've had a marathon run in this election. There is Mayank, who is with us. We also have Rishabh, we have Sabyasachi, we have Aishwarya. Birendraji joins us from the studio for his inside perspective. And coming to you first, Rishabh, tell us, what can you tell us? How is the mood where you are?
Well, we'll come back to Rishabh in just a bit, but he was very close to Bhupendra Patel and the constituency of Ghatlodia, where Mr. Patel, who happens to be the Chief Minister of Gujarat, has won by a margin of more than 110,000 votes. We'll come to Rishabh in just a short while, but let's also in fact get a word in from Akanksha as well. Akanksha, tell us where you are and the kind of... In fact, let's go back to Rishabh once again. Rishabh, you are in the constituency of the Chief Minister. Tell us about the scenes around you and take us and get us a perspective from the mood of the cadre on the ground.
Going on early since 11 o'clock here. And also the amount of firecrackers that have been busted since morning here at Kamlam headquarters. It has been a non-stop celebration here since morning. There have been dhol, lagada, firecrackers, dances and even sweets. Even before the counting began early this morning, the preparations had begun. Shows the confidence of the party here. Let's try and talk to a few of the supporters here who have been here since morning to understand what this means to them. Sir, this whole victory today has been phenomenal. 160 सीटों के आसपास भाजपा जीत रही है. क्या मायने हैं इसके?
ये काफी सारा विकास बोलता है. जो मोदी जी ने अगले सालों में काम किया है, बहुत सारा विकास किया है भारत का. ठीक है, साथ ही साथ गुजरात को भी नई ऊंचाइयों पे ले गए हैं और ये उसकी मेहनत का नतीजा है. जो
उनकी मेहनत का नतीजा, ये विकास बोलता है, आप कह रहे हैं. सर, आप बताइए, आपके लिए ये जीत कितनी मायने रखती है? जो यंग लीडर्स भी हैं आपके, हार्दिक हुए, अल्पेश हुए, ये भी जीत के आए हैं इस बार. तो ये 27 साल के राज के बाद ये जीत जो है 160 के आसपास की सीटें हैं, एक रिकॉर्ड बहुमत है, वो क्या मायने रखती है आपके लिए?
ये मोदी जी का मेहनत का नतीजा है.
So ये मोदी जी की मेहनत का नतीजा. You heard it here, Siddharth, Priya, that it's all about Narendra Modi still in Gujarat. It's been 8 years since he has moved out. Let's try and talk to a few more people here. Sir, ये 160 सीटों की जीत है भाजपा के लिए. क्या सोचते हैं इसके बारे में?
बारी बार विकास, और आप देख रहे हैं कि पूरा गुजरात कैसे विकास की ओर चल पड़ा है. उसकी जीत तो पक्की थी.
ये विकास के लिए ये वोट पड़ा है.
कंफर्म विकास के लिए वोट पड़ा.
ये वोट एक बार बताइए, ये नरेंद्र मोदी के लिए वोट था या भूपेंद्र पटेल के लिए वोट था?
विकास के लिए वोट था. और नरेंद्र भाई हमारे आगे के नेता है, प्रधानमंत्री भी है. उसका प्यार, उसका जो आशीर्वाद गुजरात पे हमेशा रहता है, तो ऑब्वियसली जनता उसको जीत की तरफ ही निकाल पाएगी.
Okay.
आप पूरे गुजरात में रखिए, विकास की ओर निकल पड़े सबके सब.
Right, Rishabh, I'll have to interject you because the state where Congress is doing well, we already see a fight for credit breaking out. We earlier told our viewers how there was jostling for who is going to be the chief ministerial candidate in the state. Now, then Robert Vadra has come out to say what, Siddharth?
Well, he's in fact credited Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, his wife, with the victory that the Congress party managed to register in the state of Himachal Pradesh. And very interestingly, Priya, this comes a day before MLAs of the Congress party are expected to meet in Chandigarh. The newly elected MLAs of the Congress in Himachal are expected to meet in Chandigarh to decide on the possibility of choosing a new chief minister for the state. Let's take this across to Gurpreet Singh Cheena for more. Gurpreet, the war on credit has pretty much already begun within the Congress camp in the state of Himachal Pradesh. Yes, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra did campaign quite intensively in the state, but her husband, Robert Vadra, now crediting her with the victory for the Congress in Himachal.
Is it a justified credit?
Well, yes, of course, we have seen Rahul Gandhi was missing, but Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, she has visited a lot of constituency and she has campaigned for the Congress leaders also. But first of all, I request my Vijay to show that how the dance is going on. A lot of supporters, they are coming here, and a lot of people, they are celebrating this victory, because this victory has given a boost to the Congress at a national level, because we have seen all over the nation the Congress is being rejected by the people of this country. But now in Himachal Pradesh we have seen a lot of hope of the Congress revival. But again the question is same, the credit war is going on. We had a word with Pratibha Singh, and she says that legacy of Veerbhadra cannot be ignored by Gandhis at this point of time. One of the supporters, he is with us, we will talk to the supporter also. किसको श्रेय देते हैं, क्या लगता है कि जो कांग्रेस वापस आई है, क्या कारण है?
इसका सारा श्रेय जो है वो कांग्रेस पार्टी का जो है वो राजा वीरभद्र का है. स्वर्गीय राजा वीरभद्र का जो अपना एक वर्चस्व था और उनकी जो सोच थी गरीबों के प्रति, एम्प्लॉइजों के प्रति, प्रदेश के प्रति, मतलब इवन राष्ट्र के प्रति, जो उनके अपने आप में बड़ी सोच थी उनकी. मतलब आज जितना भी देख रहे हैं आप, एक राज परिवार की वजह से कांग्रेस मजबूत हुई है.
So Gurpreet, while Veerbhadra Singh might be credited for the victory of Congress party right now, a little bit of contribution is also of the rebels of the BJP party, and one such former leader of the BJP is joining us right now. कृपाल सिंह तोमर जी हमारे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं. ये रिबेल बीजेपी के हैं, इन्होंने इंडिपेंडेंटली फाइट लड़ी है, और अभी the latest figures that we have available right now, he is at number 3. Mr. Tomar, thank you for talking to Times Now. First of all, tell us, why did you decide to contest independently?
Absolutely.
Mr. Tomar, can you hear me? Mr. Parmar, can you hear me?
हाँ, मैं आपका प्रश्न नहीं सुन पाया हूँ, प्लीज रहिए जरा.
Mr. Parma, we were just asking you as to why you decided to contest as an independent in the build-up to the elections in Himachal Pradesh. Was it because you were denied a ticket in the by-poll that took place in Himachal Pradesh about a year and a half ago? What are some of the reasons why you decided to contest as an independent and quit the BJP?
मुझे माफ करें, मैं हिंदी में
I'm so sorry to interrupt you there, Mr. Parmar. We're getting a response now from Ms. Pratibha Singh, who's the president of the Congress party in Himachal Pradesh. Let's listen to what she has to say.
जाएगी, वो क्या चाहते हैं, वो क्या बोल रहे हैं, और फिर वो बात हम हाई कमांड तक पहुंच जाएंगे, और हाई कमांड क्या इस पे फैसला करती है वो हम सबको मान्य होगा.
Was it incumbency of the previous government या फिर development of the Veerbhadra Singh model of government?
दोनों बातें थी. वीरभद्र सिंह जी का तो मैंने आपको नाम बताया कि उनका नाम ही और उनके काम ही लोगों को दिख रहे थे, और लोगों ने कहा कि जितने भी काम हिमाचल प्रदेश में हुए हैं डेवलपमेंट के, वो माननीय वीरभद्र सिंह जी के कार्यकाल में उन्हीं के द्वारा किए गए। उनका मानना यह है कि वो बेशक हमारे बीच में नहीं है, बट वो हमारे सभी के दिलों में निवास करते हैं और हम उनको ही एक अंतिम श्रद्धांजलि के नाम पर उनको अपना वोट देंगे। तो चाहे वो पार्टी से ऊपर उठकर भी, नॉट ओनली कांग्रेस माइंडेड पीपल, इवन बीजेपी, उन्होंने भी कहा कि जी वीरभद्र सिंह जी ऐसी शख्सियत थी जिन्होंने हम सबकी मदद की है, तो उनके लिए, इनके नाम पर हम ये वोट डालेंगे। तो वो भी एक मुख्य कारण रहा जिसकी वजह से हमारे को इतनी बढ़त हर जिले में मिली है, हर कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में मिली है।
यू मीन टू से बीजेपी के लोगों ने भी कांग्रेस को वोट डाला है?
मेनी ऑफ देम बिकॉज वीरभद्र सिंह जी ऐसी शख्सियत थी कि वो बीजेपी के लोगों का भी काम करते थे। इट वाज नॉट कि मैंने कांग्रेस का ही करना है, वो हर बार ये बोलते थे कि मैं प्रदेश का मुख्य हूँ और मैंने सबको एक नजर से देखना है, चाहे वो बीजेपी हो, चाहे कांग्रेस हो, चाहे अन्य लोग हो, गरीब हो, अमीर हो, सभी के लिए मैंने अपना दायित्व निभाना है, अपना काम करना है। तो वो लोग भी उनको उतना ही मानते थे और जहां जहां भी लोगों को लगा कि नहीं ये श्रद्धांजलि के तौर पे एक वोट जानी चाहिए, तो लोगों ने हमारे को हर पार्टी से उठकर भी वोट दिया है।
अपार्ट फ्रॉम दिस, क्या ओपीएस और दूसरे इश्यूज, इन्फ्लेशन, अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट, क्या वो भी एक फैक्टर रहे विक्ट्री ऑफ कांग्रेस के?
मेजर फैक्टर्स, बिकॉज 5 साल लोगों ने मौका दिया, बीजेपी की सरकार बनी, जयराम ठाकुर जी उनके मुख्य बने और 5 सालों में ना तो महंगाई कम हुई, ना रोजगार प्रदान हुआ और ना ही लोगों की जो दुख और तकलीफ और समस्याएं थी उसके ऊपर सरकार ने कुछ किया। जैसा कि हमारे किसान हैं, बागवान हैं, वो जीएसटी से बहुत दुखी थे, चाहे वो खाद पे थी, चाहे स्प्रे पे थी, चाहे ट्रे पे थी, चाहे पेटी पे थे, हर चीज में आपने जीएसटी लगा दी, जो कि एक आम आदमी के पहुंच से बाहर होती जा रही बातें थी। उन्होंने भी पुकार की और बीजेपी ने अनदेखी उन बातों को किया है। हमने कहा है कि हम सरकार बनाएंगे, हम आपकी मदद करेंगे।
जो 10 कमिटमेंट कांग्रेस पार्टी ने की है, गारंटीज जिसको आप कहते हैं, पीपल आर होपफुल, क्या भरोसा दिलाएंगी एज कांग्रेस चीफ?
देखिए, हमने तो माननीय वीरभद्र सिंह जी से यही सीखा है और वो भी इस बात को प्राथमिकता देते थे कि जो कह दिया वो करना है, जो कह दिया वो पत्थर की लकीर होती थी उनके लिए। तो हम भी मानते हैं कि अव्वल तो हमको कुछ ऐसी बात कहनी नहीं चाहिए जो नहीं कर सके, पर जो कह दिया उसको करके दिखाना है। तो हमने ये जो बातें की है, चाहे ओपीएस देने की बात की है, चाहे महिलाओं को मदद करने की बात की है, चाहे युवाओं को रोजगार देने की बात की है, ये सारे मुद्दे हमने लोगों को तभी किए हैं जब हम आश्वस्त थे कि हम इन कामों को कर सकते हैं और जैसे सरकार बनेगी तो हम अवश्य इसके ऊपर ध्यान देकर इन कामों को लागू करेंगे।
वीरभद्र सिंह was a role model for the state in Congress, solid power center माना जाता है। What are you looking forward? आज एक बार फिर से रौनक आई है, is it an emotional moment?
I mean, substance of what Pratibha Singh said there is the fact that the decision as to who is going to be the chief minister has been left to the high command, and if we go by the examples of what has happened in Punjab and other states, we pretty well know, Siddharth, what a decision left to high command means. It is not going to be a smooth ride, but हम वापस से कोशिश करते हैं एक बार कृपाल सिंह परमार जी से बात करने की। सर, आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है अभी?
जी जी
जी, तो हमारा सवाल आपसे ये था कि आपने 2021 में बाईपोल पर जब आपको टिकट नहीं मिला फतेहपुर से तो पार्टी छोड़ दी थी। आज जब आप इंडिपेंडेंट की तरह से लड़ रहे हैं तो आप तीसरे नंबर पर हैं, ना तो आप जीत रहे हैं ना ही आपने जो वोट ले लिए बीजेपी को, इसकी वजह से बीजेपी नंबर 2 पर है। तो क्या आपको लगता है कि आप इनडायरेक्टली कांग्रेस की जीत के लिए जिम्मेदार हैं?
ऐसा है जी कि मैं कांग्रेस की जीत के लिए जिम्मेवार मैं नहीं हूं और ना ही 2021 में मुझे जब टिकट नहीं मिला था मैंने पार्टी नहीं छोड़ी थी, मैं पार्टी के साथ रहा था। लेकिन 2021 का जो बाई इलेक्शन था उसमें जिस तरीके से 4-0 की हार हुई थी उसका पार्टी ने कभी उस पर गौर नहीं किया और मुख्यमंत्री जी लोगों के काम करने की बजाय अपने विरोधियों को सेटल करने में लगे रहे और 4-0 की जीत के बाद मंडी उनका गृह क्षेत्र था। मंडी लोकसभा में हम लोग लगभग 4 लाख वोटों से पिछड़े क्योंकि 2019 में रामस्वरूप जी ने जो सीट 4 लाख से ज्यादा वोटों से हारी थी और हम ये 7 बार से हार गए। उसके बाद भी पार्टी ने कभी उस पर गौर नहीं किया और हम लोग ये लगातार पार्टी के अंदर जो दिखाते रहे हैं कि क्या क्या हो रहा है और क्या होना चाहिए, इसीलिए हम लोगों को दरकिनार किया गया।
से बात करने के लिए Mr. Parmar, the import of what he said, Priya, is of course the fact that the BJP has not learned from the mistakes it made in the bypoll in Mandi and a whole host of other seats that it lost in Himachal Pradesh in the early part of 2021. That's one of the reasons for its defeat currently. We'll slip into a short break. We'll come back to our guests as well as our reporters in just a short while from now. Stay tuned.
Never seen before poll tools. Decoding the votes, seats and swing. Groundbreaking TV coverage. Value for every minute spent. Result day live only on Times Now. Election News Headquarters.
सावरकर पर, जिसे वीर सावरकर बीजेपी मानती है, उस पर राहुल गांधी,
माफ करना, बीजेपी नहीं पूरा देश सावरकर जी को वीर सावरकर मानता है।
बिल्कुल, वीर सावरकर जो हम सब के लिए हैं, उन्हें राहुल गांधी जी कहते हैं कि वो घुटने टेक कर चिट्ठी लिखा करते थे ब्रिटिश सरकार को, योर ओबीडियंट सर्वेंट, और इसके ऊपर बीजेपी ने गांधी जी की भी एक चिट्ठी निकाली। मैं पूछना चाहती हूं कि हमारे इतिहास का जो इस तरह से रोज डिबेट होता है पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज के बीच में, इसको एक ही बार सेटल नहीं करना चाहिए?
सेटल करने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है, सेटल ही है। ये वीर और अकेले सावरकर और वीर सावरकर का जो अंतर है ना, वो अगर समझ ले तो सेटल है। ये कोई पद्मश्री, पद्म विभूषण, इवन भारत रत्न नहीं है जो देश की सरकार ने दिया है। 130 करोड़ लोगों ने सावरकर जी की देशभक्ति को वीर नाम से सम्मानित कर आजीवन एटर्नल तरीके से उसके नाम के साथ जोड़ा है, तब कोई वीर सावरकर बनता है। और ये जो लोग आज टिप्पणियां कर रहे हैं, 10 दिन सावरकर जी जहां 10 साल रहे, वो जेल की कोठरी में रहकर बताएं। और समंदर के अंदर 600 किलोमीटर दूर से एक जहाज के अंदर से कूदकर आजादी के लिए जान दे देने का, आजादी के लिए जिंदा रहने का जो जज्बा था, इसके 10% भी किसी में हो तो सावरकर जी पर टिप्पणी करे। और देश में सबसे पहला प्रतिबंध अगर किसी पर लगाया अंग्रेजों ने, सबसे पहला प्रतिबंध लगाया तो सन 57 का स्वातंत्र समर, उस पुस्तक पर, सावरकर के पुस्तक पर लगाया। सावरकर जी की पर टिप्पणी और इतनी भद्दी और ओछी टिप्पणी करने का अधिकार किसी को नहीं है। ये तो जब जाएंगे जनता के सामने, तब जनता बताएगी उनको कि सावरकर जी के लिए बोलने का क्या मतलब होता है। मेरे जैसे कई लोग जीवन में सभी प्रकार के लक्ष्यों को छोड़कर वीर सावरकर के नक्शे कदम पर देश की सेवा करने के लिए आगे बढ़े। सावरकर जी के लिए इस प्रकार की ओछी बात करना किसी को शोभा नहीं देता है।
लेकिन क्या ये रिएक्शन नहीं है, क्योंकि बीजेपी भी बार बार निशाना साधती है जवाहरलाल नेहरू पर, वो भी देश के पहले प्रधानमंत्री थे।
देखिए, दोनों में अंतर है। जवाहरलाल नेहरू एक राजनीतिक दल के अध्यक्ष रहे, आजादी के बाद प्रधानमंत्री रहे, और उनकी लेगेसी को एक पार्टी आज तक भुनाती रहती है। सावरकर जी ना प्रधानमंत्री रहे, ना कोई राजनीतिक दल उनका चुनाव लड़ा है। दोनों के बीच में अंतर है। सुभाष बाबू और जवाहरलाल जी के बीच में अंतर है। जब मैं राजनीति में आता हूं तो मुझे लोगों की टीका टिप्पणियों सुनने की सहनशीलता रखनी चाहिए। क्यों ना करें लोग आरोप? मेरे व्यक्तिगत जीवन पर भी आरोप कर सकते हैं, कपड़े पर भी कर सकते हैं, बोलचाल की भाषा पर भी कर सकते हैं, और करते भी है। जब आप राजनीति के अखाड़े में आते हो तो अलग बात है। सावरकर जी इस देश के, पूरी देश ने जिसकी देशभक्ति को सर्टिफाइड किया है, स्वीकारा है, सम्मान किया है, ऐसे निसंदेह देशभक्त है। इस पर इस प्रकार की ऊंची बातें नहीं करनी चाहिए।
Which foreigners? There are some foreigners and there are some Indians in foreign lands who have a slightly different view, more oblique view, more pessimistic view of our politics, for example, of what they now popularly suggest is a democratic backsliding that is happening, and you know, the attendant commentary that goes with it in various journals around the world. So there's that conversation also. Does that worry you, that all this bad publicity might deter investment, because there is continuous talk of a democratic deficit, which is so essential to keep all these processes, these procedures, these policies on track? If India is sort of being torn asunder by so many vociferous political interventions, debates, social turmoil, what happens?
Well, look, at one level, I shrug my shoulders and say, in a globalized world, the debates and the politics of India will also play out beyond India's borders. And I treat a lot of this as actually politics in disguise. Politics disguised as reports, politics disguised as university pronouncements or NGO positions. But they're all very deeply political. Some of it, I think, is also I would say the unhappiness or the inability to accept that there is change happening in India which is not as you want it to happen. So if you look at this wonderful term which is almost oxymoron, the electoral autocracy. I mean, just think, we are told on the one hand, somewhere democracy is shrinking, right? I mean, that was your question.
While all the spotlight might have been on the assembly elections outcomes, there is also bi-poll outcome that is closely being watched by the opposition, and one of them, in fact the most important one of them, was the one of Mainpuri, where now we can officially declare that Dimple Yadav has won by a decisive margin of over 2,88,000 votes. And this win, the immediate impact of it has been that Shivpal Yadav's party that split in 2017 is back in Samajwadi Party fold. So the unity that was being projected by the Yadav clan before this election has now only been cemented, Siddharth.
So there, of course, Akhilesh Yadav has tweeted, Priya, announcing the formal merger. He's basically said that the merger of the Samajwadi Party as well as the Pragatisheel Samajwadi Party Lohya, which of course belong to the Shivpal faction, are now both officially together. He's put out a tweet in Hindi which roughly translates into the fact that the Samajwadi Party is all the more stronger as a result of the union of these two parties right now announced after Dimple Yadav's comprehensive victory.
The other side of this bi-poll spectrum is the BJP, which is claiming a face saver in Rampur. And joining us now is Birender Chaudhary, who will tell us why these bi-poll outcomes matter in the larger political scenario of Uttar Pradesh. Mainpuri, Rampur and Khatoli. Over to you, Birender ji.
देखिए, सबसे पहले मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगा ये जो हमारा जहां से डिंपल जीती हैं, मैनपुरी का महत्व सिर्फ मुलायम सिंह की वजह से नहीं है। मैनपुरी लोकसभा में 5 असेंबली कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी है और उसी में एक असेंबली कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी है करहल, जहां से अखिलेश यादव स्वयं जीते हैं, और दूसरा कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी है जसवंत नगर, जहां से इनके भाई यानी चाचा शिवपाल यादव जीते हैं। तो यदि मैनपुरी हारते तो सिर्फ मुलायम की यह हार ना होती, शिवपाल यादव की हार होती, अखिलेश यादव की हार होती। इसलिए इन लोगों ने पूरे परिवार, पूरी ताकत झोंक दी कि किसी तरह अपने घर को उजड़ते हुए बचाओ। यह सबसे बड़ी बात है और यही कारण है कि जीत होते ही शिवपाल यादव ने सपा में अपनी पार्टी को मर्ज कर दिया
जी। बट लेकिन इसका क्या कोई असर लार्जर सिनेरियो पर भी पड़ेगा? वील कम टू यू आफ्टर दिस, बट वी आल्सो हैव ऑन द ग्राउंड रिपोर्टर्स हु आर विद समाजवादी पार्टी वर्कर्स. हाउ आर दे टेकिंग दिस? Amir is with us right now. Amir, coming first to you, what do the workers have to say? Amir, can you hear me? You can already see that there are songs of jubilation playing in his background, so there's no wonder that he can't hear us clearly. Amir, can you hear me?
But yes, I can hear you, and in fact, this is the venue for Akhilesh Yadav and Dimple Yadav's press conference that is supposed to happen in a few minutes from now. And in fact, I'll show you the kind of crowd that has gathered here. This is the Mainpuri's Samajwadi Party's office, and a huge number of people have gathered, not just from Mainpuri, but also from neighboring Etawah, because remember, Saifai is a part of Etawah, and therefore large number of people have also come in from the paternal village of Akhilesh Yadav and Mulayam Singh Yadav. And this is a momentous occasion for the Yadav family as well as for a large number of their supporters, because this is just 2 months after the party patriarch Mulayam Singh Yadav's demise, that this huge victory has been secured on his name, as well as the kind of campaign that went on over the last several weeks as far as the entire Yadav clan is concerned. And also this marks quite significantly the fact that Shivpal Yadav has come back to the party fold, while earlier he had supported in 2019 as well, he had supported Mulayam Singh Yadav's candidature here, openly campaigning for him, but he did not make things even with Akhilesh Yadav. But now, after Dimple Yadav's stupendous victory out here in Mainpuri with around 2,88,000 votes.
Absolutely, it's a comprehensive victory, Amir. Like you mentioned, there's an important piece of breaking news coming in, which is that the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Mr. Yogi Adityanath, has put out a tweet congratulating Mr. Akash Saxena for the victory that the BJP has managed to register in the Samajwadi Party bastion of Rampur, where he says Uttar Pradesh में मैनपुरी, रामपुर एवं खतौली उपचुनाव में विजयी सभी प्रत्याशियों को हार्दिक बधाई। भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने रामपुर की सीट पर पहली बार विजय प्राप्त की है, इसके लिए श्री आकाश सक्सेना समेत रामपुर के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को बधाई एवं जनता जनार्दन के प्रति आभार। So this is a reaction coming in from Yogi Adityanath. Let me take this across to Mayank, who is in Mainpuri. Oh, I beg your pardon, who is in Rampur right now. Mayank, what's the scene on the ground? This is a massive victory for the BJP, breaking a 30-year-old stranglehold on Rampur on the part of Samajwadi Party, and this is a bastion also, of course, of Azam Khan.
Well, Siddharth, there is nothing bigger than Yogi Adityanath, the biggest leader of, the tallest leader of the Bharatiya Janata Party in Uttar Pradesh, to endorse Akash Saxena, and we have some of the supporters who have just celebrated the big win of Akash Saxena. कितनी बड़ी जीत है ये और क्या मायने हैं इसके?
अभूतपूर्व। आप के माध्यम से मैं सर्वप्रथम आप सबको धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं इस विजय के लिए। कि रामपुर के अंदर एक स्वर्णिम इतिहास लिखा गया है, और वो इतिहास के एक सदियों से जिसकी लोग प्रकाष्ठा करते थे। रामपुर में विकास एक शून्य जो हो गया था, उसकी आज नींव पुनः रख दी गई है।
आजम खान के लेगेसी से बाहर निकल के।
नहीं, आजम खान तो मैं मानता हूं तो कहीं नाम है नहीं आजम खान का। तो
Well, this is the scene. We'll go to more supporters. We'll try to get...
Mayank, if I could ask these people, Azam Khan, when he was campaigning for himself in this seat, had almost been reduced to tears when he said कि जितने जुल्म सितम मेरे साथ हुए हैं, मुझसे धोखा मत करना। अगर तुमने बेवफाई की तो जान लो अच्छी तरह, भेड़िया तुम्हारे दरवाजे पर खड़ा है। पर ऐसा लग रहा है कि बेवफाई तो कर दी लोगों ने उनके साथ।
बारे में सोच के लेके आती है। जो हमारी योगी जी, मोदी जी योजनाएं चलाते हैं, पहले उन्होंने महिलाओं को प्राथमिकता दी है, और यही वजह है कि जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी से इतनी ज्यादा महिलाएं जुड़ी हैं, और उनको पता है कि उनको यहाँ पर जितना सम्मान इस पार्टी में मिलता है वो कहीं नहीं मिलता।
सर, ये बताएं कि आजम खान भावुक भी हो गए थे अपने रैली के दौरान, कह रहे थे कि भेड़िया खड़ा है आपके दरवाजे पर। आप लोगों ने उनकी बात नहीं सुनी?
देखिए, ऐसा है, आजम खान का तो ये काम रोने का ही है, और ये पिछले 50 साल से रामपुर की जनता को बेवकूफ बनाते आए हैं। रामपुर कोई विकास के अवसर प्राप्त नहीं कराए, और हमेशा इनका रोना यही रहा। अभी आप कल देखें, आसिम राजा साहब भी यहाँ रो रहे थे कि साहब देखिए रामपुर में चुनाव नहीं हुए, चुनाव को रद्द कर दिया है, चुनाव दोबारा कराया है। तो आप ये बताएं, बार बार चुनाव से हमारी जनता त्रस्त है और इतनी परेशान है, आर्थिक स्थिति खराब होती आ रही लोगों की, कारोबार बंद होते हैं चुनावों में, तो ये
Important piece of breaking news. I have to interrupt reporters there. Arvind Kejriwal has officially reacted to the results that have come out in Gujarat as well as Himachal Pradesh for the Aam Aadmi Party. He's celebrating the fact that the Aam Aadmi Party will get a national party status as a result of its performance. Let's in fact listen into what Mr. Kejriwal has had to say.
सबसे पहले सभी आम आदमी पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं को, सभी देशवासियों को बहुत बहुत बधाई। आपकी आम आदमी पार्टी आज राष्ट्रीय पार्टी बन गई है। आज गुजरात चुनाव के नतीजे आ रहे हैं, काफी नतीजे आ चुके हैं, काफी नतीजे अभी आ रहे हैं और गुजरात के लोगों ने आम आदमी पार्टी को राष्ट्रीय पार्टी बना दिया है। जितने वोट गुजरात में आम आदमी पार्टी को मिले हैं उनके हिसाब से कानूनन अब आम आदमी पार्टी राष्ट्रीय पार्टी बन गई है। ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। देश में बहुत बहुत कम चंद पार्टियां हैं जिनको राष्ट्रीय पार्टी का दर्जा है। उन चंद पार्टियों में अब आपकी आम आदमी पार्टी भी शामिल हो गई है। महज 10 साल पहले आम आदमी पार्टी बनी थी, छोटी सी पार्टी, एक जवान पार्टी जिसको अभी 10 साल हुए बस। उसकी 2 राज्यों में सरकार है और आज वो राष्ट्रीय पार्टी बन गई है। ये जब लोग सुनते हैं तो अपने दांतों तले उंगली दबा लेते हैं। बहुत आश्चर्यजनक अचीवमेंट है एक तरह से आप सब लोगों का। मैं गुजरात के लोगों को खासकर बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहता हूं आपसे। मैं अभी जब गुजरात जितनी बार आया चुनाव के दौरान, आपसे जो प्यार मिला, सम्मान मिला, विश्वास मिला, उसका मैं जिंदगी आभारी रहूंगा। आप लोगों का बहुत बहुत ऋणी रहूंगा। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आप सब लोगों का। मुझे बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिला और गुजरात एक तरह से बीजेपी का गढ़ माना जाता है। उस किले को भेदने में हम सफल हुए। आज हमें लगभग 13% के लगभग वोट मिला है। अभी तक 39 लाख के करीब वोट मिल चुके हैं और अभी गिनती जारी है, अभी और भी वोट मिलेंगे। इतने लोगों ने हमारे ऊपर भरोसा किया, इतने लोगों ने पहली बार में हमें वोट दिया। इसके लिए मैं उन सभी लोगों का आभारी हूं जिन्होंने इतना प्रेम दिया। जैसा मैंने कहा कि इस बार किला भेदने में सफल हुए, आप सबके आशीर्वाद से अगली बार किला जीतने में भी सफल होंगे हम सब लोग मिलके। हमने पूरा कैंपेन बहुत पॉजिटिव चलाया, कोई गाली गलौच नहीं किया, किसी को हमने भद्दी भाषा का इस्तेमाल नहीं किया, किसी के खिलाफ हम नहीं बोले। हमने केवल ये कहा कि हमने इतना काम किया दिल्ली में, पंजाब में, और अगर गुजरात में मौका मिला तो हम ये काम करेंगे। केवल अपने काम की चर्चा की। यही चीज हमें दूसरी पार्टियों से अलग करती है। अभी तक 75 साल से इस देश के अंदर गाली गलौज की राजनीति, मारपीट की राजनीति, जाति की राजनीति।
केजरीवाल देयर थैंकिंग ऑल द वोटर्स ऑफ गुजरात, बट वेरी नाइसली ही डिडंट मेंशन कि उन्होंने लिखकर ये तो नहीं दिया था कि उनको 20 लाख वोट मिलेंगे। उन्होंने लिखकर तो ये दिया था कि हम बहुत ही अच्छे नंबरों से जीतेंगे। एंड टॉकिंग अबाउट अच्छे नंबरों से जीतना एंड लिख के देना, ईसुदन गढ़वी, द सीएम फेस ऑफ आम आदमी पार्टी इन गुजरात, ऑल्सो लॉस्ट बाय 19,000 votes. So even the star campaigner, the face of Aam Aadmi Party, did not manage to save his seat. But another person who is supposedly the star campaigner for the Congress and hasn't been able to deliver is Rahul Gandhi. And we've got first reaction coming in from the Congress MP. And if I could read it out to our viewers, he says, हिमाचल प्रदेश की जनता को इस निर्णायक जीत के लिए दिल से धन्यवाद। सभी कांग्रेस कार्यकर्ताओं और नेताओं को हार्दिक बधाई। आपका परिश्रम और समर्पण इस विजय की शुभकामनाओं का असली अधिकार है, which basically means that he is thanking all the leaders and Congress workers for their hard work that according to him has gone behind this victory. But Siddharth, unlike Robert Vadra, he hasn't specifically named Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, because remember, she was the one who has campaigned. Rahul Gandhi barely did anything when it came to the electoral campaign of the Congress in Himachal.
Absolutely, he did nothing. In fact, he didn't tour Himachal Pradesh as part of his Bharat Jodo Yatra, or for that matter, even campaign there. His sister did, and of course, the party campaigned under the presidentship in the state of Pratibha Singh, the wife of the late Veerbhadra Singh. Let me in fact go across to Madhav Das Gopalakrishnan as well, who's joining us from the BJP office in the national capital. And Madhav, we're all of course waiting in anticipation to what's going to happen there. In about an hour from now, the Prime Minister is expected to arrive and address the cadre on the party's performance in Gujarat and also possibly about what happened in Himachal.
Well, absolutely. And Siddharth, despite whatever has happened in Himachal, it's a scene of absolute jubilation here as far as the BJP headquarters are concerned, where large number of party workers are present. You can see behind me the number of them who are over here. Very clearly, it is a record that has been set in Gujarat with over 150 seats. Let's just talk to some of the party workers here as to how big a day this is for them. आप क्या मानते हैं? बहुत बड़ी जीत हुई है गुजरात में. हिमाचल में तो उतनी सक्सेस नहीं हुई, कांग्रेस जीती वहाँ पे, लेकिन आज जो यहाँ पे पार्टी वर्कर्स हैं इकट्ठा हुआ है, कैसे देख रहे हैं आप इस जीत को गुजरात में?
ये एक ऐतिहासिक जीत है. ये आने वाले लोकसभा चुनावों को भी प्रभावित करेगी. ये एक जन सैलाब है. मैं तो यही कहूंगा कम समय में आपके चैनल के माध्यम से आज की डेट में जो जनता त्रस्त हो जाती है, कहीं ना कहीं स्टैंड लेती है. ये स्टैंड का ही कमाल है. पूरे देश में क्या नाम है, मोदी, घर घर मोदी, हर हर मोदी.
ओके, पीएम के इमेज का और मोदी लहर की जो बात करें तो बाई इलेक्शंस में एक आध दो बाई इलेक्शन को छोड़ के बाकी जगह बीजेपी बहुत ज्यादा कामयाब नहीं हो पाई है. तो क्या कहेंगे, मोदी लहर बरकरार है इस वक्त?
बरकरार है.
क्यों कहेंगे अभी?
मोदी लहर बरकरार है. हम तो चाहते हैं कि देश में मोदी ही रहे. अभी अगले 2024 में भी मोदी आएगा और बहुत अच्छे तरीका से आएगा और रहना भी चाहिए. देश के लिए बहुत अच्छी बात है.
Alright, so that's some party workers. You can see there's dancing going on. The dole is in fact playing right behind me, and that's the atmosphere as far as these BJP workers are concerned. In just about an hour from now, the Prime Minister is expected to arrive here at the party headquarters in Dildan Upadhyay Marg in the national capital. About an hour after that, he's expected to address, along with the other past presidents, including the Home Minister and the current President JP Nadda, and of course Rajnath Singh and Nitin Gadkari.
Right, it almost looks like that their fantabulous victory in Gujarat has drowned out their sorrows in Himachal Pradesh, because the workers barely seem to be thinking about their losses in that state. Madhav, we will come back to you. It is going to be a very important meeting once Prime Minister visits, because remember, JP Nadda is also going to be there. Some very critical thinking is going to happen. We take a very quick break. We'll come back to you with all the latest updates in just a few minutes.
Never seen before poll tools. Decoding the votes, seats and swing. Groundbreaking TV coverage. Value for every minute spent. Result day live only on Times Now. Election News Headquarters.
As someone who comes from the south, the southern meal starts with a sweet. So let me start with a point of agreement with Mr. Verma. On the aspect of colonization and on the impact of colonization, I don't think I have anything to disagree with at all. That it has much more pernicious and far more, let's say, far-reaching effects than the use of the sword. I completely agree with on that. And I think we are still reeling from the impact of it, which is very clear. I don't think we are wearing the Mughal clothes. We are wearing the clothes of the British man for all practical purposes, at least some of us. So therefore, I understand that particular issue. But this much is clear from the points made by Mr. Khurshid and Mr. Verma, that one believes that that was a wave of migration, and the other is clear, citing material, that this was not a migration, this was a bloody invasion, as bloody as it could get in the history of humankind. Now, this is what I wish to highlight to make one point. To choose to observe a strategic silence in the interest of peace is very different from actively indulging in denial of history. And that's exactly where the problem starts. So if an entire school is established that goes about whitewashing stuff as opposed to saying, let's not touch this particular aspect of history, which I think is also not possible. How do you choose to remain silent over one particular aspect of your history? That's not going to happen. So then the only option is to speak about it. Now, why should the discussion with respect to something that has happened in the past result in acrimony in the present, unless someone relates to the invader even in the present and someone does not relate to the invader even in the present? In which case, the two-nation theory is well alive and kicking. That's one. But factually speaking, one particular trope I think needs to be busted, because I think it's been sold well beyond its sell-by date. I'm sorry to say, after partition, people did not choose to stay here. The elections prior to the partition of 1946 spoke volumes. And that's a very clear decision taken at the ballot. And therefore, when you choose to speak about history, let's be clear that perhaps practical considerations came into existence which prevented a mass migration, but certainly not patriotic considerations or Bharatiya considerations. I think that myth needs to be busted, and we cannot sell it any further. 3. On Ganga Jamni Tehzeeb, well, while I have several reservations with Dr. Ambedkar, the one thing that he was crystal clear about in his book, Pakistan or the Partition of India, which was published on the eve of the partition, 2 books were published by Rajendra Prasad in 1946 and Dr. Ambedkar in 1946, in which he clearly says that the so-called Ganga Jamni Tehzeeb, or the syncretic culture that is celebrated over and over again, is a product of the incomplete conversion of the converted Hindu to Islam. And therefore, multiple waves of attempts have been made on a regular basis to remove the remnants of that Hindu-ness from that particular convert, which is what has been pushed in this country as what we know as Wahhabism. To say that the new convert shall identify himself with the early converts to Islam, and therefore you cannot have any ties whatsoever or any cultural practices whatsoever which remind you of your ancestor. That starts with the language, that moves to dressing, so on and so forth. So let's be clear. If acrimony is the result, or is going to be the result of a discussion with respect to the medieval period in current day Bharat and contemporary Bharat, that is because there are still people who relate to this particular person or this particular period. Had that not been the case, why should there be a resistance with respect to the reclamation of a particular, let's say, structure that was built by an invader? Whether it's Babri Masjid or Gyanvapi Mandir or so on and so forth, these were built by invaders. Obviously, they were not built after the independence of this particular country. This is not a structure that has come into existence after 15th of August 1947. Why do you relate to this particular structure? Because the mindset that has been imposed on you at the peril of the sword and let's say at the pain of death prevents you from accepting your past, and therefore it's going to be a constant tussle each time there's a discussion with respect to the past. So I refuse to buy the fact that history is no more relevant, or that it's possible for us to have these discussions objectively. I agree with Mr. Verma on this point. It cannot be objective. That's exactly why I concluded my first opening submission by saying all of us have our biases. It's impossible for us to say that we don't have biases. We are human beings. Impossible. We may choose not to bring out certain proclivities and, let's say, ideological leanings to the fore for reasons of pragmatism, whatever it may be. But let the evidence speak for itself. But if the evidence leads to a different conclusion and it has consequences on the street or elsewhere, then the people who choose to resort to the street merely because truth is being presented in a public forum are to be blamed. History is not to be blamed, and certainly not those people who wish to present that version of history before the public.
What do you think of the relationship as it evolves? I've been reading a lot of commentary that this extension of Mr. Xi's term in power, perhaps indefinitely, is going to create more friction between the two countries. He is in a different mold from his predecessors. Do you share this assessment?
Welcome back. Important development in Himachal Pradesh after the defeat of the BJP. Jairam Thakur, the outgoing chief minister, has now officially submitted his resignation to the governor in Shimla, and he said that he'll continue working towards the development of the state. Let me go across to Gurpreet. Gurpreet, this happened a short while ago, but what's even more interesting is what's likely to happen in the Congress camp tomorrow when their MLAs meet in Chandigarh.
Well, yes, of course, we have seen the Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh, Jairam Thakur, he has submitted his resignation to Governor, and he has also spoken and saying that ye humse na dare, they should be careful for their own MLAs. So that means infighting within the Congress is still going on, and there is a challenge for the Congress who will be the CM face for this hill state. That is the main issue at this point of time. We have seen Pratibha Singh very vocally. She has spoken and saying that the legacy of Veerbhadra should not be ignored by Gandhis and it should be recognized. At the same time, we have seen various leaders from the Congress. They are also aspirant to get a top leadership, and for that all the observers which have been appointed by the central leadership of the Congress, they are also in touch with all the
Thakur
MLAs.
himself has said that there are certain things that they will need to analyze. Now here is what he told Times Now after submitting his resignation.
एनालिसिस करेंगे कहाँ कमी रही। बहुत अच्छी कैंपेन, बहुत सारी हमारी योजनाएं, बहुत सारे काम लेकिन उसके बावजूद कई बार तो हो जाता है इस प्रकार से, कोई एक दो इश्यूज ऐसे आ जाते हैं जिनके कारण चुनाव की सारी धारा जो है प्रभावित हो जाती है। देखो, पार्टी हाईकमान अपने स्तर पर करेंगे, दिल्ली वाले हमको बुलाएंगे तो जरूर अपनी बात जरूर कहने के लिए जाएगी।
So all eyes now on what's going to happen in Himachal Pradesh in terms of who becomes the next chief minister now that you have Mr. Jairam Thakur having officially tendered his resignation. We'll slip into a short break for now. Much more lined up for you on the other side. Stay tuned.
Never seen before poll tools. Decoding the votes, seats and swing. Groundbreaking TV coverage. Value for every minute spent. Result day live only on Times Now. Election News Headquarters.
अगर स्टार की फीस है, which is happened, I mean we don't have to go who, it's quite common, उसका GST 18% है सर, 18% तो GST है उसका। अब आप कह रहे हो आपने 16, am I right? 16 crores is the number? Yeah, 17 crores में आपने पूरी पिक्चर बना ली। मैंने सुना
कनाडा का रिलीज मिलके,
कैमरा का
वो कनाडा में जो किए हम लोग,
हाँ, वो सब मिला के
उधर हमारा रिलीज का खर्चा मिलके वो 16 करोड़।
और कई लोगों के बजट ऐसे होते हैं। सर मैं एक YouTube चैनल चलाता हूं, उसमें मैंने किसी को बुलाना चाहा, उन्होंने कहा कि मेरी कंगी करने के लिए और ये करने के लिए 11 लोग आएंगे। उन सब
ये जोक मेरे सामने ही मारना था, मतलब
आप भी ले आओ सर 5-6।
आपको कंगी वाला जोक मेरे सामने बोलना था।
अरे वो तो मैंने सोचा ही नहीं सर, आप तो बियॉन्ड कंगी हो। पर
और मैं देख रहा हूँ कि 90% लोग यहाँ पर बिना कंगी के वाले बैठे हुए हैं।
No, so I'm just saying.
But I agree with you. You are right.
Makeup, not just कंगी, it was makeup, it was this, कोई पानी लाएगा, मिनरल वाटर होना चाहिए। मैंने सुना है लोगों की 4-4 वैनिटी वैन होती है। These are not, so these are cost structures which are so, और एक एंड पे आजकल ऐसे भी कंटेंट बन रहा है, 15 करोड़ में आपने पूरी पिक्चर बना ली। यूट्यूबर्स तो बेचारे और भी कम में बनाते हैं, सम OTT। So what is it like? क्या ये बॉलीवुड कोई, जो बॉम्बे है, हम भी वहीं रहते हैं मुंबई में, वो कोई और ही दुनिया में चल रहा है? या आप लोग कैसे, मतलब वेयर, हाउ कैन यू मेक अ फिल्म फॉर 15 करोड़ एंड दे आर मेकिंग फिल्म फॉर 400 करोड़ और उनकी नहीं चल रही है और आपकी चल रही है? ये कैसे कैसे रहा है? व्हाट इज दिस?
देखिए, ऐसा नहीं है। अभी कार्तिक आर्यन की फिल्म भूल भुलैया 2 चली, बहुत अच्छी। संजय लीला बंसाली की फिल्म विद आलिया चली, बहुत अच्छी। तो ऐसा नहीं कि बड़े बजट की फिल्में चल नहीं रही हैं। जैसा कि मैंने बताया कि लोगों को एंटाइटलमेंट अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है।
बताइए एंटाइटलमेंट किसी को समझा?
मतलब कि हम आपको बताते हैं कि अभी फिल्म कैसे बनती है, हम आपको बताते हैं कि क्या होना चाहिए फिल्मों में। दे आर नॉट इंटरेस्टेड इन दैट। दे आर इंटरेस्टेड, दे स्पेंड देयर मनी। ऑल्सो चेंज होता गया ना। पहले तो हमारे पास, हम सादे फिल्में देखने चले जाते थे, फिर डिफरेंट साधन हुए। आज लोगों के पास एंटरटेनमेंट के कितने साधन हैं। आप मॉल में चले जाइए, खाना खाने की जगहें हैं, OTT प्लेटफॉर्म्स हैं, वगैरह वगैरह, कितने सारे हैं। तो नाउ दे डोंट लाइक एनीथिंग, आई विल गो बैक टू द सेम थिंग, एनीथिंग विच स्मेल्स ऑफ फेकिज्म, इफ देयर इज अ वर्ड लाइक दैट। दे जस्ट डोंट understand that. They will rather go to see a Kantara, they will rather go to see a RRR, they will rather go and see some other film. American films क्या बिजनेस करती हैं यहाँ पर? मतलब they are also equally now our competitors. तो सर्वाइवल तो करना ही पड़ेगा ना। पर मैं अपने 38 साल में मुझे 532 फिल्में की हैं। बहुत सारे लोग आए गए, बहुत सारे लोग आए, बट सिंसेरिटी का और हार्डवर्क का कोई ऑल्टरनेट नहीं है। मैं ये कोई ज्ञान की बातें नहीं कर रहा। तो ऐसे लगता है कि हम चलो अगर पैसे से बनानी है फिल्म, बट दिस इज, मुझे लगता है अमृत मंथन है, ये चर्निंग है। अमृत मंथन का पीरियड अच्छा होता है, इसके बाद जो आगे फिल्में बनेंगी वो शायद अलग बनेंगी, डिफरेंट बनेगी। कभी कभी सोचने पे मजबूर हो जाते हैं ना।
You know, the usual opposition voices that have been repeatedly making themselves heard. I'm not saying the usual suspects. I'm not disparaging of the opposition. All I'm saying is that there are a group of leaders who did express a great disappointment at the fact that the Prime Minister didn't collar Xi Jinping or whatever they imagined he would be doing. So there's that. And there's, of course, the China question. Can we talk a little bit about that?
Look, when it comes to China, there is the reality of China, the second biggest economy in the world, our proximate neighbor, but also one with whom we've had, to put it politely, a difficult history, where we've had conflict. We have a very major boundary dispute.
News of the day is the massive victory that the BJP has managed to register in Gujarat, and going straight across to Rishabh, who is joining us from the hub of celebrations. Rishabh, how many laddus have you been fed so far?
If you can repeat the question, there are dhols again here, and in those dhols, it's difficult to hear anything here.
Right, Rishabh, I was just asking you, I was talking to you about the celebrations. Obviously, big reason for BJP supporters to celebrate. Have you been able to join in the celebrations and enjoy some sweets as well?
Here at BJP headquarters, the dhols, the nagadas are again on. You can see the dhols and nagadas, out again at BJP headquarters. The celebration still happening. One after another, there are more and more candidates coming to what you can see. Sir, how do you see this? सुबह से ढोल नगाड़े बंद हुए नहीं है यहाँ पे. सुबह से ढोल नगाड़े बंद हुए नहीं है यहाँ पे. आपको ये कैसे दिख रही है?
What is happening right there is the sound of deafening victory of the BJP in Gujarat. It almost looks like the people there can't hear anything, just like the voters who didn't hear the appeals that were made by the Aam Aadmi Party, the Congress and the AIMIM. On that note, we take a very quick break, but do stay tuned, because in about an hour from now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be at BJP headquarters in Delhi. We will be tracking all those details. Time now for a very quick break.
Never seen before poll tools, decoding the votes, seats and swing. Groundbreaking TV coverage, value for every minute spent. Result day live only on Times Now. Election News Headquarters.
सावरकर पर, जिसे वीर सावरकर बीजेपी मानती है, उस पर राहुल गांधी,
माफ करना, बीजेपी नहीं, पूरा देश सावरकर जी को वीर सावरकर मानते हैं.
बिल्कुल. वीर सावरकर जो हम सब के लिए हैं, उन्हें राहुल गांधी जी कहते हैं कि वो घुटने टेक कर चिट्ठी लिखा करते थे ब्रिटिश सरकार को, योर ओबीडियंट सर्वेंट. और इसके ऊपर बीजेपी ने गांधी जी की भी एक चिट्ठी निकाली. मैं पूछना चाहती हूं कि हमारे इतिहास का जो इस तरह से रोज डिबेट होता है पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज के बीच में, इसको एक ही बार सेटल नहीं करना चाहिए?
सेटल करने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है, सेटल ही है. ये वीर और अकेले सावरकर और वीर सावरकर का जो अंतर है ना, वो अगर समझ ले तो सेटल है. ये कोई पद्मश्री, पद्म विभूषण, इवन भारत रत्न नहीं है जो देश की सरकार ने दिया है. 130 करोड़ लोगों ने सावरकर जी की देशभक्ति को वीर नाम से सम्मानित कर आजीवन एटर्नल तरीके से उसके नाम के साथ जोड़ा है, तब कोई वीर सावरकर बनता है. और ये जो लोग आज टिप्पणियां कर रहे हैं, 10 दिन सावरकर जी जहां 10 साल रहे, वो जेल की कोठरी में रहकर बताएं. और समंदर के अंदर 600 किलोमीटर दूर से एक जहाज के अंदर से कूदकर आजादी के लिए जान दे देने का, आजादी के लिए जिंदा रहने का जो जज्बा था, इसके 10% भी किसी में हो तो सावरकर जी पर टिप्पणी करे. और देश में सबसे पहला प्रतिबंध अगर किसी पर लगाया, अंग्रेजों ने सबसे पहला प्रतिबंध लगाया तो सन 57 का स्वातंत्र समर उस पुस्तक पर, सावरकर के पुस्तक पर लगाया. सावरकर जी की पर टिप्पणी
Good evening and a very warm welcome. Thanks for tuning in to Times Now. I'm Kritsween Walia and a non-stop rolling coverage here on the big day. We talk about the two elections, Gujarat and Himachal Pradesh, in detail with a panel joining us this evening. First up, the top 50 updates. BJP scripts history in Gujarat, breaks own record for the 7th term. Saffron Party all set to form double engine government in Modi's home state once again. After a comprehensive victory from a key constituency, now once again Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel takes out victory rally. After thumping victory, Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel says Gujarat's victory showed that people love Prime Minister Modi. Gujarat Congress in charge Raghu Sharma resigns after party's humiliating defeat. In the letter, he takes full responsibility for party's disastrous performance in polls. AICC President Mallikarjun Kharge says wins and losses part of the game. Further adds that the party will correct the shortcomings and continue to fight. Union Home Minister Amit Shah takes to Twitter and thanks people of Gujarat for BJP's historic win. Congratulates all party workers. And Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh hails Prime Minister Modi's leadership, says all record-breaking poll performance maintains pro-incumbency in Gujarat. Celebrations galore at BJP headquarters in Gujarat's Gandhinagar party cadre. Once again, dancers enjoy after the Gujarat mandate. BJP's candidate Hardik Patel wins with a hefty margin, defeats Aam Aadmi Party's Amar Singh Thakur and Congress's Bhigabai. Emphatic victory for BJP's Alpesh Thakur, once a close confidant of Rahul Gandhi, now a BJP lieutenant, defeats Himanshu Patel of the Grand Old Party. And the mega upset for our Aam Aadmi Party. Chief Minister face Isudan Gadvi and Aam Aadmi Party Gujarat Chief Gopal Italia lose their constituencies to the BJP. While BJP celebrates, Congress faces humiliation. Congress turn court and BJP candidate Manibhai Waghela defeats Jignesh Mevani in Vadgaon. Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai credited Prime Minister Modi for the mandate in Gujarat. Further added that it is a morale boost to Karnataka Congress cadre. BJP's Rivaz Badal Denge campaign backfires. Grand Old Party wins Himachal Pradesh, bags 39 seats. Robert Vadra posts victory message on Facebook, credits Priyanka Gandhi for victory in Himachal Pradesh. BJP back to drawing board. Outgoing Himachal Pradesh Chief Minister Jairam Thakur retains Serat seat, hails Prime Minister Modi's leadership, says BJP will be back stronger next time. Himachal Pradesh Congress Chief and MP from Mandi Lok Sabha constituency Pratibha Singh says people of Himachal Pradesh voted for Congress because of Veerbhadra's legacy. Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel fears Operation Lotus bid, addresses media and says there were apprehensions of poaching of Congress MLAs. According to sources, HP Congress MLAs are being shifted out to Rajasthan via Chandigarh. Senior Congress leader Rajiv Shukla promises to implement 10 guarantees promised. Further adds that the Congress is not scared of Operation Lotus. Samajwadi Party's Dimple Yadav bags Mainpuri seat with highest ever vote share, beats BJP's Raghurat Singh Shakia by almost 2.86 lakh votes. BJP breaches SP stronghold Rampur. Akash Saxena defeats Samajwadi Party candidate by a comfortable margin of over 20,000 votes. In the NSE phone tapping case, Delhi High Court grants bail to former Mumbai Police Commissioner Sanjay Pandey in the ED case. Delhi Court grants bail to former MLA Asif Mohammad Khan, accused of manhandling a police officer during an allegedly unauthorized meeting on 25th November in Shaheen Bagh. Construction on the $900 million port owned by Adani Group in Kerala resumed today after villagers agreed to suspend their 4-month-old protest. Supreme Court dismisses a curative petition filed by Roots in Kashmir, a Kashmiri Pandit-run NGO seeking a probe into Kashmiri killings in the Hindu Kashmiri killings, in the valley in 1989-90. Teams of Coastal Security Group seized 239 gelatin sticks buried in the seashore near the lighthouse in the region. Cops are now looking out for the suspects. Tamil Nadu's Chennai receives light rainfall under the influence of cyclonic storm Mandaus is expected to cross Puducherry and Sriharikota at midnight. Delhi's air quality improved but remained in poor category with an AQI at 284 on the Central Pollution Control Board's index. Maharashtra-Karnataka border controversy continues to intensify. Pro-Kannada organizations stage protest against Maharashtra. Poster war escalates in Karnataka. Congress targets RR Nagar MLA and Minister Muniratna. Posters question the alleged disappearance of 2,000 to 3,000 crore rupees. And General Bipin Rawat was paid tributes on his 4th death anniversary in Kashmir's Baramulla. Trouble continues for former Health Minister of Kerala. High Court upholds proceedings initiated by Kerala Lokayukta over allegations of corruption in purchase of medical equipment. Kerala custom officials seize 140 grams of gold worth 6.5 lakh rupees from a passenger at Kochi airport. Special cell team busted an international cartel indulged in pumping fake currency into the country using the Indo-Bangladesh border. All right, big breaking news coming in. We start with the latest as far as the Gujarat election results go. And yes, the BJP all set to form the government in Gujarat for a 7th consecutive term. And the Prime Minister has taken to Twitter with regards to the historic Gujarat mandate, thanking the voters of Gujarat. So that's the tweet. We're going to put it out in just a bit. He says, I bow to Gujarat's Jan Shakti. Now, this is certainly the BJP breaking all records in Gujarat, setting a new record with victory almost confirmed in more than 150 seats. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi taking to Twitter, that's the tweet there, viewers, to all hard-working BJP Karyakartas, I want to say, each of you is a champion. This historic win would never be possible without the exceptional hard work of our Karyakartas, who are the real strength of our party. Without wasting any time, before we introduce our guest this evening, let me quickly go across to Akanksha joining us with more details. The mood on the ground, Akanksha, the Prime Minister taking to Twitter, congratulating the BJP Karyakartas and most importantly, the voters of Gujarat.
Well, absolutely, this is a big day for the Bharatiya Janata Party, and let me show you the visuals from the BJP national headquarters in the national capital. In just some time, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to come here to the BJP headquarters. He's going to address the BJP cadre from here, and since morning, the energy here in the cadres is much. Let me go and a few people here. क्या कहना चाहेंगे? बहुत बड़ी विक्ट्री हुई है बीजेपी की गुजरात में।
गुजरात की जनता ने देश को बता दिया है कि झूठों का, बेईमानों का, दगाबाजों का और चोरों का इलाज क्या है। देश को जान लेना चाहिए। कांग्रेस और केजरीवाल की अंडरस्टैंडिंग है। हिमाचल में उनको वॉकआउट दिया, दिल्ली में कांग्रेस लेट गई, इसलिए ये मिला जुला खेल है। देश की जनता को समझना चाहिए भारत आगे बढ़ रहा है, उस विदेशी ताकतों को खुश करने के लिए ये लोग षड्यंत्र रच रहे हैं। इसलिए देश के लोगों को नरेंद्र भाई मोदी के साथ खड़ा होना है। 2024 में 400 सीटें देकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार लानी है।
तो सबका साथ सबका विश्वास इज विजिबल हियर ऑन द ग्राउंड। क्या कहेंगे, बहुत बड़ी विक्ट्री है बीजेपी की।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी में आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी के कामों को ध्यान में रखते हुए जनता ने विश्वास जताया है और आगे भी जनता ऐसी विश्वास जताएगी और भारतीय जनता पार्टी आने वाले समय में भी ऐसे ही जीतती रहेगी। और भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपने कामों से जानी जा रही है जो पिछले 70 सालों में कांग्रेस ने नहीं करा।
हिमाचल प्रदेश में बोला जा रहा है कि नहीं उनकी सीटें आ पाई, इसको किस तरह देखते हैं?
नहीं, उसमें कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, ऊपर नीचे ज्यादा। आपको पता है कि 5 साल में वहाँ सरकार चेंज करते हैं, उनकी पब्लिक की मैंडेट है कि हमें चेंज करना है कि 5 साल में। इसलिए अगर आप गुजरात में देखें कि हमारी कितनी आई है, कहाँ 99 थे और आप देखो आज 55 से प्लस आ गई है हमारी।
कैसे देखते हैं
गुजरात की एक महाव्यक्ति है, ऐसी कभी इतनी सीटें कभी नहीं आई हैं आज तक 30 साल में। लगभग 156 सीटों के आसपास आई हैं। ये मोदी जी की पर्सनल व्यक्ति है और हमारे विकास मॉडल है।
People here are attributing this victory to the Modi magic. Let me show you the visuals from here. There's since morning the workers here are carrying huge placards of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The energy is palpable. Let me show you this side. Since morning these workers are waiting for the Prime Minister to come here and address them. It'll be in some time he'll be arriving here and addressing the cadre. It will be very interesting to hear what message he has to deliver.
Shri Narendra Modi. Shri Narendra Modi.
All right, thank you for that, Akanksha. I'll quickly take in a word from Madhav as well, who's joining us from outside the BJP headquarters, as the Prime Minister himself will be arriving at the BJP headquarters in just a bit. But before that, let's quickly talk about the big key takeaways as far as the Gujarat results go. We talk about the seat share, the vote share, a historic win indeed for the BJP in Gujarat. We'll also simultaneously go across to Himachal Pradesh, the figures emerging from Himachal Pradesh, but these are the figures you must watch out for, viewers. The vote share of the 182 seats in total, the BJP having bagged the vote share at 52.5 for the BJP, 27.5 for the Congress, 12.8 for the Aam Aadmi Party, and others having taken 7.2. So that's the vote share in percentage for you. The BJP at a record high of 52.5%, and the Congress certainly looking at a deterioration in the number as far as the vote share goes. Seat share, the BJP having won 156. That's a record in itself, something that the BJP has completely swept off as far as the Gujarat mandate goes. 17 for the Congress, 5 for the Aam Aadmi Party, 4 for others. Now they've also, in that sense, breached the mandate earlier that was given to the Congress in 1985 as well. But this is a record in itself, history in the making. We also shift our focus to the seat share. That's the Patidar effect that we're talking about, and there you can see, viewers, we've also color-coded that area for you back in 2017 vis-a-vis in 2022. This is the region that we really want to focus on. The BJP in 2017, of these 47 seats, as far as the Patidar dominant regions go, 129. The Congress in 2017 was of course a little away from that, and the BJP has taken over in 2022. Talking about the Chaudhary influence, the BJP in 2017 was at 10. Of the 19 seats in total was at 10, has jumped to 12. The Congress has moved down from 8 in 2017 to 6 in 2022. So those are the two communities that we've spoken of. Talking about the Koli community, dominant in 21 seats. As far as 2017 figures go, the BJP settled for 6. And look at the leap there. It's now jumped to 19. And as for the Congress is concerned, in 2017 it was 15, which has now been brought down to nil. And before taking in a word from Madhav as well to pick up on the mood outside the BJP headquarters in the national capital, quickly introducing our guest joining us this evening. We have a national spokesperson of the BJP, R.P. Singh. Also with us is senior journalist Mr. Rajagopalan, political analyst Tehseen Poonawala with us in the studios. Also with us is Dr. Suman C. Raman, Mr. Shekhar Iyer, and Kapish Srivastav, spokesperson of the Samajwadi Party. A blockbuster day indeed, but before quickly taking in a word from our guest, let me take in a word from Madhav. Madhav, the mood there, then we'll pick up a word from our guests on what they truly feel about this mega verdict coming in for the BJP in Gujarat.
Well, absolutely, and in fact, in just about an hour from now, we'll see the Prime Minister coming over here. The stage is set for the PM, for Amit Shah and other top leaders, including the party president, former presidents, also expected to be present when the Prime Minister does address the crowd of BJP workers. And in fact, they're not just from Delhi; they've come from different parts of the national capital region and from neighbouring states as well. You can see, in fact, the large number of them who are present over here. Let's quickly go across to some of them and get in a quick word as to what they in fact have to say as far as this victory is concerned. आप क्या मानते हैं, सबसे बड़ी वजह क्या रही है इस ऐतिहासिक जीत की गुजरात में?
ऐतिहासिक जीत की वजह यह रही कि मोदी जी योगी जी जैसा कोई नहीं है, कोई ना होने वाला आने वाले 25-50 सालों में। मोदी जी योगी जी की सरकार रहेगी, अभी कहीं नहीं जा रही, और इतनी सुरक्षा दे रखी है, इतनी महिलाओं को इतनी सुरक्षा दे रखी है कि सब लोग अपने आप को सुरक्षित महसूस करते हैं।
आप लोग कहाँ से आए?
मोदी नगर से आए।
मोदी नगर से। आपको क्या लगता है सबसे मेन वजह क्या रही? आज कार्यकर्ता आप क्या देखना चाहेंगे और क्या काम बाकी देखना चाहेंगे गुजरात में और बाकी राज्य में? आप कैसे इस जीत को देखते हैं?
बस मोदी जी जो कर रहे हैं अच्छा ही कर रहे हैं, हमारी तरफ से तो और अच्छा ही करेंगे आगे भी। हम चाहते हैं कि मोदी जी की सरकार हमेशा हमारे आगे ले आती रहे।
ओके, लेट्स गेट अ वर्ड फ्रॉम क्विकली सम ऑफ द अदर्स आल्सो प्रेजेंट हियर। आप क्या मानते हैं जो जीत रही गुजरात में, इसकी मेन वजह क्या रही और हिमाचल में उतनी सक्सेस नहीं मिली? तो मोदी मैजिक के बारे में क्या हम कहेंगे, पूरे देश में चल रहे हो इस बार?
इस बार जीतने का कारण ये रहा कि ये मोदी का चेहरा है, और दूसरा वहाँ विकास है। 27 साल से जो विकास किया है मोदी जी ने और गुजरात के लोगों ने, तो उसी पर वोट दिया। और आने वाले 24 का आगाज है, 24 में फिर से मोदी जी की ही सरकार होगी। और गुजरात में हारने का कारण रहा क्योंकि वहाँ छोटी छोटी कंस्टिट्यूंसी है, वहाँ लोग समझ नहीं पाते, और कुछ बहुत सारे
में तो जीते हैं।
गुजरात में तो बहुमत से जीते, ये इतिहास बन गया। आजादी के बाद इतनी बड़ी सरकार किसी की नहीं बनी जो मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में। मोदी जी के लोग वहाँ अपना बेटा मानते हैं, उनको पुत्र मानते हैं, भरोसा करते हैं, और उन्होंने विकास पर मोहर लगाया है।
You can see in fact how the mood is as far as these. You can hear the sound of the conch or the shank in fact, and a lot of excitement over here. आप जब प्रधानमंत्री आप बात करेंगे, क्या आप एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं कि किस मुद्दे को प्रधानमंत्री एड्रेस करेंगे?
देखिए, सबसे पहले मैं अपने मोदी जी के लिए एक बार कहना चाह रहा हूँ कि अगर मोदी जी हैं तो मुमकिन है, क्योंकि और सभी लोग ज्यादा से ज्यादा, देखिए, कोई धर्म की राजनीति करता है, कोई अपने क्षेत्रीयवाद की राजनीति करता है, लेकिन मोदी जी हैं जो सबका साथ और सबका विकास की राजनीति करते हैं, कोई पक्षपात नहीं करते। जबकि ज्यादातर हमारे जितने भी लोग हैं पक्षपात निभाते हैं, कोई विशेष समुदाय को ले लेता है, कोई एक समुदाय को ले लेता है, लेकिन मोदी जी केवल निष्पक्ष, जिसको जिसकी जरूरत है वो देने में सक्षम है। हर गरीब का, हर जमीन से लेके ऊपर तक के स्तर को।
ये सही है, तो हिमाचल में सक्सेसफुल नहीं हो पाई बीजेपी, उपचुनाव में ज्यादातर बीजेपी नहीं जीती, ऐसा क्यों?
देखिए, हिमाचल में कुछ लोगों की मेंटेलिटी होती है कि एक बार बीजेपी आती है, ये तो आपने भी सुना होगा, इतिहास है वहाँ का, कि दूसरी बार कांग्रेस आती है, चाहे वो कितना भी अच्छा काम करे।
लेकिन उत्तराखंड में तो खत्म कर दिया।
बावजूद भी इतनी सीटें लाना कोई छोटी बात नहीं है सर। इसके बावजूद भी अगर हिमाचल में भी इतनी सीट लेके आए हैं।
I'm told that Akhilesh Yadav is holding a press conference right now. Let's cut across live to that first, and then we come back to these BJP supporters at the party headquarters here.
प्रेस मीडिया के साथियों को संबोधित करें।
मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगी समाजवादी पार्टी के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं का, बूथ प्रभारियों का, सेक्टर प्रभारियों का, बूथ सभी नेतागण जो इस चुनाव में समर्पित होकर लगे, मैनपुरी की जनता का, मैनपुरी लोकसभा क्षेत्र के सभी लोगों का जिन्होंने समाजवादी पार्टी का समर्थन किया है। और मैंने अपने भाषणों में और लगातार जब संपर्क हम कर रहे थे कहा था कि देखिएगा कि मैनपुरी की लोकसभा क्षेत्र की जो जनता है वो इतिहास रचने का काम करेंगी, और आज इस क्षेत्र में इतिहास रचा है। और यह जीत जो आज समाजवादी पार्टी ने दर्ज कराई है, यह जीत नेताजी की जीत है और यह जीत हम सभी की तरफ से नेताजी को समर्पित। धन्यवाद।
मैं सबसे पहले आप सब प्रेस के साथियों का धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। मैं पीछे के साथियों से कहूंगा थोड़ा सा दूर हो जाएं। ये प्रेस से जो पीछे लोग हैं दूर हो जाएं। ये प्रेस से जो पीछे वो दूर हो जाए, पीछे हो जाए, पीछे हो जाए, थोड़ा सा पीछे हो जाओ, थोड़ा सा पीछे हो जाओ, थोड़ा सा पीछे। प्रेस के लोगों को बचा लेना, थोड़ा सा दूर हो जाओ, पीछे हो जाओ। ऐसा दाएं तरफ भी मैं कह रहा हूँ, थोड़ा सा पीछे हो जाओ, थोड़ा सा पीछे जाओ। सुखवीर जी पीछे हो जाओ, पीछे। ये मोबाइल न्यूज पीछे हो जाओ। मैं अपने मोबाइल रहने दो बेटा, मोबाइल। मैं अपने प्रेस के सभी लोगों का बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं। ये जीत मैनपुरी के मतदाताओं की जीत है। ये जीत जहां मैनपुरी के मतदाताओं की जीत है, वहीं नेताजी को सच्ची श्रद्धांजलि देने का भी काम मतदाताओं ने किया है। ये जीत नकारात्मक राजनीति करने वालों के खिलाफ मतदाताओं ने मतदान किया है। ये मैनपुरी की जनता का मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं, जो मेल जोल की राजनीति को उन्होंने समर्थन किया है। मैनपुरी की जनता ने नकारात्मक राजनीति करने वालों को पीछे छोड़ने का काम किया है। मैं मैनपुरी के एक एक मतदाता जिसने वोट डाल करके नेताजी को श्रद्धांजलि दी है, मैं सभी का धन्यवाद और आभार प्रकट करना चाहता हूं। जहां मैं पार्टी के संगठन के लोगों का, हमारी पार्टी के जो सेक्टर के लोग, जो हमारे बूथ के कार्यकर्ता, जिनके प्रयास और मेहनत से समाजवादी पार्टी को ये ऐतिहासिक जीत हासिल हुई है। मैं अपने पार्टी के रामचंद्र राजभर जी, लालजी वर्मा जी से लेकर के जो हमारे बूथ के कार्यकर्ता, जिनके प्रयास और मेहनत से समाजवादी पार्टी को ये ऐतिहासिक जीत हासिल हुई है। मैं अपने पार्टी के रामचंद्र राजभर जी, लालजी वर्मा जी से लेकर के जो वरिष्ठ नेता, चाहे उसमें राम गोविंद चौधरी रहे हों, बलराम यादव जी, इन सभी नेताओं का मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और आभार प्रकट करूंगा। वहीं मैं देख रहा हूं बहुत सारे हमारे पार्टी के और आम लोगों ने जिस तरीके से समर्थन दिया है, मैं उन वहीं भाईचारा को लेकर के जो नेताजी ने राजनीति की है, उसका समर्थन जनता ने किया है। इसलिए मैं एक बार फिर मैनपुरी के मतदाताओं का धन्यवाद देता हूं। नेताजी ने जिस तरीके से विकास किया था, जिस तरीके से मैनपुरी को आगे बढ़ाने का काम किया, हम समाजवादी लोग मिलकर के उसको आगे बढ़ाने का काम करेंगे। वहीं जिस तरीके से प्रशासन ने और सरकार के इशारे पर जिस तरीके से दबाव बनाना चाहते थे, लेकिन मुझे खुशी है कि जनता ने
Okay, so Akhilesh Yadav thanking the Samajwadi Party Karyakartas and the Janta for the mandate. Remember, Dimple Yadav has won the Mainpuri by-poll with over 2 lakh votes, and in that sense, that's a press conference being done by the two from the Samajwadi Party office in Mainpuri. Heading into a very quick break, we'll be right back.
seen before poll tools, decoding the votes, seats and swing. Groundbreaking TV coverage. Value for every minute spent. Result day live only on Times Now. Election News Headquarters.
As someone who comes from the south, the southern meal starts with the sweet. So let me start with a point of agreement with Mr. Verma. On the aspect of colonization and on the impact of colonization, I don't think I have anything to disagree with at all. That it has much more pernicious and far more, let's say, far-reaching effects than the use of the sword. I completely agree with on that. And I think we are still reeling from the impact of it, which is very clear. I don't think we are wearing the Mughal clothes. We are wearing the clothes of the British man for all practical purposes, at least some of us. So therefore, I understand that particular issue. But this much is clear from the points made by Mr. Khurshid and Mr. Verma, that one believes that that was a wave of migration, and the other is clear, citing material, that this was not a migration, this was a bloody invasion, as bloody as it could get in the history of humankind. Now, this is what I wish to highlight to make one point. To choose to observe a strategic silence in the interest of peace is very different from actively indulging in denial of history. And that's exactly where the problem starts. So if an entire school is established that goes about whitewashing stuff as opposed to saying, let's not touch this particular aspect of history, which I think is also not possible. How do you choose to remain silent over one particular aspect of your history? That's not going to happen. So then the only option is to speak about it. Now, why should the discussion with respect to something that has happened in the past result in acrimony in the present, unless someone relates to the invader even in the present and someone does not relate to the invader even in the present? In which case, the two-nation theory is well alive and kicking. That's one. But factually speaking, one particular trope I think needs to be busted, because I think it's been sold well beyond its sell-by date. I'm sorry to say, after partition, people did not choose to stay here. The elections prior to the partition of 1946 spoke volumes. And that's a very clear decision taken at the ballot. And therefore, when you choose to speak about history, let's be clear that perhaps practical considerations came into existence which prevented a mass migration, but certainly not patriotic considerations or Bharatiya considerations. I think that myth needs to be busted, and we cannot sell it any further. 3. On Ganga Jamni Tehzeeb, well, while I have several reservations with Dr. Ambedkar, the one thing that he was crystal clear about in his book, Pakistan or the Partition of India, which was published on the eve of the partition, 2 books were published by Rajendra Prasad in 1946 and Dr. Ambedkar in 1946. In which he clearly says that the so-called Ganga Jamni Tehzeeb, or the syncretic culture that is celebrated over and over again, is a product of the incomplete conversion of the converted Hindu to Islam. And therefore, multiple waves of attempts have been made on a regular basis to remove the remnants of that Hindu-ness from that particular convert, which is what has been pushed in this country as what we know as Wahhabism. To say that the new convert shall identify himself with the early converts to Islam, and therefore you cannot have any ties whatsoever or any cultural practices whatsoever which remind you of your ancestor. That starts with the language, that moves to dressing, so on and so forth. So let's be clear. If acrimony is the result, or is going to be the result of a discussion with respect to the medieval period in current day Bharat and contemporary Bharat, that is because there are still people who relate to this particular person or this particular invader. Had that not been the case, why should there be a resistance with respect to the reclamation of a particular, let's say, structure that was built by an invader? Whether it's Babri Masjid or Gyanvapi Mandir or so on and so forth, these were built by invaders. Obviously, they were not built after the independence of this particular country. This is not a structure that has come into existence after 15th of August 1947. Why do you relate to this particular structure? Because the mindset that has been imposed on you at the peril of the sword and let's say at the pain of death prevents you from accepting your past, and therefore it's going to be a constant tussle each time there's a discussion with respect to the past. So I refuse to buy the fact that history is no more relevant, or that it's possible for us to have these discussions objectively. I agree with Mr. Verma on this point. It cannot be objective. That's exactly why I concluded my first opening submission by saying all of us have our biases. It's impossible for us to say that we don't have biases. We are human beings, impossible. We may choose not to bring out certain proclivities and, let's say, ideological leanings to the fore for reasons of pragmatism, whatever it may be. But let the evidence speak for itself. But if the evidence leads to a different conclusion and it has consequences on the street or elsewhere, then the people who choose to resort to the street merely because truth is being presented in a public forum are to be blamed. History is not to be blamed, and certainly not those people who wish to present that version of history before the public.
What do you think of the relationship as it evolves? I've been reading a lot of commentary that this extension of Mr. Xi's term in power, perhaps indefinitely, is going to create more friction between the two countries. He is in a different mold.
Well, we have breaking news coming in. The Prime Minister arriving here at the BJP headquarters is the information that we have, and the Prime Minister expected to address the gathering shortly. You can see behind me, this is the entire crowd of BJP supporters. They're waiting for the Prime Minister and top leaders of the BJP, including President JP Nadda. We are also expecting Home Minister Amit Shah and other top leaders to arrive here at the stage as far as the BJP headquarters is concerned. Former party presidents, including the Defence Minister and the Road Transport and Highways Minister, that is, of course, Rajnath Singh and Nitin Gadkari, also normally in fact accompanying the Prime Minister on stage, but it is a massive moment. Sabyasachi is with us. He's been covering the BJP all day today. Sabyasachi, for the Prime Minister, 27 years of incumbency also has not stopped the BJP from actually getting 150 plus seats in Gujarat. That's no mean feat. The Prime Minister and the Home Minister have spearheaded the entire campaign, not just organizing it, but also campaigning extensively along with other top leaders. So the credit, many BJP workers are saying, goes rightly to the Prime Minister and to the Home Minister for this victory.
Well, absolutely. See, Prime Minister had been on ground and the BJP fought the Gujarat election keeping Prime Minister as a face, and that is why we see the BJP crossing the landmark in the last term, and that is why BJP becomes the second party after CPM to get a 7th straight term in the state of Gujarat. But right now the focus will be on the other states as well, because we know that in the coming year 5 states have their polls, and also the analysis of the current situation will be very crucial as to what went wrong in the state of Himachal as well as in the MCD polls.
What will happen to those states, for instance, where the BJP and Congress have switched in the past? At least 3 big states, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Karnataka, headed to the polls. All of this has great importance as far as the 2024 Lok Sabha elections are concerned, and that's certainly where the focus also of the BJP and the Prime Minister would be. We're now stepping into a very quick break. We'll be bringing you all the updates on ground. Stand by for the Prime Minister's speech, which is expected in just a little over an hour from now.
Never seen before poll tools. Decoding the votes, seats and swing. Groundbreaking TV coverage. Value for every minute spent. Result day live only on Times Now. Election News Headquarters.
अगर स्टार की फीस है, which is happened, I mean we don't have to go who, it's quite common, उसका GST 18% है सर, 18% तो GST है उसका. अब आप कह रहे हो आपने 16, am I right? 16 crores is the number? Yeah, 17 crores में आपने पूरी पिक्चर बना ली. मैंने सुना
कनाडा का रिलीज मिलके,
कैमरा का
वो कनाडा में जो किए हम लोग,
हाँ, वो सब मिला के
वो उधर हमारा रिलीज का खर्चा मिलके वो 16 करोड़.
और कई लोगों के बजट ऐसे होते हैं. सर मैं एक YouTube चैनल चलाता हूं, उसमें मैंने किसी को बुलाना चाहा, उन्होंने कहा कि मेरी कंगी करने के लिए और ये करने के लिए 11 लोग आएंगे. उन सब
ये जोक मेरे सामने मारना था, मतलब
आप भी ले आओ सर 5-6.
आपको कंगी वाला जोक मेरे सामने बोलना था.
अरे वो तो मैंने सोचा ही नहीं सर, आप तो बियॉन्ड कंगी हो. पर
और मैं देख रहा हूँ कि 90% लोग यहाँ पर बिना कंगी के वाले बैठे हुए हैं.
No, so I'm just saying.
But I agree with you. You are right.
Makeup, not just कंगी. It was makeup. It was this. कोई पानी लाएगा, मिनरल वाटर होना चाहिए. मैंने सुना है लोगों की 4 वैनिटी वैन होती हैं. These are not. So these are cost structures which are so. और एक एंड पे आजकल ऐसे भी कंटेंट बन रहा है. 15 करोड़ में आपने पूरी पिक्चर बना ली.
यूट्यूबर्स तो बेचारे और भी कम में बनाते हैं, सम ओटीटी. सो व्हाट इज इट लाइक? क्या ये बॉलीवुड कोई, जो बॉम्बे है, हम भी वहीं रहते हैं मुंबई में, वो कोई और ही दुनिया में चल रहा है? या आप लोग कैसे, मतलब वेयर, हाउ कैन यू मेक अ फिल्म फॉर 15 crores एंड दे आर मेकिंग फिल्म फॉर 400 crores और उनकी नहीं चल रही है और आपकी चल रही है? ये कैसे हो, कैसे रहा है? व्हाट इज दिस?
देखिए, ऐसा नहीं है. अभी कार्तिक आर्यन की फिल्म भूल भुलैया 2 चली, बहुत अच्छी. संजय लीला बंसाली की फिल्म विद आलिया चली, बहुत अच्छी. तो ऐसा नहीं कि बड़े बजट की फिल्में चल नहीं रही हैं. जैसा कि मैंने बताया कि लोगों को एंटाइटलमेंट अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है.
बताइए, एंटाइटलमेंट किसी को समझा?
मतलब कि हम आपको बताते हैं कि अभी फिल्म कैसे बनती है, हम आपको बताते हैं कि क्या होना चाहिए फिल्मों में. दे आर नॉट इंटरेस्टेड इन दैट. दे आर इंटरेस्टेड, दे स्पेंड देयर मनी. ऑल्सो चेंज होता गया ना. पहले तो हमारे पास, हम सादे फिल्में देखने चले जाते थे, फिर डिफरेंट साधन हुए. आज लोगों के पास एंटरटेनमेंट के कितने साधन हैं. आप मॉल में चले जाइए, खाना खाने की जगहें हैं, ओटीटी प्लेटफॉर्म्स हैं, वगैरह वगैरह, कितने सारे हैं. तो नाउ दे डोंट लाइक एनीथिंग. आई विल गो बैक टू द सेम थिंग, एनीथिंग विच स्मेल्स ऑफ फेकिज्म, इफ देयर इज अ वर्ड लाइक दैट. दे जस्ट डोंट understand that. They will rather go to see a Kantara, they will rather go to see a RRR, they will rather go and see some other film. American films क्या बिजनेस करती हैं यहाँ पर? मतलब they are also equally now our competitors. तो सर्वाइवल तो करना ही पड़ेगा ना. पर मैं अपने 38 साल में, मुझे 532 फिल्में की हैं. बहुत सारे लोग आए गए, बहुत सारे लोग आए, बट सिंसेरिटी का और हार्डवर्क का कोई ऑल्टरनेट नहीं है. मैं ये कोई ज्ञान की बातें नहीं कर रहा. तो ऐसे लगता है कि हम चलो अगर पैसे से बनानी है फिल्म, बट दिस इज, मुझे लगता है अमृत मंथन है, ये चर्निंग है. अमृत मंथन का पीरियड अच्छा होता है. इसके बाद जो आगे फिल्में बनेंगी वो शायद अलग बनेंगी, डिफरेंट बनेगी. कभी कभी सोचने पे मजबूर हो जाते हैं ना.
You know, the usual opposition voices that have been repeatedly making themselves heard. I'm not saying the usual suspects. I'm not disparaging of the opposition. All I'm saying is that there are a group of leaders who did express a great disappointment at the fact that the Prime Minister didn't collar Xi Jinping or whatever they imagined he would be doing. So there's that. And there's, of course, the China question. Can we talk a little bit about that?
Look, when it comes to China,
this is a tweet that's coming from Rahul Gandhi, Congress leader, on the Gujarat mandate. He says, and I quote, हम गुजरात के लोगों का जनादेश विनम्रता पूर्वक स्वीकार करते हैं. हम पुनर्गठन कर कड़ी मेहनत करेंगे और देश के आदर्शों के हक की लड़ाई जारी रखेंगे. So that's Rahul Gandhi at least keeping up with the Gujarat mandate as far as his election spirit goes. Let me quickly on that note take in a word from Sumansi Raman as well, who is with me in the studios. Mr. Sumansi Raman, what do you make of this? Because the mandate speaking for itself, a historic 156 for the BJP. Rahul Gandhi says we accept the people's choice, we accept the mandate and we're willing to work towards it. Until now they were not quite admitting, where perhaps they're not being able to really reach out to the voter all through the campaigning.
Again, there is no admission of any mistakes made or what corrective actions are going to be taken. At least it's good that he has acknowledged and sort of accepted the verdict, but this is more like a standard statement which is being released. I think the Congress has a lot of soul searching to do, and I don't really know whether the party is even interested in doing such soul searching. They're being edged out in state after state after state. And I think what is worrying for the Congress in Gujarat is not just that they lost these seats. They've come down from 77 to 16 or 17, which is a disaster. The bigger
2017 was their best tally since 1990, yes, and from that to this kind of a downslide
my issue is not just that. 32 seats, the Congress has come third. Now that is a bigger problem.
Okay.
Now, if you're losing to the BJP is one thing.
Okay.
But now you're losing to AAP in 32 seats.
Absolutely, and
you're
losing
coming
out
in
on the
third.
strongholds as well. That's another problem. Losing out on the Saurashtra Kutch region, losing out on, the North Gujarat region. All of those areas are areas wherein the Congress did pretty well as far as 2017 go.
Yeah.
Mr. RP Singh, would you want to comment on that BJP response? Because BJP is certainly in celebratory mode at this point in time, but the Congress leader, Congress MP says we'll keep trying and we accept people's mandate.
To come out of the slumber and then act like a political party. Although they have won Himachal, but nothing to do with the national party. It's just because of the local party and our rebels. But in Gujarat, they have been routed because the national party was not interested. I see Congress today as more of an NGO than a political party. When their leaders are not interested to go and pitch or contest or fight elections on ground, they are more busy for their different objectives and different agenda. I wish them all the well, Mr. Jairam Ramesh, all the well, for converting the political party, the national political Indian National Congress, to an NGO now.
Okay, but the Congress is also asking questions to the BJP as far as the Himachal verdict is concerned. A quick word on that, and then I'll go across to others.
I accept defeat. We accept defeat, and I said we have to introspect and then see how did we went wrong on the party candidatures, and then how did we went on the selection. We need to introspect, and then why they were rebels. We need to introspect. We are accepting it.
Okay.
And
so both the sides accepting the people's mandate, welcoming the people's mandate. So far, the Congress having won in Himachal Pradesh, the BJP in Gujarat.
Just one point. In Himachal, I think the BJP has sort of shot itself in the foot.
Okay.
They've lost about 5.5% of vote share, or 5% thereabouts. Only 0.7 of that is actually transferred to the Congress. The rest of it has gone to their own rebels. So maybe if they had managed their dissidence in the party a little better,
that's also being acknowledged. Sardar RP Singh, the rebellion within the BJP being acknowledged and perhaps being seen as one of the reasons for BJP's defeat. Of course, there's the anti-incumbency factor, and Himachal Pradesh has held on to it pretty firmly.
I admitted that. I admitted that yes, there was a rebellion, there was a problem in the ticket distribution, and that's why there was a rebellion, and we'll introspect. I'm admitting that there's nothing wrong in it. Everyone makes mistakes.
No, this is very interesting because in Gujarat, Sardar RP Singh, the BJP seems to have mastered the art of anti-incumbency. In fact, everybody is now calling this a trend that perhaps the BJP has set for others, and a record pro-incumbency as far as Gujarat is concerned. I want Madhav to also come in, because the BJP already prepping up for what next. Plans in place, meetings are going to take place. 2024 is being spoken of. Madhav, what's going on?
Well, absolutely. It's not just 24. Big election is in. Congress has a fairly well-established presence. There's also a third party there, that is the JDS. To ward off all of that, of course, we have seen a lot of mobilization that the BJP has had in terms of various sensitive issues, from the hijab issue to Aadhaar and several such issues that have actually taken center stage in the state over the past year or so. But despite all of that, what really will be the issues, what will be the track record, what will be the strategy of the BJP, all of that is going to be very important for the party to position itself on in that one state, which is incidentally the first state in which it ever came to power in the southern part of the country, and continues to be the only state which it has gotten power in. Telangana, of course, another state where they will be trying their luck, but that will be only in 2024. The other big elections are in the states of Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan. Rajasthan, as we all know, is in the hands of the Congress party, while of course the law and order and several other governance related issues is something that the BJP has been trying to put the Congress on the mat on. In Madhya Pradesh, last time around the Congress had managed to edge past the majority mark. Will the BJP get a threat from the Congress this time around or not will also be very important to watch out for. So these three are the biggest states which in fact in terms of actual electoral numbers will contribute a huge number of seats to the Lok Sabha as well. So very important for the BJP to put their best foot forward in these three states, and of course 2024 is of course the big goal that is within target as far as the BJP is concerned. But what they've done in Gujarat is something that is very, very significant, because time and again analysts have said, with the party having got 100 out of 100 in 2014 and in several states close to 100% in 2019, perhaps they would not be able to repeat that performance. But with 150 seats in Gujarat, once again the possibility of that happening with the Prime Minister, with a track record of governance that the BJP is going to take to the people, all of these become very, very important issues indeed, and within the realm of possibility. And with the kind of enthusiasm that we're seeing as far as party cadre here are concerned, and if that is anything to go by, then certainly for the BJP this is going to be a very, very important set of elections, and something that they will be able to at least enthuse their own party workers and leaders from, right from this very stage where the Prime Minister is expected to address the party workers gathered over here. But the message will not be for these party workers here. It will not be just for those who are in Delhi or in NCR or in neighboring states. It will be for the BJP cadre in all the states that are headed to the polls, and also of course those who are in fact going to be a part of those who are in fact in the Lok Sabha elections as well for 2024. That's going to be the target. Let's quickly go across to Gujarat, where we have an update coming in at this point of time. We also have Aishwarya who's with us. Aishwarya, I believe you have this update that 2 new ministers are going to be inducted in the new government. The BJP is going to send observers to Gujarat the next 1 or 2 days. They will chair the legislative party meeting, and the oath-taking ceremony is expected on the 12th of December. Aishwarya, over to you.
Well, that's right. That's a big breaking news within the party. The sources are telling us that on 12th of December, the oath-taking ceremony will be conducted here, and it will be huge in terms of the scale, because Prime Minister and different Chief Ministers will be invited. We've been told that in the new government, several new ministers will be inducted. Young ministers will also be inducted, and there is also a possibility, the sources are telling, that there will be no Deputy Chief Minister in the new government. We have been also told that the observers from the national capital will be sent to Ahmedabad, where the legislative party meeting will be held, and all the new MLAs from the BJP will officially, finally giving a stamp on on the name of Bhupendra Patel as the new Chief Minister. This was officially also announced by C.R. Patil in the press conference earlier in the day as well, and certainly the invitation for the oath-taking ceremony, the draft has been finalized, and now the invitation will be sent to Prime Minister, Home Minister of the country, and Chief Ministers and the top senior leadership of the BJP to be here in Ahmedabad for 12th of December, and this will be post 12 o'clock the oath-taking ceremony still at Kamlam at the Gandhinagar State BJP headquarters. Several MLAs from the BJP who had won from different parts of the state are now coming and meeting the Chief Minister and the State President as well today in the evening at the party office in Ahmedabad. Chief Minister and C.R. Patil will be meeting
December, which is coming Monday. The Prime Minister, we're being told, will also be attending the same. We keep our eyes out on who will be elected as the cabinet ministers in the new Gujarat government. We'll also stay on with our guests and come back to them in just a bit. Also watching out for the Prime Minister address to the Karyakartas. For now, heading into a quick break.
Never seen before poll tools. Decoding the votes, seats and swing. Groundbreaking TV coverage. Value for every minute spent. Result day live only on Times Now. Election News Headquarters.
सावरकर पर, जिसे वीर सावरकर बीजेपी मानती है, उस पर राहुल गांधी,
माफ करना, बीजेपी नहीं, पूरा देश सावरकर जी को वीर सावरकर मानता है।
बिल्कुल, वीर सावरकर जो हम सब के लिए हैं, उन्हें राहुल गांधी जी कहते हैं कि वो घुटने टेक कर चिट्ठी लिखा करते थे ब्रिटिश सरकार को, योर ओबीडियंट सर्वेंट, और इसके ऊपर बीजेपी ने गांधी जी की भी एक चिट्ठी निकाली। मैं पूछना चाहती हूं कि हमारे इतिहास का जो इस तरह से रोज डिबेट होता है पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज के बीच में, इसको एक ही बार सेटल नहीं करना चाहिए?
सेटल करने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है, सेटल ही है। ये वीर और अकेले सावरकर और वीर सावरकर का जो अंतर है ना, वो अगर समझ ले तो सेटल है। ये कोई पद्मश्री, पद्म विभूषण, इवन भारत रत्न नहीं है जो देश की सरकार ने दिया है। 130 करोड़ लोगों ने सावरकर जी की देशभक्ति को वीर नाम से सम्मानित कर आजीवन एटर्नल तरीके से उसके नाम के साथ जोड़ा है, तब कोई वीर सावरकर बनता है। और ये जो लोग आज टिप्पणियां कर रहे हैं, 10 दिन सावरकर जी जहां 10 साल रहे वो जेल की कोठरी में रहकर बताएं, और समंदर के अंदर 600 किलोमीटर दूर से एक जहाज के अंदर से कूदकर आजादी के लिए जान दे देने का, आजादी के लिए जिंदा रहने का जो जज्बा था, इसके 10% भी किसी में हो तो सावरकर जी पर टिप्पणी करे। और देश में सबसे पहला प्रतिबंध अगर किसी पर लगाया अंग्रेजों ने, सबसे पहला प्रतिबंध लगाया तो सन 57 का स्वातंत्र समर उस पुस्तक पर, सावरकर के पुस्तक पर लगाया। सावरकर जी की पर टिप्पणी और इतनी भद्दी और ओछी टिप्पणी करने का अधिकार किसी को नहीं है। ये तो जब जाएंगे जनता के सामने तब जनता बताएगी उनको कि सावरकर जी के लिए बोलने का क्या मतलब होता है। मेरे जैसे कई लोग जीवन में सभी प्रकार के लक्ष्यों को छोड़कर वीर सावरकर के नक्शे कदम पर देश की सेवा करने के लिए आगे बढ़े। सावरकर जी के लिए इस प्रकार की ओछी बात करना किसी को शोभा नहीं देता है।
लेकिन क्या ये रिएक्शन नहीं है, क्योंकि बीजेपी भी बार बार निशाना साधती है जवाहरलाल नेहरू पर, वो भी देश के पहले प्रधानमंत्री थे।
देखिए, दोनों में अंतर है। जवाहरलाल नेहरू एक राजनीतिक दल के अध्यक्ष रहे, आजादी के बाद प्रधानमंत्री रहे, और उनकी लेगेसी को एक पार्टी आज तक भुनाती रहती है। सावरकर जी ना प्रधानमंत्री रहे, ना कोई राजनीतिक दल उनका चुनाव लड़ा है। दोनों के बीच में अंतर है। सुभाष बाबू और जवाहरलाल जी के बीच में अंतर है। जब मैं राजनीति में आता हूं तो मुझे लोगों की टीका टिप्पणियों सुनने की सहनशीलता रखनी चाहिए। क्यों ना करे लोग आरोप? मेरे व्यक्तिगत जीवन पर भी आरोप कर सकते हैं, कपड़े पर भी कर सकते हैं, बोलचाल की भाषा पर भी कर सकते हैं, और करते भी है। जब आप राजनीति के अखाड़े में आते हो तो अलग बात है। सावरकर जी इस देश के, पूरी देश ने जिसकी देशभक्ति को सर्टिफाइड किया है, स्वीकारा है, सम्मान किया है, ऐसे निसंदेह देशभक्त है। इस पर इस प्रकार की ऊंची बातें नहीं करनी चाहिए।
Which foreigners? There are some foreigners and there are some Indians in foreign lands who have...
Welcome to this broadcast that we bring you from the BJP headquarters in Deen Dayal Upadhyay Marg in the national capital. You can see behind me the huge number of BJP workers who've gathered over here. They are in wait of the Prime Minister, who is of course expected to in fact reach any minute now. He is of course expected to actually go ahead and address the gathering that is present even as we speak, and in fact any moment now, in about another a few minutes, the Prime Minister expected here at the party headquarters. What will the message be from the Prime Minister? What is the message going out not just to these workers of the BJP but to the party's cadre by and large, and also of course the message for the upcoming elections? Remember, the party, which is also called an election machine, it's not that they rest on any one particular set of state elections, and with this record-breaking performance in Gujarat, even despite the loss in Himachal, the party morale at an absolute high. Judging by what we are hearing from party workers over here, they are hoping that Modi magic can work again in other states of the country as well, and that's why of course all right, we have Sanjay Singh with us at the moment. Sanjay Singh, we are looking at a situation where in fact the BJP is completely enthused as far as these state elections are concerned. They're of course going to be taking the fight. Where do you see this headed in coming days, particularly as far as the fight between the BJP, between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP and the Congress as well in coming elections?
That was for Sanjay Jha. Sanjay Jha, your quick analysis on the mandate today.
Well, I can tell you that all the three parties have reason to be happy and to be equally disappointed. So, you know, when I hear the BJP say we're going to do introspection It's like music to my ears, to be honest. And I think it's fair and square. I mean, the BJP did not have a good day yesterday with the defeat in Delhi in the municipal elections.
No, we don't want to go back to MCD. We're done doing that all through yesterday.
No.
But Tehseen, introspection for the BJP, introspection for the Congress as well. Because Rahul Gandhi has taken to Twitter. He says, you know, we accept the people's mandate. We're willing to work towards what needs to perhaps take the Congress there. But what do you make of today's mandate as far as Gujarat is concerned?
Fact is that the BJP was in government in 3 different elections that went yesterday and today, and they won 1 out of it and lost 2. That's number 1. Number 2, the Congress has to look at it very carefully. If the Congress has won Himachal, which is a Hindi heartland state with 65% upper caste vote on the issue of nationalism against the BJP, where the Honorable Prime Minister says, forget the candidates, vote for me. It shows that the Congress needs to be away from the left, away from the Jolawalas, away from all these, and the Congress.
Okay, word of caution for the Congress coming in from Tehseen Poonawalla. Mr. Rajagopalan, how do you read into Gujarat though? Because, you know, many were saying that this is all about the Modi magic, but looks like it's gone far beyond that. The BJP was completely, you know, their homework was done right as far as choosing the candidates goes. You know, they made sure sitting MLAs were taken out, replacements were ensured, all of that was done. So an all-out strategy as far as the BJP is concerned. I'm going to come back to you. We're afraid we need to head into a very quick break. We'll be right back. Stay on with us.
Never seen before poll tools. Decoding the votes, seats and swing. Groundbreaking TV coverage. Value for every minute spent. Result day live only on Times Now. Election News Headquarters.
As someone who comes from the south, the southern meal starts with the sweet. So let me start with a point of agreement with Mr. Verma. On the aspect of colonization and on the impact of colonization, I don't think I have anything to disagree with at all. That it has much more pernicious and far more, let's say, far-reaching effects than the use of the sword. I completely agree with on that. And I think we are still reeling from the impact of it, which is very clear. I don't think we are wearing the Mughal clothes. We are wearing the clothes of the British man for all practical purposes, at least some of us. So therefore, I understand that particular issue. But this much is clear from the points made by Mr. Khurshid and Mr. Verma, that one believes that that was a wave of migration, and the other is clear, citing material, that this was not a migration, this was a bloody invasion, as bloody as it could get in the history of humankind. Now, this is what I wish to highlight to make one point. To choose to observe a strategic silence in the interest of peace is very different from actively indulging in denial of history. And that's exactly where the problem starts. So if an entire school is established that goes about whitewashing stuff as opposed to saying, let's not touch this particular aspect of history, which I think is also not possible. How do you choose to remain silent over one particular aspect of your history? That's not going to happen. So then the only option is to speak about it. Now, why should the discussion with respect to something that has happened in the past result in acrimony in the present, unless someone relates to the invader even in the present and someone does not relate to the invader even in the present? In which case, the two-nation theory is well alive and kicking. That's one. But factually speaking, one particular trope I think needs to be busted, because I think it's been sold well beyond its sell-by date. I'm sorry to say, after partition, people did not choose to stay here. The elections prior to the partition of 1946 spoke volumes. And that's a very clear decision taken at the ballot. And therefore, when you choose to speak about history, let's be clear that perhaps practical considerations came into existence which prevented a mass migration, but certainly not patriotic considerations or Bharatiya considerations. I think that myth needs to be busted, and we cannot sell it any further. 3. On Ganga Jamni Tehzeeb, well, while I have several reservations with Dr. Ambedkar, the one thing that he was crystal clear about in his book, Pakistan or the Partition of India, which was published on the eve of the partition, 2 books were published by Rajendra Prasad in 1946 and Dr. Ambedkar in 1946. in which he clearly says that the so-called Ganga Jamuni Tehzeeb, or the syncretic culture that is celebrated over and over again, is a product of the incomplete conversion of the converted Hindu to Islam. And therefore, multiple waves of attempts have been made on a regular basis to remove the remnants of that Hindu-ness from that particular convert, which is what has been pushed in this country as what we know as Wahhabism. To say that the new convert shall identify himself with the early converts to Islam, and therefore you cannot have any ties whatsoever or any cultural practices whatsoever which remind you of your ancestor. That starts with the language, that moves to dressing, so on and so forth. So let's be clear. If acrimony is the result, or is going to be the result of a discussion with respect to the medieval period in current day Bharat and contemporary Bharat, that is because there are still people who relate to this particular person or this particular period. Had that not been the case, why should there be a resistance with respect to the reclamation of a particular, let's say, structure that was built by an invader? Whether it's Babri Masjid or Gyanvapi Mandir or so on and so forth, these were built by invaders. Obviously, they were not built after the independence of this particular country. This is not a structure that has come into existence after 15th of August 1947. Why do you relate to this particular structure? Because the mindset that has been imposed on you at the peril of the sword and let's say at the pain of death prevents you from accepting your past, and therefore it's going to be a constant tussle each time there's a discussion with respect to the past. So I refuse to buy the fact that history is no more relevant, or that it's possible for us to have these discussions objectively. I agree with Mr. Verma on this point. It cannot be objective. That's exactly why I concluded my first opening submission by saying all of us have our biases. It's impossible for us to say that we don't have biases. We are human beings. Impossible. We may choose not to bring out certain proclivities and, let's say, ideological leanings to the fore for reasons of pragmatism, whatever it may be. But let the evidence speak for itself. But if the evidence leads to a different conclusion and it has consequences on the street or elsewhere, then the people...
And a very warm welcome. Thanks for tuning in to Times Now this evening, viewers. The BJP has won big in Gujarat. As far as the Congress is concerned, they've taken away Himachal by a narrow margin from the BJP. To talk about all of that in detail, Group Editor Navika Kumar joins you up next with an esteemed panel this evening. But before that, a quick check of the top 50 updates. BJP scripts history in Gujarat breaks its own record for the 7th term. Saffron Party all set to form a double-engine government in Modi's home turf. Prime Minister tweets after Gujarat election results. Thanks people of Gujarat, calls Gujarat mandate phenomenal. Union Home Minister Amit Shah takes to Twitter and thanks people of Gujarat for BJP's historic win. Congratulates all party workers. After a comprehensive victory from Gatlodia, Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel takes out victory rally. Patel to take oath on 12th December. The ceremony will be attended by Prime Minister and Union Home Minister Amit Shah. Gujarat Congress in charge Raghu Sharma resigns after party's humiliating defeat in the letter. He takes full responsibility for the party's disastrous performance in polls. AICC President Mallikarjun Kharge says wins and losses part of the game. Further adds that the party will correct the shortcomings and continue its fight. Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh hails Prime Minister Modi's leadership, says record-breaking poll performance maintains pro-incumbency in Gujarat. Celebrations galore at BJP headquarters in Gandhinagar. Party cadre dances in joy after Gujarat victory. BJP's Virangman candidate Hardik Patel wins with a hefty margin, defeats AAP's Amar Singh Thakur and Congress's Bikabai. Emphatic victory for BJP's Alpesh Thakur, once a close confidant of Rahul Gandhi, now a BJP lieutenant, defeats Himanshu Patel of the Grand Old Party. Mega upset for Aam Aadmi Party. Kejriwal's titans go down. Chief Minister face Sisudan Gadvi and Aam Aadmi Party Gujarat Chief Gopal Italia both lose their constituencies to the BJP. While BJP celebrates, Congress faces humiliation. Turncoat and BJP candidate Manibhai Waghele defeats Jignesh Mevani in Vadgaon. Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai credited Prime Minister for the mandate in Gujarat, further added that it is a morale boost to Karnataka Congress cadre. BJP's Rivaaz Badal Denge campaign backfires. Grand Old Party wins Himachal Pradesh, bags 39 seats. Robert Vadra posts victory message on Facebook, credits Priyanka Gandhi Vadra for the victory in Himachal Pradesh. BJP back to the drawing board. Outgoing Himachal Pradesh Chief Minister Jairam Thakur retains the Serat seat. Hails Prime Minister Modi's leadership, says BJP will be stronger next time. Himachal Pradesh Congress Chief and MP from Mandi Lok Sabha constituency Pratibha Singh says people of the state voted for Congress because of Veerbhadra's legacy. Chhattisgarh Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel fears Operation Lotus bid, addresses media and says there were apprehensions of poaching of Congress MLAs. According to sources, Himachal Pradesh Congress MLAs are being shifted out to Rajasthan via Chandigarh. Senior Congress leader Rajiv Shukla promises to implement 10 guarantees promised. Further adds that the Congress is not scared of Operation Lotus. Samajwadi Party's Dimple Yadav bags Mainpuri seat with highest ever vote share, beats BJP's Raghuraj Shakya by almost 2.86 lakh votes. BJP breaches Samajwadi Party stronghold Rampur. Akash Saxena defeats Samajwadi Party candidate by a comfortable margin of over 20,000 votes. In the NSE phone tapping case, Delhi High Court grants bail to former Mumbai Police Commissioner Sanjay Pandey in the ED case.